that, but I have bread and I have lunch meat and I have mayonnaise quite a bit. And I have some grapes in here somewhere. Oh, you know what? Here. Catch.
See, people don't understand.
Is that good enough?
Nah, if you got a bowl I can cook it in.
How about this instead?
People don't understand why
How about this instead?
I still like you, man.
Well, people don't even talk to me, so.
That's all right.
They should. Oh, shit. Gotta bring this back.
What is this? That's his cat food.
It's cat food.
I made like $500. I just gotta pay bills. I gotta bill those people. All right.
That's literally that.
We're getting there.
We're
getting there.
I was thinking of making vegetable soup tonight, and I was maybe gonna make some bacon sandwiches, but probably tomorrow.
Do you have vegetable soup?
Well, I have vegetables and I have water. It's a vegetable broth.
Okay.
And then I usually like making bread soup, so I make cooked vegetables to like thicken it up, cook it down.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna go hang out with Jeff for a few, if that's all right.
Your hand's looking a little better. It's the other one.
No,
That part's not really. I was looking.
Never gets better.
What I was worried about was the back of your hands. They were looking kind of swollen, which is not healthy.
Fucking Saxon shit, man.
Like a rower back in the day.
I know.
Yeah, it's cool. Genetic.
It's kind of cool. It's really cool.
Probably sucks, huh?
It sucks for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Probably not very comfortable.
It's all right.
Love you, Dad.
I love you too.
Love you, son. My purring son. He's so good, Garfield is. I can't believe how good he is now. Honduras.
I keep screwing up, kid.
It happens. Rehab's not that bad, dude.
Okay.
And you can go to rehab and get $5,000. They would give it to you too, because you're my dad, and I know them. You go to Visions of the Cross for a couple of months and get $5,000. I guarantee it. Me and Aaron will help you with it all the way. And they don't even need our help. You can go in there and do it.
Can you turn that down?
Can in a second. Yeah, I was tuning my weed.
Please.
My pot tuning forks. They tune my pot for me.
I just feel like I'm dying.
Well, that amount of Bartons can do that.
Yeah, I just keep drinking and drinking and drinking. I'm not really suicidal, but I kind of am.
Why?
Because you made me sad.
Okay.
Just wanted to help you.
I'm actually doing okay.
Okay.
I'm sober for a couple months now. More than 2 months, actually.
That's good. That's super good.
I'm even off alcohol. I'm sober.
I know. I don't see you ever doing anything that's just smoking on my pot.
Well, smoking a lot of tobacco, I don't get that much pot.
I don't know why my car's blinking. You see my car blinking?
Yeah, I probably can kill your battery. I wouldn't.
Well, I want to disconnect it, but I can't. I'm not sober enough to find a wrench.
I just did this earlier with Aaron's parents. I don't know. A wrench is easy, Dad.
I don't know why it's blinking like that.
Wasn't the car alarm going off earlier?
Yes,
Someone-
it's been going. It went off 3 times.
Someone tried to break in your car, maybe?
No, it'll just set the alarm off again.
I was asking if someone did, maybe. Do you know where your key is?
No, I can't find it.
That's the problem, huh?
Yeah, that's the whole problem.
Is it in the car?
Probably.
Makes me paranoid because
Hey,
I don't trust some of our neighbors, so that makes me paranoid a little bit.
the neighbors are fine.
Not all of them. These new ones are cool, but some of the other ones are not so cool. With us.
It doesn't matter. The car is blinking.
I don't trust them as a result.
I just wanted to see.
They're not great people.
You were just talking a lot. I understand that I'm a big talker too. So I do understand that.
Because of my MS, I don't think I no longer think in my head, so I think out loud all the time. My head is just God talking all the time. If that. You're a little quiet, George, only sometimes. No, guys, I don't do that too often, so you don't get George again. Which is so disgusting. Some of these demons are so disgusting. You should try some spot, Dad. Might knock your socks off. Tripping out, dude.
I think I will make it to 55.
It's in 7 days. 6 days. 7 days, yeah. Our birthday's in a week, Dad. Our birthday.
I'm gonna go over to Jed's house and go to sleep.
Go for it. Could have slept in the room there. I'd tune it down a little bit. I like being quieter anyways. Helps me. Helps.
If you could do that, that'd be great.
It helps when someone's around for me to be quieter. When no one's around, I'm just alone yelling at God all day. Well, yelling with God, mostly.
I have no more booze. Let's go.
Probably smoke some pot.
No, that'd make me spin.
It would make you spin, but it might make you pass out and make you feel better. Up to you. I'll also get you out of your head when I'm smoking.
I think I'm gonna try and go over to Jeff's.
Go to Jeff's.
He's my best friend.
Speaking of best friends, better call one of mine. Turns out I still have a few. I just forget about them sometimes. I don't have a charge cord, do I? No, I don't. Oh well. Call Chris. Tell me the charge cord. I was gonna do that. I'll get one. I have money. Just no. To re-up on the back and get a charge cord. Hey, what's up?
How are you doing?
Fine. Just got home.
It's, the Barbecue trip.
Oh, it's fine.
Are you back?
Yeah. Sitting in the kitchen now.
Okay. I noticed you've been doing Facebook videos.
Not really.
But I have to be your friend to see them.
Oh, my lives? Yeah.
I'd have to be your friend to see your lives.
That was me just like, dude, being possessed by ghosts, basically.
Yeah.
I'm literally possessed by ghosts all the time. I can feel them in me. Basically, every person who's ever died. This is one of the craziest things ever. Is I'm like king of the dead now. Every person who's ever died is sitting right here with me if I want them to be. If I think about them. And it's
my ancestors and everyone that I care about that has died, and other angels,
right,
speak through material matter. So, like, they are the house.
They are the house, right? Exactly.
They are, and they're all around me, communicating with me, which I think is a superpower because we're able to speak telepathically to each other, like Grandma Pat was literally in my light, my night light.
I've interacted with her recently too.
She was like talking to me, telling me how she was my grandma.
That's interesting because she's been here recently too. So is Enrique. He's been here a lot.
Really?
Oh yeah, because when he died, I summoned Ikshobya, Buddha, and I sent him to heaven. And then he got back and was kind of irritated with me because it's really hard. But now he's like, it's crazy. He's it's hard to explain what's going on without getting into too much detail. But I can speak to every person who's ever lived, pretty much. Like I can feel them with me all the time. God gave me the third division. It's like I'm not quite the third division of the universe for a while.
The third division?
Yeah, I'm the link between the living and the dead right now. Because I've died before. And now I'm like in a near-death experience all the time. It feels like I'm swimming underwater all the time. And I can see all kinds of crazy shit, dude.
How did you die?
It's a long story, actually. I'm not sure how I died this time, but I know I've died several times now. On the Christmas, right, I lost Garfield disappeared, and I was freaking out. And I went to town, and I heard a voice in my head that's telling me, "Go up Mount Shasta right now." I'm like, "Well, really, right now?" It felt really strongly compelled. So I got a ride, and I started hiking at Mount Shasta in the middle of the night. And I'm hiking at Mount Shasta, and I get a red dot on my chest, like a laser. Someone's going to shoot me. And then before I knew it, I was up all the way at Mount Shasta. Like almost instantly, I was all the way at Mount Shasta towards towards the tree line. And I didn't really know how I got that high. I didn't really realize how high I was. And then I'm like, fuck, what the hell? And I lost my tobacco, so I got pissed off. Started walking back down. And then I walked over the railroad tracks. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. I teleported up Mount Shasta. like 10 miles. And on Christmas night. And that's not the only time something like this happened. And the spirits keep telling me that I've died more times than I can even tell you, Chris, because you would not believe it. I don't either. I just know it's kind of true now. I know you've died too, is what they tell me. Is that because literally, Chris, I've been hanging out with the ghost of you in the past a few times recently.
I had them make a doppelganger of me. They killed my physical body and they made me a doppelganger.
Exactly.
Because they thought that it was going to be in control.
In control, but it's not, huh? It's you.
I was in control.
It
was still me. They did not get rid of me because my soul's so powerful.
The same thing happened to me.
It's the fabric of reality. So they couldn't get rid of me. They thought they were getting rid of me.
But they can't. They can't replace you. They can't control you.
Amplified all my spiritual
powers. It made mine a little weaker when they did that, but they told me they did the exact same thing. That they killed me because I was getting really powerful really quickly because I was doing the Dionysus thing, all the dancing I do. So they told me, well, this is what they tell me. Some of the fucking people live around me actually told me that they killed me and Xeno bit me so they could destroy me. So they tried cause and Garfield too and Big George. They said they claimed they reinstantiated him and tortured him to death. Like, good for you guys. George is fucking God. So you guys are going to burn in hell forever. Like, I'm one thing. Torturing me is one thing. Even Garfield is something else. Big George, you're fucking screwed.
But you know, all enlightened beings, Taran, live their life. The Bodhisattva path is to free all beings from suffering.
I know.
These beings that are doing these bad things, they're in suffering.
I get it. But energy has to be balanced.
So they're going to be saved.
Eventually.
It's not, okay, so let me read to you this scripture in the Bible. It's 1 Corinthians chapter 3.
Let me pull it up.
Verse 10. Do you have a Bible?
Yeah, I've got my book right now. I sit here with the Bible, the Quran, and the Kala Chakra Tantra in front of me all the time.
Okay. You can even come to it and see what it says in your Bible. If you want to go read it with me.
Yeah, 1 Corinthians chapter 3.
1 Corinthians chapter 3. Okay, 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 10 through 16. Okay, so this is what happens when Jesus comes back. Because see, there's 3 baptisms that is spoken by John. He says, I baptize you in water, but there's one who will come that will baptize you in spirit and in fire. And it says here, this is what the baptism of fire is. It says, according to the grace of God given to me, like the wise master builder, I laid a foundation, and another is built upon it. But each one of us must be careful what he builds upon it.
This is one of my favorite chapters in the Bible, actually.
A foundation other than the one that is there, namely Jesus Christ. If anyone builds on this foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, or hay, or straw, the work of each one will come to light. For the day will be disclosed, it will be revealed with fire, and the fire itself will test the quality of each one's work. Exactly. If the work stands that someone has built upon the foundation, that person will receive a wage. But if someone's work was burned up, that one will suffer a loss. The person will be saved, but only as through fire, so only as through pain. Well, no, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Is like, and that's the hellfire. That's the hellfire. I'm looking forward, personally, after what's happened to me since you've been gone, dude. Still be saved, but only as through pain. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like after what's happened to me, and I can't get into the details because you just won't believe them. Like I've been fucking tortured. Like you were talking about. It's happened to me, and I know it. Okay, I have fucking surgical scars on my belly button, and on my fucking side, and on my neck that weren't there before. And I have memories, like horrible dreams about this shit and killing the people who did it. But after what I've experienced since you've been gone, dude, I've gotten way more powerful spiritually. I've gotten pretty powerful spiritually out of nowhere. But I've also been fucking fucked with big time by some pretty powerful fucking demons, mostly human beings. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited for them to fucking burn in hell, dude. You have no idea. Like I was. The Titans have revealed. Titans are cool. Themselves through me, because they are quite chaotic forces. As am I. No good, and they live only to create suffering. I mean, not all of them. The wisdom of the world is foolish in the eyes of God, for it is written, He catches the wise in their own bruises. That the Lord knows the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain. I like a lot of the Titans. Not all the Titans are evil, but Titans are the archetype. They are the actual demons. Because if you go into the Old Testament, there's a demon called Beelzebub. Yeah. And he is not a fallen angel. No, he's a god. He's literally one of these Titan archetypes. And
Only.
And these titans are controlling hell and torturing people. Everyone that dies goes to this, goes to Gehenna. They go to.
They stretch you out.
Sheol. They go to Sheol.
The word Titan means stretcher.
And in Sheol, they are plagued by these forces that live in chaos.
The pit.
But what I have discovered is that these chaotic forces are naturally that way, so they're innocent.
They're innocent, exactly.
They have no other way to be. But over the last billion years,
but humans are not.
All the fallen angels in their lives, life and death, they have grown a conscience finally, which they didn't have before. And so they know that there is more to be experienced with God.
Right. No, I mean,
I am the Jesus Christ, the very Jesus Christ, for these fallen angels, because I have the same power as these archetypes, because I literally am one of these archetypes, but I'm a heavenly archetype. And these other archetypes are demonic archetypes. The Titans are demonic.
I don't really see it that way, but I know what you're saying. They're definitely destructive.
They're
in a way.
Destructive. They're not demonic in the sense that they're evil.
Only humans are really that evil.
They're demonic in the sense that they are chaotic.
Yeah, chaotic. So am I.
They don't think the same way as we do.
No, they're
revel in chaos and pain.
They're feeling beings. They're not really.
But for billions, they're not conscious.
Well, they were conscious. It's just different.
But for billions of years, they have been doing this to us after we die and then sending us back in and forgetting about what would happen. And then they go back when we die. We go back there, and then they test us again. And they are growing a conscience.
Yeah, they have been, huh?
That would happen. It would just take a long time. And so the fallen angels were wrong with what they did, but it was a necessary outcome that was meant to happen.
No, absolutely. Necessity. Ananke dictates.
Fallen angels aren't really bad.
No, the humans are bad. Damn it. My phone died. Oh well. Enjoyed the conversation a little bit. Chris, I love you. But I'm reveling in some bastards going to hell after what's happened to me and my sons. And my family. The people that have died around me. In terrible ways, I might add. I'm reveling in your destruction. You fucking demons. I wasn't like that before. No, I was like, everyone gets forgiven, right? No one's that evil, right? Turns out, yeah, they are. Shocker. Now, if you tried to destroy the world by torturing a chosen person to death, you don't deserve the world. You deserve the world to be built upon your fucking corpse. In the most painful way possible. You cannot imagine. You understand? Sorry, Chris. My phone died. I don't have a charger. I can hear Chris saying that out loud. No. You can't prevent that shit, huh? Dancing to the frequency. I can just feel it. That's my power. I know frequencies. I know them personally. It's a weird fucking world, dude. Sorry. Set my heels down. A little bit more than 150 pounds, huh? That's called cheat. My name is Anki. Originally. Well, really, they called me darkness. Or water. Or none. First time I took a form, they called me Anki. Earth and sky. At least here they did. Now my name's Taran Miller. I don't care if cold gets dead. I like the window open. Because I do. No quieter? Cool. Oh, it's lighter. What about it? Yep. And now, I know who I am. A 25-year-old piece of shit who loves his cats because they're God, turns out. Turns out the animals are more powerful than we are. And I found two of the best ones ever. Actually, several of the best ones ever, in my opinion. Precious was too. You see, remember about that fucking cat? That fucking cat over there would take on both of these cats and survive. He's a fucking badass dude, an immortal, clearly. Clearly. Because Garfield's a dog killer. Basically, has he killed a dog? I don't know, but he's fucked a dog up badly. No, badly. One of the reasons he's on a leash now. And those dogs aren't. I don't mind. They're good dogs. Now, they're people too. I get it. It's only if they're cat killers that I care. Now, if you teach them, nope, those are people too. Which they seem to understand, mostly. At least when they come up to them. Are they that sweet though? I know they are. See, I know they are. Basically. But I know more. Exactly. Exactly. No, exactly. Because you're a good dog, huh? Thought so. No, you're a bad dog. Not you, the other one. Yeah, they're bad dogs. You were a bad kitty earlier, Garfield. You want to know why? Because you hit Sheba in the face. And she was trying to be your friend. Not okay. But other than that, you were a great boy today. No, you were a super good boy today. The best boy ever, most of the day. He got a little stressed out towards the end, got a little excited. Not okay, though. Not excusable. No, it's like being the champion at a track meet and then punching someone in the face on the way out. You know what I mean? Not really acceptable. Or doing what I did and got stoned and didn't run the 2 mile, which you would have won that day. Fucking it. I already won the 800. I wasn't worried about it. Slippery slope from there. Straight up. Meth was not far away. From smoking weed after a track meet that you won, but you could have won more if you didn't. Oh well. Had a bad knee. Don't anymore. I don't know what the fuck happened. Wolverine, I guess. Now I am. I can even talk again almost. Almost. I was struggling for 2 days, badly. Only when I sit in the house do I really struggle, though. I realize that, mostly. Wonder why. I think it's because there's so many fucking ghosts in here. Now you can see the shimmer everywhere. Bright. It's bright in here. If you look closely, there's layers to it. Cats can see right into it. Sometimes they disappear into it. That's why I don't let them off the leash. Sorry, Dad, you left. I was thinking about stuff. Got stoned. Man, these Pythagoreans are going to beat my ass. They really took their vows of silence seriously. I do not. I want to, though, one day. Somewhere in time. Religion. An Orphic religion. Pythagoras was a student of Orpheus. So is Moses. Moses. Now there's a connection to Moses and Orpheus and King David. It's a big world, but a small world. It was all right there. Egypt was too. It's where a lot of it came from. So was Sumer, even though back then it was called Babylonia. Or Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, like that one over there, but a lot bigger, like as big as a rock. And Syria, kind of. Just loud now. Before I was good. Now I'm just loud. I was getting there at least. Not always, but sometimes. Damn it. Oh well. The sacrifices we make for the things we love. Like smoking. Not really, though. Not really. But for George, I would. Maybe even try and sing again. Maybe. Oh, wow. 654. Ghosted. They're like, we don't. Kick your fucking ass? Yeah, I'm sure. Did you feel that thunder go up my back? I was like, hey, Yahweh, you're Zeus, right? You're the same God? Of course we are. And I asked him, I'm like, are you and George really the same? And he's like, well, no. I'm like, I knew that. But is he really that powerful? He's like, yeah, he could be. I'm like, whoa. So, like, not to rival you or anything, never to rival God, but to rival me spiritually, that's awesome. Can we do that? That's what I want from you, mostly. Amen. Garfield, I'll take care of him. Best I can, but I'm sure you're doing a lot of work there. Hooray! Exactly, guys. It's fucking God. What do you want? Duh. Oh, 657, another synchronicity. Oops. Pyramid number. I have bad eyes. I had to lean forwards. Was that recording? Oh, well. Something was recording there. Always is. Yeah. Where's the Aphrodite one? She already has the song, I guess. Oh, those are the long ones. Those are on YouTube, huh? Mm-hmm. She's awesome.
Past the heart's edge of magic tree, I listen darkness on me and darkness, but now I'm free. There is a guidance of self-reliance, it's hidden well. Lead by example, and what you know you can never tell. Somewhere in time, we'll take me to. Now wait just a minute before I forget it. Oh no, somewhere in time, there is a place for me and you. In terms of the hawk's wings, in ages of stone rings, I know. I see a vision of strange precision in deep blue rain. A western scene I've been a dream, but I'm wide awake. So much I owe you, I will never show you too much to tell. The jewel shines, the stars may align, they do not compel. Oh well. Somewhere in in time, somewhere in time for tea for two. Now wait just a minute before I forget it. Oh no, somewhere in time, there is a place for me and you in terms of the heart's wings, in ages of stone rings. I know.
Love you, kitties. Love you, kitties. Your mouth's dry. You can take my voice, you can't take my moves, though. Not even close. Kick your fucking ass. Pummel me. Trust me. The fast I run. Somewhere in time. Somewhere in time.
Somewhere in
Time for tea for two.
now
Fuck.
wait just
You
a
got
minute before I forget.
Never.
Oh no,
Somewhere in time. Somewhere in time.
there is a
Place for me and you. In terms of the hawk's wings. In ages of stone rings, I know. What don't we know, huh, boys? Huh, kitties? She's in it too. Oh well, she has to be. Even if she wasn't in our clique back then. But she kind of was, in her own way. Suffering and pain, quietly, like we were. Not Dad, though. Never. Garfield really either. No, he's loud. Precious either at the end. I remember that. Broke my heart. No, my dad kicked me out of the house that day. No, they pushed me out of the house before I could say bye to her. Should have just pushed through. Because they didn't do shit, did they? I'd have put you down. If it was up to me, I'd have found somebody, I'd have bought some drugs, and I'd have put her down. I even asked the cops. I'm like, hey, can I do that? And they probably would have said no. I was like, I'm going to do it anyways. Just to let them know. Probably not, but that's how honest I am. You know what I mean? I never did it. But hey, guys, I really can't afford a fucking vet. See how sick she is? If it was up to me, what at the time, no way. No way. I was fucked up. But now I'm not. Crazy? Yeah. Fucked up? No. A little stoned. A little bit. No, not drunk. My voice just does this now. MS. Oh well. It's loud as hell though. The loudest. I won't say it again. You should have heard it one time. One time I yelled so loud, God grabbed my hand, pulled me by the universe and said, loudest voice. Heard it from here. It's been diminishing since, but oh fucking well. At night, it carries really far. That's not sound. That you can hear. If you can. Can you not? Some people can. Some people seemingly not. Except when I went to town. I'm sitting down, not yelling. See, I'm not that loud anymore. No, I just sound like it to me. But before I was, for a little while. But oh fucking well to do with you assholes. You know what I mean? Mythologically. What would the good God do? No, not that guy. That guy, guys. Not Horore. Atu, guys. Not Yahweh. El. No, Yahweh's more like Tyrannus. Or even Luke. Like George. That's you. More than me, I think. I'm just a thing you wield now. The Thunder Wheel. Taran Miller. Duh, George. I told you. Huh. My cat's ghost. My dad's over there. Yeah, I know. One day, yeah, I'll blow a ship out there. But right now, I'm just fucking stoned. Big time. No, big fucking... What'd you give me, Keith? I hit with some tuning forks afterwards, and holy smokes. Huh. I was just trying to go tobacco for a while, but then I was like, nah. Did for like a day. I smoked for like 3 days before. I don't want to get addicted to weed again. It's easy to do, but it's easy for me to get off of now. Kind of like crank used to be, but I don't want to do that at all anymore. Just reinforcing it. I don't go to AA or NA. Not today. It's been 2 months. And before that, it was like 2 months. So I'm not worried about it. Before that, it wasn't that bad. Just here and there. My name's Taran. I'm an alcoholic. Not really, though. I just like, I don't know, NA is cool, too. I don't like to go to either now. The 12 steps are awesome. Carl Jung helped invent them. A friend of mine. Hey, those guys, too. No, they're cool. Hey, what do you guys think? No, it's cool, huh? I agree. Just for some people, I'll go there eventually, guys. Bob and Bill. But I don't really need to. No, I'm like a marijuana maintenance guy, a little bit. And they're just like, oh yeah, MM, huh? And I'm just too spiritual for AA. They think I was crazy. Like, yeah, well, my cat's God, and my other cat's God, and I can talk to every ghost in the universe, and I've died a few times now, and stressed out. I can't die anymore. My voice is going a little bit, but I'm really loud. My dad hates me for a good reason, but not really. Not really. He's under hypnosis, and I know it. But no one believes me because I'm a piece of shit, they think. Because I knocked him out with my pinky the other day. I didn't knock him out. He stayed up. Shouldn't have hit me. Should not have hit me. No, to you I'd do much worse. To my dad, I don't want to hurt the guy. I love him. Quite a bit. No, quite a bit. No, he's top 5 for me at least. Probably top 3, but I love a couple of my brothers quite a bit. And my sisters too. I love my 2 younger siblings a lot. I just don't talk to them anymore. But I should. And no, not Tristan and Jordan, but them 2. My 2 youngest siblings. Ariana and Samuel. No, they're cool. All my siblings are. No, all of them are cool. My coolest one died. That's not true. Jordan's the coolest. You weren't, Enrique. Jordan was. Always. But I love you. No resting for this asshole. No, he's haunting me now. I didn't give him a choice. No, I want him here. Mostly. To learn from all these other ghosts. My mom, too. A lot of my family, in fact. Love you. My aunt, my grandparents, my brother, both of them. My son, George. Precious. My daughter, in a way. Spiritually. And you'd be surprised whether they're gods and goddesses. Uncles. Cousins? And everybody somewhere in time. Some people haven't been born yet, but they've died at some point in time. Make it all the way back. Say hi. I have some theories about some of these gods and who they really are. If it's somewhere in time, and this is the primordial waters, my theory from the beginning was that we are building God right now. That's why the world is so chaotic. But God is this future pole who's hyper-conscious and helps us from afar. But not really, necessarily, because there's other beings around us who are that fucking smart. But they're not that great attractor that we're all getting pulled towards. Guys, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The future exists right now. We're just not there yet. And he's a hyper-dimensional time being. He's God. No, if he's an 8-dimensional being, he just has to step aside, and all of a sudden he's in front of you, and then he winks, and he's in another universe. That's just how he moves. Like he would stick his foot in here, and what you would see is the world get destroyed. He's like, all right, stick my foot in this dimension, and all of a sudden there's a giant, like, probably a meteor. You know, flick my fingers, boom, a lightning strike. Or a lightning storm. A volcanic eruption. But not even that. No, he's just a summit. I don't even know how to explain it. But say, that's what UFOs are. It's just something from another dimension, putting part of itself in this one, and it moves super fast because it's just moving across dimensions, rippling across space-time. These dimensions are folded up within us and bigger than us. It goes both directions. It's a fractal universe. I'm too stoned to explain it. Look it up. You've been on a trip before. You know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you've had a dream. You know what I'm talking about. Sorry. My bad. No, I don't hate homosexuals. I don't hate them. No, I even told some gay dead couples, I'm like, hey, if you want to stand in eternity together like that, good for you. We'll bring some women in. I believe you have other soulmates. Find them. Some are offended right now, but you'll live for thousands of years. Don't worry about it. Don't be so stuck in your ways. You have a form. Figure it out. Or don't if you're dead, but you know what I mean. You want to bring yourself back, at least your ego, the way it was. Well, when you get a new form, you get a new ego. Mostly. Unless you can change your form. Which can still happen. But you could forget who you were before. A little bit. Which is kind of why I need George back the way he was. And then we can change him. You know what I mean, God? No, not what George is now. Not this massive dragon sitting behind me. Which, yes, is going to get your sin. And I know it. But I want to see them unified like that. Like Garfield's doing, slowly. But when we finally beat them, he'll do it quicker. And me too. I'll probably change my skin tone. Just to get these assholes off him. Everyone else. Not my ancestors. Most of them are alright. Some of them are Nazis. Not actually Nazis, but you'd be surprised how racist people were. And still are, turns out. Everyone. Like, oh, you're a fucking white guy? How fucking dare you? Have these ghosts in here. I'm like, welcome to the primordial waters. My name's Taran Miller. Give him a big trident to the ear. And then they're stuck. Getting enlightened. That's why my hair sticks up now. It didn't used to before. It used to lay flat. Sticks up now because my crown chakra opened up. It can't do anything but. Like Vegeta. Or Goku. Or cat ears. Sorry, dogs. Not all dogs, I see you. Oops. Not on purpose. That's your chakras linking with everybody else around you, if you can feel that. That's why I'm mostly asexual now, but not really. Some people could, I think. If they couldn't, we'll get there. It'll be weird when the world is different. This marijuana and these tuning forks and that song made me really powerful. That dance I put to it, no, I didn't even have to do it like that. Although I could have done it better if I'd have just done this. Now it is better. Still in the water. Now you should see the dance. I could still dance like that, guys, if I had more room. And I just practiced a little bit, like I was before. And I got my back fixed, the surgery I need. It'd be over for you. A few of them, actually. No, not you, Dad. It'd be better for you. If I got the surgery I needed. Surgery that I need. My dad doesn't believe anything. I don't care. One day he will. Both of them. I was talking about his higher self. Across the universe. No, he does. I know I was. Bum 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 body soul. How you doing, Garfield? You're so freaking handsome. You had a hard day today, huh? You're still in trouble. You wanna know why? Because he hit another cat in the face. Uncalled for. Not hard, but he did. And it was mean. Because he's tough, and he knows it. So he can't do that at all. Ever again. But you want a treat? Got you some meat. Yeah, remember that stuff? Except for I didn't, so I got instead. Bacon. You ever had bacon before? I'm gonna get some lunch meat. I got bacon instead. It's a better product. A little more money. But a better product overall. My humble opinion. If I'm gonna eat meat, you know what I mean? So don't do very much. Try not to. Hey pigs, how you doing? Huh, okay. Could have been worse for these pigs, turns out. But the way they died wasn't very cool. They could have lived better too, Oscar Mayer. You don't have to. It's a ritual I kind of go through. Every time I eat meat. So I have to take on some guilt when I do. And so maybe, if they want to try it, they can. Through me. A little bit. Because when they died, they're like super enlightened. Their life was hard. So they're a little bitter, and I understand. But when I get a pig, you'll get it. This is for Garfield mostly. I'm just hanging out with you guys. How are you doing? There's my pen. Oh, there it is. Hey, Garfield. Dad's being lazy. Put it in the microwave. Hands dirty. I'm a microwave magician. You already know that. I can cook anything in the fucking microwave. You know what I mean? Just whistling it, tap it a few times, spitting it, and it fucking works. Crack my back, blow the fumes in it. It's like, huh? There's a casserole. Garfield's excited. He's never had bacon before. Except he has a few times. Trust me. This shit is shaking. You know what I mean? Like your dad. When I do the Poseidon Mudra. Earth's shaking. You know what I do to like make the clouds move? I do it with the ground sometimes a little bit. At a time. You'll like this. Garfield will. Yep. Perfect. Perfect for Garfield. We'll blow it off a little bit. It's kind of hot. Where's your bowl at? You want some kibble with it? Of course you do. Picky asshole. Yo, wing some. You don't need kibble with it, you don't think? Yeah, try it that way. It smells pretty good, huh? Try it. Bum bum buddy. Bum bum buddy. Buddy suddy. Buddy some. That's delicious. He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. That's my boy. That's my love, really. What that word means. No, almost just I am, right? Basically. God is love. No, I know what I'm talking about. You guys don't. I didn't make that up. Kind of makes sense when I'm like, okay, the spear tip, the gar. Even the shaft of an arrow, sometimes. And I'm like, well, in Spanish, the heart. That's the language that I got from the Lyrians last summer. Lyra, brightest star in the sky, other than the few of them that were dancing. Watch closely. I recorded it. I'm not stupid, okay? I'm like, okay, is Arcturus moving? I looked at it consciously. I'm like, okay, there's the power lines. There's my phone. I'm standing right here. Yes, I'm cold, but I'm not that cold. So I was recording. I'm like, that star is moving, but that's Arcturus. It's a big fucking star. That same summer, I saw a bird, a big one, like a golden eagle. I think so. Maybe it's a big hawk, but I'm pretty damn sure. After the Orphicam fly into the sun and disappear. I saw several glowing women in the woods. Clearly. Floating orbs and everything. Shapeshifters, all of it. Weirdos follow me around. Drones, I'm like, this is the fucking weirdest summer ever. Because in spring I got magic powers. I started dancing and whistling. Which I couldn't really do before. A lot of other things too. I can't explain it unless you saw me dancing, which I didn't do before. It's because a God possessed me, the Holy Spirit. And now my Kundalini is totally enlightened. Just like that. But I'm still a crazy asshole. So I'm figuring it out. Why that happened. And how I can do something about it. Like, well, it happened because my birthday is something really interesting. And I live next to Mount Shasta. And I've never been that bad. Just entitled. Mostly. I was wondering why I felt that way all the time. I'm like, I'm not that selfish, really. I just feel like I deserve to have a place to stay, even though I don't really. Like, well, my cats live here, and they're more important to me than anybody. Honestly, that's what it is. I don't care that much. I'd go live out there. I promise. Everyone knows that already. That's why them trying to get my cat from me was a big fucking deal. I'd probably kill myself. Which is a big fucking deal. Not a little thing. It's not, a cool story. Now that's conspiracy to murder, basically. Even though and even if, because that's what God promised me I could have. My cats. Doesn't matter how I kept them. He said, take care of them. Everyone else has their path. And the choices that they made to get them where they're at. And didn't make that I maybe took advantage of. Oh well. Honestly, for now. Not oh well, but can't get along, it's not my fault, really. Really? Came back, I'd shut up. Doesn't even give me a chance. Just like, I'm like, cool. I'll leave when it gets a little warmer. I'm training Garfield still. I told you. I live in the living room. Because they're your bedrooms. Someone broke into our house when you were gone. And I could basically prove it still. Even though you threw away half the fucking evidence. Good thing I got other evidence on video. Quite a bit, actually. Some crazy shit. Honestly. Sean, I suspect the name is Sean. And Barbara and Todd, I suspect, but I don't know for sure because they're convincing. They're not really her. I like the dogs. None of they do convince me at all. I think they're all evil. Maybe I'm paranoid, but I really don't think so. Because of some weird coincidences. Just a few too many coincidences. Dreams. Hearing people talk, literally. Seeing people. Even though sometimes they're convincing. See, I know some of them are real and some of them aren't. But I'm getting down to it. I'm like, Garfield, don't go down that alleyway. Like a few houses I'm not worried about, but a few of them I am. For different reasons. You see, at one point, they thought it'd be a good idea to try and get them from me. That's what I know. I just can't get out of my head somehow. I'm not that paranoid about it. I just know they're evil. For different reasons. It's bigger than that. And I kind of know it. Because I'm not lying when I told you what I perceive. At all. Not recently, at least. And nothing spiritual ever. I don't even exaggerate. Maybe certain things, but not what I experience. No, I'm tripping balls all the time. But not on purpose. It's just what my brain does now. It's crazy. But it's interesting. I think Garfield's going through the same thing right now. Because he lives with me. I make his food a certain way. But now he's a different species. Is that legal? I'm sure it is. No, I'm an Aquarius. No, it's a way certain people make food. And I kiss him on the lips. And I sleep with him next to my heart chakra. And he was already a crazy cat before. And now he's way better than he was. But I'm mad at him. Because he hit somebody in the face that I liked a lot. And now she's going to be mad at me. Sorry, kitty. No, it was a cat. And she was saying hi to him really nicely. And he patted her. But he's got to understand he's a super cat now. He can't just give her the paw like that. So he's suspended. Not really, not really. But kind of. No, he's supposed to come with me. But you're in a little bit of trouble. Did I forget his harnesses? I think I did. Damn it. Did I not? Where'd they go? I don't think I did. Where'd I put them? No, that's something I've been trying to get, but I probably left them on. That's okay. No, I have to take them. No, because you guys. No excuse not to take them. No, I wouldn't stay over there probably. No, it's too close. No, I'd be out there. I'm not Jasta. Duh. Go be homeless in Wairika. You're fucking crazy. You know, I'd be homeless in the fucking woods. Deep in the fucking woods. I could eat anything. In the summertime, I'd be fucking fine. And I'd be ripped. No, I don't even need to eat any animals. I wouldn't even. No, their territories, not many of them. No, I'd eat mushrooms and bark and acorns and flowers, tons of them. Maybe even Garfield, he's not good. No, probably not. But if worse comes to worse, he could eat me. Look at Garfield eats. For him, I just go to town and buy food. I figure it out, dude. I'm an alchemist. I can make anything edible. I'm like, leaves from outside. What do I got? This, and that. They came out just fine. What do you think, Mom? What are you doing, Garfield? Bum 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 bum. Happy Garson. Garrison. Garfield. That's what they told me. I didn't make it up. I don't make the shit up. They just tell it to me. I'm like, okay, cool. That's how some authors work. But I'm not an author. I can't write. Probably could. Take a while. Which I hate. AI can do it. Pythagorean. Well, it's like, yeah, what is it? What did they do? Some dumb shit. Of course they did. I hate the motherfuckers. Evil spirits. Motherfucking evil spirits. I hate them. Well, they're real. $174 Garfield. Go figure. Likes on the video. He's from Taran. Because his claws are sickles. And so are his teeth. They're huge. So that's why he's in so much trouble. And he hits hard. And he knows it. Dude, you got the guard paw. No, you hit me with it the other day. It fucking hurt. So you're in big trouble. But I still love you. You're not in that big of trouble because I'm training you, and we're at work, and you know it. Spiritually, no, he is. I can tell because he's experiencing the world differently. No, he just went on a trip. For a cat, it's like he went to a different universe. No, he's tripping out in his head. I know it, but he didn't need to hit her. Don't you dare do that again, unless I give you permission. Permission. Yeah, you know what I mean? If I tell you to do it, then you can strike. You strike before I tell you to do it. Unless they strike. See, if they strike first, Garfield, they're not going to hurt you. You're too fast. No, your reaction time is too good. So she wasn't going to do that. He's like, I understand. You can still face me, son. Are you embarrassed a little bit? He is. No, he's embarrassed. No, he's ashamed of himself a little bit. Not too much, though. I can see it on his face. Poor guy. You're all right. You're all right. I understand. That's your instincts. His body gets the best of him. But he's working on it. No, he was wild. He was abused. But never by me. I've always been really good to him. No, it's tough. Because he thinks he's an adult. Because he's 5. He's a cat. I'm like, to me, not really. No, to me, you're 5. But I love you dearly. is a space camp. For the spirits. You understand? My tortured people. Alright. Moving on. Too stoned. Just talking to guys. Like, oh man, who are you? That's going on. I can hear him though. No, I have a bunch of Tarans in here. Multiple personalities technically, but we're all Taran Miller. So not really, but yeah. A lot of my counsel is different Taran Millers from the past. All different ages.
In part one of this series, we looked at how the human sense of selfhood has come to develop through a series of distinct evolutionary epochs. The sense of selfhood or subjectivity is the sense of our awareness as an internal realm, which is distinct from an external world.
And because it's a spiritual experience, it's not craziness.
Distinct phases through which the various
it is, but it isn't. My through trauma, I have fragmented my personality. However,
thus far, we have taken
I've unified it in a way because I've just contacted my other selves who were traumatized. I'm like, okay, how you guys doing? And they took over. They're that powerful.
In this video, we are going to begin looking at the broader patterns at work within these transformations.
But they're totally enlightened now.
To achieve a much more
they just don't like to do shit.
Understanding of what this evolutionary process actually amounts to. But before we can do so, we need to look more closely at
because there's a million more of them in here.
Occurred during the mythical age and how this trajectory would give rise
a lot of them are Garfield.
To the fourth mode of human subjectivity.
I'm Big George.
What Gebser terms the mental structure.
I'll shut up now. I get carried away.
1949 text.
They know what they're doing. The hypnotist.
History. The German
next door.
Philosopher and psychiatrist Karl Jasper
details
a period of immense transformation which occurred between roughly the 8th to 3rd centuries BC. Jaspers would refer to this pivotal period as the Axial Age, a turning point which would give birth to virtually all of the philosophical tendencies which we recognize today, an array including rationalism, apophatic.
I just go along with it because a lot of it I know is true, kind of,
as well
in a
as
way,
radical skepticism,
even if they're symbolically, but not really.
During this time period, we see the emergence of both Confucianism and Taoism in China, philosophical traditions which were among the much larger flowering of Chinese philosophy, now known as the 100 schools of thought.
Worse,
we see the emergence of Buddhism and the creation of the Upanishads in India, and the emergence of Zoroastrianism in Persia. During the same time period, the Hellenic world would produce the works of Homer, Parmenides, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle. And in Israel, prophets such as Elijah, Jeremiah, and Isaiah would come.
No, I can dance like a motherfucker.
Religion and connection
form
between Israel and Ethiopia. Which
I can do strange things with my mind that you cannot do.
Sub-Saharan forms of Abrahamic religiosity. The common motif,
but it gets me stuck.
All of these axial movements is the development of a
because it's not just me doing it. I'm talking to them all day.
Divine is related directly to individual human persons, independently of immanent factors such as nationality.
My brother was telling me about it earlier.
Homeland.
Like, I'm not crazy. I'm going through the same thing. Basically,
spirituality was much more centered upon such immanent relationships. A person's sense of spiritual
I believe it.
Within the world and sense of self-identity were inextricably connected to the ways in which a person was interwoven with their social and ecological landscape. The primary deity.
We mostly disagree about the outcomes.
The patron god or goddess of a certain city-state. Deities like Athena, Marduk, Ishtar, and Yahweh were not yet understood as true.
You're just like, okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Nature.
Here's my
rather represented
like, cool.
the highest ideals and aspirations which constituted
eternity in hell.
beating heart of a given collective spirit.
Like, nope, I hate evil.
Connection to the divine, therefore,
Figured it out the hard way.
Necessarily a matter of collective belonging, not a matter of individual personhood. But with the axial,
Moses talking about these fucking people,
religious and philosophical traditions, which make no substantial reference to ethnic or tribal affinities. Rather, these forms of spirituality offer the possibility of a connection between individual human existence and a realm of truly transcendental universality. The pre-axial gods only became present and immanent within the bounds of the life world, within the purview of a given ethnic and cultural lineage. By contrast, when we look to the Zoroastrian Ahura Mazda, the Taoist Wuji, or the Aristotelian Prothesia, we find truly universal understandings of divinity. Within these forms of spirituality, connection to the divine is not mediated by cultural or ethnic context, but rather this connection is understood to be achieved through the moral resolve, self-discipline, or intellectual agency of the human individual. Axial spirituality was not a fully unmediated connection to divinity, to be clear. Axial religions tended to maintain some form of clerical hierarchy or tradition of spiritual masters, which would serve as the worldly messengers of the divine. Nonetheless, what we find here is a process by which the principles of both universality and individuality for the first time within human self-understanding. Within the context of the narrative we have traced out thus far, we can understand this dual process as resulting from the increasing capacity for abstraction within human thought, and the correlative increase in the acuity of human subjectivity. Our sense of individuality was becoming much more prominent, and this sense of distinct personhood would prove to be immensely consequential for the development of human civilization. As we examined previously, the mythical sense of human selfhood is polarized between a lunar, relational sense of selfhood and a stellar, individualized sense of selfhood. The lunar soul is defined through relations of kinship and nationality, and through one's sense of place within familial, social, and ecological processes. It is a mode of self-understanding which is incomprehensible except in relation to the circulatory flows of living vitality which situate us within the living world. The stellar soul, conversely, is an abstract sense of individual personhood. It is the self understood as a kind of ideal which is not identical to the actual relationships which ground it in the natural world. Odysseus, for example, maintains his sense of self-identity even as he is torn away from the social and familial relationships which situate him within his homeland of Ithaca. Throughout his voyage, Odysseus struggles to both maintain and more fully realize this sense of abstract self-identity, which is defined in terms of his ultimate values, personal virtues, and capabilities. The lunar sense of self-identity does not operate in this way. A person's self-identity as a parent or spouse, for example, cannot be abstracted from the concrete reality of one's imminent relationships. Odysseus can be a hero wherever he goes and in relation to the vast array of different figures who he encounters throughout his journey, but one cannot be a parent or spouse in general. One is a parent to one's actual children, a spouse to one's actual partner, and the child of one's actual parents. Over the course of the axial age, we see that the stellar, individualized sense of selfhood comes to flower, and in many ways, this stellar soul would come to outshine the lunar, relational self. Significantly, this process occurred in conjunction with an increasing capacity for abstractive cognition. Odysseus can perceive his lunar soul as it is reflected in his actual relationships to other people in his life or to Ithaca itself, but his stellar soul must be perceived as an abstract, conceptual experience. An abstraction.
Yeah. Well, I got sick and I got better. I'm like, well, it's around. I have the antibodies now.
What we are seeing here is a contraction
it was bad.
of the human sense of self.
Like, who else has this right now? A few people did.
Contraction will also result in a greater acuity of the human sense of alienation.
When I got better, I went around and saw a couple
the
people.
More we came to
now I'm fine.
With the
I don't get sick at all.
Aspect of our self-identity, the more we came to feel ourselves to be an eternally unrealized
who God told me to see.
We came to feel
and it was weird at the time. One of the weirder things, actually, I had to do.
The stellar soul would also generate a potential for social and familial alienation.
And the way I did it was kind of crazy.
Ended with.
because they're getting me good at that moment. Okay, I was getting over a sickness, but I couldn't give it to you anymore. But they'd already spread it around through the vaccine partially.
And by bringing that eternal stellar core into connection with forces
Did you get it?
cosmic
Some of you did.
universality, which transcended our immanent existence. Ultimately, however, the stellar soul itself would also come to join the lunar soul and magical
I got it partially.
beneath the wine dark waters of the subconscious, as the axial age would ultimately result in the development of a form of
Not the whole thing, though.
activity which would mark
Just to make
the
a point.
twilight of the mythical age.
Like, fuck it.
All right, everybody.
Like, nothing hurts me.
Time for a word from today's. No, I'm just kidding. No one actually sponsors.
Not even a fucking vaccine.
I have decided to take a.
Which do save a lot of lives, guys. No, they save a lot of lives.
This comically.
No, if you get a good vaccine for the next one, who knows?
And instead of just talking about these
Might save your life.
Purely
Honestly.
theoretical terms, I wanted to kind of tell a bit of a story here to actually illustrate some of these ideas, and I've decided that one of the most pristine articulations, which really well illustrates a lot of the things we're talking about here, is the Greek
There we go. A little better.
tragedy, the Oresteia. So the story of the Oresteia trilogy really begins with the Iliad. So in the Iliad, Agamemnon, the king of Argos, he's planning to set sail to go into the Trojan War, but there's this storm that is preventing his ships from leaving. And
Now I just coughed because I feel like tobacco cured me.
Particularly the god Artemis.
But I have this weird
is
surgery
angry
scar.
with him. So, in order to deal with this problem, he then performs human sacrifice. He sacrifices his own daughter to the gods to appease them or what have you, so that he can set sail and go and do the whole Trojan War thing. And this really here is kind of the inciting incident of.
I think I'm fine. Let's say something
the
else.
Story of the Oresteia, because it serves the purpose.
That was that one thing, huh? And the poison.
Being this kind of
maybe something bad
of a kind
at
of
one point
in a way, and this is something I think you see quite commonly.
No, it was really bad.
Greek tragedy.
Garfield got it too.
Some kind of transgression.
George got it 3.
Order
and it killed
of
him.
The civilized world that then kind of opens up the floodgates of the chthonic,
so he didn't get over it.
Madness,
we did,
which then ensues. So
some of you guys probably already had it.
There's a number of things that kind of serve this purpose. The fratricide.
That's still a concern of mine, because it seems to be slow growing.
Fleeing from fate. These all kind of facilitate that in some way or another. So, in any case, Agamemnon kills his daughter, and his wife, Clytemnestra, is understandably.
Did I get it first? No, the cats got it first.
So eventually, Agamemnon returns from the Trojan War with his.
I think the cats got it first.
The Trojan princess Cassandra. So this is the character from whom we get this notion of the Cassandra complex, right? This idea.
But I got over it pretty much.
Who is plagued by these persistent feelings of impending doom, because that's kind of Cassandra's role in the story. She's kind of a seeress. She's able to see
the rest. Who knows?
Fate which awaits herself and Agamemnon, but she kind of just has to sit around and wait for it to happen. So. The daughter of Agamemnon, by the way, is named Iphigenia, which I completely forgot while recording that first little bit right there, and I am not re-recording it, so there you go. Anyway, so Iphigenia has been sacrificed.
I don't feel sick at all anymore.
Clytemnestra is now planning to kill him, and
I take him on.
What happens here, and this is another one of these little transgressions. You usually have like a sequence of
but
these.
But can't get me sick, not anymore. Not after I beat it,
like
whatever it was.
In this kind of descent into madness, where at like each step there's another.
But it fucking killed me.
Anyway, Clytemnestra is greeting Agamemnon as he returns to Argos.
Well, now I have the antibodies.
Like
most powerful antibodies in the world.
Or tapestries, these like sacred crimson cloths laid out for him to walk upon as
because I became enlightened,
to his
Kundalini style, at the same time, pretty much.
Doesn't want to do this because this is sacrilege. This is like not okay. And something really
now I'm crazy
here at this scene in particular, because Clytemnestra kind of goads him into doing it anyway, and she does it.
Well, I had a brain disease
basically
first.
by making reference to Agamemnon's great adversary Priam. And so she basically says, like, oh, you're worried about what other people will think if you walk.
But seemingly
on
a couple other people
tapestries,
had the same one
Agamemnon, but
and didn't
would
know
your
it.
rival be worried about that? And so she just kind of does that. She just kind of basically says, hey, look,
Some other people
like,
around
you're worried about all this stuff, but, you know, your adversary Priam, you know, he's not worried about what other people think.
I
He's
just
not
had it
worried about
worse.
what the gods think.
Because it
He's
crippled me.
arrogant and boastful, and you know is able to do things like this. Why don't you allow yourself to do this? And so at this point, we can really start to unpack the overall themes here. And
I don't know
the
if those are
overall
connected. I
themes
don't
here-
think those
there's
are
really
connected.
4 of them, I believe, and we'll get to that. But I wanted to talk about this scene.
Because in that case, the
with
cats would have had it first. We would have had it first. Which makes more sense. Humans are gross. Cats are clean.
These tapestries in particular, because it really illustrates something absolutely brilliant. That
But if George got it from a
Clytemnestra
human,
is
it's possible.
able to perceive very clearly that the sense of superiority which
think I might have been sick
Agamemnon
first.
feels towards Priam, his sense of his own
But I got over it, then I got bad again.
ideal
Then I got over it again.
is in
And now it's
fact
completely gone.
in
No, I'd know it.
once you peel back
Pretty
the
much.
layers. Priam is his shadow.
But now my
in a
voice
way.
is going.
Priam is all of the things that Agamemnon believes he is not, which means that Priam represents all of the things about Agamemnon that Agamemnon
But I challenged them.
has to repress.
So if they can do that to
feels
us,
he needs
what
to
else could they
deny
be doing
about
to me?
himself. And Priam is the villain because Priam does not engage
All I know
in that kind of self-denial, and this creates
is I
a
can't
kind of
actually spread it around.
envy and resentment.
All I can do is
in
try to make you better.
Agamemnon. And
That's what I
Clytemnestra
know.
is perfectly aware of this. She plays
Why do I
him
know
like
that?
a fiddle, and it works.
Because in weird ways, I
So
already
this
have.
scene is pretty important, I believe, because the way that it illustrates this
For certain people.
codependence between the ego ideal, the stellar soul,
For the other ones,
and
not so much.
the shadow.
It's
These
actually an
are
intention thing.
interdependent with one another, because the shadow is that which cannot be integrated. It is that which is excluded when one attempts to realize the ego ideal, to manifest it is that which must be denied. And so with
How much do you brace up against me?
Simple, straightforward scene, we can see the way in which the shadow and the stellar soul are interdependent on one another, and how this interdependence then results in these themes.
Sorry,
of
guys.
envy
It's weird.
and resentment.
No, it's
and
morphogenetic.
weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'm pretty sure the future
And
is
so
now.
here we can go ahead and kind of start to unpack what the major thematic elements are, and I think we can already begin
At that
to
point,
see this duality.
Procure that
of
fast?
The solar.
What would they
and
put in your arm?
Stellar and the lunar, if you want to phrase that.
Nanotechnology, basically.
Most of you guys are probably familiar, if you're familiar with philosophy in general, you've probably heard of
What can that do?
Nietzsche's
Not much, but it can set you up
distinction, his
for something else.
duality Of the
Genes are
Apollonian
easy
and
to
the
insert.
Dionysian, which he articulates within the birth.
That's
of
what
Christ.
viruses
This is
do.
Something that is actually very fundamental to Nietzsche's thought throughout his entire career, I would say. But in any case, Heidegger, interestingly, within his readings of Heraclitus, kind of makes the argument that the real polarity here is not actually between Apollo.
See, what a lot of you guys have
and
right now
Dionysus. It's
is a
actually
bacterial
between
infection.
Apollo and Artemis, interestingly, and this makes sense because Artemis
That was not what
and
I
Apollo
had.
within Greek mythology are twins.
I didn't spread that, guys.
Apollo, you of course have this sun god. He is said to be like a shield bearer, and then the shield reflects the light of the sun.
No, I think that was
And
COVID.
Artemis is associated with the
No, dude, that was a
lyre
fucking-
and the
that was
bow.
not-
Okay. Both of those.
We have
are
better
objects that
technology than
have
we
this
think.
Kind of curvature to them, which you could associate with the curvature.
What
of
about the long
feminine
COVID
body.
thing?
You could also
COVID was
associate
pretty
it
fucking
with the
deadly.
curvature of the crescent
For a
moon.
modern
Recall
disease.
again that it is Artemis who was angry at Agamemnon, and that's why he
Think
was
about it.
able to set
In
sail.
America,
It's why
somehow,
he engaged in this practice of human
It's not too
sacrifice
bad.
with his daughter Iphigenia, and so that
compared to some places,
sacrifice that
where
as well
it was
that also
really bad.
points us towards what I would call the magical structure. It's pointing us towards this.
no, it killed
kind
some of my family members straight up.
chthonic realm, which lies beneath the
I don't care what my dad
Apollonian
said.
and the Artemisian, right? So this is something we've talked about in other videos, not in this video series, but this kind of transition which occurs from Saturn worship to Jupiter worship, which occurs in the ancient world. So you've probably heard of this notion of like the golden age of Saturn, which is pointing to this time period in which there was not yet any real division.
Mostly on my mom's
between
side.
Civilization and nature, very much in accordance with what we've been saying about the magical structure. And these Saturn cults, which we do see in the ancient world, extant up until this time period. We see them within the Carthaginians, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians in particular.
But I think in some ways, maybe the vaccine was worse.
To this Saturn worship far longer than other cultures, which moved on from Saturn worship to Jupiter worship. And within these Saturn
But who knows?
the most
I'm just concerned because I realized
is child sacrifice. They were quite literally sacrificing
just how good we are
the future
at certain
the
things
sun
in secret
to
now.
Past
If you live in
Saturn
certain places,
in order to appease the past and to
but not really
ensure the
anymore.
continuity of the past.
It's everywhere now.
Within this kind of early period of human
Do you know how easy it is to afford
civilization, presumably the Neolithic,
this technology? If you're smart,
everything was extremely tumultuous. Any kind
you can make most of it yourself.
break in continuity
You have money.
was deadly.
Maybe even a loan.
A drought of some sort. For
And you're
example.
fucking evil.
Everyone dies, and so
I could do it myself. I know I could.
To do sacrifice the future.
Instead, I'm doing something else.
And the past will not
The opposite.
devour you. But the Greeks have
Trying to cure
by and
people
large
actively.
moved on from this.
From a distance,
looking
mostly.
to this Saturnian age as a.
I'm actually
golden
kind of good
age
at
in
it
a sense,
sometimes.
but they're also seeing it as
Thanks for that neck
as
thing.
they're at least seeing Saturn worship as this very kind of.
I'm really sorry about my
savage,
cat.
Barbaric, magical, bloodthirsty realm that it's better not to descend into. And within the story of the Oresteia, we are seeing such a descent. So if you were going to represent all this diagrammatically, which we will, by the way, we're getting to that later on, then you could see the Dionysian and the Saturnian as in this kind of chthonic realm underneath the Apollonian and Artemisian, the stellar and lunar souls as kind of a polarity, and then they converge into this point beneath them, which is the magical realm. And then above Apollo and Artemis, you then have this convergence into Athena, who is going to be the representative of discursive consciousness, which we will be talking about next, the kind of discernment and prudence of the rational mind. And this is something that comes into this story later on as well. So in any case, Clytemnestra and Agamemnon here are kind of like the human representatives of these forces. Agamemnon, when he sacrifices Iphigenia, he's choosing his destiny, choosing his stellar self-ideal over his family in the most dramatic, literal way imaginable. And now Clytemnestra, plotting to murder Agamemnon, is kind of serving as the revenge of Artemis against Apollo. So then we have the actual murder of Agamemnon by Clytemnestra. And in this scene, Agamemnon is bathing. He's in a bathtub. And Clytemnestra binds him with a cloth and then stabs him to death. Okay, and this is really, really interesting because to me, symbolically, this appears to be a very clear kind of inversion of the story we see in the Enuma Elish with the murder of Tiamat by Marduk, right? So Marduk binds Tiamat, the great sea dragon, god of chaos, with a fishing net, which is representative of the celestial realm, the tapestry of the heavens, right? The order by which humanity subdues the vital primality of nature, and then murders Tiamat with a spear, which is, of course, a very phallic kind of symbol. But within the murder of Agamemnon, it's cloth, which is used.
All right, now he's like a marsupial.
Agamemnon, and as we'll
Sometimes.
see,
No, Garfield.
later
You should have
on,
seen him before.
This motif of
No,
cloth
he'd lay on
is
me and
very
stuff.
much
He was like that a little
symbolic
bit.
of the world of Artemis, the
But
world
yeah.
of the feminine, the world of the
Sometimes
lunar.
let me carry him down the street a
Agamemnon
little bit,
is
huh?
also in
When he's a
water
kid.
in the same way that Tiamat is kind of a sea serpent, right?
But he can be kind of wild.
And then she uses Clytemnestra.
He'd
She
switch
uses a knife
quickly,
to
like animals
murder
can.
Agamemnon rather than a spear.
He's getting better at it, but sometimes he's getting
And
worse.
So to me, this seems to be kind of
Because
an
he's stressed
inversion.
out.
This is kind of the
But he's getting really good at what he
revenge of
does.
the feminine against the masculine. In
Being
a
close
way.
to me.
It's an inversion of
When we hit it.
Tiamat and Marduk. So the next pivotal scene, symbolically speaking,
Go out there together.
occurs many years later when Electra, Agamemnon's daughter, is visiting his grave to perform a kind of libation ritual. And in this scene, she encounters Orestes,
Eventually.
her brother. But these two
Just
are
worry about a couple
estranged from one another. They have not.
But it turns out I know
seen
some
for a very
people.
long time. They do not immediately recognize each other, and the recognition here occurs when Orestes presents Electra with a piece of cloth, and she recognizes it as something that she wove for him during their childhood. And so this might be something that is kind of difficult for us to understand in the modern world, because we live in a world in which textiles are produced by machines. They all look the same, but in the ancient world, cloth was woven by human hands. It's perfectly reasonable to think that a person might be able to recognize a piece of cloth as the work of a particular artisan. So, of course, this further illustrates the symbolic import of cloth, and it reinforces this overall notion that this entire narrative is this kind of blood feud between the stellar soul and the lunar soul, between Apollo and Artemis. And so I'm not going to go over the entirety of the rest of the narrative. This is a long video already, and we've got a lot of ground to cover. The channel Essential Salts has a really good video covering the entire trilogy, and so you guys should check that out. But in any case, the ultimate climax, not to give away the punchline, but the ultimate climax of this narrative is going to be the intervention of Athena. Athena is going to come in, and through her juridical discernment, juridical prudence, she is going to kind of mediate between the stellar and the lunar, and give a kind of resolution to the story. And so that then is the discursive structure, that is the rationality, which is ultimately going to come into play to resolve the tensions between the stellar and the lunar. As we saw previously in the works of Julian Jaynes, we also find within this time period numerous lamentations that the voices of the gods had begun to fall silent. Within the Paleolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and early Bronze Age, consciousness had experienced its own inner voices as the voices of the ancestors, and later as the voices of the gods. We did not yet experience thought as something which was produced by the internal agency of an individual self. In fact, we don't even find the notion of thought as a concept distinct from spoken language until the late Bronze Age. We can see the beginnings of truly abstract cognition in the transition from ancestor worship to deity worship. Within truly magical consciousness and in the transitional consciousness of the Neolithic period, the inner voices are the voices of particular human beings, ancestral spirits, which are identical to specific flesh and blood human beings who actually lived. Later, these voices came to be blended together and distilled into what we could describe in Jungian terms as autonomous archetypal complexes, or to just call a spade, deities. As human thought developed a greater capacity for abstraction, the very thought forms within us came to be ever more abstract themselves, ever more universal. This notion of abstraction is immensely significant within this narrative, and this is something we should look at more closely. Consider these composite images of human faces. These are images which have been created through merging many dozens, hundreds, or thousands of photographs. In this process, commonalities come to be emphasized while divergent features come to be diminished. The end result is a kind of archetype, an abstraction which encompasses a vast range of particulars, but which is in itself a universal or conceptual entity, one which cannot be identified with any particular instances. By understanding abstraction as a kind of compositional coalescence of particulars, we can begin to understand that the emergence of deity worship from ancestor worship coincided with an increasing capacity for abstraction. We can imagine that the voices of the ancestors came to be synthesized and distilled into something akin to composite images, abstract conceptual entities within which the unique characteristics of particulars came to be dissolved into the more universal features of archetypes. Our concern was no longer exclusively upon individual persons who assumed the roles of father, warrior, or priestess, but now also with the archetypal father, archetypal warrior, and archetypal priestess. This process of noetic distillation would result in the self-generation of composite entities, which quite literally guided the development of human civilization from within. Here we need to begin looking at these developments in a much broader and more metaphysical manner in order to understand exactly why and how these distinct structures of consciousness came to emerge from one another. The human ego is a form of agency which directs and controls processes which are within its horizon of awareness. Consider the process of learning a new skill like riding a bike, for example. At first, almost every motion of the body must be consciously directed by the ego. We don't yet know exactly what to do, and so we must consciously feel our way forward, making mistakes as we go and internalizing behaviors which are actually successful. But as we progress in learning this ability, these motions come to be second nature. We don't have to consciously attend to every single twist and turn of the body or remember exactly how to ride a bike every time we attempt to do so. These processes become a part of our muscle memory as the behaviors sink beneath egoic awareness and into the subconscious processes of the body, which are able to operate autonomously without the direct intervention of the ego. The subconscious mind and the human body are composed of such solidified habits. The corporeal realm itself is one of solidified thought. As previously noted, the mythical structure of awareness is characterized by polarity, a syzygy of opposition which depends upon the underlying magical structure and its defining principles of unity, interdependence, and resonance. As the mythical structure came to develop, the magical structure beneath it came to solidify, thus becoming incorporated into the subconscious realm of habit and thus falling beneath the horizon of egoic awareness. As this occurred, the mythical self came to lose its direct connection with the magical structure. The lunar soul, which is necessarily interwoven with the magical structure, came to be subordinated to the stellar soul, thus resulting in the acuity of self-alienation, which would become the innermost engine of the axial age. Simultaneously, the very possibility of mythical polarity itself came to be destabilized by this loss of connection with magical unity. Without magical awareness, the human ego could no longer properly cognize the unity of opposites which lay at the core of the mythical structure. This union of opposition had already come to be deeply wounded by the collective birth trauma, which divided the Paleolithic and Neolithic epochs. As we saw previously in the Enuma Elish and other myths, celestial order and primal chaos were not necessarily seen as complementary equivalents, as humanity had come to perceive the primal vitality of nature as a hostile threat to its very existence. We had been primed by this collective trauma to begin perceiving chaos as the mere negation of order, darkness as the mere absence of light, and immanence as the deterioration of the transcendent. The union of human and nature, interior and exterior, had been transformed into a paradoxical antinomy of selfhood and otherness. From its very birth, the mythical structure had already contained within itself the seeds of its eventual self-destruction. Here we encounter one of the most central notions within the ever-present origin, the distinction of efficiency and deficiency. According to Gebser, an efficient structure of consciousness is one which is able to properly integrate the human self with the world it inhabits and with the structures of consciousness which underpin it. As a structure of consciousness becomes deficient, it is no longer able to achieve such integration. This results in an inner contradiction between self and world and between the distinct aspects of the human being. This inner friction results in the destabilization of human culture and the human individual. But this friction will also serve as the engine which will bring forth the subsequent structure of consciousness. Over the course of the axial age, this is exactly what we find. As the concretion of the magical structure and the collective trauma of the deluge came to transform the mythical epoch, mythical polarity itself would come to be transmuted into a new form of dimensionality. As we saw previously, the trajectory thus far has taken us from the zero-dimensional oneness of the archaic to the monopolar unity of the magical, and finally, the syzygistic dipolarity of the mythical. With the twilight of the mythical epoch, we will now see the advent of triality. This mutually balanced complementarity of the mythical epoch would be severed apart into the mutual negation of thesis and antithesis, order or chaos, truth or falsehood, being or nothingness, or absence. This negativity would then allow the human mind to begin exerting a power of active discernment in a way that had previously not been possible. By bringing propositions into relation with one another, the human mind could then derive conclusions through the process of negation. This then gives us the basic structure of classical logic. Two premises and a conclusion which together form the fundamental triad of what Gebser terms the mental structure of consciousness. Here I'm going to diverge from Gebser somewhat, as I think that the term mental here is extremely vague, and instead to this post-mythical consciousness as the discursive structure, for reasons which will be elaborated shortly. Through this newfound power of logical inference and discernment, the human ego is now able to experience a form of intellectual agency, which then facilitated the internalization of the inner voice. The complexes or spiritual entities which had previously been identified as external gods were now felt to be parts of our own selves. We came to feel that the dialogue within our own minds was actually produced by our own egos, as the ego was now able to actively engage in a process of deriving thoughts from one another and from sensory experiences through inference. We find one of the clearest and most developed examples of this within the Socratic dialogues. Within these narratives, Socrates goes about asking questions of his interlocutors in an effort to bring them to conclusions through the dialectical movements of their own thought. Questions result in answers, which then result in subsequent questions. Propositions are brought into conflict with one another, and conclusions are decisions which must be made as an interlocutor is faced with contradictory alternatives which demand a resolution. Within the Socratic dialogues, we see this process in action as Socrates' interlocutors begin to exercise a novel form of intellectual agency, simply through grappling with this methodical questioning. Thus, we can see the process by which this emerging discursive consciousness would come to internalize the inner dialogue, as the human mind came to experience this dialogue as within the ego's domain of agency. Agency is directly related to the sense of division between internality and externality, and we can make this connection clearer by use of other examples. Most human beings do not experience themselves to have any sense of voluntary control over their own hearts. We experience our hearts as inside our bodies, but we certainly do not feel our egos to be beating our own hearts through an exercise of agency. The heart and other such internal organs thus reside in a kind of liminal realm, which is not internal to the ego, but is not an otherness either. Nonetheless, human beings can in fact learn to control their own heart rates through conscious volition, and many professional athletes learn to do this through biofeedback training or similar meditative exercises.
The logos.
Through this process, one's
Monad
heart rate, previously experienced as completely outside of the ego, comes to be internalized
Psyche, the
as
logos.
partially. And we see a very similar process of internalization at work within the development of the discursive structure of subjectivity. I've designated the structure discursive, as it is within this structure that the human ego comes to experience itself as being this internal discourse. We see the exact same process at work in a more abstract manner within Pythagorean and Euclidean mathematical mysticism, in which the eternal truths of geometry, music, and numerology are revealed through an equivalent process of dialectical inference. The exclusion of contradiction is absolutely fundamental to this model of thinking. If a contradiction is allowed within a logical system of thought, then a proposition and its negation can be regarded as true within any syllogistic inference. And by extension, this would allow one to prove any statement and its negation. The entire system of triadic thinking would implode upon itself if a contradiction were allowed. As with every step in this narrative, the emergence of discursivity would result in an amplification of both individual agency and ego alienation. Within Plato's Apology, Socrates comes to be seen as a threat by the prevailing oligarchs of Athens, who, quite rightly, see Socratic philosophy as a threat to the social order of the Athenian life world. The intellectual liberation offered by Socrates was one which respected no boundaries of social hierarchy. Socrates boasted that his questioning could lead even a slave to the realization of fundamental truths. Socratic philosophy implied that the individual human intellect could discern for itself the ultimate truths of the cosmos, and this intellectual liberation would therefore obviate the need for the transcendental realm to be mediated by a clerical hierarchy. Socrates was put to trial for being a threat to the Athenian religion, and in a sense, this was indeed the case. Within the mythical and magical epochs, the divine truths of spiritual traditions were not derived or created by individual human beings at all. Although Homer and Hesiod are known for their literary renditions of epic poems, these writers were not creators in the modern sense we use to describe novelists or artists. The epic poems of ancient Greece, much like all other spiritual narratives of the mythical age, were not created by any individual authors. These stories and the cosmologies conveyed by them were created through the gradualistic processes of cultural evolution, processes which occur in a purely transpersonal rather than individualistic manner. As such, the notion that individual human intellects could discern fundamental truths through the exercise of their own voluntary agency was immensely radical and immensely the established culture forms and the social hierarchies which were codependent with them. During the 3rd century BC, the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the burning of any books produced by the hundreds. Qin Shi Huang is even said to have ordered that many scholars who he regarded as politically dangerous were to be buried alive. Within the discursive mode of awareness, the dualism of appearance and reality comes to prominence, in conjunction with the agency of discernment between truth and falsehood. Of course, even in mythical and magical awareness, we do find a conception of truth and falsehood, in the more mundane sense of honesty and dishonesty, accuracy and inaccuracy. But it is in discursive thought that we find the first intimations of the notion that the truth of reality itself is something which is somehow concealed behind the appearances which we encounter through our sensory faculties. Mythical consciousness can certainly distinguish between true and false statements, but this veracity is something which is simply either visible or concealed. Intellectual agency has very little role to perform in actively disclosing truth in contrast to mere appearance within mythical consciousness. With discursivity, however, the human ego becomes an active agent which must utilize its powers of discernment to disclose truth. Just as the duality of thesis and antithesis is actually a triadic structure which includes the synthesis of the former two, we likewise see a corresponding triality in the dualism of appearance and truth. The human ego itself becomes the third element, which must mediate between appearances and truths. In order to fully understand the significance of this duality, we need to understand how it manifested in different ways between the Western and Asiatic worlds. To understand this difference in cultural morphogenesis, we need to rewind our story somewhat and begin looking at the ways in which East and West came to diverge during the birth of the mythical epoch. Recall again that the mythical soul becomes polarized between stellar and lunar aspects in the same manner that the mythical world becomes polarized between celestial and terrestrial realms. When we begin to examine the most general distinctions between Eastern and Western cultures, what we find is a very prominent difference in prioritization of the stellar and lunar principles. During the Age of Sail, the Chinese Empire would only accept silver as payment from Spanish and Portuguese merchants. Silver is regarded as a material embodiment of the lunar principle in much the same way that gold is regarded as an embodiment of the solar. Silver is, much like the moon, highly reflective due to its own lack of coloration and texture.
We're dumb.
Silver
Animals
also
are smart.
has many very real medicinal properties, which
We
are
got big old brains.
associated
I
with
don't
the
think it
notion
makes us
of
smarter.
lunar
Just better
purity.
using our hands.
The Taijitu symbol itself connotates the phases of the moon, and even until
Better
the
at
present
speaking.
day, the Chinese utilize
And
a
just like they
lunar
pay attention to
calendar.
themselves,
Within China, as
we
well
pay
as
attention to
India
ourselves
and
and
other
each
East
other.
Asian cultures,
So we watch movies.
morality
They don't.
itself is generally understood in terms of societal duty and familial obligations. One sense of moral righteousness is understood almost exclusively in terms
They set
of
different
one's
values.
accordance with interpersonal expectations. One's morality, in other words, essentially is
Because we
one's
treat them
honor.
differently because they can't
The
speak.
Western sense of morality, in contrast, has always been significantly more idealistic and individualistic. Within texts as early as
But if
the
my
Epic of
5-year-old was running
Gilgamesh,
away,
we see a
I'd tie him up
distinctly
to-
Western emphasis upon the stellar sense of individual personhood as a
No,
source
exactly,
of
though. They
moral
think
power.
We just
The
can't
Western
understand how
sense
animals
of
think.
morality orients itself much more towards
Unless you like that.
transcendental ideals, which are seen as independent from or even in stark contrast with one's familial and social duty.
But they're like that too. They can
Within
be.
the book of
They're
Matthew,
fucking
Jesus
smart.
states, quote, "Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me
Think
is
about
not
it.
worthy of me. Anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." This might seem like a rather callous statement, but the point here is that the
I
underlying
sure as hell do.
ethos of Christianity aspires
Have been a
towards
lot lately.
transcendental ideals which can and will come into conflict with one's social and familial expectations. The order of the cosmic logos, in other words, is not necessarily equivalent to the forms of societal or natural order which we find in the manifest world. Social order is definitively not an end in and of itself within such metaphysics. Conversely, the Chinese notion of the mandate of heaven makes no such distinction. The order of social conformity simply is divine goodness, and evil is simply the social chaos which comes about through the breakdown of that order. The right to rule is thus directly contingent upon order itself as the celestial ideal. There is very little notion of an evil social order, except for one that is not able to prevent the breakdown of order into a chaotic fragmentation. Due to its lunar emphasis, there is, in a sense, much less distance between the ideal and the real within Eastern forms of mystical thought, and this directly correlates with a much more ambivalent attitude towards the stellar soul, a modality of self-identity which, as we saw previously, is a kind of individualistic self-ideal. This ambivalence towards the stellar soul is articulated very clearly within the Chinese myth of Sun Wukong. Otherwise known as the Monkey King, Sun Wukong is a monkey with golden fur and golden fiery eyes who is born out of a stone which is impregnated by the celestial energies of the sun and moon. By learning from Taoist sages, Sun Wukong comes to achieve a number of supernatural abilities, such as the ability to transform his shape and size at will, superhuman strength, and the ability to fly by riding atop of clouds.
No way, right?
Upon achieving these abilities, Sun Wukong then proceeds to rebel against the order of
Some
heaven,
trees are
leaving a
tricksters.
trail of tumultuous chaos in his wake.
They're like, you've
Eventually,
killed me a
Sun
million
Wukong is
times.
subdued by the powers of heaven and is punished by being imprisoned inside a mountain, symbolizing Saturnian order, for 500 years.
I figured part of it out.
Sun Wukong finally learns the virtues of
No, the
patience
trees.
and humility. A Upon being
They get
released
cut down.
from his bondage, Sun Wukong
They get
comes
chopped
under
up.
the tutelage of a Buddhist monk who
And they're the oldest thing in the universe.
That he finally becomes a
And they know it.
respectable, acclimated member of society who is in accordance with the heavenly order. Within this myth, stellar individuality.
And if everyone's ghosts in here,
immense potential
and you
for
chop firewood,
rebelliousness and
I fucking get it now.
which will inevitably result in chaos if it is not tempered, refined, and domesticated by the principles of
No fucking way, right?
duty, patience, and selflessness. The stellar soul, in other words, must be subordinated to the sense of interpersonal obligation.
Have you killed
which is
deer
more deeply
or cats
associated with the lunar relational
or
soul.
dogs
This lunar
or birds
disposition is also visible within Chinese ancestors.
or frogs or
Within
turtles
China's
or
Neolithic
fish?
archaeological
even.
sites, we do not find the plastic.
I'm like, you've
skull
killed me
of the
before.
Jews we find within the Neolithic Levant.
I'm
However,
understanding
we do
what's
find
going
an
on.
abundance of artifacts composed of jade. Over the course of at least 7,000 years of Chinese history, jade has performed a central
No
role
fucking
in
way, right?
facilitating communion between the living and the dead, and in protecting the dead from impure spiritual forces which might accompany
But that's
them
not
in
all
the
of it.
afterlife. Jade is considered to be a substance which contains a
So that explains part of it.
synthesis of the
I'm like,
five
okay.
elements.
You've
It is
killed
understood
me.
to achieve this through its inherent powers of
And I know it, I'm a tree.
to a greater extent.
A tree's possessing me because I let him do it.
Real embodiment of socialization.
I'm looking across the street like they fucking killed me.
theme which we see articulated in the redemption of Sun Wukong. While
I'm like, nope,
silver
they
is
cut me
certainly
down.
lunar in nature, it is
And they cut me up. They fucking hate me.
Dominance of yin. Jade, an earthen substance, is instead regarded as a perfect balance of both
Like, no,
yin
they
and
burnt me.
yang, as well as the five
Like they
alchemical
fucking
elements.
crucified me.
Unlike Western cultures, Chinese culture has
No, they
retained
fucking
these
crucified me. That's what I'm
practices of
doing.
Ancestor worship
A lot of
even
it.
unto the
Realize-
modern day. Ancestor worship emphasizes the principles of familial duty,
But it's because I've died
personal
before.
self-realization, and privileges.
So it made me really paranoid. I'm like, okay, no, you've killed me.
Far more than
Look at you.
oriented progress. In a highly
You're chopping me up. I can see you.
Cultural features both emerge from and reinforce the Eastern emphasis upon lunar rather than stellar self-identity. Conversely, within the Epic of Gilgamesh, Homer's Odyssey, and even within historical narratives such as those of Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, we find
But
an
not
emphasis
all of it,
upon the self as an
because of a few
individualistic
things.
ideal, a soul which transcends one's familial and social context. In the 14th century BC, we see this stellar emphasis manifested in the Egyptian Atenism movement, in which the pharaoh Akhenaten attempted to reform the Kemetic religion such that Aten, a deity identified with the disk of the sun, would be regarded as the highest god and center of the entire cosmos.
Some people,
Within Western cultures, the sun is simultaneously regarded as
trees
an image of the
really don't seem to
individual
like,
soul,
huh?
the highest values to be aspired towards, and the individual will which strives towards the realization of such values. Within Christian cosmologies, the sun is often understood as a manifestation of the cosmic
Like, no,
logos,
fuck
the
these
will
people.
of God which generates and sustains the created world. And Jesus of Nazareth is understood to be the ultimate incarnation of this very logos. Christ is therefore the sun in both the familial and stellar senses. This artifact, titled the Lindholm Amulet,
Because
dated
I
between
figured out the
4th and
trees
6th
possess me.
centuries AD,
That's what's going
has
on. A lot of it. I'm like, who is doing this?
Upon it, we find runes which can be approximately translated
Like,
as
you-
I, the
some of them
magician,
are
am
evil,
called the
okay?
one of the
Some
sun.
humans are.
These runes thus articulate an assertion of self-identity.
Right, but it was-
which
'cause
undoubtedly
some
was
shit
understood
happened
to be a
here.
form of
Someone broke my
magical
house. It was
invocation.
weird.
And of course, the
Right?
direct invocation of the sun itself
But other than
is
that-
extremely poignant. Many other Scandinavian
Look at people
artifacts
cut up
are
trees.
inscribed with similar proclamations of
And fish.
self-identity by their
A lot of fish,
creators.
too.
And here we can
Like,
see
you
that this
fucking killed me
Western
before.
emphasis upon the individualism of the stellar
Some
soul
rabbits,
is
some
both
deer.
widespread and
Birds, a
rooted
lot of them.
historically. Undoubtedly, there are numerous factors which
Some
might
cows
be
like, oh,
within
it's
the
fucking eating me.
divergence of collective consciousness between East and West. As we will see in more detail later on,
even
Western
some
culture
broccoli,
is
it's like,
in many
no,
ways
he's
far
gonna
more
eat me.
ambivalent towards the cosmic archetype of divine darkness or
He's gonna eat me.
primeval
The
formlessness.
broccoli is.
In the
Sorry.
East, conversely, we find this archetype embodied
Sorry,
in
I'm
much
stunned.
more affirmative
No, but straight
ways,
up.
within the
That's what it is, a lot of
undifferentiated oneness of Brahman, or the divine emptiness of Sunyata.
Like, no, you're evil.
Connecting some dots, we might take this to indicate that the cataclysmic
No, I'm an
deluge
animist.
which demarcated
Animist,
the
everything has
Paleolithic
egos.
and Neolithic
All the way
world
down.
was one which was far more traumatic for the West than the East. This may have then resulted in the Western emphasis upon the transcendental.
I'll be an atom.
and
I'll be like, you
idyllic
puny
in
fucking
contrast
demon.
to
You think
the
you're gonna
image.
eat me?
By extension, this would also become the emphasis upon the stellar self-ideal rather than the more embodied and relational nature.
Wow,
of the
being a
lunar
shaman is
world.
weird.
Another reason for this may have been geographic.
In
The people who
2025,
found themselves in the westernmost parts of Eurasia.
when some
and
people are
Africa
fucking
were
evil.
those who, for whatever reason, came to migrate westward, perhaps following herds of animals or fleeing resources.
Really evil. I'm like, man, I get it now. There's 3 worlds,
These peoples would have thus found themselves following the path. of
and
the
there's a
sun
hellfire for a
westward.
reason. And they
And
talk
many
about it
would
in the
find
Bible.
themselves upon shores which would prevent further
It's right
pursuit
fucking
as
there, the
sun
pages. I'm like,
continued
okay,
into the
well,
mysterious world
so
which
shamanism's
lay
real,
beyond
so I guess the
Atlantic.
polytheists are right.
This archetypal scene of
And the animists too,
pursuing
okay,
the sun
makes sense.
westward then became a
But the Bible's real, I know
deep-rooted
that. I'm a Christian, right?
ancestral memory which would shape
I'm a
the
Buddhist
evolution
too,
of
'cause that's
Western
real too.
collective
So the
consciousness
Quran must be
over
real
the
too.
course of countless millennia.
So that makes
Mansa
sense.
Musa, one of the most significant rulers of the
Sorry, guys, I'm
Mali
just trying to figure
Empire,
out.
recounted that one of his predecessors,
But I just backed up.
likely Mansa Muhammad ibn Q, had
And I
become
explained to this guy, just came in.
obsessively fixated upon the possibility of finding the furthest limits of the Atlantic Ocean and what lay beyond them. Mansa Muhammad equipped a fleet of ships and set out on his voyage.
Like the
never
stone
to
guy or
return,
drunk guy in a bar.
thus leaving Mansa
With a
Musa
bunch of
as
ghosts.
the de facto ruler of
We're
the
just
Mali
chatting it up.
Empire. This voyage is believed to have occurred around the year 1312, almost 2 centuries before the voyage of Christopher
And they're
Columbus.
standing around. There's a
This
god and a goddess right
fixation
there.
on following
That's
the sun
big God.
westward would later be
No, big
embodied
God.
by the
Form of
European
Yahweh.
exploratory impulse.
Not
which
really
manifested
necessarily,
during the
but it
age of
is.
sail.
No, it's like
Later
I
still,
can see it
this
in the
impulse
corner.
would become the notion
Standing where
of
it says dad.
manifest destiny within the expansionist efforts of the United States. It was
And then there's the goddess
solar
next to him.
gold which would drive
That is
the
right hand.
conquest of the New World, and which would compel the United States onto
big hole in the
shores
wall.
of California.
No, Christ stands right there. Next to
As
Hermes.
mythical awareness
The
gave
angel.
way to discursive awareness during the late Iron Age and
another big
classical
angel.
antiquity periods. The lunar and stellar
Same age as God.
predispositions of East and West would come to result in distinctly Eastern and Western forms.
And then
of
another big
discursive
God over here.
awareness. Forms of consciousness
Big old
which were
horns.
isomorphic to one another,
But he's not
yet
evil.
mirrored.
No, he's even in a way kind of older than God.
Within the Western world, the dualism of appearance and reality
But he's down
would
there.
manifest as a distinction between transcendental form and immanent formlessness. Within Platonic
No, Adam's right
metaphysics,
there, but he's
the
down there too.
being of an entity was understood to be the form
They're
which
different.
gave the entity definition and which delineated
No, Lucifer's
the entity
different
in contrast
than
to
Satan
the
in the
world
Bible.
it was situated within.
Parts of it.
Without the definition, which is
Not every part of
imbued
it,
by
not like
form,
certain books,
entities would
but other
simply
books he is.
dissolve into an
In other books there's way different
undifferentiated
things.
entropic
Check it out.
nothingness. Mere appearance.
We just don't
universally
recognize it all the
understood
time.
As the
But it's a tone.
formlessness of the entity.
It's written in
Platonic
Hebrew.
thought regarded the transcendental
In
realm
Canaanite.
of pure being as one of timeless
Greek.
perfection.
And Aramaic
Entities in
parts
the
of it.
natural world.
Do you
conversely,
speak those
were then
languages?
understood to change through time.
Do you know
as a
that certain
result of their
words were names back then
contamination by
of
formless
deities?
chaos.
And they understood
The
that.
fullest articulation of this is found within the writings of Plotinus concerning the nature of materiality. In his examinations, Plotinus arrives at the conclusion that the materiality of an entity is in fact the darkness which is embodied within it. Plotinus tells us that everything matter tells us is a lie.
Say that and talk to these people on the
everything
camera.
that it appears to be, it is not. While forms themselves allegedly
I have a lot of fucking
are
voice,
fully
sorry.
transparent to the mind, matter always withdraws from us.
So I bring people into
Conceals
it.
within itself its inner fathoms, and as such, our apprehension.
But I don't really care when I go up there.
matter
It's like,
is
whatever, sue
never
me.
fully exhaustive in the same way that our apprehension
Shaman.
of pure form is thought to be. Within matter, there is an inextricable uncertainty and indeterminacy which resists being fully illuminated and captured by our cognition. Martin Heidegger would refer to this as the concealed concealment within unconcealment. the shadow which necessarily results from whatever light we cast upon embodied entities. In modern
So I'll be
times,
looking over
physical
too.
science would encounter this
Possessed by a
exact
fish
paradox in
or a
a slightly
tree,
different
you know what I
form
mean?
within
And they're
quantum
looking back like,
indeterminacy and non-modality.
now those people fucking killed
The
me.
darkness, which is the essence of materiality, is an intractable liquid.
Oh, look
which
at you,
cannot
dog.
be nailed
Like, nope.
down by the
That guy
discursive
fucking killed me.
intellect. Plotinus concludes that this formless darkness is therefore
Oh, I got away.
pure seeming, the formless form of apparentness itself, which facilitates the descent of eternal forms into the shadowy, imperfect realm of becoming and bodily incarnation. As Western thought conceptualized the transcendental realm of
But a few of the
genuine
details I promise
reality
you.
as one of form.
Check out the surgery
This
scars.
transcendental realm was thus one in which distinctions between beings could be maintained.
Check
even
out my
if the
brain.
source of all being itself was regarded as the pure unity.
Check out my
of
eyes
the
now.
Monad. This ultimate
ears too.
monad is effectively the form
My
of
spine,
unity
big
itself.
time.
As form is that which
My lungs and my
unifies
heart.
thus defines a given
They're
entity.
different now.
The monad is
Physically.
therefore a form of formedness, or
So I don't get sick
metaform,
anymore.
as it were. The monad is, in other words, the form of unified identity, the principle of self-delineation, which we also see in the idyllic
No, you
nature
should have
of
seen
the
this mole I
soul.
ate.
The breakdown
It
of
would have
difference,
likely
therefore,
killed
was
you.
not regarded as a return to an
Quickly,
ultimate
I might add.
underlying reality, but rather a chaotic fragmentation of reality.
And I fucking
The
knew it.
descent of being into the pure nothingness of the abyss. Within certain contexts, this Western attitude of ambivalence towards
few
the
times.
formless mother would come to manifest as the
But check it
overtly
out.
moralistic
Tomcat.
disavowal of bodily
Yum.
existence in general and feminine sexuality in particular, but that will have to be a subject for later on.
No, I'm
Within
serious.
Eastern thought, conversely, it is formlessness,
Because-
which is
No, they
regarded
broke into my
as
house.
true reality, and form, which is regarded as
They tried to kill me.
appearance. The Buddhist Heart Sutra, for example, tells us that, quote,
They left evidence,
form is emptiness, and emptiness is form.
and I'm still fucking
In other
alive.
words, the qualities which differentiate entities within the manifest world are all, in fact, instances of dependent arising.
That's why I typically keep the
which
blinds
emerge
up.
from Independent, pure being of formless oneness.
But I could put them down because I was
All
dancing. I'm like,
forms
fuck,
are
I'm fucking tired of this
therefore
shit.
mere appearances, which arise as manifestations of the underlying ultimate truth that is pure, undifferentiated awareness. The discursive dualism of appearance and reality which we find in the East is the mirror image of that which we find in the West. And this divergence speaks to a deeper divergence rooted in the origins of the mythical structure and, by extension, the origins of
terrarium
civilization
effect,
as
a little
we
bit.
know it. Due to this divergence, Eastern discursivity would
I don't mind
emerge
too much. I
from
mean,
a
one day,
mythical
who knows?
ground, which was
It's a little bit of a
far
science.
more
It's a little bit of a
lunar
science
in
experiment as
composition.
well. Because I'm like,
Because of
okay,
such lunar
if I'm fucking
underpinnings,
different now,
the Eastern modality of discursive consciousness
might as well run it all the way through.
within itself the conditions for its own
So I come out the other side, or I'm dead.
neutralization.
Fuck
As
it.
we
What else
have
was I
already
doing?
begun to see, this process of consciousness evolution is one by which the human ego has come to be increasingly
My consciousness is
contracted
evolving,
and
it feels like to me.
individualized over time.
I'll
As the
just push
sense
through
of
it
individual identity becomes ever
until
more
I'm
acute,
done.
so too does the sense of individual alienation from the world. Recall again that the
You know what I
spiritual
mean?
revolutions of the axial age were themselves attempts to contend with this increasing sense of alienation. As the tension of this alienation increases, so too does its potential energy, as the need to resolve this tension comes to bring forth cultural, spiritual, and socio-political metamorphosis.
Yeah, a lot of water creatures come in here.
In other words, this increasing individualization is a source of potentially immense
You have no
philosophical,
idea
spiritual,
how
and
many
cultural
beings
transformation
can't see
and,
the
by
light, hardly
extension,
ever.
societal upheaval. But with
Day
the
and
Eastern
night, what's
world,
that?
this potential threat to social stability was largely counteracted by the nature of Eastern consciousness itself. The lunar soul is in many ways much more formless
looking for something
than the
bright
stellar soul. Recall again
in front
the
of them,
reflective nature of the lunar archetype, and that the
or above them, or, you know, around
reflectivity
them.
of the surface is due to its formlessness, its own lack of texture and coloration. The lunar soul is fundamentally
The ocean's deep.
relational. It is an image of self-identity which is defined through
It's
its
deep down there, too.
reflection of one's familial and social
Turns out.
context. This lunar emphasis, therefore, resulted in an Eastern mode
In
of
weird
discursive
fucking ways.
consciousness, which construed the dualism of appearance and reality.
It's like
in
every
such a way
mass
that
extinction, they're like,
reality was
"Hey, no, I'm still alive down there."
homogeneous oneness, that is, formlessness. Conversely, it was
Like, how the fuck does that
separation
work?
and differentiation that were understood to be
Is that
mere
real?
appearance. This duality is
Can I get
the
down there?
mirror
I'm
image,
pretty sure.
literally, of the Western duality of form as
Okay.
being and
How do I get there?
formlessness as non-being. Due to this understanding of formlessness as
I'll find it out.
ultimate reality,
No, I
the
fucking
traditions of
teleported one time.
philosophical and spiritualistic thought which
Up Mount
emerged
Shasta.
in the East during
So
the
I know I
Absolute
will.
Age were traditions which tended to be oriented specifically towards the dissolution of the discursive
Try and
ego,
train Garfield.
the alienation,
'Cause he's
and
teleported too, in
individualistic
front of me.
will of the discursive ego.
pissed me
was
off.
Understood to be no
That's why
more
I tied
than
up.
an
What was
illusion
that growl?
within the veil of Maya or Samsara. Zen koans are an excellent illustration of this dynamic. Zen koans are brief statements, questions, or aphorisms which emphasize paradox and absurdism.
They
for the
have to
purpose
walk
of
into it,
achieving
or find like a
kensho, the
pathway
perception of
somehow.
one's own innermost being.
If you
Within
can do
Zen
it,
Buddhism, this innermost being is understood to be sunyata, a term meaning emptiness.
Some people can't,
vacuity,
but a
or
lot of people can't.
voidancy.
in the right
It is
mindset,
the underlying formlessness of
and at the
one's
right time of
being,
day.
which is itself none other
Typically a
than
liminal
pure,
part of the day, but at night,
undifferentiated awareness. The
probably
empty
easier.
God.
But you'd be surprised.
The Zen
You get
koans
deep
are
enough
able
in the
to
woods.
facilitate this awakening to one's inner formlessness through bringing about the breakdown of the discursive ego.
He's like,
The
this place
koans
even
are
exists?
intended to
Nope,
result
I've been
in
here
an
20 times
eventual
already. Where'd my
realization
stick
of
go?
the paradoxical and artificial nature of discursive thought through the self-annihilation of discursive meaning. To use a somewhat facetious
Same
example,
patch.
this is
You're like,
kind
what
of
the
like
fuck
saying
am
the
I?
same word over and over again until its meaning dissolves and you are left with nothing more than a
Hey,
vocalization.
you see some tower over there, and you're like,
seems
no, this
alien
that's
and
not real, is it?
absurd.
Nope, it clearly is.
Through this breakdown of discursive meaning, one achieves a sudden awakening to the inherent emptiness
Must be old.
of thought itself.
Where did that
One
go?
dissociates
Can't find it
from
anymore.
one's inner world of dialogue, and the discursive ego dissolves, thus allowing one to see through the veil of separation and into the universal awareness which underlies the sense of individual selfhood. Looking to other forms of Eastern spirituality, we find much the same pattern reiterated in various ways. The ego is regarded as an illusion which must be overcome, and spiritual practices such as meditation, fasting, yoga, or
Some things I
ascetic
can, though.
self-isolation
So I'll
are
get back
intended
there.
to result in an eventual dissociation from the discursive ego. This enlightenment then results in an awakening to the illusory nature of the sense that one's subjective inner world is entirely separate from the outer world we inhabit. Through these spiritual practices, the acute existential alienation of the discursive ego can be sublimated and thus neutralized. By extension, the individualism of discursivity can then be subordinated to forms of social order, which, in the Eastern world, tend to achieve social
It's a theory of
cohesion
mine.
through conformity, duty, and familial self-sacrifice.
Is that if you go to the
Through
right
these
places,
dynamics of self-neutralization, the
no one can
Eastern
see you
mode
from
of
above.
discursivity would achieve
Maybe you
a
can't
kind
even see
of
the sun.
self-sustaining equilibrium, and thereby prevent itself
sky's
from
still
entering
blue.
into a period
Or it's
of
at night.
transitional crisis.
but the stars
For
are
the
different.
Western mode of discursivity,
Sometimes you've been
however,
there.
this self-neutralization or extinguishment was much less readily achieved.
been above
due
us
to
a
the
few
Western
times.
form of ontological dualism.
Not recently, but this
As
autumn it
such,
was.
the alienation and individualism of Western discursivity would remain an inextinguishable flame, which would come to fuel a sequence of
Now and out there is like, hey,
metamorphoses, transmutations,
there's
of
no
human
stars at all.
self-awareness, which would
It's not even
eventually
cloudy.
initiate the complete reworlding of the Earth.
And I knew it. I'm like,
itself
no,
in its
there's no
entirety.
stars tonight.
The story of how and why Western awareness would come to radically diverge
we're next to this
from
mystical
the
mountain,
East
I
and
believe.
transition into the subsequent.
Do I know that for sure?
perspectival
Not
structural
really,
awareness
but I was
will
pretty
be an
fucking damn
absolutely
sure.
Titanic narrative. However, before launching into that endeavor, we have a number of loose ends to tie
And then
up.
I definitely saw a
before we
UFO
do
over
this,
there.
we
Bright
need to
light in the
take
sky. I'm like,
stock
oh, there's
of
my
the
friend.
narrative which we have outlined thus far, and begin looking at the more encompassing patterns which are at work here. In part 1, we began to take note of the elemental
Just trying to figure it all out.
characteristics of the structures of awareness.
Because you guys can
Now
do
I
it
want us to
too.
return to
You
this
live next to a
notion
fucking
and begin
magic
looking
mountain.
at these correspondences in far more
And it's
detail.
super awake right now.
If one asks Google,
Look at her.
Wikipedia, or, God forbid, Reddit about the differences between the Western and Chinese
Some people are.
elemental frameworks, you will probably find an answer which reads something like this. Chinese elemental thought concerns different
No,
kinds
seriously.
of transformative
I'll be like a
processes,
potato,
while
and I'll be looking at this
Western
person like,
elemental
nope.
thought concerns
They
different
betrayed
types of substances. The first part of this statement regarding the Chinese tradition is sort of correct, and hopefully I'll get around to addressing that
Like,
topic
nope.
later on.
I came over here.
However, the second part of
They
that
pulled me up
statement
in my
regarding
sleep,
the Western
and they killed
elemental
me.
Tradition is blatantly false. Within Western metaphysics, including both Aristotelian and Neoplatonic modes of thought, there is no notion whatsoever of different types of substance.
I'll be some grapes. I'm like, nope,
Within
Taran's
modern
killed me
physical
before.
science,
I know
we
it.
do indeed find an ontology rooted in different substances. The physicalist mythos presents us with a vast array of distinct chemical compounds and atomic nuclei. We are told that different categories of material entities are different.
I look at the
because
back
they
and I'm like, I'm
emit
smoking
different
these
types
fucking
of
demons.
Physical stuff. Within Neoplatonic thought, however, there is exactly one type
Mr.
of
Debacus and
substance,
Mary
and
Jane.
that is the Quora, the
Persephone.
receptacle of pure darkness,
Sacred
or
flower.
formlessness, which is the
Kore,
condition
the
for the
maiden.
manifestation of form and
Marijuana.
appearance within the natural world. Within Aristotelian thought, this framework is complicated somewhat by a distinction between substance and materiality. Substance is understood as ousia, as the
It's like you know how to
individuality
do
of
it
an existing
in first
entity
person.
within the world, while materiality is the participation of form within
Like in the Bible.
prima materia, a notion of pure potentiality which
the only way
corresponds
to
to
do
the Platonic notion of Quora.
I'm
In
by
either
myself.
case, we find
But they're right
only
here.
one
They just like
type
they're
of
like
substance, as
listening,
differences
talking with
between
themselves.
entities
It's a
are
weird way it
understood
works
to be
in here.
differences in the forms which
And it all
give
gets in and out.
shape to the
and how much you're conscious of.
the Western elements
And how much
are
you're just
not
being a
different types of stuff, but
For everything
rather
else.
are formative.
When they come through your body
compositional
and they're
principles,
experiencing it
much
through
like
you
the
a lot of the
different
time,
compositional
you see it
motifs
clearly.
which we might find within paintings, sculptures, or musical compositions.
And that's the way it is.
Each element, as we shall see, is a distinct stratum
Until they get better
of
at it, and then they can get
organizational
out and
forces
walk
which
around.
give shape to entities within the world.
If they're good enough.
Each stratum
Otherwise,
is
I send them to
easily
hell.
multidimensional and is governed by various formative principles
Or to
which
heaven.
interact dynamically with those
If they can get up the
of other
mountain, it's a
strata.
gauntlet.
As previously mentioned, the archaic structure is
Sometimes they can,
characterized
and
by
it sucks.
elemental earth and associated with homogeneity of identity.
Because
and
they're
the
evil.
Developing darkness.
They're
of
just
the
good at what they do.
subterranean Underworld.
If you're
Earth
good,
is
though,
the somatic
they'll carry you up there.
principle.
No,
It
literally
signifies
take the spirit train.
solid
Boom,
boundaries
you're at the
which
top.
prevent individual entities from
It's a little bit of a
blending
struggle, but you know what I
together
mean.
into homogeneity. But it also signifies
you're
the
gay.
cohesion which binds together
It says in the Bible.
pluralities into wholes that do not simply crumble
Maybe you're
apart into
judgmental.
fragments.
It says,
As
well,
such, this somatic
a lot of
principle
things.
is that which maintains the oneness of self and
But that's for the high
world
priest.
within the archaic
Not you.
structure. It is the solid surface of the earth which maintains the boundary between the worlds of the living and the worlds of the dead, as well as the boundary between the archaic mother goddess and the world which is born out of her abyssal, inconceivable vastness. Not only is this somatic principle
really.
of boundedness that which synthesizes
But read what
self
Jesus
and the
said.
world within the archaic structure, but moreover,
That's
it is
mostly what I'm
also
talking
this
about.
very principle which is the common
No, read
feature
his
of
words.
physicality and subjectivity. The boundaries
Closely.
of a physical object
His words
consist
in the
of
Gospels.
extended surfaces which separate the internal
Not the ones
from
later,
the external.
but a little bit.
Similarly, the boundaries
In the
of
Gospels.
subjectivity demarcate the realms of internal experience and external objectivity. This isomorphism of the somatic and the subjective will become much more significant later on once we begin to examine perspectival consciousness. The somatic principle is found within Indic metaphysics as the notion of the anamaya kosha, the physical body which is said to be the outermost layer of the subtle sheaths which constitute the human organism. The magical structure is then characterized by elemental water. It is a world of circulating vital energies exemplified by semen and blood, rain and magma, and the oceanic world of amniotic fluid, which awakening consciousness first finds itself within. Magical awareness identifies itself as being this circulatory flux of vital energies which weave together the human body and the magical tribe. This elemental water is much more than what physicalist science identifies as a chemical substance. Within Western esoteric traditions, elemental water is identified with the notion of ether. The etheric body consists of the
people do that all the time. I know that too.
The physiological
But I'm just really, really good
constitution of the living organism.
at getting every
In much
spirit's
the same
attention.
way that physical water vitalizes corporeal matter. We could thus correlate this elemental principle with more modern notions, such as that of bioelectric fields. Within Indic metaphysics,
Because from their point of view, I'm big.
is found within the notion of the pranamaya kosha, the sheath of
Someone gets stunned like Taran, get out of the way. I can't see them anymore.
Body or anamaya kosha. Mythical consciousness.
Because all the
is
ghosts, I think.
characterized by
I think it's Big
air,
George.
by the pneuma, which mediates between
No, he
the
died.
terrestrial and celestial.
And now he's
worlds.
looking over me.
Fundamentally, elemental air is.
I'm telling you, that's the cat you're seeing.
Consists of behavioral
The dark thing.
patterns, drives, instincts, anxieties, and emotions. While the vital forces of elemental.
No, the other
water
thing's the other
emanate
cat.
from Flora and
I
fauna.
promise you, he's
It is
special.
The sentience of elemental
No,
air.
he's my
which
heart chakra.
differentiates animals from plants.
Mine collapsed when he left.
Within the Western esoteric tradition,
Check 'em out
elemental
individually.
air is identified
Same
with
thing.
the astral realm. In experiencing itself as this astral body, the mythical soul comes
Take
to
him away, you'll still
experience
see me.
itself as inhabiting a liminal domain
George.
between earth and sky,
Him too, in a way.
rather than understanding itself primarily in relation to the subterranean womb of the Earth Mother God.
But he's that powerful individually.
Within Indic metaphysics, we find this
No, he's a
sentient
genius.
principle as the
Turns out.
Manamaya Kosha.
Had him for a long
The
time.
Manamaya Kosha is illustrated through the imagery of clouds.
But he understands
that are
English
brought
perfectly.
forth
He's
and
proved
driven
it.
away by the agency
With
of
his
the wind.
Face
It
gestures.
is that which compels the motions of living bodies.
Most cats do. They're
It is
smart.
within the
They're just
mythical
assholes.
talk of sentient selfhood that we encounter the first intimations of
But Garfield
an
changed
individual
when I did.
agency, which is distinct from
I could tell.
tribalistic collective agency.
No,
Nonetheless,
physically, he
this
got
agency
bigger.
remains incomplete as the discursive
got smart.
thought which
He started
directs
talking
this
to me
sentience
in my
is still
mind,
attributed
and I
to
tested
the
it.
gods and therefore remains external
I'd
to
be like,
the
Garfield, come
human
here.
ego.
In my mind.
Discursive consciousness
And he
then
would.
is characterized by elemental fire.
During Hell Week.
The highest organizational stratum among
When I figured out we were in hell.
elements. Unlike the preceding
That's where we
elements,
are.
fire
We're in hell.
requires fuel. It depends upon the principle of sacrifice in order to maintain itself within the terrestrial world. When we do encounter natural fires, these are often the result of lightning which descends from the firmament above us. Fire is therefore
I'm like,
understood
they're
to be a
fucking
sort
evil.
of alien presence within the earth.
Send 'em to hell.
Above us.
Well, what I
We
do-
see that the celestial
Take the
fires of the
spirits in here.
stars are able to burn indefinitely, as fire is truly
And I hawk 'em out.
the celestial.
After I'm done smoking their ass.
Fire is also deeply
then I
associated
boil
with
it.
that which is distinctly human here on Earth. Physical
I throw
fire
'em in the
is
ice.
perhaps the most ancient and most fundamental form
Like
of
to
human artifice. And as we saw in the previous
Or I send them to
episode,
heaven
there
in
is
another way.
an
But if they're
intimate
evil,
relationship between the human
and they're just, you know what I mean?
capacity for
The loogie,
artifice and the human
when they get here.
capacity for egoic
puff of smoke.
self-awareness. We see this affinity between fire and thought articulated within the myth of Prometheus, as the power of fire is granted to human beings.
And if they're bad enough to where their ego sticks around like that,
forethought.
then it's horrible.
Aristotle identified elemental fire with the nous, the highest.
Because of all the
intellectual
good spirits here, they're like,
faculty
oh, they come to you?
organism. And various Gnostic sources likewise identify fire with spiritual gnosis. Although the terms
A lot of these hell
psyche and
beings
pneuma originally denoted
I've been surrounding you for a long time.
later writers
Like, okay,
of the early
cool.
Common Era would begin
Reaching out.
regarding pneuma as a synthesis of both air and fire, and Gnostic philosophers would regard
Who are you
psyche
again? Oh,
as that
shit,
which
this guy.
spiritualizes the material world through a kind of conflagration
Went a little different.
or incandescence.
They're busy.
There is much more to say here about the
But they knew what
connection
fate was
between
doing
thought
for
and
a long
fire and the various mythopoetic expressions of this affinity. Understood in an elemental sense, fire is the realm of
A few
thought.
things threw him for a
Figures
loop.
such as Heraclitus and
But I communicated with
Zoroaster
some beings
saw very
from
clearly
far away.
The fires of Noesis are truly
And they confirmed a lot of it.
cosmogonic power.
Like, okay, fine.
With what we have sketched out thus far, we can now begin to see the more encompassing themes which are at work here. The reason why each
It's an
structure
infinite
of
universe.
consciousness correlates with a distinct elemental
One
principle
ego
is because each structure represents
can't encompass
the
everything.
internalization of a certain formative principle into the human ego. The human organism is stratified by these formative elements, and with each structure of awareness, another such stratum is incorporated into the boundary which
That's all I try to say by
divides
certain
self
things.
and world.
You know what I mean?
Within archaic consciousness, the self is experienced as
When I don't always say,
identical to the
"In
flux
Jesus
of
Christ's name,
sensorial
amen,"
experiences, which are the content.
even though I mean it a lot of the time, because he's
As
here.
such, organisms do not experience subjectivity as such, but rather a more rudimentary form of awareness within which there is not yet any demarcation between subjective internality and the externality of the world. Here, the sense
So,
of
on his
selfhood
left
is
side,
not yet
when he's
a
leaning this way, he's like,
conceptual experience,
well, I'd like
and
him to do
therefore,
that more.
the sense of internal and external remains.
But on his right side, he
schematic.
says, I understand why
There is only
Taran
the
does that.
experience of that which is
And why he
internal
trusts
or
me that way.
external to the body, and the soul remains dormant. Within magical awareness, we find the first iteration of the self as a conceptual experience. The ego is born as the human organism begins to experience itself as being the dynamic, liquidous.
Trust me, he
flows of
speaks English
vitality
just fine.
which weave together the tribal, collective ego, and which interweave us with the natural world. The magical ego feels itself to be the vital body or etheric body of the tribal,
One of the most powerful
extended
ghosts
family.
of all time.
Within the
Think
mythical
about it.
structure, we conceptually experience ourselves as the sentient body.
No,
or
think about it. It's not
astral
offensive.
body, as the principle
No,
of
people are
animate
ghosts before they're born
agency,
often.
wherein
They're like,
we
all right,
find
push
the
that one
first
in there.
germinations of
See what
the
comes out.
individual human ego.
And
The
often you're still
sentient
standing right
forces
behind him.
within the human organism are absorbed
No,
into
breathe
the
them in
human
there.
ego and
You're
thus
spiritual.
come to be experienced as emerging
You're dynamic
from within
now.
us, rather than being experienced as spiritual beings. Which
So, of course,
act
God
upon
was
us
pouring in
from
there.
the outside.
Pours in a lot of us.
Within discursive awareness, the human ego incorporates into itself the discursive intellect, what the Greeks would have termed dianoia, or the passive intellect.
But other ones
Within the
do
discursive
too.
structure, we feel ourselves
It's an
to be
ecosystem.
our inner worlds of language.
That's why it just
symbols,
says,
and memory.
But no other
A
God
word
before
is
me.
the body of a concept.
It could be
and a
dangerous.
concept is the spirit of a word. And the discursive ego is precisely a self-understanding.
Some people still do.
Is identified as
And they're good
being
people,
such a
often.
linguistic body.
No, they don't burn in
With
hell
the
forever.
completion of the
They're not
discursive
evil.
Ego, there is now nothing corporeal.
A lot of evil Christians come in here. I'm like, yep, you burnt witches, huh?
The somatic, vital, sentient, and finally mental
And cats
bodies
too.
are now
Turns out,
within the
a lot of 'em.
boundary between self and world. All of
But he's
the
like burning things
bodily
alive.
organizational strata have been
Fuck is
absorbed,
wrong with you?
But as we shall see, this journey is very,
You eat live
very
octopuses?
far from being over. For now, however, I want us to begin looking at these patterns within the context of individual human development. The ontogenetic principle tells us that ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. In other words, that
No, if you
as an
kill 'em, you know what I
individual
mean?
organism
To each
undergoes
their
its own morphological development.
But you know, with the gun,
it
actually, they've been
retraces
getting in trouble
the
for that with me.
evolutionary developmental stages
No, I like when
through
people
which
burn in
its
hell.
form came to be. This phenomenon
No,
of
'cause not really,
ontogenetic
not really.
recapitulation
I don't put you
is
through
why
much in
we are
here
not
when you're in
limited
limbo.
to looking at ancient history. and
Most people are in limbo in here, and I
speculating in
fuck
order
with
to
them.
fill in the gaps. We can watch this process of ego development occur with our own eyes.
It's ego
albeit in a
development
much more
for these
accelerated
fucking
manner
ghosts.
by
'Cause I'm
examining
annoying.
the psycho-spiritual development of individuals.
And I call people out. I'm like, look, they're fucking
Within
evil.
the uterine embryonic state, we find the recapitulation.
Look what they're
of
doing. They don't even believe in God.
A mode of consciousness in which there is not yet any separation between an internal
Nope,
world
see?
of selfhood and an external.
And Garfield gets
world
going
of
back in the
other.
chair because he's fucking super
For the
smart. He wants to show
developing
the camera
embryo,
again.
The womb itself is the totality of both self and world.
Dad, I want to stay conscious you are.
7 years.
It's a test for me. See if you knocked over your tobacco marijuana.
It's
gonna get more.
of the magical structure. The sense of selfhood first emerges as the child comes to identify itself as being its own vital, physiological.
I want to show you
processes.
special for.
The nascent ego is experienced as identical to its feelings of hunger and satiation, comfort and
He's like,
discomfort.
don't fucking
warmth
eat me.
and
And if there's
coolness.
any cats that look
In
like
other
me,
words, the
I want 'em
vital
back.
layer of the ego.
You know what the
comes
Buddha
to
could do.
form. At around 7 years, we begin to see the recapitulation of the
Multiply
mythical
sometimes. I
structure.
think Jesus
The
could too.
child
I think that's
begins
how he
to
lived.
develop a capacity
Because yeah, I know what they
abstract,
did with this body.
symbolic
They didn't
thinking,
bury
and
it.
begins to identify itself with its own
I mean, they did, but why do you think it wasn't
The
in there?
ego experiences
appeared in a
itself
spiritual form.
as its
It wasn't a spiritual form, it was just a different
habits,
body.
and activities. In this process, we see the development
No,
of the
check it out.
sentient ego.
Don't get offended.
Between the ages of approximately 14 and 21,
There's part of the Gospel
child
of Mark
first comes to
that was added
identify
later.
itself as
No, when they saw he
being
wasn't there, they
its own
screamed.
internal world of thought and dialogue.
Came back later.
The child is now developing as an active agent.
Now, the story he told me
linguistic
is he was
and
stuck in the tomb for
discursive
40 fucking days.
rationality, and the ego thus incorporates
But maybe he was
into
just in
itself
hell.
what we can designate as the mental body,
And then he came
or
back.
dianoetic body. Between the ages of 21
No, they
and
fucking ate
28, we will then see the development of the perspectival
That's
ego.
what they fucking
But
do.
there is much more ground which needs to be covered here before this
People
phase
like that.
can fully come into focus.
Body and blood of
For
Christ.
now, suffice it to say that this entire process is one of inheritance, within which the evolutionary achievements of human
Hey, Hercules
history
too.
are
Hercules.
recreated within the development
It's
of
Hercules.
the individual human ego.
His name's Alcides.
This recapitulation of phylogeny is a repetition
Real
of
person.
the past, and as such is governed by the processions of the planet Saturn.
I'm sure they ate
As we
Achilles
examined
too.
Previously, Saturn is time.
A lot of these other guys
understood in a very
too.
specific
Be surprised.
sense, as the repetition, constancy, or inertia of the past. It is the principle.
It's not
of
really that weird when you
conservation,
think about it.
karmic reenactment, stability, and
From that point of view.
inheritance, the leaden solidity of that which has already been achieved,
And when you like that.
established, or concretized. The planet Saturn takes approximately 28 years to transition through the night
It's a
sky and
Dionysian
return to a
thing,
given
ultimately.
starting point
That's a good
within
word
the
for it. It's
zodiac.
Greek.
As such, the
Son
transition
of God.
between these 7-year recapitulation phases correlate with what astrologers refer to as
There's other meanings
hard
too,
aspects
like God of
this
the Mountain.
precession. These are the 90-degree, 180-degree, and 0-degree relationships between the current location of Saturn and its initial
When he's like,
placement at the
these
time
grapes
of birth. When Saturn reaches a
are my
90-degree relation with its natal placement, this correlates
this
with the
wine
completion of
is
the
my
vital
blood.
aspect of the ego.
I am
And
the
the
vine.
development of the sentient
grows.
ego will then begin.
I am the
At
trees
180 degrees,
penetrating into the
opposition,
sky.
the sentient ego will come to completion, and the discursive ego will begin to
I am
develop.
life.
7 years later, Saturn will once again arrive at the 90
I am light.
relation, and this
Apollo.
will mark the beginnings of the perspectival ego. At 0 degrees, Saturn has
That's the way they
completed
saw it.
its
That's the way it
28-year
still is.
cycle and is now in a direct conjunction with its natal
Who is
placement.
God?
This
The one
period, usually
controlling
lasting from about 27 to 30 years of
In the
age
background.
for an individual, is known as the Saturn
Above it, even.
return. This period is notorious
But within
for
it,
its
too.
tendency to be an immensely tumultuous period in a person's life. Although we have yet to examine
The guy standing on the
perspectival
sky.
ego, which will come to completion during this period, we can already infer that this period will mark the point of greatest individualization.
But guess what?
Separation
It's dark above
of
him,
the
too.
human ego, the point of greatest contraction, and by extension,
Ultimately, I mean, it's bright up
of
there for
alienation.
infinity.
This period tends to be marked
But it emanates
by a
all the way
sense of
down.
immense and often solipsistic existential dread. The intense anxiety of this
No, it's
period
layered.
is for many almost unbearable, and it is thus
Study like
unsurprising, though undoubtedly tragic, that this
Neo-Confucianism.
phase has been enshrined in popular culture as the 27 Club. An
No, it's
alarmingly
colorful.
long list of highly creative and cerebral
You've seen it
individuals
before, right?
who attempted to contend with this solid
Well, I think at the end of your trip, it turns
alienation
black.
through the use of alcohol or recreational drugs with ultimately lethal consequences. Before
Sorry,
moving on, I need
Drew,
to
when you're dreaming.
complicate this narrative somewhat. Running in parallel to this process
Now,
of
at the end of
ego individuation, we also find a correlative
Hypnos,
process of bodily
Morpheus,
individuation,
Thanatos.
one which occurs far more rapidly than the development of the ego. Within the development of bodily autonomy, we find the exact same pattern of developmental phases, but expressed in a far more accelerated way.
Forever is
By
forever.
looking at this bodily
But it's never really
individuation
forever
in detail,
either.
we can begin to reveal some very crucial pieces of the puzzle.
Because eventually
we
you're
are
just something
attempting
so
to assemble.
different than you were before.
I want us to begin by looking at the works of
Then
the
what even
Czech
was that?
American psychiatrist Stanislav Grof and the theory of perinatal matrices, which he articulates within his text, The Cosmic Game. Groff pioneered a form of psychotherapy known as
What is
holotropic
147
therapy.
trillion years?
Holotropic therapy includes
What the
various
fuck is an
forms of
eternity?
practices such as holotropic breath.
That's a number
and
I heard
use
about
of
the universe.
entheogenic substances, which allow the patient and psychiatrist
From
to
our point of
delve
view.
into the innermost reaches
From a
of
god.
the patient's subconscious.
You call Hermes.
Throughout this research, one very
No, he
central
talks
and
to you.
consistent
Pray to him.
theme which Groff observed was the resurfacing
Sometimes
of
he's
memories
an angel.
pertaining to a patient's birth
His
trauma.
name is the Angelos.
The notion of birth trauma was initially developed by the Austrian psychoanalyst
One of his other
Otto
names.
Rank in his 1924 text, The Trauma of Birth. Rank
No,
saw the
Hermeticism. It's very
subconscious
Christian.
symbolism of the womb and the trauma
In fact,
of
a lot of the early
birth
Christians
as
were
fundamental
Hermetics.
motifs which could provide
Hermes
psychoanalysis
Trismegistus,
with a window
another guy
into the depths of
venerated by a lot of
culture,
early Christians.
social structures, and religion, as well as individual psychology. Through his
Who were right about a lot of fucking
Stanislav
things.
Grof came to elaborate
Turns
this notion
out.
of birth trauma by introducing the notion of discrete perinatal matrices. Each of these matrices, according to Grof, corresponds with a distinct phase of the physiological birthing process itself, and each matrix is therefore said to be characterized by a unique archetypal and symbolic constitution. Groff observed that the subconscious minds of his patients seem to have become fixated on memories associated with a particular phase of the birth process. This fixation then manifested as a constellation of archetypal imagery, thoughts, and emotional states which would surface within holotropic states of consciousness. Groff theorized
What's what I
that
fucking do?
specific experiences within the
Try to get
birthing
someone's
process
attention on you.
itself resulted in subconscious fixations upon particular matrices.
Sometimes just tap on shit and I start hacking it.
Fantasies, or perhaps more commonly, as fantastical sources of primal paranoia. In addition to Groff's own theoretical contributions, the paranoid
Okay, Taran, not okay.
model was then further elaborated by Groff's
It's not too
colleague,
advanced.
the cultural historian
I
and
do an
philosopher
accent. It's like, huh? What the
Richard
fuck's this?
who noticed that Groff's descriptions of the four perinatal matrices very closely correlated with the archetypal complexes associated with the outer planets within astrological research: Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and
Check it out.
Pluto. As with our
That's a lot of it.
discussion of parapsychological phenomena with
A lot of
the previous
hypnosis.
video, I can only assume that some of my listeners,
But
will
not
be of the
consciously,
opinion
some
that
of it.
astrology
They're like,
amounts
whoa.
to no more than tabloid nonsense,
And they're
that it
evil
should
enough
be
to think,
taken
yep,
seriously
they
and
all
never
gotta be doing it
understand
too,
the
huh?
nature of human consciousness. Once again, however, I have other fish to fry at the moment, and so
Look,
if
who are
you
these
are one
guys,
of those
huh?
people, then I would recommend watching my video titled Celestial Spheres and the
Oh my
Collective
God.
Conscious.
Good old figure eight
Naming
effect,
two,
huh?
Although Tarnus's contribution here is immensely important, and his insights certainly laid the
Forgot about that
groundwork
shit.
for my own interpretation of perinatal matrix theory, my own interpretation has differed somewhat substantially from that of Tarnus,
Where to
namely
go,
the
Garfield?
specific correlations between the perinatal matrices and the planetary archetypes. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to explicate the original interpretation of Tarnus, contrast it with my own, and then rationalize the modifications which I've made. For now, I'm simply going to present my own interpretation, and I'll return to this topic in an epilogue episode, which will conclude this series of videos. I'm not exactly saying that Richard Tarnus is wrong, per se, but I do believe that my own rendition does cut a bit deeper, and if you
I already
want to
basically
read about
figured that
his
out.
interpretation, then links are
Let's
in
try to
the
explain it.
description.
Like, okay.
According to Groff, perinatal matrix 1 correlates with the state of
Without forgetting what I was
uterine
talking, just drifting away and be like,
which
okay.
precedes the initiation
Well, check out what my
of the
cat's
birthing process. Fixations upon this matrix tend to manifest as
No, check it out. He's a cat.
oceanic bliss or immaculate
And he's like,
Elysian
so
landscapes
George
of
knows he's
lush
God,
vegetation
and I know
or
something else.
paradisiacal
He's like,
ranges.
I know I'm other God. No, the
Within
guy with the big
holotropic
horns over there.
experiences, individuals might experience themselves
He's like,
as
look at me.
marine animals,
I'm
or
handsome.
even as
Like that guy.
identical with the oceanic or verdant
And I'm orange
environment
too.
themselves. Fundamentally, Matrix 1 is characterized by a sense of undifferentiated oneness, which we can thus correlate with the
I'm a little
archetypic
demon,
structure,
according to
the
you.
somatic
Got a
physical
tail.
development.
It's all striped like the Cheshire
Complications of the
cats.
first matrix, such as chronic stress or substance abuse on
I
the part of the
disappeared.
mother, can result in an individual
Hyper-intelligent, but I'm an
developing a
asshole.
sense of self-contamination.
I don't mean to be.
The
My body
individual
takes
may
over.
become plagued by ambiguous feelings that they themselves are somehow
There's a lot of
morally
excuses, Garfield. You're
defective,
fucking smart.
damaged, or cursed by demons or bad karma. And
But
these
he's going through a lot of
self-depreciating
changes.
delusions can make
He's 5 years old.
almost impossible for a person
And he's
later
got
in
something to
life
prove.
if this underlying complex is not confronted.
It's like my dad's this way now.
Matrix
Then I'm this way too.
To the
And it's like he connected me to his heart
an
chakra.
archetype which is associated with the dissolution.
They
of
were the same color at one
boundaries,
point.
altered states of
But then
consciousness,
his turned black.
ideals of serene oneness, fantasies, hallucinations, and
Mine's
states
still
of
orange.
ecstatic, oceanic bliss.
Mostly, but I see blue
Within
too.
the second
So do
perinatal
I.
matrix, we find the
Inspired.
initial awakening of the infant's consciousness. Rather than experiencing itself as continuous with its world, the embryonic body now begins to awaken to the otherness of the womb as the
I don't
first
need to meditate anymore.
contractions of the birthing process begin to occur. Here we
This
find
is my
the first
meditation.
experiences of primal fear and anxiety which engulf the infant's body from
No, when I
within,
meditate,
thus forming
I close
the
my
first
eyes and I
sense
go
of
black, and it's
experiential
basically just quiet.
boundary between the internal and the external. In astrological
I see
terms,
some
we
weird
can
shit.
correlate this phase with the planet.
Fractal bullshit.
Uranus is an archetype of tension
Okay,
and
cool.
releasement.
Yep, that's actually
It
pretty
is
crazy.
combustion,
Wow, going down the tunnel.
ignition, discharge,
Seen that before.
chaos, and rebellion. If Saturn is the archetype of inertia,
You know what I mean?
that is the continuity of the past, then Uranus is its polar counterpart.
Sometimes you
The
get to some cool
archetype of
places.
novelty,
But I don't need to all the time. I can just see them standing
flashes
around.
of insight or the breakdown of solidified structures,
Basically, if I use
institutions or norms.
all my eyes,
Within the second perinatal matrix, the Uranian
No,
principle
Cyclops have 3 eyes.
ingresses into the birthing process as the ignition of the infant's will to life, as something now distinct from the uterine oneness which preceded this initiation. The stable continuity of the uterine state is suddenly and even violently ruptured as the infant now finds itself to be within a world rather than experiencing itself as being a world. Within holotropic states, the
Yeah, no, my third eye's totally open. This is just wild, dude. Because I was fucking like drug addict before.
Concentration camps.
I'm trying to be
walls
sober.
Closing in upon oneself, or animals captured by cages.
And all of a sudden, I'm just
Snares,
totally enlightened, like
apocalyptic
physically. You know
catabolic
what I mean? All my
dreams
chakras just opened up, and I'm like, okay.
accompanied by the archetype of the
test.
blind, devouring mother goddess. As the infant awakens to its
Bring 'em all on.
separation
No,
from
every
the
demon, I'll
mother,
win.
the mother's
No, I'll go
body
crazy.
ceases
I'll
to
drive
be
everyone
experienced
crazy.
as an oceanic
But it
bliss,
will
but
enlighten them.
rather
Don't
as
take
an
the fast track.
unfeeling alien power of
Before the end of the fucking world.
These initial themes of contraction, suffocation, and
I'm like, I'm
implosion
planting
will
seeds.
then come to
I'm
a
planting
peak of
seeds.
intensity
They're
with
not
the
listening now. They
subsequent
think I'm
phases.
crazy.
The third perinatal matrix begins as the
But if I leave,
contractions of the womb
you'll see.
intensify, and the
And if I
infant
don't,
begins
you'll
to be
see more.
forced through the
Eventually.
constrictive, claustrophobic
Come this
conduit
summer.
of the birth canal.
Or spring.
Here, the
You'll really
Neptunian
see.
and Uranian
birthday.
themes are joined by the mother's
in, like,
own
a little over a week. My dad's too.
will to self-continuity. And the birthing process
Almost
becomes
the same
a very
birthday.
real struggle
Almost.
of life and death for
2 days
both
apart.
mother and infant. Here we find the ultimate heights of
Uh-huh.
intensity for a paradoxical amalgamation
Uh-huh.
of physical pain, emotional weight, fear,
You know what I
and
mean?
libidinal primality.
During a
The
leap
trauma
year,
which will form the nucleus
3 days
of
apart.
the human
What are the
being's
fucking odds?
psychosexual nature.
almost impossible.
Within holotropic states, the third perinatal matrix manifests as contradicting tonalities.
1970.
Visceral
Yeah, good
violence
luck.
And sexual excitation, choking and suffocation, and
Ugh.
mythical themes regarding death and rebirth. The phoenix,
No, check it
the
out.
crucifixion, the dismemberment of
Yeah.
Osiris.
228.
Finally,
No,
there
that's
is
a
fourth
good number
perinatal
actually.
Matrix.
2, 2.
The
And 8. Those are my 2 favorite
expulsion
numbers.
from the womb. Here, the infant finds itself in a world which is no longer
My dad's birthday. I
self
never thought
or
about that.
Mother.
Huh.
This is a scene characterized by the Neptunian themes of bodily fluids and the embrace of the mother. Uranus is found
191
within the
completion,
releasement of the immense
luck,
tension of the
and
birthing
0.
process and within
Infinity,
the infant's
basically.
first inhalation of breath. Saturn is found within the stabilization
But then
of
my
the
birthday,
producing heart
that
and breath rates as the extreme
was
intensity
3,
of
2,
the
1,
birthing process
9,
attempts to return
9,
to a
9.
state of physiological
Which
and
from that point of view-
psychological normalcy.
Because he has a
But
really good
most
birthday. When you think about
significantly,
that.
it is within this stage that the
Really powerful
Plutonic
one.
principle most clearly presences itself. Following the
Mine.
first inhalations, the infant's vascular system will begin to
Yeah, it's ridiculously
drastically and
powerful.
rapidly reorganize itself.
No, stupidly
Within
powerful.
the uterine state, the infant's circulatory system is
Numerologically.
essentially continuous.
So that's
with
why
that of
the
mother.
shocker thing
But
happened.
Following the infant's
Like, all right,
first
Taran, what do you got?
inhalations, the detachment of the
You ready?
umbilical
I'm like,
cord
nope,
and the
but I knew
closure
it.
of the foramen ovale,
So I guess
the
so.
infant's
No, I can
circulatory
struggle.
system
I know I can.
becomes a
I have before.
self-enclosed
Just don't want to.
system.
Train my cat.
Therein, the separation of infantile
So we can
and
do it together
maternal
now.
bodies is completed, and the boundaries of the infant's own physiological circulations come to be defined. It is within this separation that we find the fullest articulation of the Plutonic.
He's gonna act like that. I'll get out of here. You know what I mean? I've been here for a while.
Between Saturn and Uranus,
Got some money now.
we find a parallel relationship between Neptune and Pluto. Neptune is the principle of oneness, and the Plutonic
Probably won't go far, though.
principle
Probably
is
just go in the
polar
fucking mountain.
counterpart, the principle of separation.
Can't fucking work.
Such
Possessed by
separation
ghosts
from
all the time.
oneness is what comes to define the
And we don't wanna work.
boundaries of individual
No, we want to
self-identity.
go be shamans.
And this separation, therefore, gives rise to the sense of
the wintertime.
division between
Doing the god of the wintertime
internal
thing.
selfhood and external otherness. With the formation of such self-identity,
Sending
also
people to hell.
comes the primal anxieties which stem from it. The
These
will to
wintertime
maintain
spirits.
One's self-identity emerges as primal fear and anxiety, and the will to release.
Not all wintertime spirits are
the
bad. A lot of them are
animal
really
to
good.
separate
No, when the
selfhood
snow came out, I was like, oh, there's the fairies.
the libidinal
Fog, too.
impulse. The Plutonic principle is thus accompanied by the animalistic impulses of aggression, fear, hunger, and irritability.
When it's bitter cold,
The fourth
like it has been.
Plutonic matrix is the closing
I hope
of
those
newly
bad
formed
ones are here.
boundaries. In physiological terms, this
Sometimes you
closure
live
is
and knock
seen
on the
in
door.
reorganization
Like, all right,
of the
fine.
infant's circulatory system. In metaphysical terms, this closure is one in which the boundary
What do you got, demon?
delineating the infant's self-identity comes to
When they're too
enclose
prideful
within
to come into the window, I'm like,
primal
you can do that.
experiences,
It's
which
your
were
test.
undergone within
You're gonna wait
the
outside.
3 perinatal matrices.
Then you get to
Pluto
smoke
thus
tobacco
represents the outermost membrane of the magical ego,
and
which
drink some
contains
tea.
within itself
Maybe eat
all
some
of
food.
the synergies and contradictions contained within the
In this place.
dynamics of the outer
Some gods from the mountain hang out.
violence, paranoia, and
In their spiritual
disgust
form.
accompanied
They're still up
by
there physically, I
sensuality
believe.
and release,
I just haven't got there yet.
horror and bliss.
I think I have, I just don't
darkness
remember.
and fire.
That's what they do.
Claustrophobic
Often.
alienation of separated self-identity and the desperate longing for synthesis of self and other. Previously, we noted that the development of the human ego parallels
Even
the
to someone like
progressions of
me.
the planet Saturn, the ruler of continuity,
Maybe
and
especially-
inheritance, which therefore governs the recapitulation of the ego's evolutionary
But
history.
I can see them
But
here.
in parallel with
Different
this
forms of
process
them, kind of, but not really
egogenesis, we
for some
also
of them.
find the much more rapid
You'd be
process
surprised.
of physiological development. Rather than occurring in
Forget about
phases of
really big God over
approximately
here.
7 years,
The
this
heavens.
physiogenesis
The waters.
occurs in phases of approximately 9 months. Not in accordance with Saturn,
And
but
her,
rather in accordance
big
with
goddess.
the 9-month cycles of Venus. Periods of time which denote the transition of Venus between its roles as morning star
And her over here.
evening star.
And him over here.
Venus is the principle of consonance. It is the coalescence of plurality into unity through balance and harmonization.
So you have God.
By extension, Venus is the principle of beauty, but it is also the life-generative power
You have the
of
goddess.
such coalescence.
But not that
Within
goddess.
the 9-month
She's twin.
phases of
There's another
morning
goddess right here.
star and evening
And
star,
she's not married to
Venus
him.
enacts
No,
the
she's
motif
primordial.
of death and rebirth, which we also find within the gestation.
No,
and
she's like
birthing processes
Not
of
herself, but in
human
a physical
life.
form.
One of the clearest articulations of this is found
And
in
her
the Sumerian myth of
son
Inanna's
is
descent into the
love.
underworld. A narrative which
So he could
encapsulates
exist.
the phases of the planet Venus and the eternal cyclicity of death and rebirth.
No,
as
God
well
couldn't
as
exist
the
before love
catabolic
existed.
and anabolic phases of psychological development.
No, she
These 9-month
took
periods
physical
are
form
punctuated by phases of invisibility,
when time
which last
began
for about 50 days,
violently
during which time Venus is obscured within the sun
and gave birth to love.
As such, the phases of human
To bring back the waters
genesis generally encompass
put out the
periods of
fire
between 9 and
and the
11
beginning of time.
months, depending upon whether or not we are accounting for
That
these
big thing,
intermediary
the big
periods.
flare thing.
Here
Boom.
we can begin to analyze these phases as yet another fractal
When he said, "Let there be light,"
reiteration of the 4 developmental phases which we have
and gave
seen
birth to
thus
him.
far in our analysis of the
Light.
present origin and
Check it
the
out.
individuation of individual
In the
human
first chapter,
beings.
it's Elohim.
prior to conception.
And the second chapter says Yahweh Elohim.
Have a body
Because
at all.
when he said, let there be light, he gave birth to Yahweh.
Which has yet to differentiate itself from the homogeneous ocean of possibility
The
which
word
permeates reality as a whole.
Eldon.
We must correlate this phase
Time.
with the archaic structure and the somatic phase of elemental earth. Following conception, the infant's
How?
body begins to be generated, but there is not yet
with Gaia.
a clear sense of self-delineation.
And Hestia.
Vital metabolic circulation,
The fire
interweave
in the heart,
infant's body,
in
with
the
that
earth.
of the mother. Here we find the equivalent of the magical structure, the vital phase of elemental water. As previously noted, the completion of the birthing process itself terminates with the self-enclosure
Gave birth
of
to
the
Janet's transition.
circulatory system, thus bringing to completion the vital layer
And God,
of the infant's
and the goddess.
physiology. Just to clarify, what I'm
Light.
implying here is that within the
Instruction.
uterine state, the infant's body is undergoing the second phase of development, while the infant's
Pattern
ego is undergoing
and matter.
phase 1. The two developmental processions overlap and parallel one another. From 9 to 11 months following birth, the infant begins to develop its motor skills and perceptual faculties. The infant begins to explore its environments, and the boundaries of trust
Out of what?
and attachment come to solidify. Within this phase, we thus find that the infant's behavior,
Darkness,
sentient autonomy
water,
comes to form as its nervous system
earth,
comes to fruition.
fire,
A physiological parallel of the mythical
time,
sentient structure.
air,
From approximately 10 to 19 months,
Intelligence.
children begin to walk upright with confidence,
the word,
symbolizing the ingression of distinctly human faculties. The child
And light.
begins to engage in imitative play and begins to express rudimentary problem-solving capabilities. Most significantly, this phase also results in major milestones.
I can see them here.
language
And don't forget
acquisition.
about love.
Children typically say
Right
their
in the
first
middle
words at around
of
10
everything.
months old, and by 19 months, children may know well over 200
Who the Mother of
words,
Gods
which they have begun to
holds
combine
tightly.
into rudimentary sentence structures such as requests or proclamations.
No, I can see
It
it.
is
They're
within
right
this
here.
phase that we find the parallel of the discursive structure.
And there's more than one God sitting right there. More than one goddess.
The discursive organ system of our neurophysiology
I just know who's in the middle.
becomes
And they get
fully
offended
functional.
sometimes because they know how much
At
work
around
they do.
18 to 20 months
These
old,
other
the
archangels,
discursive faculty
whatever you want
of
to
the
call them.
child's body comes to fully differentiate itself as a cognitive organ, and upon this completion, the linguistic explosion begins, with the child acquiring as
But they're more than
many
just messengers.
words a day on average. So now I want us to return to the perinatal matrices and their archetypal
No, there is a messenger.
composition. By looking at the birth
The
chart
word.
with context of the elemental phases of
The logos.
development, we can infer that the perinatal matrices show us the
That's what they
crossing
say
of the
in
threshold
Jesus Christ's
between
name.
phases 2
But
and
you're supposed to
3
pray to the saints
for
and the angels.
Physiogenesis. In other words, the
And God,
transition between the physiological
And her as
equivalent
well.
of the magical structure to the physiological
The
equivalent
Theotokos,
of the mythical
the Mother of
structure.
God.
If we now narrative of historical ego development, we find
Mary,
an equivalent process of
in
birth
some
trauma
branches of
between the
Catholicism,
magical epoch
but in
and the
Orthodoxy,
mythical
it's the
epoch.
Theotokos.
The great
And Mary means more than
which
just that.
demarcated the end of Paleolithic humanity and the subsequent emergence of sedentary settlements, written language, agriculture, and social
Here too.
stratification. Now that we have begun to take account of how the planetary archetypes inform
Both
the
of them.
developmental phases, we can begin to expand the scope of this analysis. Within Jewish and Hermetic Kabbalah, the Tree of Life diagram is said to depict the archetypal aspects of the
And there's a
divine.
Gospel of Mary
The
Magdalene too.
process by which the ultimate oneness of the divine comes to emanate itself into the natural world. The Sephiroth of the Tree of Life are
It's just
the
not in there.
various rays, as
Go
it were,
figure.
which emerge through the prismatic differentiation of divine light. The process of emanation is said to follow a descending pattern known as the lightning flash. This lightning flash follows an alternating pattern between the right-hand pillar, representing
just works.
expansive, outward, and generative
I'm
forces,
baptized,
and
But I
the
can see them here. I'm just
left-hand
like, okay.
which represents
Fine.
internalizing, contractive force.
I knew that already,
At the
basically.
very bottom of the tree
No, I
of
saw
life,
it. I'm like,
the
okay,
lightning
cool.
flash terminates
But it all
in
works still.
Malkuth. The Sephirah representing the created world, and
No, they're like the 10
planetary
Sephirah,
archetype of
But they're beings.
The remaining Sephiroth are also associated with planetary archetypes, and if we follow the lightning flash
They're not archetypes.
origin, the flash moves through the
They're
planets
powerful
in an
beings.
ascending order, which accords
They take
with
many
the order of
forms.
the celestial spheres of
I'm saying, look at your animal.
cosmology.
How powerful
Here
are
I need
they?
to go on a bit of a tangent in order to clear up some potential misconceptions about the celestial sphere.
You know what I mean?
This geocentric
Look at that tree.
understanding of our solar
How powerful
system
is that
should
tree?
not be interpreted as a conjecture about the Earth's gravity moving the sun and other planets across the sky. Prior to the 17th century,
My bad.
there simply was no notion that gravity moved the heavenly bodies at all, and the transition from geocentrism to heliocentrism occurred for completely different reasons, long before Isaac Newton introduced this notion. The celestial spheres are absolutely not a scientific model which purports to depict mechanical interactions between physical bodies. To say that the heliocentric model is an improvement is to presume incorrectly that pre-modern thinkers were attempting to understand the world in the same manner as physicalistic science, but simply didn't have enough information yet to do so effectively. This is absolutely not the case. Rather, what the celestial spheres depict is a cosmology which consists of a nested hierarchy of formative, archetypal principles which converge so as to generate the terrestrial world. Understood in such a way, the Earth is indeed the center of our solar system, in the sense that the Earth is the stage upon which these archetypal principles come to converge within the cosmic drama of biological life, human consciousness, and the history of civilization. So now we can begin to bring this cosmology of celestial spheres into dialogue with the insights regarding the outer planets provided by Stanislav Grof and Richard Tarnas, or at least my modified renditions of those insights. Traditionally, the planet Saturn has been attributed to the top left Sephiroth known as Binah. If we continue to follow the attributions of Sephiroth through the sequence of the celestial spheres, we can attribute Uranus to Hakma and Neptune to Keter. Lastly, we can identify Pluto, the archetype of separation, with Da'at, which here delineates the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the unborn, while also delineating the outer bounds of our physical solar system. If we follow these spheres downward from Neptune to Pluto, we outline the basic structure of Grof's perinatal matrices, and
maybe I can let him hunt. He come back, right? In the woods.
Which delineated the Paleolithic magical epoch from the mythical epoch.
It's not like right there. But I could keep following
downward from Pluto, we
I know where he would be. It's just like Garfield, get over here.
Awareness.
That's how it goes in my dreams sometimes. It's annoying.
The polarity of
because he leads the way.
souls, which we discussed in the previous video. Surrounding the Sun and Moon, we have the planets Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury. This diagram is a depiction of the human psyche, which was developed by the Jungian analyst Robert L. Moore. Moore conceptualized the development of the in terms of the dynamic interplay of four basic archetypes.
Just had to make sure I was safe.
The ruler, the warrior, the
I got a
lover,
phone
and
now.
the magician. These four archetypes
I knew what they were trying to do.
as the four sides of a pyramid, with the apex of this pyramid representing the higher self. As the ego attempts to blend and balance the four basic archetypes, it moves upward in a continual asymptotic approach of the self-ideal.
Like, well, is that perceptive?
Let's
see how bad we can get him.
A second apex.
Like almost and almost and almost, but I knew better. I'm like, let's just see what they say.
Here
like I'm going crazy.
The higher self,
something evil going on here.
Previously termed the stellar soul.
I'm like, I think I'm just projecting. Pretty sure.
The death soul. The anima or animus, conversely, can then be identified with the lunar soul, or what Gebser terms the life soul. Moore's four archetypes, the ruler, warrior, lover, and magician, can then be identified as Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, respectively. Together, these six archetypes form an octahedral structure which depicts the basic dynamics of the mythical ego.
Check on these vines.
The mythical ego is ascending towards the stellar soul and thus attempting to realize its own self-ideal. Simultaneously, it is also descending towards the lunar soul as it attempts to integrate
Well, I have to
its
stick around the county, I
manifested
guess.
selfhood with otherness,
Look at my Eddie
relating to its own internal image of archetypal.
I was thinking about that. No, I saw the moon sit over Mount Eddie one time. Like, fuck, I gotta go climb her.
Finally, we arrive at the
I haven't got to the peak
discursive
yet.
structure of consciousness, the Sephirah Malkut, and the
I'm
planetary
in shape.
archetype of Earth. The Earth is the archetype of coalescence.
I don't got many
It can be
excuses except for I'm
understood
fucking
as
crazy.
A sort of prismatic lens, which the other archetypes
Basically, you know,
radiate out of,
medically.
or which they converge in.
But not
Here, the Earth
spiritually.
represents the power of discursive thought.
A little
The
bit according to
power
some
of
people.
Symbols to mediate between
But
the
I'm getting there.
sensorial and conceptual realms, in the same manner that the Earth mediates between overworld and underworld. Perhaps even more importantly, we can also see within the glyph of the Earth an indication of crucifixion. We can interpret this quite literally, an indication of Christ's crucifixion and the subsequent advent of Christianity, which occurred at the apex of the discursive age. But we must also begin to understand the deeper metaphysical denotations here. Within Christic symbology, crucifixion is the completion of the process of incarnation. As previously indicated, the completion of discursive awareness represents the incorporation of all four bodily principles into the human ego. The discursive ego is therefore a fully incarnated ego. It has been fully terrestrialized, in other words. Furthermore, the crucifixion also represents the initiation of yet another process of death and rebirth. As we will see, this death and rebirth
I know
is
Islam's
one in
right
which the ego will be forced
about
into
a lot of things.
confrontation with the unfathomable
And that's
abyss
weird to people.
of
I'm like,
its own
Islam's right.
internality. Later on,
Baha'is
we'll
are
be
basically
further
right.
elaborating this planetary and Kabbalistic
Even
model
more
of
so.
consciousness in several ways, and further expand on the significance and implications of the Christ event within this narrative. However, I first want us to retrace our steps yet again by using the model we have developed thus far to examine the spiritual
Zoroastrians are right.
practices of the magical and mythical.
The Gnostics are right.
structures,
Christians, the early
and
ones.
the ways in which the
The later
world's
ones too.
conception of the
If you
ego
expand it
has
enough,
evolved throughout
you can include all of them.
different phases. The story I have sketched out thus far is
Well, you know, that's still Islam. If you look at Islam that way.
It is a narrative about the birth and gradual
What's a genie?
self-realization of human
Think about it.
subjectivity.
Judaism too.
Subjectivity is more than
It
simply
often includes all of that.
awareness or
Jews
consciousness
can be open-minded
and
like
general
that.
sense of experience,
But still do it their way.
as such.
Because of their
Rather,
ethnicity.
subjectivity is a form of awareness which is characterized by a very specific and highly nuanced archetypal structure. One of the most central features of subjectivity is the dialectical antinomy of selfhood and otherness. For the magical ego, there is a distinction between self and other, but this is a sense of selfhood which is very much fluidic and collectivistic in essence. The ego of
No, I keep telling them about Christ. And they're like, well,
the identity of
if Christianity's that big,
itself and the boundaries of internal.
I guess he had to have been like really important, right? To God. Yeah.
Between the
Guys,
child
duh.
and the mother. Likewise, the magical epoch was
You
one
know
in
what I
which
mean?
there was not yet a distinctly human
Come on.
world which cleanly differentiated human
Why do you think
beings
we just?
from
Why do you think
nature
he won?
itself.
Date
Much
wise.
like the magical vital phase of an
That was a
infant's
vote by humanity.
physiological development. The magical epoch of the human
Spiritually.
ego was one in which our collective sense of selfhood remained very much intertwined.
Did we do it right?
With the
No,
great
not a lot of it.
gods.
We had to get
If we now take
advanced
into consideration this
as fast as
theoretical
possible.
background we have established throughout this video,
before the
we can
sun started getting
understand
bigger.
the features of the magical epoch as being due to the elemental essence of this phase of development, while archaic
And the earth started doing her
fundamentally
thing again.
somatic, characterized by elemental earth. The magical structure is fundamentally vital.
No, humans almost went extinct several
characterized
times.
by elemental
No, it was close.
water. In other words, the magical ego is a form of
My bad.
conceptual self-experience within which the self-concept is essentially vital or biophysiological. What this then implies is that within magical egoity, the human ego has yet to incorporate into itself the subsequent layers of our compositional makeup. The sentient and
I can crack it a little bit.
dianoetic strata
After you would
associated
let
with
them in.
elemental air and elemental fire
Technically.
remain outside of the boundaries which demarcate interior from exterior. In other words, the sentient and dianoetic forces which animate the human organism's behavioral patterns and form languages
So when you
were
freeze your ass
experienced
off,
as acting upon us from the
you let the
outside.
wintertime spirits in.
One relatively recent story which can begin to illustrate the broader implications of this can be found in the deeply tragic childhood of a Ukrainian woman named Oksana Malaya. Oksana Malaya was born in a small
Depends what you're
rural
doing.
village in southern Ukraine in 1983. Oksana was an otherwise normal, healthy child at birth, but her parents were extremely neglectful alcoholics. When she was barely 3 years old, Oksana was locked out of her home by her parents. Desperate for shelter, food, and warmth, she made her way to a kennel occupied by stray dogs. She would live there
Summertime
as
can't be
one
just
of
as bad,
these
but it's
stray
different.
dogs for the next 5 years.
No, you're hibernating.
When Oksana was finally discovered by authorities, she
Getting
would
low on-
come to
getting low on
fully
food
integrate herself into this family of stray dogs. She walked on all fours, used barks and growls to communicate with the other dogs, and survived on a diet of scraps and raw meat. Oksana was unable to speak, and virtually all aspects of her behavior, from the way she slept to her self-hygiene, were near perfect imitations of the dog's behaviors. The word imitation here needs to be used very carefully, as Oksana was not simply acting. Her barks did not sound like a human being attempting to mimic a dog. There was something far more visceral and primal within those barks, or in the way that she would shake water from herself, something which evoked a chilling sense of uncanniness. Following her discovery by state authorities, Oksana was sent to a foster home for mentally disabled children and would undergo many years of specialized therapy, through which she would eventually learn to speak and behave as a normal human and to repress her animalistic behavioral patterns, though she still says that she walks on all fours whenever she feels lonely. The story of Oksana Malaya is significant here because it illustrates the plasticity which is retained by the human sentient body or astral body before it comes to be incorporated into the human ego complex. In many ways, the process of maturation is one of concretization. Insofar as a living structure remains adolescent, it remains in a state of suspended potentiality. As these structures mature, they come to solidify as our patterns of behavior and thought.
Oh, well, that's why they yawn
assume
like that.
Stable, repetitive
They have so many muscles
structures
connected
which
to their
can
jaw.
serve as the foundations of our adult independence.
That stretches all the way down
Similarly,
their chest.
the various layers of our composition remain within such a state of plasticity and permeability
Cats are
before
cool.
being incorporated into the human ego and its expanding sense of individual agency. Within the magical stage of ego development, the sentient body, consisting of our behavioral patterns, emotional processes, and pre-verbal forms of communication, exists in such a state of permeable plasticity. For individual human beings in the modern world, this stage of development is recapitulated between birth and roughly 7 years of age. During this time, the sentient body of the developing child is not directly controlled by the child's juvenile ego, but rather it is shaped from the outside, as it passively absorbs the sentient processes which it finds itself immersed within. Under normal circumstances, the child's sentient body absorbs the basic behavioral and temperamental processes of its caregivers and siblings, thus laying the groundwork for socialization and for the ego to eventually take conscious control of these processes. Within extremely unusual cases, however, such as that of Oksana Malaya, the sentient body instead comes to absorb whatever patterns of life activity allow the child to survive. Significantly, such unusual occurrences can
Fucking Venus.
provide us with a
Should have
window
done that one.
into the deeply shamanic nature of the magical epoch. The term shamanism originated.
I hate this voice of this guy over here. No, he does that all the time.
Spiritual traditions of Siberia. Over time, the term came to be adopted in a more general sense within the field of anthropology, to refer to a wide range of spiritual traditions.
No, not that guy. Not the guy you're thinking of.
And tribalistic
No, a different one.
There is no generally agreed upon technical definition of the term shamanism within academic literature, but here I will be using the term in a very
there's a guy over here.
To refer to spiritual traditions.
Maybe not right over here, but over here somewhere.
Sentient body could be influenced.
The really not like that. A really bad one.
Spirits or
can barely talk at all anymore.
In the previous video, I warned against a simple equivocation of modern tribal cultures with the nature of humanity during the magical epoch.
No, he's older.
Modern
Older
tribal
than that.
cultures typically utilize intense initiation rituals intended to induce liminal states within individuals as they come of age. These rituals are intended to break down the developing ego of the initiate, inducing a state of liminal plasticity such that the ego can then be regenerated and thus grafted, as it were, into the collective ego of the tribe. I argued previously that such initiation rituals would have probably been unnecessary for human cultures which existed within the magical epoch itself, as the magical ego itself is collectivistic by default. These initiation practices, therefore, can be understood as a method by which magical culture forms have adapted to the development of the mythical ego, which has occurred since the end of the Paleolithic era. Similarly, we should not necessarily interpret modern shamanic practices as representing a perfect, unaltered continuity of the spiritual practices which would have prevailed during the magical epoch itself. Similar to initiation rituals, we also find that extant forms of shamanism utilize extreme liminality-inducing rituals, which are likewise intended to break down the membrane which encloses the sentient body within the human ego. Looking to such extant practices, however, we can begin to bring into focus what a purely magical form of spirituality might have looked like. Within Siberian shamanism, an individual is called to become a shaman by being afflicted by certain forms of illness, madness, chronic nightmares, or being struck by lightning. Once it becomes apparent that an individual has been chosen by the spirits, they are taken into the wilderness, often in sub-zero temperatures, wherein they fast for several days. In some traditions, the initiate is buried alive in snow or dirt and left to survive on nothing more than sheer willpower. Initiates undergo excruciating ordeals, such as being required to walk barefoot upon the frozen earth for hours on end, or being beaten with branches repeatedly. These horrific experiences are intended to break down the individual's sense of identity and the rational intellect, thereby inducing states of trance, within which spiritual entities might begin to enter into the initiate's body and mind. Within the world of spirit, the initiate experiences himself being dismembered and eaten alive by animals. The initiate will then encounter ancestral spirits who will replace his bones with iron or gemstones, and will serve as both testers and guides for the initiate as he learns to traverse the worlds of spirit. The initiate's physical body may or may not survive this ordeal, but regardless as to whether it does or does not, the initiate himself necessarily dies and is reborn. If his body does indeed return from this initiation alive, then the reborn shaman will then be capable of channeling and communicating with the entities which inhabit the spirit world. An example of this might be that a hunter has gone missing, and the shaman is called upon to help locate the missing person. The shaman will inhale the smoke of sacred herbs and begin a repetitive ritual of drumming and chanting, through which the shaman will enter into a state of trance. Within this trance state, the shaman will encounter animal spirits, which will guide the shaman to the location of the missing individual within the spirit world. The shaman might also enter into trance states in order to communicate with elemental beings, which are identified as the natural processes of rain, wind, snow, thunderstorms, and seasonal changes. The shaman might commune with spirits of snow and wind, which will inform him that the coming winter will be particularly harsh. And the shaman will then offer sacrifices to spirits of fire, which will help to ensure the survival of the tribe. John Gebser tells us that the world of magical consciousness is one which consists entirely of meaningful coincidences, or to use Jungian terms, synchronicities. There simply are no mere accidents for magical awareness, as all events, all decisions, and all details are laden with a kind of inextricable semiotic density. Most of us are most familiar with a perspectival understanding of the world. Perspectival awareness, which we will examine later, will come to understand the reality of an entity as synonymous with the extended surfaces which delineate it as a discrete physical object. Conversely, magical consciousness instead understands the reality of an entity to be identical to its participation in meaning. Things are only real, in other words, insofar as they are participants in the ever-present tapestry of semiosis, which is the world itself. The magical ego is fundamentally vital in essence, but the magical world is fundamentally noetic in essence. It is memory, valuation, and semiosis. All events are coincidences in the sense that all things are animated from within and without by the meaning which is inherent to their very existence. This meaning is not necessarily orchestrated by the gods, let alone projected onto the world by human minds, but rather this meaning is simply present within the immanence of reality. If the archaic structure is the deep, dreamless sleep of
That's what we'll do, Garfield.
stone, then the magical structure is the
No, let's go in the
eternal
woods.
wandering through the eternal
I'll carry you out there
dream.
quite a ways.
Despite how far removed we might feel ourselves to be from this mode of experience, it is indisputably
Hopefully get a little
the
bit of
case
help.
that within
Like a
our
backpack.
depths, a part of us
Have a couple of
is
friends.
still
A little warmer clothes,
wandering
but
within
doesn't
that
really matter.
very dream. For
Some
the
blankets.
magical understanding of the world, it is a
Something to carry
meaning
with.
which interweaves reality
food,
into a
something
coherent tapestry. And this meaning needn't be created, commanded, or justified by gods of a world beyond us. The violet haze of dusk speaks of dreams and distant memories, but this event is not the enactment of a transcendental will. The violet haze of dusk simply is
Well, we
the
too.
utterance of this
It doesn't
meaning,
really matter
and
that
to perceive that violet haze and to
Maybe something small.
understand that utterance are one and the same.
No, I'll find
Magical
something.
awareness is fundamentally pictorial in essence. The spirits of animals are not understood to be archetypal representations of abstract concepts such as war, love, beauty, or justice. The spirit of the wolf simply is the wolf, something which is directly
He thinks they're a big deal, though.
in specific
Coyotes.
beings. The spirit
Dogs.
of rain simply is the rain,
Go out there far
something
enough.
which human beings directly encounter with their immediate sensory faculties. Following the end of the Paleolithic
With a cat,
age
maybe.
and the birth of Neolithic
One on a
animal
leash.
husbandry and agriculture, however, this pictorial mode of
See, that's
consciousness would
stupid.
begin to give way to more abstract ways of experiencing and understanding the world. Here again, I want us to
But I'll
go
fucking
to
kill 'em.
Sumerian Enuma Elish, as this
They
mythos
should know it.
provides us with one of the earliest recorded instances
How many of
of
them at a time?
mythical
We'll see.
thinking.
Maybe let's convert
Within
them.
this mythos, we find
Find out how hard that would be.
Tiamat to be representative
Maybe kind of
of
hard with some of
cosmic
them.
principles which are perceived as sentient agencies.
How smart are
Actors who represent the turnings of the various wheels of archetypal potency, which together form the cosmic mandala of the mythical universe. If the magical universe consists of pure noesis, then the mythical universe consists of pure sentience. More specifically, it consists of the sentient agencies of universal beings. The deity Abzu within the Sumerian Enuma Elish is not the rain itself, but rather the agency of the cosmic principle which is perceived within rain, fresh water, semen, masculinity, rulership, and technology such as spears and fishing nets. Tiamat is not simply the ocean, but is the principle of formless potentiality, which is found within salt water, blood, the feminine womb, dragons.
So that'd be my
darkness.
concern.
As the magical structure
What would we do with
began
Garfield
to
at that point?
concretize
Let him
beneath
go.
the developing mythical ego, mythical awareness. would
But if you
begin
let him
to
go,
lose
would they
its
chase him?
capacity to
He'd go up a
perceive
tree,
the world
right up a
as
tree.
an oasis itself. The power of semiosis came to be attributed to the gods,
Right, Garfield?
and as such, the world was no longer
Run up a
seen
tree.
as a tapestry of meaning in and of itself.
Or I'd put him up a
Meaning
tree.
was now seen to be
But he should be smart
bestowed
enough.
from elsewhere, from a celestial realm above us or abyssal
Are you?
realm below us, and the natural world was instead seen as the activity of the divine.
You go up a tree
This is
they
not
can't
to
get
say
you.
that the mythical
Go up the
ego
right
was
tree, you can stay up there
unable
for a long
to
time.
perceive meaning.
until I
This
kill them all.
meaning is now seen to be derivative from a supernatural domain, whereas magical awareness might perceive the flooding of a river to be an action of the river itself as an animate, thinking being. Mythical awareness
If it comes to that, probably won't.
The activity of a god of fresh
Well, the
water.
cat, it's different.
In other words, the flooding of the river is seen to
Challenge.
be the activity of an abstract generality,
See how much God is with you.
Identical to any particular concrete entity in
How
the
much was it
world,
worth?
such as a specific river. With the advent of discursive awareness, we see another phase in this gradual de-animation of nature. While mythical thought is characterized by polarity, discursive thought is characterized by duality, the mutual negation of
All of it.
contradiction, which we find in Pythagorean deductions, Socratic dialogue, Euclidean geometry, and even the paradoxes of Zen koans, which are intended to break down the discursive ego through toying with its own inability to contend with contradiction. Sentience is motion, and motion requires the tension of opposition. Hellenic philosophers argued that perfect things do not change, and that change is the result of imperfection. Change itself is thus seen as an inner instability or self-contradiction, while the transcendental realm is instead seen to consist of perfect, unchanging crystals of
I guess where the dogs typically hang out.
Hellenistic
Close to the farm.
come to see the apex of transcendental reality as the monad, a perfect eternal being of pure
Not always.
unity of self
And water.
identity. The monad is the form of unity
Water.
itself. Given that the form of any entity is the
That's a
type
big
of
deal,
unity
but it's
which
winter.
participates within, we can thus
So that's better.
understand the monad as the
Kind of.
form of formedness, or rather the form of non-contradiction.
Maybe I'm
Nature
fucking
of the
crazy.
world, therefore, is seen to
Which I am.
derive from what Plato describes
I can
as
eat anything.
the
I've proven it.
or receptacle, while the monad represents the ultimate meta form of.
No, I've still got some good food
being,
recently.
The kora instead represents the essence.
But I've eaten leaves
non-being
and grass
formlessness.
and mold.
Change we see in the world, therefore, is seen to derive from the interaction between the monad and the kora.
Like, okay, I can eat
which
taco
are
things.
Themselves unchanging.
Just testing anything.
Eternal. As such, discursive
Like,
awareness
okay.
within the Hellenic
Yep,
world
still alive.
no longer
Still alive and
saw
still
the
alive.
flux of the world as imminent
Cool.
sentience. Rather, the
Garfield,
Hellenic
good to go?
consciousness saw static form.
No, he's not.
Static formlessness, which interacts
Don't matter.
with us to produce the illusion of motion.
I have to
The
be.
world was no longer seen as the sentience
I can be.
of the gods, as the gods were now coming to be
Craft
seen
you when I
as
need to.
immobile,
I had some harnesses where they
static
maybe left them in the van.
forms
I might have.
complex living personalities.
Let's go get those, but you're in trouble.
Platonic philosophers were extremely critical of traditional Greek religiosity. They saw the traditional gods as fickle, petty, vindictive, horny assholes, which starkly contrasted with the pristine, immaculate perfection of the Platonic and Aristotelian forms. Conversely, the proponents of truly mythical religiosity saw Platonism as a sterile, egotistical, and deeply threatening to the stability of social order. Discursive awareness came to strip away sentience from its phenomenological.
So that's what you want to do. Have fun, dude. No, I don't want to. I don't want to play this game anymore with my dad. Tired of it.
The mythical gods are not.
No, he left for a while. He's back.
They are living
He's hanging out in the car.
beings
Now he's
with
trying to come back in the house and he just whatever.
flaws in the exact
Like, all right,
same
fine.
way that human beings do. The
Have my
goals
cat.
of
I don't know
the
what I'm gonna
gods
do.
within
Cool.
mythical consciousness are not transcendental ideas,
Oh, well.
but rather states of the natural world itself. So, for example, if a volcano erupts and destroys a city, mythical consciousness would perceive the destruction of the city as the goal of a divine will. The shaking of the earth, the eruption, the flowing of magma, and the engulfment of buildings
Nope.
are seen
Nope,
to
not on
be
drugs.
sentient
A little bit of weed.
activities of
Back
the
up.
divine.
It's what I do.
Conversely, discursive awareness would perceive this in a very different manner.
It's what I
Discursive
do.
ego would instead perceive the eruption
It is
as
what
a
I do now.
tension or disequilibrium.
I hate that shit.
The events would be
I hate
seen
it.
as a motion towards an
Another reason I have to go.
ideal, a state of
I can't talk to you
equilibrium
anymore.
within which tensions or contradictions have been resolved into an unchanging, perfected stasis. The world never actually achieves such perfection due to its inherent darkness, chaos, and flux, and the ideal remain within the transcendental realm of eternality and necessity. Sentience is motion, which is compelled by goals. Animal bodies are set in motion by goals which they then strive to realize. And the goal itself is a kind of unmoved mover. It is a static telos which stirs the world into motion. Vitality, conversely, is formlessness, which facilitates the manifestation.
You want to punch that cat in the face, Garfield?
Water lacks its own shape and definition, and
Was your
this
punishment?
formlessness allows water to serve as a kind of universal medium or receptacle. The formlessness of water allows it to serve as blood.
What dog
or
you think
the
you're gonna eat my cat?
Fluids of plants, transmitting nutrients.
So that's what I'm worried about.
oxygen,
My
carbon
concern.
dioxide, or immune cells, or to transmit
Assholes with their
hereditary
dogs.
forms as semen or blood. We see this concept illustrated very clearly within the art of cymatics. A cymoscope is a device which consists of a plate which is covered in a thin coating of fluid such as liquid or sand. A certain vibrational frequency is then fed to the plate, and these reverberations
And guns,
manifest
kind
in
of.
very lifelike patterns.
But I seem to
upon
not
the
get
surface
shot
of
ever.
The cymoscope. The liquid and vibrations of the cymoscope are both lacking in physiological form in
Garfield,
themselves, but it is due to this very lack of form that these vital elements are able to facilitate the
Except when he's really young.
realization of living morphology. In much the same way, discursive awareness comes to perceive the natural world to be such a liquid formlessness, as the dark oneness of the Kora, the prima materia, or Brahman, specifically due to the way that
Lucky that way.
abstracts the gods so as to transform them into static ideals. Discursive awareness removes sentience from immanent nature, leaving only the vital and the somatic, fluidity and physicality. We can now see that throughout the course of human ego evolution, the gulf between transcendence and immanence has continually widened, as successive layers of the world's ontological composition are stripped away from the immanent domain and instead attributed to a divine,
No, they don't. They don't know me.
transcendental domain. Each step of this process has resulted from increases in the human capacity for abstraction, while magical, animistic awareness sees thought within all of the particular entities which make up the world. Mythical consciousness comes to attribute such thought to transcendental, universal deities. Discursive awareness then abstracts the particular events of the world into conceptual ideals
Just like
of
that.
stability, balance.
You're really
unity,
spiritual. You're just like,
or
okay,
oneness.
well.
The world is no longer seen to consist
All right,
of
mission
the
done.
telons of divine agency, as these telons are now seen to actually
Just need
be
the push.
the gods themselves. As we will see in the next episode of this series, the perspectival ego will come to complete this process, as even vitality itself is stripped away from nature, leaving only the somatic realm of physical extended surfaces. What we can see here is therefore a dual process consisting of an anabolic
That car had bigger
ascension
wheels.
mirrored by a catabolic descension.
Fucking
As the
it.
self-conception of the human ego
What can I do
has
about that one?
ascended through the elemental strata, the human world conception has undergone a correlative
Garfield
descent.
likes that idea.
Now I want us to begin looking at these transformations through a more psychodynamic lens. As noted previously, the process of maturation is in many ways a process of concretization. The plasticity of youth is a receptivity which allows for the incorporation of new skills, behavioral patterns, and knowledge.
I was thinking about
As an organism ages, however, habits come to
Making
form
them bigger.
and solidify, thus forming the stable foundation which is needed for
And
the
making a cherry
independence
out of
of the organism. We see a very clear example of this in the process of
the way it's not
becoming a
safe
parent.
though.
An adolescent or young adult
But
is able
almost.
to maintain
Not
their own youthful plasticity in many ways. If you are only responsible for your own self, then you can afford to be spontaneous and reckless. You can afford to be undecided about
Eventually,
what values
I'll get over
actually
it.
matter.
It's Garfield.
You can afford to experiment
I
with your own
fucking can't.
identity and career path.
Never
Once a
fucking
person
dies.
becomes a parent, however, these luxuries become much more costly. A parent must understand that they are no longer the main character, as it were, because a child
we're out there,
needs a stable foundation.
he's hungry.
Which can serve
I've
to
had dreams about
compensate
this
for the
long
child's
once.
own youthful plasticity
Chasing down
and
Garfield.
the vulnerability which that entails. The parent, in other words, must densify.
Looking for
Positive
Big
habits
George.
need to be established and reinforced so as to become stable norms. Wistful fantasies need to become concrete, actionable values, and these values need to then become invariant compulsions rather than hypothetical ideals. The parent's own life journey must be transmuted into a much slower, more methodical, and repetitive cycle, so that the child can assume the role of the adventurer. The teleological
One
current
time.
which previously animated the young adult is now passed on to the child. The parent diverges from that journey and densifies, so as to become a supporting character rather than a protagonist, at least temporarily. Within the development of the human ego, I believe that we find this exact same process of identification. As the human ego ascends from the magical realm to the mythical, a sort of binary fission seems to occur. The magical ego splits apart, with one half of this divergence ascending upward to become the mythical ego, while the remainder of what was previously the magical ego comes to densify into a subconscious organ. Namely, it becomes the Freudian
Know about him for a long
id.
time, a really long
The
time.
transition from
I was
magical
trying to
awareness
at least
to
train him,
mythical awareness is an intense
just in
birth
case.
trauma, within which the basic elements of the psychosexual
And then I'll let him go up
development
there
come to
a little bit.
emerge. The mythical ego emerges as the result of this trauma, and the consequences of this trauma then densify so as to become the innermost engine of the id's primordial instincts. As the discursive ego emerges by fissioning apart from the mythical ego will likewise come to densify into a subconscious organ, or rather a polarity of two distinct organs. The lunar soul will become the anima or animus, the archetypal
Dude, he crushes them mentally all the time.
The anima or animus tends to manifest as an idealized form of the mother or
Dogs.
father, an image which comes to
No, they like
define
him.
the self in relation to others. As the ego continues to develop, this complex of memories and
Or they're
images
scared of
will become the living, dynamic motif which will define the ego's interpersonal character.
Imagine both of
The
us
stellar soul, conversely, will become what is termed the
working
ego
together.
ideal within psychodynamics.
Me throwing him at you as a weapon.
Just as the lunar soul becomes an internal archetype of
And killing the
ideal
other one.
otherness, the stellar soul becomes an internal archetype of ideal selfhood.
Quickly.
Within the Socratic dialogue, Socrates speaks of an inner voice which he refers
Yeah, let's get him on the
to
side.
as the
Grab the other one.
daimon,
Boom, done.
an entity which guides him and
You're
protects
blind.
him from making unwise decisions. During the 1st century
Maybe dead
AD,
too.
Plutarch would describe the
See the
daimon
size of
as
his fucking
being
face.
that which mediates between the human being and the transcendental world.
He's
More
got good
modern
ones.
thinkers, such as James Hillman, would correlate the notion of the daimon with the Jungian notion of the archetypal self and with the Christian notion of the guardian angel. During his trial, the accusers of Socrates claimed that his daimon represented a heretical religious concept, thus reinforcing their accusation that Socrates was a threat to religious
Right, if we get
and
the
social
long one,
order.
You know, maybe
I
he
believe
could
that
catch
this
something.
detail is immensely
If we're both in on
significant, as the daimon is in fact that densified form of the stellar soul.
And we'll share it.
In other words, the very fact that Socrates was able to perceive his
If you decide
daimon
what
as
that
something
idea is, let's stretch it
distinct
out.
from
It's
his
like,
own
yeah, that's what I'm talking
ego
about, Dad.
was only possible because
Sounds
his
better, huh?
ego had already transitioned
We're
from
gonna live
the
out in the
mythical
forest.
realm to the discursive
Catching
realm.
things.
The Athenians were more correct than they could
But
have
it's gonna be
imagined
cold
in
a
their
little bit.
accusation that the daimon represented a dangerous spiritual
It's not gonna be warm
innovation.
like in here.
In fact, what the daimon actually
But you're little,
represented
it'll be
was a
fucking fine.
completely
As long as you're
different
snuggling
mode
with your dad, but I'll be cold.
subjectivity, one which would come to completely reshape the ancient world.
That'll
But
keep
eventually,
him, that'll
the
keep him
ego
close.
would come to diverge from the discursive version of itself as well, as discursive
fucking cold.
awareness would ultimately begin to give way to
Until we get there.
perspectival awareness, a process which would first begin to truly ignite during the European Renaissance. The discursive ego, like those which came before it, would come to densify and to be incorporated into the human subconscious. The voices of the ancestors became the voices of the gods. The voices of the gods became the discursive ego, and the discursive ego finally would then become the inner critic. What
So now you can
Freud
go kill
termed
me.
the superego. Recall that the discursive ego is fundamentally dualistic. It is an organ of conceptualization which deals in contradiction and negation. As such, it is an aspect of our being which is
But can you?
acutely aware of the dissonance between the ideal and the real.
You want to
While
play
the
that game?
stellar
Really?
ego ideal is an
With
image
me?
of the ideal self.
Do you guys?
The superego is rather
I'll kill
an
you.
organ of
I don't die.
discernment, which fixates upon the contrast between the ideal and the immanent. It is an agent of self-discipline and rationality,
What
and
about my cat?
in ways a necessary faculty.
But man,
for
if you got something to
achievement of
protect,
human self-reliance and
I'll strategize.
self-motivation.
Not stupid.
Nonetheless, it also contains within itself an immense potential
You need to
for
shoot me?
ruthless self-criticism.
Maybe be a man about it.
Be just as
I don't know
dangerous
if you can
as
shoot me.
primality and
Tried it yet?
paranoia, which
No, you have.
characterize the magical id. As the ego ascends, incorporating into itself the various layers of our corporeal constitution, the previous versions of itself come to fission apart and densify, thus becoming the stable subconscious organs
Why
of the
not?
human being.
That's
Through
what I'm
this
wondering.
lens, we can begin to further refine our understanding of
Luckier
how
than the
these
president.
various complexes come to form throughout
Literally.
different stages of development, and how these complexes may have manifested in different historical eras. That,
You don't
however,
fucking believe
will
me,
have to
do
be
you?
an entire project
That's
unto
fine. I
itself.
don't care.
Instead, the next stage of this journey
I'm
will
just
be one
getting it all down,
examine the
over and over and over
advent
again,
of
getting it out there.
perspectival consciousness.
What
We will
happens?
look at how perspectivity was deeply
So they go to prison.
with the emergence of modern science,
And I'm still alive.
philosophy, and art. We will attempt to unravel the mysterious relationship between perspectival awareness and the metaphysical paradoxes of Christianity, and we will thereby begin to illuminate the truly
still have Garfield.
implications of this entire evolutionary process. Questions about the nature of human subjectivity will begin to spill over into questions about the nature of consciousness itself
Dude's a
and
fucking
the nature
genius.
of
I've had him
being
for a long
as
time.
such.
I'm not really worried about him
Ultimately,
taking off.
inquiries will bring
if we're that far
focus
away.
and understanding of evolution, which is far more deeply metaphysical, organism,
No, he's a
and
killer.
cosmological than the neo
And he loves me.
ideology
Completely.
that has come to metastasize.
He trusts me
within modern
completely.
Academia.
He's letting me know
This
right now.
story has
Yes, I do,
been a
Dad.
very weird one, and it is only going to get weirder, much weirder. Thanks for watching.
No, he can probably catch a rabbit. You know what I mean? After a while, he can catch big ass things. We could share it. You get most of it. I can eat vegetables. Probably get all of it. My cats can eat shit for a long time. I'm 44. But I want some of the organs. For medicine. Yeah. And you can wear the furs if you wanted to. Yep, that's a blink. What are you saying?
In the beginning, according to ancient Egyptian
He
mythology,
said that sounds crazy.
there was
I don't know
only
what
the
to say. It's like
primordial
this big world
waters of
inside.
Nun, a vast and
For the first time,
infinite
really,
sea of
recently.
chaos. From this chaos emerged Atum, the first god,
Wasn't this the
who
world I
willed
saw in my
himself
mind?
into existence. Atum,
But kind of.
embodying the power
Parts
of
of it.
creation, stood alone on the primeval mound, a symbol of land emerging from the waters. Desiring companionship, Atum created the first divine pair through an extraordinary act. He sneezed, and from his breath were born Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. This act of creation
That one
signifies the breath
under a
of life
bridge, my ass.
and the essential elements of air and moisture necessary
Under a
for
fucking
all
tree,
forms
maybe.
of existence. Shu and Tefnut were not just siblings, but twin flames, embodying complementary forces. As the god of air, Shu represented the breath of life, the essence that animates and sustains living beings. Tefnut, as the goddess of
You know, you're
moisture,
doing drugs.
represented the
you know, what's
nourishing
wrong?
dew and rain that allowed life to flourish. Their union was the first step towards creating order from chaos, a theme central to Egyptian cosmology.
There's
Shu
people
and
here.
Tefnut's
Well,
offspring,
people
Geb,
change. I
the
told you
earth
that.
god, and Nut, the sky goddess, furthered this
How
divine
many times did we read
lineage, laying the foundations for the world as known to ancient Egyptians. One of the most
I told
crucial
you.
acts attributed to Shu
The
is the
trees don't like
separation
it.
of Nut, the
I was
sky,
possessed by
from
trees.
Geb, the earth. In the beginning,
And now I'm leaving.
Nut and Geb
Go up the
were
mountain.
locked in a tight embrace, preventing the creation of life. Atum commanded Shu to intervene and create space between them. With immense strength, Shu lifted Nut away
And a
from
lot of
Geb,
animals.
creating the expanse of the
That you
sky
killed.
above and the solid ground below. This act was not merely a physical separation, but a profound cosmological event
Garfield, him
that
too.
established the
And he's killed
structure of the
personally.
universe. Shu's intervention allowed the sun to rise, stars to shine, and life to thrive on Earth. By holding the sky in place, Shu ensured the balance of Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order and harmony.
I'll figure it out.
This balance was crucial for the survival of both the gods and humanity, preventing the chaos of Nun from reclaiming the world. Shu's role as a stabilizing force made him indispensable in maintaining the order of the cosmos. Through this act, Shu became a symbol of stability and protection, embodying the life-giving breath of the wind and the clarity of light. His presence was invoked in rituals and prayers, ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was upheld and that chaos was kept at bay. One of the most recognizable symbols of Shu is the ostrich feather he wears on his head. This feather is not merely decorative, it is a profound symbol representing air and light, the very elements Shu governs. The ostrich feather is light and delicate, qualities that perfectly embody Shu's domain over air. In Egyptian culture, feathers were often associated with Ma'at. Shu's feather signifies his role in maintaining this principle by creating and sustaining the space necessary for life and order. Another significant symbol associated with Shu is the Ankh, a hieroglyph that represents life. By holding the Ankh, Shu is depicted as a giver and sustainer of life, underscoring his essential role in breathing life into the world and maintaining the balance of the cosmos. The ostrich feather and the Ankh together encapsulate Shu's essence as a deity of air and light. They reflect his power to infuse the world with the breath of life and his duty to uphold the divine order. He is intrinsically linked to the elements of air, light, wind, and dry air. In ancient Egyptian belief, Shu was the invisible force that filled the space between the earth and the sky, the very air that people breathed. As the god of air, Shu was responsible for the wind and the dry air of the desert. The Egyptians recognized the vital importance of air for breathing and wind for cooling and drying, especially in their hot, arid climate. Thus, Shu was seen as a life-sustaining force, providing the essential elements for survival and comfort. As the father of Nut, the sky goddess, and Geb, the earth god, Shu's actions in separating them were crucial in establishing the world's structure. His twin sister Tefnut, goddess of moisture, complements his domain, together representing the balance of dry and wet elements. His association with light also ties him to Ra, the sun god, symbolizing the illumination of truth and clarity in both the physical and spiritual realms. Ancient Egyptian religious texts are a treasure trove of knowledge about their beliefs, rituals, and the pantheon of gods. Among the oldest of these texts are the pyramid texts and coffin texts, which provide fascinating insights into the role of Shu. The pyramid texts, inscribed on the walls of the pyramids of the Old Kingdom, are among the earliest religious writings in the world. In these texts, Shu is often invoked as a protective deity. For instance, in one passage, Shu is called upon to support the deceased king's ascent to the sky, ensuring a safe journey to the afterlife. The texts describe Shu's role in lifting the sky and maintaining the order necessary for the king to join the gods. Similarly, the coffin texts, which appear in the Middle Kingdom and were inscribed on coffins, continue to emphasize Shu's importance. These texts expand on the themes found in the pyramid texts, offering more personalized prayers and spells for the deceased. Shu is frequently mentioned as a guardian who protects the soul during its journey, using his breath to grant the deceased new life and ensuring they reach the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and incantations designed to guide the deceased through the afterlife, also features Shu prominently. This text, used extensively during the New Kingdom, provided a detailed roadmap for for the soul's journey to the afterlife, emphasizing the importance of divine protection and guidance. In the journey to the afterlife, one of the critical moments is the weighing of the heart ceremony, presided over by Osiris. While Shu is not directly involved in this scene, his role in maintaining the cosmic order is crucial. By supporting the sky and ensuring the balance of Ma'at, Shu creates the conditions necessary for the judgment to be fair and just. In one notable passage, Shu is depicted as lifting the sky to allow the deceased to see the light of the sun, god Ra, symbolizing enlightenment and the ultimate union with the divine. This act underscores Shu's role in providing clarity and guiding the soul towards eternal harmony. Shu's enduring legacy in ancient Egyptian mythology highlights the profound connection the Egyptians felt with the natural elements and their divine representations. As the god of air and light, Shu's influence was woven into the very fabric of daily life and the spiritual beliefs that guided the ancient Egyptians. The fascination with Shu and other deities of the Egyptian pantheon continues to captivate scholars and enthusiasts alike. His role in maintaining cosmic order and his protective presence in the afterlife rituals underscore the deep reverence the Egyptians had for their gods and the intricate mythology they developed. The balance and harmony that Shu embodied continue to inspire and intrigue us, offering insights into the ancient civilization that revered him. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Shu, the god of air and light. As we immerse ourselves in the rich tapestry of ancient Egypt, Thoth emerges as a luminary figure, a god whose influence spans the realms of wisdom, magic, and cosmic balance. Known by many names, Thoth the scribe, Thoth the ibis, or even Thoth the messenger, this deity played an integral role in the celestial drama of Egyptian mythology. Picture this: Thoth, the one who held the quill that chronicled the very essence of existence, the architect of cosmic order, and the guide of souls through the afterlife. But our journey today is not just a stroll through ancient texts and hieroglyphs, it's a captivating exploration into the heart of the divine mysteries Thoth guards. In the grand tapestry of Egyptian cosmogony, Thoth emerges as a celestial architect, a divine force woven into the very fabric of creation. The creation myth surrounding Thoth is a captivating narrative, where he takes his place among the primordial deities, shaping the cosmos with wisdom and magic.
I probably gotta go.
But Thoth's story doesn't begin and end with creation. It's intricately tied to the
I've known some people too long.
The ensemble of 8 primordial deities. Each member of this cosmic symphony played a unique role, and Thoth, with his unparalleled intellect, brought a harmonious balance to the cosmic dance. As we gaze upon the ancient Egyptian art,
it's harder to do it in person.
We witness Thoth's visage etched in the annals of time. The scribe, the ibis-headed deity, and the master of the written word. These depictions reveal not just
some of these guys
God,
intentionally try to make it hard,
symbol of
but I can get to them.
And knowledge, revered across the ages. The evolution of Thoth's image is a captivating journey through the dynasties of ancient Egypt. From the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom, Thoth's influence adapted, his role shifting, yet the essence of wisdom and magic remained an indelible mark on the culture and spirituality of the Egyptians. Thoth, often hailed as the god of wisdom, writing, and magic, embodies the very essence of intellectual prowess and mystic arts. As we delve into his diverse portfolio, we discover how he becomes not just a deity, but a beacon of enlightenment for the ancient Egyptians. But what sets Thoth apart is his role as the scribe of the gods. Picture this: a celestial figure meticulously recording the deeds of gods and mortals alike. Thoth, with his ibis-headed visage, becomes the keeper of cosmic archives, bridging the mortal and divine realms with his sacred quill. Yet, Thoth is no one-dimensional deity. The delicate balance between wisdom and mischief defines his dual nature. He's not just the wise guardian, he's also the playful trickster, challenging the conventional boundaries of cosmic order. The cosmic dance requires both order and chaos, and Thoth, with his duality, embodies this cosmic truth. Turn your gaze to the celestial canvas, and you'll find Thoth weaving his influence into the very fabric of time. His connection to the moon and his mastery over the cycles of time showcase his celestial authority. Thoth becomes the eternal timekeeper, guiding the sun on its daily journey with unparalleled precision. Let us focus our gaze on the afterlife, where Thoth assumes a role of profound importance. In the judgment of the deceased, Thoth stands as a divine arbiter, overseeing the scales of justice. His presence in this sacred moment reflects the intricate balance between one's deeds in life and the cosmic order. Picture this cosmic courtroom, where Thoth plays a crucial role in the weighing of the heart against the feather of Ma'at. The heart, representing the soul's essence, is carefully measured against the feather of divine harmony. Thoth's quill records the outcome, shaping the destiny of the departed in the afterlife. And speaking of the afterlife, Thoth's journey doesn't end with mere judgment. His contributions extend to the protection of none other than the sun god Ra. As a guardian and confidant, Thoth weaves spells and incantations to safeguard Ra on his perilous journey through the underworld. As we immerse ourselves in these ancient myths, let's appreciate the intricate dance of cosmic forces, where Thoth's wisdom and influence ripple through the very foundations of Egyptian spirituality. As we step into the sacred precincts, we witness the vibrancy of rituals and ceremonies dedicated to Thoth. Imagine the rhythmic cadence of incantations, the wafting scent of sacred offerings, and the flickering glow of eternal flames. The worship of Thoth was a tapestry of sights and sounds, an intricate dance of devotion that resonated through the corridors of time. Yet, Thoth's influence transcended the confines of the temple walls. His societal importance reached into the very fabric of education and knowledge dissemination. In the sanctuaries of learning, priests dedicated themselves to the teachings of Thoth, ensuring that wisdom and literacy became pillars of Egyptian society. Picture a society where the pursuit of knowledge was not merely a personal endeavor, but a sacred duty inspired by Thoth's legacy. From the sacred scrolls to the hallowed halls of wisdom, Thoth's influence permeated the written word, shaping the very foundations of ancient Egyptian literature and philosophy. Prepare yourselves for a revelation of lesser-known myths and stories featuring Thoth. Beyond the well-trodden paths of Egyptian mythology, there exist hidden narratives that shed new light on Thoth's cosmic role. From secret realms to celestial escapades, these tales paint a portrait of Thoth that transcends the familiar. Thoth's connection to the Emerald Tablets unveils a profound association with the ancient alchemical wisdom. These mystical tablets, attributed to Thoth himself, delve into the secrets of transformation, transmutation, and the eternal principles of Hermeticism. As we venture further, it becomes clear that Thoth's influence extends far beyond the banks of the Nile. The cultural impact of Thoth reverberates across atlases of diverse cultures. From Greece to Rome, the echoes of Thoth's wisdom resonate through the corridors of time. Thoth's presence isn't confined to dusty tomes or ancient ruins. It permeates modern popular culture. Explore with me as we uncover how Thoth, the ancient deity of wisdom, has found a place in literature, art, and even contemporary spirituality. From books to movies, music to symbolism, Thoth's timeless allure continues to captivate hearts and minds. As we bring our exploration to a close, let's celebrate the enduring legacy of Thoth and the way his ancient wisdom continues to inspire and intrigue us in the 21st century. From the creation myths and his association with the Ogdoad to his role as the scribe of the gods, Thoth's significance in ancient Egyptian cosmogony is truly profound. The delicate balance between wisdom and mischief, his connection to the moon, and the timeless symbolism associated with him reflect the multifaceted nature of his divine figure. May the wisdom of Thoth illuminate your path, and may the echoes of his timeless legacy resonate in your hearts. In the pantheon of ancient Egyptian gods, one figure emerges as a symbol of chaos, a force that tested the very foundations of cosmic order. This deity, Apep, cast its shadow across the beliefs and rituals of the ancient Egyptians, leaving behind a legacy that echoes through the sands of time. Apep, also known as Apophis, serpent of chaos, embodies the eternal struggle between creation and destruction. Its significance in ancient Egyptian mythology is profound, as it symbolizes the constant battle to maintain Ma'at, the delicate balance that governed the universe. Through the annals of time, this serpent god has slithered through the pages of history, leaving behind
With your guns, blam, 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 you're
to the
disgusting.
sun god Ra and ceremonies designed
No, it's disgusting.
to ward off its malevolent influence. In the realm of the ancient Egyptians,
I get it.
the belief
Yep, they have them
system
too.
was not merely a collection of myths, but a guiding force that shaped their daily lives, rituals, and societal structures. At its core was a pantheon of gods, each playing a unique role in maintaining
They're all alive.
cosmic order, or Ma'at. Central to this divine cast was Apep, a serpent deity, whose presence was synonymous with
Not
chaos
necessarily.
and destruction.
Well, with humans
Apep's role
especially.
in the pantheon was
That's what I'm worried about. Again,
challenging the very foundations
Of
of
cats,
art and
dogs.
testing the resilience of order in the Egyptian cosmos.
I get it,
The
they're sick.
pantheon as a delicate balance. On one side, gods associated
You don't
with
like 'em?
order, stability, and
you
creation.
don't like them very much.
On the other,
Are you going to eat them?
Apep,
Are they
a
human though?
disruptive force that sought to unravel this harmony. Gods like Ra, Osiris, and Ma'at personified cosmic order, working tirelessly to keep chaos at
You're a
bay.
hunter? A little
Ra,
different.
the powerful sun
I'm thinking
god,
of bow.
symbolized light and life, providing a
gotta
stark
go.
contrast to Apep's shroud of darkness. Osiris,
For the government?
god of the afterlife, represented the cyclical
You know what I mean?
nature of existence, while Ma'at embodied the very balance
Hold on to
that
it.
Apep sought to disrupt.
Hold on to it.
Apep,
No, it's good to have.
also known as
There's
Apophis,
other
is
people.
more than just a name.
They're evil.
It is a thread woven into the fabric of ancient Egyptian mythology. Let us dive into the origins of this
So
intriguing
keep your guns.
deity,
Other people are evil.
exploring the
Get a bow.
alternative names
Want to
that
hunt?
have echoed through the corridors of time. A serpent, winding its way through the cosmic tapestry, disrupting the delicate balance upheld by gods like Ra, Osiris, and Ma'at. Apep's symbolism
My bad.
lies
My
in
bad.
its serpentine form, representing the chaotic forces that challenged the eternal dance of order and disorder. Let's turn our gaze to the epic battles between Apep and the sun god Ra, a clash of cosmic titans that unfolded daily in the realms of Egyptian mythology. These mythical confrontations weren't just tales of deities, they symbolized the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. Ra, the radiant sun god, embarked on a perilous journey through the underworld each night, facing the relentless onslaught of Apep, the serpent of chaos. These myths served as metaphors for the cyclical nature of day and night, reinforcing the constant tension between order and chaos. In the eyes of the ancient Egyptians, Apep wasn't merely a mythical creature, it was a formidable force that demanded respect and attention. We will explore how the Egyptians perceived Apep and the intricate rituals they devised either appease or ward off this chaotic deity. Temples dedicated to Apep were sacred spaces where the devout sought to commune with the divine and gain protection from the serpent's malevolent influence. These ceremonies were not just rituals, they were a testament to the Egyptians' unwavering belief in the delicate balance between order and chaos. Imagine standing within the hallowed halls of a temple dedicated to Apep, surrounded by the rhythmic chants and incantations of priests and priestesses. These ceremonies were not mere performances. They were a collective effort to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic harmony threatened by Apep's presence. Archaeological excavations have unearthed a trove of artifacts offering glimpses into the fervent worship of Apep. Elaborate amulets, intricate carvings, and ceremonial tools provide us with tangible links to the spiritual practices that once unfolded in the shadow of this serpent deity. As we navigate through the remnants of the past, we uncover the profound connection between the people of ancient Egypt and their dedication to Apep. The artifacts speak of a civilization that sought divine protection, forging a spiritual shield against the chaos that loomed on the horizon. As civilizations evolve, so too do their beliefs.
They're very deliberate.
Apep, once a formidable force,
Well, just expensive.
of Egyptian
Get the fuck out
gods,
of here.
experienced a subtle decline over
Chase me
time.
down and I'll win.
The reasons behind this shift are multifaceted, with
Tell me-
changing
no.
political landscapes and cultural dynamics playing
Tap my
pivotal
cat now.
roles. Political upheavals,
Can you?
the rise and fall of empires, and the emergence of new belief systems all contributed to the altering spiritual landscape
Exactly.
of ancient Egypt. Apep, once a central figure in the cosmic
I'm taking like
drama,
a few weeks.
saw a diminishing
Maybe.
role as societal
Totally mad.
values and priorities evolved.
Already have on camera.
Yet, as deities often do, Apep underwent transformations in the face of changing times. In later periods, we witness reinterpretations of this serpent god, adapting to the evolving spiritual needs of the people. In some instances, Apep took on new layers of symbolism, embodying different aspects or serving as a metaphor for challenges unique to the era. The serpent god, once a symbol of pure chaos, found itself woven into the fabric of evolving
good
mythologies.
11-11.
The decline of Apep's prominence does not mark the end of its legacy. Instead, it invites us to explore the fluid nature of mythology, where gods can adapt, transform, and find new relevance in the ever-changing tapestry of human belief. As we near the culmination of our journey through the mysteries of Egyptian god Apep, our quest takes an exciting turn into the realms of legacy and influence. Join us as we uncover the threads connecting APEP's ancient presence to the tapestry of later mythologies and modern popular culture. The impact of APEP extends far beyond the sands of ancient Egypt. The concept of this chaotic serpent deity has rippled through time, leaving its imprint on later mythologies and cultural beliefs. Let's explore the echoes of APEP in the narratives of diverse cultures. In different corners of the world, we find echoes of APEP's essence. The serpent symbolizing chaos, the eternal struggle between order and disorder. Whether in the form of a mythic creature or a metaphorical force, APEP's legacy endures as a universal symbol. As we navigate the corridors of pop culture, we see APEP's enigmatic charm
And then they're gonna
embedded
frame me
in
again, huh?
gaming realms, literature, and even contemporary art.
I'm gonna
The
try.
serpent god, once an ancient symbol, has seamlessly integrated into the evolving narratives of today. We began with a glimpse into the rich tapestry of ancient Egyptian mythology, where APEP emerged as a symbol of chaos, challenging the delicate balance of cosmic order. Like a serpent shedding its skin, APEP found new life in transformation. Its legacy echoed through later mythologies and permeated modern popular culture, becoming a timeless symbol that continues to inspire and intrigue. In the land of ancient Egypt, mythology wasn't just stories, but a sacred tapestry woven into the very fabric of society.
Okay.
At the heart of this mystical...
This is boring. All right, listen to this. It's not really boring, actually. We're getting into this over here. Here we go. Perfect. Powerful fucking demons, huh? Mm-hmm. Maybe they could help. Maybe they know something I don't know.
Is your marketing tech stack stuck in the past?
Before God, get an exorcism, maybe. Just in case, go get an exorcism. If I can.
With the most innovative solutions to keep you
Basically, do it myself though. Been trying. Not really. Now I can actually do the ritual. Go in the woods part of it. They'd help me. They'd help me if it got off my ass. The gods. They're just standing around waiting for me to do something. This is initiation. I'm gonna live a long life. What can Mao jazz the mysteries?
The Secret Teachings of All Ages. An encyclopedic outline of Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy, being an interpretation
Some real
of
ones,
the
too.
secret teachings concealed within the rituals, allegories,
I think it's
and
all
mysteries
connected.
of all ages. By Manly P. Hall. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. This book is
Amen.
dedicated to the rational soul of the world. Pythagorean Mathematics. Concerning the secret significance of numbers, there has been much speculation. Though many interesting discoveries have been made, it may be safely said that with the death of Pythagoras, the great key to this science was lost. For nearly 2,500 years, philosophers of all nations have attempted to unravel the Pythagorean scheme, but apparently none has been successful. Notwithstanding attempts to obliterate all records of the teachings of Pythagoras, fragments have survived which give clues to some of the simpler parts of his philosophy. The major secrets were never committed to writing, but were communicated orally to a few chosen disciples. These apparently did not divulge their secrets to the profane, the result being that when death sealed their lips, the arcana died with them. Certain of the secret schools in the world today are perpetuations of the ancient mysteries, and although it is quite possible that they may possess some of the original numerical formulae, there is no evidence of it in the voluminous writings of which have issued from these groups during the last 500 years. These writings, while frequently discussing Pythagoras, show no indication of a more complete knowledge of his intricate doctrines than the post-Pythagorean Greek speculators had, who talked much, wrote little, knew less, and concealed their ignorance under a series of mysterious hints and promises. Here and there among the literary products of early writers are found enigmatic statements which they made no effort to interpret. The following example is quoted from Plutarch. The Pythagoreans indeed go farther than this, and honor even numbers and geometrical diagrams with the names and titles of the gods. Thus they call the equilateral triangle head-born Minerva and Tritogenia, because it may be equally divided by three perpendiculars drawn from each of the angles. So the unit they term Apollo, that to the number 2 they have affixed the name of strife and audaciousness, and to that of 3, justice, for as doing an injury is an extreme on one side, and suffering one is an extreme on the other side, and suffering in the middle between them. In like manner, the number 36, there, Tetractus, or sacred quaternion, being composed of the first 4 odd numbers added to the first 4 even ones, as is commonly reported, is looked upon by them as the most solemn oath they can take, called Cosmos, Isis, and Osiris. Earlier in the same work, Plutarch also notes, for as the power of the triangle is expressive of the nature of Pluto, Bacchus, and Mars, and the properties of the square of Rhea, Venus, Ceres, Vesta, and Juno, of the dodecahedron of Jupiter, so, as we are informed by Eudoxus, is the figure of 56 angles expressive of the nature of Typhon. Plutarch did not pretend to explain the inner significance of the symbols, but believed that the relationship which Pythagoras established between the geometrical solids and the gods was the reason of images the great sage had seen in the Egyptian temples. Here, no reliable information. In his symbolism, for the 32nd degree and 33rd degree, he wrote, I do not understand why the 7 should be called Minerva, or the cube, Neptune. Further on, he added, undoubtedly, the names given by Pythagoreans to the different number were themselves enigmatical and symbolic, and there is little doubt had succeeded
I've
too well
done it
in
on a lot of
concealing his
computers at
symbols
once.
with a veil
That's
that
what I
was
tell you.
from the first impenetrable, without his oral explanation. This uncertainty, shared by all true students of the subject, proves conclusively that it is unwise to make definite statements found on the indefinite
Change the
and
cup.
fragmentary information available concerning the Pythagorean system of mathematical philosophy. The material which follows reserved by disciples of Pythagoras
On accident.
and others
No,
who
it's an
have since
accident.
contacted his philosophy.
It was an accident. 1, 1, 2, 3.
Method of securing the numerical power of words. The first step in obtaining the numerical value of a word is to resolve it back to its original tongue. Only words of Greek or Hebrew derivation can be successfully analyzed by this method, and all words must be spelled in their most ancient and complete forms. Old Testament words and names into the Greek. 2 examples will help to clarify this principle. The demiurgus of the Jews is called in English Jehovah, but when seeking the numerical value of the name Jehovah, it is necessary to resolve the name into its Hebrew letters. It becomes He Yod and is read from right to left. The Hebrew letters are He, Va, He, Yod, and when reversed into the English order from left to right, read Yod He, Va, He. By consulting the foregoing table of letter values, it is found that the 4 characters of this sacred name have the following numerical significance. Yod equals 10, He equals 5, Va equals 6, and the second He equals 5. Therefore, 10 plus 5 plus 6 plus 5 equals 26, a synonym of Jehovah. If the English letters were used, the answer obviously would not be correct. The second example is the mysterious Gnostic pantheos Abraxas. For this name, the Greek table is used. Abraxas in Greek is thus 1, 2, 100, 1, 60, 1, and 200, the sum being 365, the number of days in the year. This number furnishes the key to the mystery of Abraxas, who is symbolic of the 365 aeons, or spirits of the days, gathered together in one composite personality. Abraxas is symbolic of 5 creatures, and as the circle of the year actually consists of 360 degrees, each of the emanating deities is 1/5 of this power, or 72, one of the most sacred numbers in the Old Testament of the Jews and in their Kabbalistic system. This same method is used in finding the numerical value of the names of the gods and goddesses of the Greeks and Jews. All higher numbers can be reduced to one of the original 10 numerals, and the 10 itself to 1. Therefore, all groups of numbers resulting from the translation of names of deities into their numerical equivalents have a basis in one of the first 10 numbers. By this system, in which the digits are added together, 666 becomes 6 plus 6 plus 6, or 18, and in this turn becomes 1 plus 8, or 9. According to Revelation, 144,000 are to be saved. This number becomes 1 plus 4 plus 4 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, which equals 9, thus proving that both the beast of Babylon and the number of the saved refer to man himself, whose symbol is the number 9. This system can be used successfully with both Greek and Hebrew letters. The numerical values of the Hebrew, Greek, and Samaritan alphabets, from Higgins, Celtic Druids. Column 1, names of the Hebrew letters. Column 2, Samaritan letters. Column 3, Hebrew and Chaldean letters. Column 4, numerical equivalents of the letters. Column 5, capital and small Greek letters. Column 6, the letters marked with asterisks are those brought to Greece from Phoenicia by Cadmus. Column 7, name of the Greek letters. Column 8, nearest English equivalents to the Hebrew, Greek, and Samaritan letters. Note, when used at the end of a word, the Hebrew tau has the numerical value 440, kaf 500, Mem 600, Nun 700, Pe 800, Zadi 900. A dotted alpha and a dashed LF have the value of 1000. The original Pythagorean system of numerical philosophy contains nothing to justify the practice now in vogue of changing the given name or surname in the hope of improving the temperament or financial condition by altering the name vibrations. There is also a system of calculation in vogue for the English language, but its accuracy is a matter of legitimate dispute. It is comparatively modern and has no relationship either to the Hebrew Kabbalistic system or to the Greek procedure. The claim made by some that the Pythagorean is not supported by any tangible evidence, and there are many reasons why such a contention is untenable. The fact that Pythagoras used 10 as the basis of calculation, while this system uses 9, an imperfect number, is in itself almost conclusive. Furthermore, the arrangement of the Greek and Hebrew letters does not agree closely enough with the English to permit the application of the number sequences of one language to the number sequences of the others. Further experimentation with the system may prove profitable, but it is without basis in antiquity. The arrangement of the letters and numbers is as follows. The letters under each of the numbers have the value of the figure at the top of the column. Thus, in the word man, M equals 4, A equals 1, N equals 5, a total of 10. The values of the numbers are practically the same as those given by the Pythagorean system. An introduction to the Pythagorean theory of numbers. The following outline of Pythagorean mathematics is a paraphrase of the opening chapters of Thomas Taylor's Theoretic Arithmetic, the rarest and most important compilation of Pythagorean mathematical fragments extant. The Pythagoreans declared arithmetic to be the mother of the mathematical sciences. This is proved by the fact that thus geometry may be removed, but arithmetic will remain. But if arithmetic be removed, geometry is eliminated. In the same manner, music depends upon arithmetic, but the elimination of music affects arithmetic only by limiting one of its expressions. The Pythagoreans also demonstrated arithmetic to be prior to astronomy, for the latter is dependent upon both geometry and music. The size, form, and motion of the celestial bodies is determined by the use of geometry, their harmony and rhythm by the use of music. If astronomy be removed, neither geometry nor music is injured. But if geometry and music be eliminated, astronomy is destroyed. The priority of both geometry and music to astronomy is therefore established. Arithmetic, however, is prior to all. It is primary and fundamental. Pythagoras instructed his disciples that the science of mathematics is divided into two major parts. The first is concerned with the multitude, or the constituent parts of a thing, and the second with the magnitude, or the relative size or density of a thing. Magnitude is divided into two parts: magnitude, which is stationary, and magnitude, which is movable, the stationary part having priority. Multitude is also divided into two parts, for it is related both to itself and to other things, the first relationship having priority. Pythagoras assigned the science of arithmetic to multitude related to itself, and the art of music to multitude related to other things. Geometry, likewise, was assigned to stationary magnitude, and spheric, usually partly in the sense of astronomy, to movable magnitude. Both multitude and magnitude were circumscribed by the circumference of mind. The atomic theory has proved size to be the result of number, for a mass is made up of minute units, though mistaken by the uninformed for a single simple substance. Owing to the fragment definitions of terms, before it is possible, however, to unfold the subject further, some light must be cast upon the meanings of the words number, monad, and one. The monad signifies the all-including one. The Pythagoreans called the monad the noble number, sire of gods and men. The monad also signifies the sum of any combination of numbers considered as a whole. Thus, the universe is considered as a monad, but the individual parts of the universe, such as the planets and elements, are monads in relation to the parts of which they themselves are composed. though they, in turn, are parts of the greater monad formed of their sum. The monad may also be likened to the seed of a tree, which, when it has grown, has many branches, the numbers. In other words, the numbers are to the monad, what the branches of the tree are to the seed. From the study of the mysterious Pythagorean monad, Leibniz evolved his magnificent theory of the world atoms, a theory in perfect accord with the ancient teachings of the mysteries, for Leibniz himself was an initiate of the secret school. By some Pythagoreans, the monad is also considered synonymous with the one. Number is the term applied to all numerals and their combinations. A strict interpretation of the term number by certain of the Pythagoreans excludes 1 and 2. Pythagoras defines number to be the extension and energy of the spermatic reasons contained in the monad. The followers of Hippasus declared number to be the first pattern used by the demiurges in the formation of the universe. The one was defined by the Platonists as the summit of the many. The one differs from the monad in that the term monad is used to designate the sum of the parts considered as a unit, whereas the one is the term applied to each of its integral parts. There are two orders of number, odd and even. Because unity, or one, always remains indivisible, the odd number cannot be divided equally. Thus, 9 is 4 plus 1 plus 4, the unity in the center being indivisible.
Say about it.
Furthermore, if any odd number be divided into two parts, one part will always be odd and the other even. Thus, 9 may be 5 plus 4, 3 plus 6, 7 plus 2, or 8 plus 1. The Pythagoreans considered the odd number, of which the monad was the prototype, to be definite and masculine.
Hungry
They were
kitty.
not all agreed, however,
Want
as
some
to the
food?
nature of unity, or one.
That's delicious.
Some declared it to be positive,
That's
because
delicious.
if added to an even or negative number,
Hell
it
yeah, it is.
produces an odd or positive number.
Mm-mm-mm.
Others demonstrated that if unity be added
Yeah,
to
make it
an
sleepy.
odd number, the latter becomes even, thereby making the masculine to be feminine. Unity, or one, therefore, was considered an androgynous number, partaking of both the masculine and the feminine attributes, consequently both odd and even.
Play medicine, man.
For this reason, the Pythagoreans called it evenly odd. It was customary for the Pythagoreans to offer sacrifices of an uneven number of objects to the superior gods, while to the goddesses and subterranean spirits, an even number was offered. Any even number may be divided into two equal parts, which are always either both odd or both even. Thus, 10 by equal division gives 5 plus 5, both odd numbers. The same principle holds true if the 10 be unequally divided. For example, in 6 plus 4, both parts are even. In 7 plus 3, both parts are odd. In 8 plus 2, both parts are again even. And in 9 plus 1, both parts are again odd. Thus, in the even number, however it may be divided, the parts will always be both odd or both even. The Pythagoreans considered the even number, of which the duad was the prototype, to be indefinite and feminine. The odd numbers are divided by a mathematical contrivance called the sieve of Eratosthenes into three general classes: incomposite, composite, and incomposite composite. The incomposite numbers are those which have no divisor other than themselves and unity, such as 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 37, 41, 43, 47, and so forth. For example, 7 is divisible only by 7, which goes into itself once, and unity, which goes into 7 times. The composite numbers are those which are divisible not only by themselves and unity, but also by some other number, such as 9, 15, 21, 25, 27, 33, 39, 45, 51, 57, and so forth. For example, 7 is divisible not only by itself and by unity, but also by 3 and by 7. The incomposite composite numbers are those which have no common divisor, although each of itself is capable of division, such as 9 and 25. For example, 9 is divisible by 3 and 25 by 5, but neither is divisible by the divisor of the other. Thus they have no common divisor. Because they have individual divisors, They are called composite, and because they have no common divisor, they are called incomposite. Accordingly, the term incomposite composite was created to describe their properties. Even numbers are divided into three classes: evenly even, evenly odd, and oddly odd. The evenly even numbers are all in duple ratio from unity. Thus, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, and 1024. The proof of the perfect evenly even number is that it can be halved and the halves again halved back into unity, as half of 64 is 32, half of 32 is 16, half of 16 is 8, half of 8 is 4, half of 4 is 2, half of 2 is 1. Beyond unity, it is impossible to go. The evenly even numbers possess certain unique properties. The sum of any number of terms, but the last term, is always equal to the last term minus 1. For example, the sum of the first and second terms, 1 plus 2, equals the third term, 4 minus 1, or the sum of the first, second, third, and fourth terms, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, equals the fifth term, 16 minus 1. In a series of evenly even numbers, the first multiplied by the last equals the last, the second and so on, until in an odd series one number remains, which multiplied by itself equals the last number of the series. Or in an even series, two numbers remain, which multiplied by each other give the last number of the series. For example, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16 is an odd series. The first number, 1, multiplied by the last number, 16, equals the last number, 16. The second number, 2, multiplied by the second from the last number, 8, equals the last number, 8. Being an odd series, the 4 is left in the center, and this multiplied by itself also equals the last number, 16. The evenly odd numbers are those which, when halved, are incapable of further division by halving. They are formed by taking the odd numbers in sequential order and multiplying them by 2. By this process, the odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 produce the evenly odd numbers 2, 6, 10, 14, 18, 22. Thus, every fourth number is evenly odd. Each of the even odd numbers may be divided once, as 2, which becomes 2 ones, and cannot be divided further, or 6, which becomes 2 threes, and cannot be divided further. The sieve of Eratosthenes, redrawn from Taylor's Theoretic Arithmetic. This sieve is a mathematical device originated by Eratosthenes about 230 BC for the purpose of segregating the composite and incomposite odd numbers. Its use is extremely simple after the theory has once been mastered. All the odd numbers are first arranged in their natural order, as shown in the second panel from the bottom, designated odd numbers. It will then be seen that every third number, beginning with 3, is divisible by 3. Every fifth number, beginning with 5, is divisible by 5. Every seventh number, beginning with 7, is divisible by 7. Every ninth number, beginning with 9, is divisible by 9. Every 11th number, beginning with 11, is divisible by 11, and so on into infinity. This system finally sifts out what the Pythagoreans called the incomposite numbers, or those having no divisor other than themselves and unity. These will be found in the lowest panel, designated primary and incomposite numbers. In his History of Mathematics, David Eugene Smith states that Eratosthenes was one of the greatest scholars of Alexandria and was called by his admirers the second Plato. Eratosthenes was educated at Athens and is renowned not only for his sieve, but for having diameter was only 50 miles less than the polar diameter, except are indisputable evidence that in the 3rd century before Christ, the Greeks not only knew the earth to be spherical in form, but could also approximate with amazing accuracy its actual size and distance from both the sun and the moon. Aristarchus of Samos, another great Greek astronomer and mathematician who lived about 250 BC, established by philosophical deduction and a few simple scientific instruments that the Earth revolved around the Sun. While Copernicus actually believed himself to be the discoverer of this fact, he but restated the findings advanced by Aristarchus 1700 years earlier. Another peculiarity of the evenly odd numbers is that if the divisor be odd, the quotient is always even, and if the divisor be even, the quotient is always odd. For example, if 18 be divided by 2, an even divisor, the quotient is 9, an odd number. If 18 be divided by 3, an odd divisor, the quotient is 6, an even number. The evenly odd numbers are also remarkable in that each term is 1/2 of the sum of the terms on either side of it. For example, 10 is 1/2 of the sum of 6 and 14. 18 is 1/2 the sum of 14 and 22. And 6 is 1/2 the sum of 2 and 10. The oddly odd or unevenly even numbers are a compromise between the evenly even and the evenly odd
What are you doing,
numbers.
Garfield?
Unlike the evenly even, they cannot be halved.
Wanna go for a walk
unity,
again?
And unlike the evenly odd,
No,
they are
it's late.
capable of more than one division by halving. The oddly odd numbers are formed by multiplying the evenly even numbers above 2 by the odd numbers above 1. The odd numbers above 1 are 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth. The evenly even numbers above 2 are 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. The first odd number of the series, 3, multiplied by 4, the first evenly even number of the series, gives 12. The first oddly odd number, by multiplying 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth by 4, oddly odd numbers are found. The other oddly odd numbers are produced by multiplying 3, 5, 7, 9,
I got 2
11,
strips, huh?
and so forth. In turn, by the other evenly even numbers, 8,
How much
16,
do you weigh?
32, 64, and so forth. The example of the halving of the oddly odd numbers is as follows. Half of 12
Magic powers and
equals
whispering,
6.
as far as I'm
Half
concerned.
of 6 equals 3, which cannot be halved further because the Pythagoreans did not divide unity. Even numbers are also divided into 3 other classes: superperfect, deficient, and perfect. Superperfect or superabundant numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts greater than themselves. For example, half of 24 equals 12, 1/4 equals 6, 1/3 equals 8, 1/6 equals 4, 1/12 equals 2, and 1/24 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 12 plus 6 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, is 33, which is in excess of 24, the original number. Deficient numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts less than themselves. For example, half of 14 equals 7, 1/7 equals 2, and 1/14 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 7 plus 2 plus 1, is 10, which is less than 14, the original number. Perfect numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts equal to themselves. For example, half of 28 equals 14, 1/4 equals 7, 1/7 equals 4, 1/14 equals 2, and 1/28 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 14 plus 7 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, is equal to 28. The perfect numbers are extremely rare. There is only one between 1 and 10, namely 6, one between 10 and 100, namely 28, one between 100 and 1,000, namely 496, and one between 1,000 and 10,000, namely 8,128. The perfect numbers are found by the following rule. The first number of the evenly even series of numbers, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so forth, is added to the second number of the series, and if an incomposite number results, it is multiplied by the last number of the series of evenly even numbers whose sum produced it. The product is the first perfect number. For example, the first and second evenly even numbers are 1 and 2. Their sum is 3, an incomposite number. If 3 be multiplied by 2, the last number of the series of evenly even numbers used to produce it, the product is 6, the first perfect number. If the addition of the evenly even numbers does not result in an incomposite number, the next evenly even number of the series must be added until an incomposite number results. The second perfect number is found in the following manner. The sum of the evenly even numbers 1, 2, and 4 is 7, an incomposite number. If 7 be multiplied by 4, the last of the series of evenly even numbers used to produce it, the product is 28, the second perfect number. This method of calculation may be continued to infinity. Perfect numbers, when multiplied
No way,
by
right?
2, are
The same
superabundant
dreams?
numbers, and when divided by 2, produce deficient numbers. The Pythagoreans evolved their philosophy from the science of numbers. The following quotation from Theoretic Arithmetic is an excellent example of this practice.
Not to me, but some people
Perfect
have.
numbers, therefore, are beautiful images
We're killing
of
each other.
virtues, which are certain media between excess and defect, and are not summits, and by some of the ancients they were supposed to be. And evil is indeed opposed to evil, but both are opposed to one good. Good, however, is never opposed to good, but to two evils at one and the same time. Thus, timidity is opposed to audacity, to both of which the want of true courage is common. But both timidity and audacity are opposed to fortitude. Craft also is opposed to fatuity, to both of which the want of intellect is common, and both these are opposed to prudence. Thus, too, profusion is opposed to avarice, to both of which illiberality is common, and both these are opposed to liberality. And in a similar manner in the other virtues, by all of which it is evident that perfect numbers have a great similitude to the virtues, but they also resemble the virtues on another account, for they are rarely found
No,
as
it's
being
not the same
few,
thing.
and they are generated in a very
You gotta say that.
constant order. On the contrary, an infinite multitude of superabundant and diminished numbers may be found, nor are they disposed
Darkness
in
and
any
evil.
orderly series, nor generated from any
So
certain
darkness
end.
and evil.
And
Go
hence,
outside. Look up.
They have a great similitude to the vices, which are numerous,
That's not even.
inordinate, and indefinite. The table of the 10 numbers. The following
I don't know, probably
outline of the Pythagorean numbers is a paraphrase of the writings of Nicomachus, Theon of Smyrna, Proclus, Porphyry, Plutarch, Clement of
Mostly in case
Alexandria,
my dad comes in. You know what I mean?
Aristotle, and other early authorities. Monad, 1, is so called because it remains always in the same condition, that is, separate from
I mean, this
multitude.
fucking boy.
Its attributes are as follows. It is called mind because the mind is stable and has preeminence.
Who's that word about
Hermaphrodite,
Garfield?
because it is both
Mostly.
male and female. Odd and even, for being added to the even.
It's always
makes
recording
odd,
in here.
And to the odd, even. God, because it is the beginning and end of all.
For that reason.
But itself
If
has
it was just me,
neither
I'd turn it
beginning
off.
nor end. Good.
Not the
for
recording,
such is
but the
nature
light.
of God,
At
the
least.
receptacle of matter, because it produces the duad, which is essentially material. By the Pythagoreans, monad was called chaos, obscurity, chasm, Tartarus, Styx, abyss, Leph, Atlas, axis, morpho, a name for Venus, and tower or throne of Jupiter, because of the great power which abides in the center of the universe and controls the circular motion of the planars about its and of all thoughts in the universe. Other names given to it were Apollo,
Am I
because
pissing him
of
off,
its
Garfield?
relation to the sun,
Yeah, I know. I pissed him off again.
Prometheus, because he brought man light, Pyralios,
I don't know. I
who
Garfield.
exists in fire, Geniture, because without
Yeah, I
it
know,
no
I'm an asshole.
number can exist, Substance, because substance is primary, cause of truth, and
going to bed soon?
constitution of
So
symphony.
you getting upset?
All
Yeah.
these because it is the
No, you do.
primordial one.
Can't make you sleepy?
Between greater and lesser,
Oh,
the
didn't
monad
like the
is
bacon grease in
equal.
there?
Between
got sticky
intention
on.
and
There we go.
remission, it is middle.
Try
In
that.
multitude,
Yeah, that's
it is
delicious.
mean. And in time, it is now, because eternity
Somewhere in
knows
time.
neither past nor future. It is called Jupiter because he is father and head of the gods.
I know you
Vesta,
are.
the fire of the home, because it is located in the midst of the universe
The fire of the
and
home.
remains there inclining to
Yeah,
the
you're
other
located in the
side
midst of the universe.
dot in a circle. Form, because it circumscribes,
You're gonna keep me warm right now.
comprehends, and
In the
terminates.
woods.
Love, concord, and piety, because it is indivisible.
Whoa,
Other symbolic
you guys.
names for the monad
We
are
are.
ship,
Doesn't matter what you do.
chariot, Proteus,
Because the
a
mountain
god
chose
capable
us.
of changing his form, Mnemosyne, and Polyanimus,
No, she's not the tallest
having
mountain,
many names.
but she's the greatest mountain.
The following symbolic
care what
names
anyone
were
says.
given to the duad, 2,
She's
because
the
it has
root
been
chakra of the
divided
whole world.
and
With
is
the root.
2 rather than
But all.
1. And when there are 2, each is opposed to the other. genius,
Well, you're the
evil,
heart.
darkness, inequality,
She's the heart chakra
stability,
too.
movability,
right now.
boldness,
I think she's the crown
fortitude,
chakra as well.
intention, matter,
Double
the
crown chakra,
similarity,
like your ears.
partition between multitude and monad, defect, shapelessness, indefiniteness, indeterminateness, harmony, tolerance, root, feet of the fountain abounding idea, top, fairness, opinion, fallacy, alterity, diffidence, impulse, death, motion.
Now, if you could see his
generation,
expressions, you'd know what I'm talking
mutation,
about.
division, longitude, augmentation, imposition, marriage, soul, and science. In his book Numbers, W. Wynne Westcott says of the duad, it was called audacity, from its being the earliest number to separate itself from the divine one, from the adatum of God-nourished silence, as the Chaldean oracles say. As the monad is the father, so the duad is the mother. Therefore, the duad has certain points in common with the goddesses Isis, Rhea, Jove's mother, Phrygia, Lydia, Dindymene, Cybele, and Ceres. Erato, one of the muses, Diana, because the moon is fourth, Dictana, Venus, Dione, Cytherea, Juno, because she is both wife and sister of Jupiter, and Maya, the mother of Mercury. While the monad is the symbol of wisdom, the duad is the symbol of ignorance, for in it exists the sense of separateness, which sense is the beginning of ignorance. The duad, however, is also the mother of wisdom, for ignorance, out of the nature of itself, invariably gives birth to wisdom. The Pythagoreans revered the monad, but despised the duad, because it was the symbol of polarity. By the power of the duad, the deep was created in contradistinction to the heavens. The deep mirrored the heavens and became the symbol of illusion, for the below was merely a reflection of the above. The below was called Maya,
Should
the
you give me
illusion,
sacrifice?
the sea,
I'm a
the
baby.
great void,
I
and
give
to
you a third.
symbolize it, the Magi of Persia,
You didn't want the
their
division?
mirrors.
She's
From
the
the
guy that did the
duad
second
arose
division.
disputes and contentions,
That
until
is the
by
first
bringing
division.
the monad between the duad, equilibrium was
Yeah.
reestablished by the Savior God, who took upon himself the form of a number and was crucified between two thieves
You think
for
you
their
were
sins
King
of
Heaven?
men. The triad, 3, is the first number actually odd, monad not always being considered a number. It is the first equilibrium of
Is that
unities.
fun to you?
Therefore, Pythagoras said that Apollo gave oracles from a tripod and advised offer of libation 3 times. The key words to the qualities of the triad are friendship, peace, justice, prudence, piety, temperance, and virtue. The following deities partake of the principle of the triad: Saturn, ruler of time; Latona, cornucopia; Ophion, the great serpent; Thetis, Hecate; Polyhymnia, a muse; Pluto, Triton, president of the sea; Tritogenia, Achelous,
You gotta go
and
backwards,
the faces, furies, and graces. This number is called wisdom, because men organize the present, foresee the future, and benefit by the experiences of the first. It is cause of wisdom and understanding. The triad is the number of knowledge, music, geometry, and astronomy, and the science of the celestials and terrestrials. Pythagoras taught that the cube of this number had the power of the lunar circle. The sacredness of the triad and its symbol, the triangle, is derived from the fact that it is made up of the monad and the duad. The monad is the symbol of the Divine Father, and the duad of the Great Mother. The triad being made of these two is therefore androgynous, and is symbolic of the fact that God gave birth to his worlds out of himself, who in his creative aspect is always symbolized by the triangle. The monad passing into the duad was thus capable of becoming the parent of progeny, for the duad was the womb of Meru, within which the world was created, and within which it still exists in embryo. The tetrad, 4, was esteemed by Pythagoreans as the primal genial number, the root of all things, the fountain of nature, and the most perfect number. All tetrads are intellectual. They have an emergent order and encircle the world as the imperium passes through it. Why the Pythagoreans expressed God as a tetrad is explained in a sacred discourse ascribed to Pythagoras, wherein God is called the number of numbers. This is because the decad, or 10, is composed of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 4 is symbolic of God because it is symbolic of the first 4 numbers. Moreover, the tetrad is the
You can
center
turn
of the
around
week,
and
being
go
halfway
the other way.
between 1 and 7. The tetrad
Have you
is
released
also
his
the
work yet?
first geometric solid. Pythagoras
When he
maintained
said
that
he's
the
like,
soul
"No, I
of
don't
man
know if he's
consists
working."
of a tetrad.
He's like, I'm just trying to tell you, I
The 4
really don't
powers
want it
of the
on,
soul
so I don't want to
being
comply at
mind,
all.
science, opinion, and sense. The tetrad connects all beings, elements, numbers, and reasons. Nor can
Too
anything
bad.
be named which does not depend
I got you a
upon
better
the
one.
tetractus.
I don't know.
It is the cause and maker
You'll
of
find
all
right.
things, the
Good tomorrow.
intelligible God, author of celestial and sensible good. Plutarch interprets this tetractus, which he said was also called the world, to be 36, consisting of the first 4 odd numbers added to the first 4 even numbers, thus 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 16. 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 20 equals 36. Key words given to the tetrad are impetuosity, strength, virility, two-mothered, and the key keeper of nature, because the universal constitution cannot be without it. It is also called harmony and the first profundity.
Maybe you have to go to the store.
The following deities partook of the nature of the tetrad: Hercules,
Mercury,
Mercury,
cat food, food stamps,
Vulcan,
probably not.
Bacchus, and Urania, one of the muses. The triad represents the primary colors and from the major planets.
Yeah, I
while
know.
the
You can eat my
tetrad
food, right?
represents
But you won't.
the secondary
Well,
colors
you want to eat
and
mice?
the minor planets. From the first triangle comes forth the
Yeah.
7 spirits, symbolized by a triangle and a square. These together form the Masonic apron.
I know I
The
can.
pentad, 5, is the union of an odd
I do it in
and
my
an
dreams
even
all the
number,
time.
3 and 2.
No,
Among the
rodents are good.
Greeks, the
Birds
pentagram
too
was a
sometimes.
sacred symbol of light, health, and
Take a bite out
vitality.
of them.
It
It's
also
alright.
symbolized the
It's like
fifth
crunchy.
element, ether, because it is free from the disturbances
What's
of
wrong
the
with
4
crunchy, Dad?
lower elements. It is called equilibrium because
I
it
like crunchy
divides
food
the
too
perfect
sometimes.
number 10 into
The
2
chips are
equal
crunchy. They're
parts.
good.
The pentad is
I just
symbolic
can't see
of
it every
nature,
time biting.
for when
I don't have hands
multiplied
like
by
you do.
itself, it
It's like
returns
imagine if you were
into
eating with
itself.
your face.
As
all the
grains
time.
of wheat, when starting in the form of seed, pass through nature's process
That's what your whiskers are
and
for.
reproduce the seed of the wheat as
They don't work
the
like that. They
form
work
of
for
their
going
own
into
growth.
places.
Other numbers multiplied
Like
by
other
themselves
dimensions.
produce other numbers, but only 5 and 6 multiplied by themselves
If it's sense to the demons, I
represent
think.
and
I think it'd make
retain
me
their
better
original
psychic.
number as the
I know they
last
do.
figure in their products. The pentad represents all the superior and inferior
No.
beings. It is sometimes referred to
Yeah,
as
it's
the
also how you can see in
hierophant
certain places
or
I
the
can't.
priest of the
Hey,
mysteries
get down.
because of its connection
You're
with
next to my
the
teeth.
spiritual
So
ethers,
knock it over.
by means of which
Spank
mystic
you.
development is attained. Key
love
words
you.
of the pentad are reconciliation,
I love you.
alternation,
You know I do love
marriage,
you.
immortality,
You're my handsome boy.
cordiality, providence, and sound. Among the deities who partook of the nature of the pentad were Pallas,
That's literally what he's
Nemesis,
saying to me.
Bubastia, or Bast,
Venus.
Venus, Androgynia, Cytherea, and the messengers of Jupiter. The tetrad, the elements, plus the monad equals
Once we go to
the
bed soon.
pentad. The Pythagoreans thought
See,
that
he
the
looked up
elements
at
of
me like,
earth,
yes, I do.
fire, air, and water were permeated by a substance called ether, the basis of vitality and life. Therefore, they chose the
He wants to do the
5-pointed
cuddle.
star or pentagram as the
That's what he said.
philosophers to conceal the element of earth under the
Word
symbol
for
of the
word.
dragon. And many of the heroes of antiquity were told to go forth and slay the dragon. Hence, they drove their sword, the monad, into the body of the dragon, the tetrad. This resulted in the formation of the pentad, a symbol of the victory of the spiritual nature over the material nature. The 4 elements are symbolized in the early biblical writings as the 4 rivers that poured out of the Garden of Eden. The elements themselves are under the control of the composite cherubim of Ezekiel. The Pythagoreans held the hexad, 6, to represent Clement
Yeah, he's
of
like a little kid,
Alexandria
so wants to move
conceived
around.
the creation of the world according to
He's
both
getting up
the
and climbing on
prophets
things,
and
just like a
the
kid would.
ancient mysteries. It was called by the
What is?
Pythagoreans the perfection of all the parts. This number was particularly sacred to Orpheus, and also to the fate, the cases, and the muse, Thalia. It was called the form of forms, the articulation of the universe, and the maker of the soul. Among the Greeks, harmony and the soul were considered to be similar in nature, because all souls are harmonic. The hexad is also the symbol of marriage, because it is formed by the union of 2 triangles. one masculine and the other feminine. Among the keywords given to the hexad are time, for it is the measure of duration, panacea, because health is equilibrium, and the hexad is a balance number. The world, because the world, like the hexad, is often seen to consist of contraries by harmony. Omnisufficient, because its parts are sufficient for totality. 3 plus 2 plus 1 equals 6. Unwearied, because it contains the elements of immortality. By the Pythagoreans, the heptad, 7, is called the orgy of veneration, the number of remission, because man is controlled by 7 celestial spirits to whom it is proper for him to make offerings. It was called the number of life because it was believed that human creatures born in the 7th month of embryonic life usually lived, but those born in the 8th month often died. One also called it the motherless month, because it was out of the crown, or the head of the father, the monad. Keywords of the heptad are fortune, occasion, custody, control, government, judgment, dreams. Voices whose attributes were expressed by the heptad were Osiris, Mars, one of the muses. Among many ancient numbers, the heptad is a sacred number. The Elohim of the Jews were supposedly 7 in number. They were the spirits of the dawn, more commonly known as the archangels, controlling the planets. The 7 archangels, with the 3 spirits controlling the sun in its threefold aspect, constitute the 10, the sacred Pythagorean decad. The mysterious Pythagorean tetractys, or 4 rows of dots, increasing from 1 to 4, was symbolic of the stages of creation. The great Pythagorean truth that all things in nature are regenerated through the decad, or 10, is subtly preserved in Freemasonry, through these grips being affected by the uniting of 10 fingers, 5 on the hand of each person. The 3, spirit, mind, and soul, descend into the 4, the world, the sum being the 7, or the mystic nature of man, consisting of a threefold spiritual body and a fourfold name. The Greek table is used. Abraxas in Greek is thus 1, 2, 100, 1, 61, and 200, the sum being 365, the number of days in the year. This number furnishes the key to the mystery of Abraxas, who is symbolic of the 365 aeons, or spirits of the days, gathered together in one composite personality. Abraxas is symbolic of 5 creatures, and as the circle of the year actually consists of 360 degrees, each of the emanating deities is 1/5 of this power, or 72, one of the most sacred numbers in the Old Testament of the Jews and in their Kabbalistic system. This same method is used in finding the numerical value of the names of the gods and goddesses of the Greeks and Jews. All higher numbers can be reduced to one of the original 10 numerals, and the 10 itself to 1. Therefore, all groups of numbers resulting from the translation of names of deities into their numerical equivalents have a basis in one of the first 10 numbers. By this system, in which the digits are added together, 666 becomes 6 plus 6 plus 6, or 18, and in this turn becomes 1 plus 8, or 9. According to Revelation, 144,000 are to be saved. This number becomes 1 plus 4 plus 4 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, which equals 9, thus proving that both the beast of Babylon and the number of the saved refer to man himself, whose symbol is the number 9. This system can be used successfully with both Greek and Hebrew letters. The numerical values of the Hebrew, Greek, and Samaritan alphabets from Higgins, Celtic Druids. Column 1, names of the Hebrew letters. Column 2, Samaritan letters. Column 3, Hebrew and Chaldean letters. Column 4, numerical equivalents of the letters. Column 5, capital and small Greek letters. Column 6, the letters marked with asterisks are those brought to Greece from Phoenicia by Cadmus. Column 7, name of the Greek letters. Column 8, nearest English equivalents to the Hebrew, Greek, and Samaritan letters. Note, when used at the end of a word, the Hebrew tau has the numerical value 440, kaf 500, mem 600, nun 700, pe 800, zadi 900. A dotted alpha and a dashed LF have the value 1000. The original Pythagorean system of numerical philosophy contains nothing to justify the practice now in vogue of changing the given name or surname in the hope of improving the temperament or financial condition by altering the name vibrations. There is also a system of calculation in vogue for the English language, but its accuracy is a matter of legitimate dispute. It is comparatively modern and has no relationship either to the Hebrew Kabbalistic system or to the Greek procedure. The claim made by some that the Pythagorean is not supported by any tangible evidence, and there are many reasons why such a contention is untenable. The fact that Pythagoras used 10 as the basis of calculation, while this system uses 9, an imperfect number, is in itself almost conclusive. Furthermore, the arrangement of the Greek and Hebrew letters does not agree closely enough with the English to permit the application of the number sequences of one language to the number sequences of the others. Further experimentation with the system may prove profitable, but it is without basis in antiquity. The arrangement of the letters and numbers is as follows. The letters under each of the numbers have the value of the figure at the top of the column. Thus, in the word man,
Love you.
M equals 4, A equals 1.
I know they do, but guess
N
what? I
equals
can't
5,
pay attention very
a
well,
total of 10.
so I have to turn it up.
The values of the numbers are practically the same as those given
So I
by
can
the
tune it out.
Pythagorean system. An introduction to the Pythagorean theory of numbers. The following outline of Pythagorean mathematics is a paraphrase of the opening chapters of Thomas Taylor's Theoretic Arithmetic, the rarest and most important compilation of Pythagorean mathematical fragments extant. The Pythagoreans declared arithmetic to be the mother of the mathematical sciences. This is proved by the fact that geometry, music, and astronomy are dependent upon it, but it is not dependent upon them. Thus, geometry may be removed, but arithmetic will remain. But if arithmetic be removed, geometry is eliminated. In the same manner, music depends upon arithmetic, but the elimination of music affects arithmetic only by limiting one of its expressions. The Pythagoreans also demonstrated arithmetic to be prior to astronomy, for the latter is dependent upon both geometry and music. The size, form, and motion of the celestial bodies is determined by the use of geometry, their harmony and rhythm by the use of music. If astronomy be removed, neither geometry nor music is injured. But if geometry and music be eliminated, astronomy is destroyed. The priority of both geometry and music to astronomy is therefore established. Arithmetic, however, is prior to all. It is primary and fundamental. Pythagoras instructed his disciples that the science of mathematics is divided into two major parts. The first is concerned with the multitude, or the constituent parts of a thing, and the second with the magnitude, or the relative size or density of a thing. Magnitude is divided into two parts, magnitude which is stationary and magnitude which is movable, the stationary part having priority. Multitude is also divided into two parts, for it is related both to itself and to other things, the first relationship having priority. Pythagoras assigned the science of arithmetic to multitude related to itself, the art of music to multitude related to other things. Geometry likewise was assigned to stationary magnitude, and spherics, usually partly in the sense of astronomy, to movable magnitude. Both multitude and magnitude were circumscribed by the circumference of mind. The atomic theory has proved size to be the result of number, for a mass is made up of minute units, though mistaken by the uninformed for a single simple substance. Owing to the fragmentary condition of existing Pythagorean records, it is difficult to arrive at exact definitions of terms. Before it is possible, however, to unfold the subject further, some light must be cast upon the meanings of the words number, monad, and one. The monad signifies the all-including one. The Pythagoreans called the monad the noble number, sire of gods and men. The monad also signifies the sum of any combination of numbers considered as a whole. Thus, the universe is considered as a monad, but the individual parts of the universe, such as the planets and elements, are monads in relation to the parts of which they themselves are composed, though they, in turn, are parts of the greater monad formed of their sum. The monad may also be likened to the seed of a tree, which, when it has grown, has many branches, the numbers. In other words, the numbers are to the monad what the branches of the tree are to the seed of the tree. From the
Right,
study
Gabriel?
of the mysterious Pythagorean monad, Leibniz evolved his magnificent theory of the world atoms, a theory in perfect accord with the ancient teachings of the mysteries, for Leibniz himself was an initiate of the secret school. By some Pythagoreans, the monad is also considered synonymous with the one. Number is the term applied to all numerals and their combinations. A strict interpretation of the term number by certain of the Pythagoreans excludes 1 and 2. Pythagoras defines number to be the extension and energy of the spermatic reasons contained in the monad. The followers of Hippasus declared number to be the first pattern used by the demiurges in the formation of the universe. The one was defined by the Platonists as the summit of the many. The one differs from the monad in that the term monad is used to designate the sum of the parts considered as a unit, whereas the one is the term applied to each of its integral parts. There are two orders of number, odd and even. Because unity, or one, always remains indivisible, the odd numbers cannot be divided equally. Thus, 9 is 4 plus 1 plus 4, the unity in the center being indivisible. Furthermore, if any odd number be divided into two parts,
Nothingness.
one part will always be odd and the other even. Thus,
Circle.
9 may be 5 plus 4, 3 plus 6, 7 plus 2, or 8 plus
You
1.
die.
The Pythagoreans considered the odd number, of which the monad was the prototype, to be definite and masculine. They were not all agreed, however, as to the nature of unity, or one. Some declared it to be positive, because if added
You're
to
the
an
one
even
sending
or
the
negative
first
number, it produces an odd or positive number. Others demonstrated that if unity be added to an odd number, the latter becomes even, thereby making the masculine to be feminine. Unity, or one, therefore, was considered an androgynous number, partaking of both the masculine and the feminine attributes, consequently both odd and even. For this reason, the Pythagoreans called it evenly odd. It was customary for the Pythagoreans to offer sacrifices of an uneven number of objects to the superior gods, while to the goddesses and subterranean spirits, an even number was offered. Any even number may be divided into two equal parts, which are always either both odd or both even. Thus, 10 by equal division gives 5 plus 5, both odd numbers. The same principle holds true if the 10 be unequally divided. For example, in 6 plus 4, both parts are even. In 7 plus 3, both parts are odd. In 8 plus 2, both parts are again even. And in 9 plus 1, both parts are again odd. Thus, in the even number, however it may be divided, the parts will always be both odd or both even. The Pythagoreans considered the even number, of which the duad was the prototype, to be indefinite and feminine. The odd numbers are divided by a mathematical contrivance called the sieve of Eratosthenes into three general classes: incomposite, composite, and incomposite composite. The incomposite numbers are those which have no divisor other than themselves and unity, such as 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 37, 41, 43, 47, and so forth. For example, 7 is divisible only by 7, which goes into itself once, and unity, which goes into 7 times. The composite numbers are those which are divisible not only by themselves and unity, but also by some other number, such as 9, 15, 21, 25, 27, 33, 39, 45, 51, 57, and so forth. For example, 7 is divisible not only by itself, and by unity, but also by 3 and by 7. The incomposite composite numbers are those which have no common divisor, although each of itself is capable of division, such as 9 and 25. For example, 9 is divisible by 3 and 25 by 5, but neither is divisible by the divisor of the other. Thus they have no common divisor. Because they have individual divisors, they are called composite, and because they have no common divisor, they are called incomposite. Describe their properties. Even numbers are divided into 3 classes: evenly even, evenly odd, and oddly odd. The evenly even numbers are all in duple ratio from unity. Thus, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, and 1024. The proof of the perfect evenly even number is that it can be halved and the halves again halved back into unity, as half of 64 is 32, half of 32 is 16, half of 16 is 8, half of 8 is 4, half of 4 is 2, half of 2 is 1. Beyond unity, it is impossible to go. The evenly even numbers possess certain unique properties. The sum of any number of terms, but the last term, is always equal to the last term minus 1. For example, the sum of the first and second terms, 1 plus 2, equals the third term, 4 minus 1, or the sum of the first, second, third, and fourth terms, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, equals the fifth term, 16 minus 1. In a series of evenly even numbers, the first multiplied by the last equals the last, the second multiplied by the second from the last equals the last, and so on, until in an odd series one number remains, which multiplied by itself equals the last number of the series. Or, in an even series, two numbers remain, which multiplied by each other give the last number of the series. For example, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16 is an odd series. The first number, 1, multiplied by the last number, 16, equals the last number, 16. The second number, 2, multiplied by the second from the last number, 8, equals the last number, 8. Being an odd series, the 4 is left in the center, and this multiplied by itself also equals the last number, 16. The evenly odd numbers are those which, when halved, are incapable of further division by halving. They are formed by taking the odd numbers in sequential order and multiplying them by 2. By this process, the odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 produce the evenly odd numbers 2, 6, 10, 14, 18, 22. Thus, every fourth number is evenly odd. Each of the even odd numbers may be divided once, as 2, which becomes 2 ones, and cannot be divided further, or 6, which becomes 2 threes, and cannot be divided further. The sieve of Eratosthenes, redrawn from Taylor's Theoretic Arithmetic. This sieve is a mathematical device originated by Eratosthenes about 230 BC for the purpose of segregating the composite and incomposite odd numbers. Its use is extremely simple after the theory has once been mastered. All the odd numbers are first arranged in their natural order, as shown in the second panel from the bottom, designated odd numbers. It will then be seen that every third number, beginning with 3, is divisible by 3. Every fifth number, beginning with 5, is divisible by 5. Every seventh number, beginning with 7, is divisible by 7. Every ninth number, beginning with 9, is divisible by 9. Every 11th number, beginning with 11, is divisible by 11, and so on into infinity. This system finally sifts out what the Pythagoreans called the incomposite numbers, or those having no divisor other than themselves and unity. These will be found in the lowest panel. Mathematics. David Smith states that Eratosthenes was one of the greatest scholars of Alexandria and was called by his admirers the second Plato. Eratosthenes was educated at Athens and is renowned not only for his sieve, but for having computed, by a very ingenious method, the circumference and diameter of the Earth. His estimate of the Earth's diameter was only 50 miles less than the polar diameter accepted by modern scientists. This and other mathematical achievements of Eratosthenes are indisputable evidence that in the 3rd century before Christ, the Greeks not only knew the Earth to be spherical in form, but could also approximate with amazing accuracy its actual size and distance from both the sun and the moon. Aristarchus of Samos, another great Greek astronomer and mathematician who lived about 250 BC, established by philosophical deduction and a few simple scientific instruments that the Earth revolved around the sun. While Copernicus actually believed himself to be the discoverer of this fact, he but restated the findings advanced by Aristarchus 1700 years earlier. Another peculiarity of the evenly odd numbers is that if the divisor be odd, the quotient is always even, and if the divisor be even, the quotient is always odd. For example, if 18 be divided by 2, an even divisor, the quotient is 9, an odd number. If 18 be divided by 3, an odd divisor, the quotient is 6, an even number. The evenly odd numbers are also remarkable in that each term is 1/2 of the sum of the terms on either side of it. For example, 10 is 1/2 of the sum of 6 and 14. 18 is 1/2 the sum of 14 and 22. And 6 is 1/2 the sum of 2 and 10. The oddly odd or unevenly even numbers are a compromise between the evenly even and the evenly odd numbers. Unlike the evenly even, they cannot be halved back to unity, and unlike the evenly odd, they are capable of more than one division by halving. The oddly odd numbers are formed by multiplying the evenly even numbers above 2 by the odd numbers above 1. The odd numbers above 1 are 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth. The evenly even numbers above 2 are 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. The first odd number of the series, 3, multiplied by 4, the first evenly even number of the series, gives 12. The first oddly odd number. By multiplying 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth by 4, oddly odd numbers are found. The other oddly odd numbers are produced by multiplying 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and so forth. In turn, by the other evenly even numbers, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so forth. An example of the halving of the oddly odd numbers is as follows. Half of 12 equals 6. Half of 6 equals 3, which cannot be halved further because the Pythagoreans did not divide unity. Even numbers are also divided into 3 other classes: superperfect, deficient, and perfect. Superperfect or superabundant numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts greater than themselves. For example, half of 24 equals 12. 1/4 equals 6. 1/3 equals 8. 1/6 equals 4. 1/12 equals 2. And 1/24 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 12 plus 6 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, is 33, which is in excess of 24, the original number. Deficient numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts less than themselves. For example, half of 14 equals 7, 1/7 equals 2, and 1/14 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 7 plus 2 plus 1, is 10, which is less than 14, the original number. Perfect numbers are such as have the sum of their fractional parts equal to themselves. For example, half of 28 equals 14, 1/4 equals 7, 1/7 equals 4, 1/14 equals 2, and 1/28 equals 1. The sum of these parts, 14 plus 7 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1, is equal to 28. The perfect numbers are extremely rare. There is only one between 1 and 10, namely 6, one between 10 and 100, namely 28, one between 100 and 1000, namely 496, and one between 1000 and 10,000, namely 8128. The perfect numbers are found by the following rule. The first number of the evenly even series of numbers, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so forth, is added to the second number of the series, and if an incomposite number results, it is multiplied by the last number of the series of evenly even numbers whose sum produced it. The product is the first perfect number. For example, the The first and second evenly even numbers are 1 and 2. Their sum is 3, an incomposite number. If 3 be multiplied by 2, the last number of the series of evenly even numbers used to produce it, the product is 6, the first perfect number. If the addition of the evenly even numbers does not result in an incomposite number, the next evenly even number of the series must be added until an incomposite number results. The second perfect number is found in the following manner. The sum of the evenly even numbers 1, 2, and 4 is 7, an incomposite number. If 7 be multiplied by 4, the last of the series of evenly even numbers used to produce it, the product is 28, the second perfect number. This method of calculation may be continued to infinity. Perfect numbers, when multiplied by 2, are superabundant numbers, and when divided by 2, produce deficient numbers. The Pythagoreans evolved their philosophy from the science of numbers. The following quotation from Theoretic Arithmetic is an excellent example of this practice. Perfect numbers, therefore, are beautiful images of the virtues, which are certain media between excess and defect, and are not summits, and by some of the ancients they were supposed to be. And evil is indeed opposed to evil, but both are opposed to one good. Good, however, is never opposed to good, but to two evils at one and the same time. Thus, timidity is opposed to audacity, to both of which the want of true courage is common. But both timidity and audacity are opposed to fortitude. Craft also is opposed to fatuity, to both of which the want of intellect is common, and both these are opposed to prudence. Thus, too, profusion is opposed to avarice, to both of which illiberality is common, and both these are opposed to liberality. And in a similar manner in the other virtues, by all of which it is evident that perfect numbers have a great similitude to the virtues, but they also resemble the virtues on another account, for they are rarely found, as being few, and they are generated in a very constant order. On the contrary, an infinite multitude of superabundant and diminished numbers may be found, nor are they disposed in any orderly series, nor generated from any certain end, and hence they have a great similitude to the vices, which are numerous, inordinate, and indefinite. The table of the 10 numbers. The following outline of the Pythagorean numbers is a paraphrase of the writings of Nicomachus, Theon of Smyrna, Proclus, Porphyry, Plutarch, Clement of Alexandria, Aristotle, and other early authorities. Monad, 1, is so called because it remains always in the same condition, that is, separate from multitude. Its attributes are as follows. It is called mind because the mind is stable and has preeminence. Hermaphrodism because it is both male and female. Odd and even for being added to the even and to the odd even. God because it is the beginning and end of all, but itself has neither beginning nor end. Good, for such is the nature of God, the receptacle of matter, because it produces the duad, which is essentially material. By the Pythagoreans, monad was called chaos, obscurity, chasm, Tartarus, Styx, abyss, Lethe, Atlas, axis, morpho, a name for Venus, and tower or throne of Jupiter, because of the great power which abides in the center of the universe and controls the circular motion of the planars about itself. Monad is also called germinal reason, because it is the origin of all thoughts in the universe. Other names given to it were Apollo, because of its relation to the sun, Prometheus, because he brought man light, Pyralios, one who exists in fire, Geniture, because without it no number can exist, Substance, because substance is primary, cause of truth, and constitution of symphony. All these because it is the primordial one. Between greater and lesser, the monad is equal. Between intention and remission, it is middle. In multitude, it is mean. And in time, it is now, because eternity knows neither past nor future. It is called Jupiter because he is father and head of the gods. Vesta, the fire of the home, because it is located in the midst of the universe and remains there inclining to no side as a dot in a circle. Form, because it circumscribes, comprehends, and terminates. Love, concord, and piety, because it is indivisible. Other symbolic names for the monad are ship, chariot, Proteus, a god capable of changing his form, Mnemosyne, and Polyanimus, having many names. The following symbolic names were given to the duad, two, because it has been divided, and is two rather than one, and when there are two, each is opposed to the other. Genius, evil, darkness, inequality, instability, movability, boldness, fortitude, contention, matter, dissimilarity, partition between multitude and monad, defect, shapelessness, indefiniteness, indeterminateness, harmony, tolerance, root, feet of the fountain abounding idea, top, fairness, opinion, fallacy, alterity, diffidence, impulse, depth, motion, generation, mutation, division, longitude, augmentation, composition, communion, misfortune, sustentation, imposition, marriage, soul, and science. In his book Numbers, W. Wynne Westcott says of the duad, it was called audacity from its being the earliest number to separate itself from the divine one, from the adatum of God-nourished silence, as the Chaldean oracles say. As the monad is the father, so the duad is the mother. Therefore, the duad has certain points in common with the goddesses Isis, Rhea, Jove's mother, Phrygia, Lydia, Dindymene, Sibyl, and Ceres. Erato, one of the muses, Diana, because the moon is forked, Dictana, Venus, Dione, Cytherea, Juno, because she is both wife and sister of Jupiter, and Maya, the mother of Mercury. While the monad is the symbol of wisdom, the duad is the symbol of ignorance, for in it exists the sense of separateness, which sense is the beginning of ignorance. The duad, however, is also the mother of wisdom, for ignorance, out of the nature of itself, invariably gives birth to wisdom. The Pythagoreans revered the monad, but despised the duad, because it was the symbol of polarity. By the power of the duad, the deep was created in contradistinction to the heavens. The deep mirrored the heavens and became the symbol of illusion, for the below was merely a reflection of the above. The below was called Maya, the illusion, the sea, the great void, and to symbolize it, the Magi of Persia carried mirrors. From the duad arose disputes and contentions, until by bringing the monad between the duad, equilibrium was reestablished by the Savior God, who took upon himself the form of a number and was crucified between two thieves for their sins of men. The triad, 3, is the first number actually odd, monad not always being considered a number. It is the first equilibrium of unity. Therefore, Pythagoras said that Apollo gave oracles from a tripod and advised offer of libation 3 times. The key words to the qualities of the triad are friendship, peace, justice, prudence, piety, temperance, and virtue. The following deities partake of the principle of the triad: Saturn, ruler of time; Latona, cornucopia; Ophion, the great serpent; Thetis, Hecate; Polyhymnia, a muse; Pluto, Triton, president of the sea; Tritogenia, Achelous, and the faces. This number is called wisdom, because men organize the present, foresee the future, and benefit by the experiences of the first. It is cause of wisdom and understanding. The triad is the number of knowledge, music, geometry, and astronomy, and the science of the celestials and terrestrials. Pythagoras taught that the cube of this number had the power of the lunar circle. The sacredness of the triad and its symbol, the triangle, is derived from the fact that it is made up of the monad and the duad. The monad is the symbol of the Divine Father, and the duad of the Great Mother. The triad being made of these two is therefore androgynous, and is symbolic of the fact that God gave birth to his worlds out of himself, who in his creative aspect is always symbolized by the triangle. The monad passing into the duad was thus capable of becoming the parent of progeny, for the duad was the womb of Meru, within which the world was incubated and within which it still exists in embryo. The tetrad, 4, was esteemed by the Pythagoreans as the primal genial number, the root of all things, the fountain of nature, and the most perfect number. All tetrads are intellectual. They have an emergent order and encircle the world as the imperium passes through it. Why the Pythagoreans expressed God as a tetrad is explained in a sacred discourse ascribed to Pythagoras, wherein God is called the number of numbers. This is because the decad, or 10, is composed of 1, 2, 3, and 4. The number 4 is symbolic of God because it is symbolic of the first 4 numbers. Moreover, the tetrad is the center of the week, being halfway between 1 and 7. The tetrad is also the first geometric solid. Pythagoras maintained that the soul of man consists of a tetrad, the 4 powers of the soul being mind, science, opinion, and sense. The tetrad connects all beings, elements, numbers, and reasons, nor can anything be named which does not depend upon the tetractys. It is the cause and maker of all things, the intelligible God, author of celestial and sensible good. Plutarch interprets this tetractys, which he said was also called the world, to be 36, consisting of the first 4 odd numbers added to the first 4 even numbers, thus 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 16. 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 20 equals 36. Key words given to the tetrad are impetuosity, strength, virility, two-mothered, and the key keeper of nature, because the universal constitution cannot be without it. It is also called harmony and the first profundity. The following deities partook of the nature of the tetrad: Hercules, Mercury, Vulcan, Bacchus, and Urania, one of the muses. The triad represents the primary colors and from the major planets, while the tetrad represents the secondary colors and the minor planets. From the first triangle comes forth the 7 spirits, symbolized by a triangle and a square. These together form the Masonic apron. The pentad, 5, is the union of an odd and an even number, 3 and 2. Among the Greeks, the pentagram was a sacred symbol of light, health, and vitality. It also symbolized the 5th element, ether, because it is free from the disturbances of the 4 lower elements. It is called equilibrium because it divides the perfect number 10 into 2 equal parts. The pentad is symbolic of nature, for when multiplied by itself, it returns into itself, just as grains of wheat, when starting in the form of seed, pass through nature's processes and reproduce the seed of the wheat as the ultimate form of their own growth. Other numbers multiplied by themselves produce other numbers, but only 5 and 6 multiplied by themselves represent and retain their original number as the last figure in their products. The pentad represents all the superior and inferior beings. It is sometimes referred to as the Hierophant, or the priest of the mysteries, because of its connection with the spiritual ethers, by means of which mystic development is attained. Key words of the pentad are reconciliation, alternation, marriage, immortality, cordiality, providence, and sound. Among the deities who partook of the nature of the pentad were Pallas, Nemesis, Bubastia or Bast, Venus, Androgynia, Cytherea, and the messengers of Jupiter. The tetrad, the elements, plus the monad equals the pentad. The Pythagoreans taught that the elements of earth, fire, air, and water were permeated by a substance called ether, the basis of vitality and life. Therefore, they chose the 5-pointed star or pentagram as the symbol of vitality, health, and interpretation. It was customary for the philosophers to conceal the element of earth under the symbol of a dragon, and many of the heroes of antiquity were told to go forth and slay the dragon. Hence, they drove their sword, the monad, into the body of the dragon, the tetrad. This resulted in the formation of the pentad, a symbol of the victory of the spiritual nature over the material nature. The 4 elements are symbolized in the early biblical writings as the 4 rivers that poured out of the Garden of Eden. The elements themselves are under the control of the composite cherubim of Ezekiel. The Pythagoreans held the hexad, 6, to represent, as Clement of Alexandria conceived, the creation of the world according to both the prophets and the ancient mysteries. It was called by the Pythagoreans the perfection of all the parts. This number was particularly sacred to Orpheus, and also to the Fate, Acasis, and the Muse, Thalia. It was called the form of forms, the articulation of the universe, and the maker of the soul. Among the Greeks, harmony and the soul were considered to be similar in nature, because all souls are harmonic. The hexad is also the symbol of marriage, because it is formed by the union of two triangles, one masculine and the other feminine. Among the keywords given to the hexad are time, for it is the measure of duration, panacea, because health is equilibrium, and the hexad is a balance number. The world, because the world, like the hexad, is often seen to consist of contraries by harmony. Omnisufficient, because its parts are sufficient for totality. 3 plus 2 plus 1 equals 6. Unweary, because it contains the elements of immortality. By the Pythagoreans, the heptad, 7, was called worthy of veneration. It was held to be the number of religion, because man is controlled by 7 celestial spirits, to whom it is proper for him to make offerings. It was called the number of life because it was believed that human creatures born in the 7th month of embryonic life usually lived, but those born in the 8th month often died. One author called it the motherless virgin, Minerva, because it was not born of a mother, but out of the crown, or the head of the father, the monad. Key words of the heptad are fortune, occasion, custody, control, government, judgment, dreams, voices, sounds, and that which leads all things to their end. Deities whose attributes were expressed by the heptad were Aegis, Osiris, Mars, and Clio, one of the Muses. Among many ancient numbers, the heptad is a sacred number. The Elohim of the Jews were supposedly 7 in number. They were the spirits of the dawn, more commonly known as the archangels controlling the planets. The 7 archangels, with the 3 spirits controlling the sun in its threefold aspect, constitute the 10, the sacred Pythagorean decad. The mysterious Pythagorean tetractys, or 4 rows of dots, increasing from 1 to 4, was symbolic of the stages of creation. The great Pythagorean truth that all things in nature are regenerated through the decad, or 10, is subtly preserved in Freemasonry, through these grips being affected by the uniting of 10 fingers, 5 on the hand of each person. The 3, spirit, mind, and soul, descend into the 4, the world, the sum being the 7, or the mystic nature of man, consisting of a threefold spiritual body and a fourfold material form. These are symbolized by the cube, which has 6 surfaces and a mysterious 7th point within. The 6 surfaces are the directions: north, east, south, west, up, and down, or front, back, right, left, above, and below, or again, earth, fire, air, water, spirit, and matter. In the midst of these stands the One, which is the upright figure of man, from whose center in the cube radiate 6 pyramids. From this comes the great occult axiom: the center is the father of the directions, the dimensions, and the distances. The heptad is the number of the law because it is the number of the makers of cosmic law, the 7 spirits before the throne. The Ogdoad, 8, was sacred because it was the number of the first cube, which form had 8 corners and was the only evenly even number under 10. 1, 2, 4, 8, 4, 2, 1. Thus, the 8 is divided into 2 4s, each 4 is divided into 2 2s, and each 2 is divided into 2 1s, thereby re-establishing the monad. Among the keywords of the Ogdoad are love, counsel, prudence, law, and convenience. Among the divinities partaking of its nature were Panharmonia, Rhea, Sibyl, Cadmea, Dindamine, Orsia, Neptune, Themis, and Euterpe, a muse. The Ogdoad was a mysterious number associated with the Eleusinian mysteries of Greece and the Kabiri. It was called the Little Holy Number. It derived its form partly from the twisted snakes on the caduceus of Hermes, and partly from the serpentine motion of the celestial bodies, possibly also from the moon's nodes. The Ennead, 9, was the first square of an odd number, 3 by 3. It was associated with failure and shortcoming because it fell short of the perfect number 10 by 1. It was called the called number of man because of the 9 months of his embryonic life. Among its key words are ocean and horizon, because to the ancients these were boundless. The Ennead is the limitless number because there is nothing beyond it but the infinite 10. It was called boundary and limitation because it gathered all numbers within itself. It was called the sphere of the air because it surrounded the numbers as air surrounds the earth. Among the gods and goddesses who partook in greater or lesser degree of its nature were Prometheus, Vulcan, Juno, the sister and wife of Jupiter, Paeon, and Aglaea, Tritogenia, Eurytus, Proserpine, Hyperion, and Terpsichore, a muse. The 9 was looked upon as evil because it was an inverted 6. According to the Eleusinian mysteries, it was because of the spheres through which the consciousness passed on its way to birth. Because of its close resemblance to the spermatozoon, the 9 has been associated with germinal life. The Decad, 10, according to the Pythagoreans, is the greatest of numbers, not only because it is the tetractys, the 10 dots, but because it comprehends all arithmetic and harmonic proportions. Pythagoras said that 10 is the nature of number, because all nations reckon to it, and when they arrive at it, they return to the monad. The Decad was called both heaven and the world, because the former includes the latter. Being a perfect number, the Decad was applied by the Pythagoreans to those things relating to age, power, faith, necessity, and the power of memory. It was also called unwearied, because, like God, it was tireless. The Pythagoreans divided the heavenly bodies into 10 orders. They also stated that the Decad perfected all numbers and comprehended within itself the nature of odd and even, moved and unmoved, good and ill. They associated its power with the following deities: Atlas, for it carried the numbers on its shoulders; Urania, Mnemosyne, the sun; Phanes, and the one god. The decimal system can probably be traced back to the time when it was customary to reckon on the fingers, these being among the most primitive of calculating devices and still in use among many Aboriginal peoples. The human body in symbolism. The oldest, the most profound, the most universal of all symbols is the human body. The Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, and Hindus considered a philosophical analysis of man's triune nature to be an indispensable part of ethical and religious training. The mysteries of every nation taught that the laws, elements, and powers of the universe were epitomized in the human constitution, that everything which existed outside of man had its analog within man. The universe, being immeasurable in its immensity and inconceivable in its profundity, was beyond mortal estimation. Even the gods themselves could comprehend but a part of the inaccessible glory which was their source. When temporarily permeated with divine enthusiasm, man may transcend for a brief moment the limitations of his own personality and behold in part that celestial effulgence in which all creation is bathed. But even in his periods of greatest illumination, man is incapable of imprinting upon the substance of his rational soul a perfect image of the multiform expression of celestial activity. Recognizing the futility of attempting to cope intellectually with that which transcends the comprehension of the rational faculties, the early philosophers turned their attention from the inconceivable divinity to man himself, within the narrow confines of those whose nature they found manifested all the mysteries of the external spheres. As the natural outgrowth of this practice, There was fabricated a secret theological system in which God was considered as the grand man, and conversely, man as the little god. Continuing this analogy, the universe was regarded as a man, and conversely, man as a miniature universe. The greater universe was termed the macrocosm, the great world or body, and the divine life or spiritual entity controlling its functions was called the macroprosophos. Man's body, or the individual human universe, was termed the microcosm, and the divine life or spiritual entity controlling its functions was called the microprosophos. The pagan mysteries were primarily concerned with instructing neophytes in the true relationship between the macrocosm and the microcosm, in other words, between God and man. Accordingly, the key to these analogies between the organs and functions of the microcosmic man and those of the macrocosmic man constituted the most prized possession of the early initiates. In Isis Unveiled, H.P. Blavatsky summarizes the pagan concept of man as follows. Man is a little world, a microcosm inside the great universe. Like a fetus, he is suspended by all his three spirits in the matrix of the macrocosmos, and while his terrestrial body is in constant sympathy with its parent Earth, his astral soul lives in unison with the sidereal anima mundi. He is in it, as it is in him, for the world-pervading element fills all space, and is space itself, only shoreless and infinite. As to his third spirit, the divine, what is it but an infinitesimal ray, one of the countless radiations proceeding directly from the highest cause, the spiritual light of the world? This is the trinity of organic and inorganic nature, the spiritual and the physical, which are three in one, and of which Proclus says that the first monad is the eternal God, the second, eternity, the third, the paradigm or pattern of the universe, the three constituting the intelligible triad. Long before the introduction of idolatry into religion, the early priests caused the statue of a man to be placed in the sanctuary of the temple. This human figure symbolized the divine power in all its intricate manifestations. Thus, the priests of antiquity accepted man as their textbook, and through the study of him, learned to understand the greater and more abstruse mysteries of the celestial scheme of which they were a part. It is not improbable that this mysterious figure standing over the primitive altars was made in the nature of a mannequin, and, like certain emblematic hands in the mystery schools, was covered with either carved or painted hieroglyphs. The statue may have opened, thus showing the relative positions of the organs, bones, muscles, nerves, and other parts. After ages of research, the mannequin became a mass of intricate hieroglyphs and symbolic figures. Every part had its secret meaning. The measurements formed a basic standard by the means of which it was possible to measure all parts of cosmos. It was a glorious composite emblem of all the knowledge possessed by the sages and hierophants. Then came the age of idolatry. The mysteries decayed from within. The secrets were lost, and none knew the identity of the mysterious man who stood over the altar. It was remembered only that the figure was a sacred and glorious symbol of the universal power, and it finally came to be looked upon as a god, the one in whose image man was made. Having lost the knowledge of the purpose for which the mannequin was originally constructed, the priests worshipped this effigy until at last their lack of spiritual understanding brought the temple down in ruins about their heads, and the statue crumbled with the civilization that had forgotten its meaning. Proceeding from this assumption of the first theologians, that man is actually fashioned in the image of God, the initiated minds of past ages erected the stupendous nature of theology upon the foundation of the human body. The religious world of today is almost totally ignorant of the fact that the science of biology is the fountainhead of its doctrines and tenets. Many of the codes and laws believed by modern divines to have been direct revelations from divinity are in reality the fruitage of ages of patient delving into the intricacies of the human constitution and the infinite wonders revealed by such a study. In nearly all the sacred books of the world can be traced an anatomical analogy. This is most evident in their creation myths. Anyone familiar with embryology and obstetrics will have no difficulty in recognizing the basis of the allegory concerning Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden, the 9 degrees of the Eleusinian mysteries, and the Brahmanic legend of Vishnu's incarnations. The story of the universal egg, the Scandinavian myth of Ginnungagap, the dark cleft in space in which the seed of the world is sown, and the use of the fish as the emblem of the paternal generative power, all show the true origin of theological speculation. The philosophers of antiquity realized that man himself was the key to the riddle of life, for he was the living image of the divine plan, and in future ages, humanity also will come to realize more fully the solemn import of those ancient words. The proper study of mankind is man. Both God and man have a twofold constitution, of which the superior part is invisible and the inferior visible. In both, there is also an intermediary sphere, marking the point where these invisible and invisible natures meet. As the spiritual nature of God controls his objective universal form, which is actually in controlling power of his visible material personality. Thus, it is evident that the spirit of man bears the same relationship to his material body that God bears to the objective universe. The mysteries taught that spirit, or life, was anterior to form, and that what is anterior includes all that is posterior to itself. Spirit being anterior to form, form is therefore included within the realm of spirit. It is also a popular statement or belief that man's spirit is within his body. According to the conclusions of philosophy and theology, however, this belief is erroneous, for spirit first circumscribes an area and then manifests within it. Philosophically speaking, form, being a part of spirit, is within spirit. But spirit is more than the sum of form, as the material nature of man is therefore within the sum of spirit. So the universal nature, pervading essence of God, the universal spirit. According to another concept of the ancient wisdom, all bodies, whether spiritual or material, have 3 centers, called by the Greeks the upper center, the middle center, and the lower center. An apparent ambiguity will here be noted. To diagram or symbolize adequately abstract mental verities is impossible, for the diagrammatic representation of one aspect of metaphysical relationships may be in actual contradiction of some other aspect, while that which is above is generally considered superior in dignity and power. In reality, that which is in the center is superior and anterior to both that which is said to be above and that which is said to be below. Therefore, it must be said that the first, which is considered as being above, is actually in the center, while both of the others, which are said to be either above or below, are actually beneath. This point can be further simplified if the reader will consider above as indicating degree of proximity to source and below as indicating degree of distance from source, source being posited in the actual center and relative distance being the various points along the radii from the center toward the circumference. In matters pertaining to philosophy and theology, up may be considered as toward the center and down as toward the circumference. Center is spirit, circumference is matter. Therefore, up is toward spirit along an ascending scale of spirituality. Down is toward matter along an ascending scale of materiality. The latter concept is partly expressed by the apex of a cone, which, when viewed from above, is seen as a point in the exact center of the circumference formed by the base of the cone. These 3 universal centers, the one above, the one below, and the link uniting them, represent 3 suns or 3 aspects of one sun, centers of effulgence. These also have their analogues in the 3 grand centers of the human body, which, like the physical universe, is a demiurgic fabrication. The first of these suns, says Thomas Taylor, is analogous to light when light immediately proceeding from the sun, and the third to the splendor communicated to other natures by this light. The Tetragrammaton in the human heart, from Boehm's Libri Apologeticae. The Tetragrammaton, or 4-lettered name of God, is here arranged as a tetractys within the inverted human heart. Beneath, the name of Jehovah is shown transformed into Jehoshua by the interpolation of the radiant Hebrew letter Shin. The drawing as a whole represents the throne of God, and his hierarchy is within the heart of man. In the first book of his Libri Apologeticae, Jacob Boehm, each has it within himself, which is the priceless name of God. Its letters are the flames of his love, which he, out of his heart, in the priceless name of Jesus, has revealed in us. Read these letters in your hearts and spirits, and you have books enough. All the writings of the children of God direct you unto that one book, for therein lie all the treasures of wisdom. This book is Christ in you. Since the superior or spiritual center is in the midst of the other two, its analog in the physical body is the heart, the most spiritual and mysterious organ in the human body. The second center, or the link between the superior and inferior worlds, is elevated to the position of greatest physical dignity, the brain. The third, or lower center, is relegated to the position of least physical dignity, but greatest physical importance, the generative system. Thus, the heart is symbolically the source of life, the brain, the link by which, through rational intelligence, life and form are united, and the generative system, or infernal creator, the source of that power by which physical organisms are produced. The ideals and aspirations of the individual depend largely upon which of these three centers of power predominates in scope and activity. Intellectualist, the higher center, but in the initiate, the middle center, by bathing the two extremes in a flood of spiritual effulgence, controls wholesomely both the mind and the body. As light bears witness of life, which is its source, so the mind bears witness of the spirit, and activity in a still lower plane bears witness of intelligence. Thus the mind bears witness of the heart, while the generative system in turn bears witness of the mind. Accordingly, the spiritual nature is most commonly symbolized by a heart, the intellectual power of an open eye, symbolizing the pineal gland, or cyclopean eye, which is the two-faced Janus of the pagan mysteries, and the generative system by a flower, a staff, a cup, or a hand. While all the mysteries recognize the heart center of spiritual consciousness, they often purposely ignored this concept and used the heart in its exoteric sense as the symbol of the emotional nature. In this arrangement, the generative center represented the physical body, the heart, the emotional body, and the brain, the mental body. The brain represented the superior sphere, but after the initiates had passed through the lower degrees, they were instructed that the brain was the proxy of the spiritual flame, dwelling in the innermost recesses of the heart. The student of esotericism discovers ere the ancients often resorted to various blinds to conceal the true interpretations of their mysteries. The substitution of the brain for the heart was one of these blinds. The 3 degrees of the ancient mysteries were, with few exceptions, given in chambers which represented the 3 great centers of the human and universal bodies. If possible, the temple itself was constructed in the form of the human body. The candidate entered between the feet and received the highest degree in the point corresponding to the brain. Thus, the first degree was the material mystery, and its symbol was the generative system. It raised the candidate through the various degrees of concrete thought. The second degree was given in the chamber corresponding. Here the candidate was initiated into the mysteries of abstract thought and lifted as high as the mind was capable of penetrating. He then passed into the third chamber, which, analogous to the brain, occupied the highest position in the temple, but, analogous to the heart, was of the greatest dignity. In the brain chamber, the heart mystery was given. Here the initiate, for the first time, truly comprehended the meaning of those immortal words, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." As there are 7 hearts in the brain, so there are 7 brains in the heart, but this is a matter of superphysics, of which little can be said at the present time. Proclus writes on this subject in the first book of On the Theology of Plato. Indeed, Socrates in the first Alcibiades rightly observes that the soul entering into herself will behold all other things, and deity itself. For verging to her own union, and to the center of all life, laying aside multitude, and the variety of all the manifold powers which she contains, she ascends to the highest watchtower offerings. And, as in the most holy of the mysteries, they say that the mystics at first meet with the multiform and many-shaped genera, which are hurled forth before the gods, but on entering the temple, unmoved and guarded by the mystic rites, They genuinely receive in their bosom, heart, divine illumination, and divested of their garments, as they would say, participate of a divine nature, the same mode, as it appears to me, take place in the speculation of wholes. For the soul, when looking at things posterior to herself, beholds the shadows and images of beings, but when she converts herself to herself, she evolves her own essence, and the reasons which she contains. And at first, indeed, she only, as it were, beholds herself. But when she penetrates more profoundly into the knowledge of herself, she finds in herself both intellect and the orders of beings. When, however, she proceeds into her interior recesses, and into the adytum, as it were, of the soul, she perceives with her eye closed, without the aid of the lower mind, the genius of the gods, and the unities of beings. For all things are in us psychically, and through this we are naturally capable of knowing all things, by accepting the powers and the images of wholes which we contain. The initiates of old warned their disciples that an image is not a reality, but merely the objectification of a subjective idea. The image of the gods were not designed to be objects of worship, but were to be regarded merely as emblems or reminders of invisible powers and principles. Similarly, the body of man must not be considered as the individual, but only as the house of the individual, in the same manner that the temple was the house of God. In a state of grossness and perversion, man's body is the tomb or prison of a divine principle. In a statement of unfoldment and regeneration, it is the house or sanctuary of the deity by whose creative powers it was fashioned. Personality is suspended upon a thread from the nature of being, declares the secret work. Man is essentially a permanent and immortal principle. Only his bodies pass through the cycle of birth and death. The immortal is the reality. The mortal is the unreality. During each period of earth life, reality thus dwells in unreality, to be liberated from it temporarily by death and permanently by illumination. Hand decorated with effigies of Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the 12 apostles, from an old print, courtesy of Carl Oscar Borg. Upon the 12 phalanges of the fingers appear the likenesses of the apostles, each bearing its own appropriate symbol. In the case of those who suffered martyrdom, the symbol signifies the instrument of death. Thus, the symbol of St. Andrew is a cross, of St. Thomas a javelin or a builder's square, of St. James the less, a club, of St. Philip a cross, of St. Bartholomew a large knife or scimitar, of St. Matthew a sword or spear, sometimes a purse, of St. Simon a club or saw, of St. Matthias an axe, and of St. Judas a halberd. The apostles whose symbols do not elate to their martyrdom are St. Peter, who carries 2 crossed keys, one gold and one silver, St. James the Great, who bears a pilgrim's staff and a scalloped shell, and St. John, who holds a cup from which the poison miraculously departed in the form of a serpent. See Handbook of Christian Symbolism. The figure of Christ upon the second phalange of the thumb does not follow the pagan system of assigning the first person of the creative triad to this position. God the Father should occupy the second phalange, God the Son the first phalange, while to God the Holy Spirit is assigned the base of the thumb. Also, according to the philosophic arrangement, the Virgin should occupy the base of the thumb, which is sacred to the moon. While generally regarded as polytheists, the pagans gained this reputation not because they worshipped more than one god, but rather because they personified the attributes of this god, thereby creating a pantheon of posterior deities, each manifesting a part of what the one god manifested as a whole. The various pantheons of ancient religions therefore actually represent the catalogued and personified attributes of deity. In this respect, they correspond to the hierarchies of the Hebrew Kabbalists. All the gods and goddesses of antiquity consequently have their analogies in the human body, as have also the elements, planets, and constellations which were assigned as proper vehicles for these celestials. 4 body centers are assigned to the elements, the 7 vital organs to the planets, the 12 principal parts and members to the zodiac, the invisible parts of man's divine nature to various supramundane deities, while the hidden God was declared to manifest through the marrow and the bones. It is difficult for many to realize that they are actual universes, that their physical bodies are a visible nature through the structure of which countless waves of evolving life are unfolding their latent potentialities. Yet, through man's physical body, not only are a mineral, a plant, and an animal kingdom evolving, but also unknown classifications and divisions of invisible spiritual life. Just as cells are infinitesimal units in the structure of man, so man is an infinitesimal unit in the structure of the universe. A theology based upon the knowledge and appreciation of these relationships is as profoundly just as it is profoundly true. As man's physical body has five distinct and important extremities, two legs, two arms, and a head, of which the last governs the first four, the number five has been accepted as the symbol of man. By its four corners, the pyramid symbolizes the arms and legs, and by its apex, the head, thus indicating that one rational power controls four irrational corners. The hands and feet are used to represent the four elements, of which the 2 feet are earth and water, and the 2 hands, fire and air. The brain then symbolizes the sacred fifth element, aether, which controls and unites the other four. If the feet are placed together and the arms outspread, man then symbolizes the cross with the rational intellect as the head or upper limb. The fingers and toes also have special significance. The toes represent the 10 commandments of the physical law, and the fingers the 10 commandments of the spiritual law. The 4 fingers of each hand represent the 4 elements, and the 3 phalanges of each finger represent the divisions of the element, so that in each hand there are 12 parts to the fingers, which are analogous to the signs of the zodiac, whereas the 2 phalanges and base of each thumb signify the threefold deity. The first phalange corresponds to the creative aspect, the second to the preservative aspect, and the base to the generative and destructive aspect. When the hands are brought together, the result is the 24 elders and the 6 days of creation. In symbolism, the body is divided vertically into halves, the right half being considered as light and the dark half as darkness. By those unacquainted with the true meanings of light and darkness, the light half was denominated spiritual and the left half material. Light is the symbol of objectivity, darkness of subjectivity. Light is a manifestation of life and is therefore posterior to life. That which is anterior to light is darkness, in which light exists temporarily, but darkness permanently. As life precedes light, its only symbol is darkness, and darkness is considered as a veil which must eternally conceal the true nature of abstract and undifferentiated being. In ancient times, men fought with their right arms and defended the vital centers with their left arms, on which was carried the protecting shield. The right half of the body was regarded, therefore, as offensive, and the left half defensive. For this reason also, the right side of the body was considered masculine, and the left side feminine. Several authorities are of the opinion that the present prevalent right-handedness of the race is the outgrowth of the custom of holding the left hand in restraint for defensive purposes. Furthermore, as the source of being is in the primal darkness which preceded light, so the spiritual nature of man is in the dark part of his being, for the heart is on the left side. Among the curious misconceptions arising from the false practice of associating darkness with evil is one by which several early nations used the right hand for all constructive labors, and the left hand for only those purposes termed unclean and unfit for the sight of the gods. For the same reason, black magic was often referred to as the left-hand path, and heaven was said to be upon the right, and hell upon the left. Some philosophers further declared that there were 2 methods of writing, one from left to right, which was considered the exoteric method, the other from right to left, which was considered esoteric. The exoteric writing was that which was done out or away from the heart, while the esoteric writing was that which, like the ancient Hebrew, was written toward the heart. The secret doctrine declares that every part and member of the body is epitomized in the brain, and, in turn, that all that is in the brain is epitomized in the heart. In symbolism, the human head is frequently used to represent intelligence and self-knowledge. As the human body in its entirety is the most perfect known product of the Earth's evolution, it was employed to represent divinity, the highest appreciable state or condition. Artists attempting to portray divinity often show only a hand emerging from an impenetrable cloud. The cloud signifies the unknowable divinity, concealed from man by human limitation. The hand signifies the divine activity, the only part of God which is cognizable to the lower senses. The face consists of a natural trinity, the eyes representing the spiritual power which comprehends, the nostrils representing the preservative and vivifying power, and the mouth and ears representing the material demiurgic power of the lower world. The first sphere is eternally existent and is creative. The second sphere pertains to the mystery of the creative breach, and the third sphere to the creative word. By the word of God, the material universe was fabricated, and the seven creative powers, or vowel sounds, which had been brought into existence by the speaking of the word, became the seven Elohim, or deities, by whose power and ministration the lower world was organized. Occasionally, the deity is symbolized by an eye, an ear, a nose, or a mouth. By the first, divine awareness is signified. By the second, divine interest. By the third, divine vitality. And by the fourth, divine command. The threefold life of the inner man, redrawn from Gitschel's Theosophia Practica. Johann Georg Gitschel, a profound philosopher and mystic, the most illumined of the disciples of Jacob Boehm, secretly circulated the above diagrams among a small group of devoted friends and students. Gitschel republished the writings of Boehm, illustrating them with numerous remarkable figures. According to Gitschel, the diagrams above represent the anatomy of the divine or inner man and graphically set forth its condition during its human, infernal, and divine states. The plates in the William Law edition of Boehm's works are based apparently upon Gitschel's diagrams, which they follow in all essentials. Gitschel gives no detailed description of his figures, and the lettering on the original diagrams here, translated out of German, is the only clue to the interpretation of the charts. The two end figures represent the obverse and reverse of the same diagram, and are termed Table 3. They are designed to show the condition of the whole man, as to all his three essential parts, spirit, soul, and body, in his regenerated state. The third figure from the left is called the second table, and sets forth the condition of man in his old, lapsed, and corrupted state, without any respect to or consideration of his renewing by regeneration. The third figure, however, does not correspond within the first table of William Law. The first table presumably represents the condition of humanity before the fall, but the Gitschel plate pertains to the third or regenerated state of mankind. William Law thus describes the purpose of the diagrams and the symbols upon them. These three tables are designed to represent man in his different threefold state. The first before his fall, in purity, dominion, and glory. The second after his fall, in pollution and perdition. And the third in his rising from the fall, or on the way of regeneration, in sanctification and tendency to his last perfection. The student of Orientalism will immediately recognize in the symbols upon the figures the Hindu chakras, or centers of spiritual force, the various motions and aspects of which reveal the condition of the disciple's internal divine nature. The ancients did not believe that spirituality made men either righteous or rational, but rather that righteousness and rationality made men spiritual. The mysteries taught that the spiritual illumination was attained only by bringing the lower nature up to a certain standard of efficiency and purity. The mysteries were therefore established for the purpose of unfolding the nature of man, according to certain fixed rules which, when faithfully followed, elevated the human consciousness to a point of existence. This knowledge of how constitution could be most quickly and completely regenerated to the point of spiritual illumination constituted the secret or esoteric doctrine of antiquity. Certain apparently physical organs and centers are in reality the veils or sheaths of spiritual centers. What these were and how they could be unfolded was never revealed to the unregenerate, for the philosophers realized that once he understands the complete working of any system, a man may accomplish a prescribed end without being qualified to manipulate which he has produced. For this reason, long periods of probation were imposed, so that the knowledge of how to become as the gods might remain the sole possession of the worthy. Lest that knowledge be lost, however, It was concealed in allegories and myths which were meaningless to the profane, but self-evident to those acquainted with that theory of personal redemption which was the foundation of philosophical theology. Christianity itself may be cited as an example. The entire New Testament is in fact an ingeniously concealed exposition of these secret processes of human regeneration. The characters so long considered as historical men and women are really the personification of certain processes which take place in the human body when man begins the task of consciously liberating himself from the bondage of ignorance and death. The garments and ornamentations supposedly worn by the gods are also keys, for in the mysteries, clothing was considered as synonymous with form. The degree of spirituality or materiality of the organisms was signified by the quality, beauty, and value of the garments worn. Man's physical body was looked upon as the robe of his spiritual nature. Consequently, the more developed were his supersubstantial powers, the more glorious his apparel. Of course, clothing was originally worn for ornamentation rather than protection, and such practice still prevails among many primitive peoples. The mysteries taught that man's only lasting adornments were his virtues and worthy characteristics, that he was clothed in his own accomplishments and adorned by his attainments. Thus, the white robe was symbolic of purity, the red robe of sacrifice and love, and the blue robe of altruism and integrity. Since the body was said to be the robe of the spirit, mental or moral deformities were depicted as deformities of the body. Considering man's body as the measuring rule of the universe, the philosophers declared that all things resemble in constitution, if not in form, the human body. The Greeks, for example, declared Delphi to be the navel of the earth, for the physical planet was looked upon as a gigantic human being twisted into the form of a ball. In contradistinction to the belief of Christendom that the earth is an inanimate thing, the pagans considered not only the earth, but also the sidereal bodies as individual creatures possessing individual intelligences. They even went so far as to view the various kingdoms of nature as individual entities. The animal kingdom, for example, was looked upon as one being, a composite of all the creatures composing that kingdom. This prototypic beast was a mosaic embodiment of all animal propensities, and within its nature, the entire animal world existed as the human species exists within the constitution of the prototypic atom. The divine tree in man. Reverse. From Law's Figures of Jacob Boehm. Just as the diagram representing the front view of man illustrates his divine principles in their regenerated state, so the back view of the same figure sets forth the inferior or night condition of the sun. From the sphere of the astral mind, a line ascends through the sphere of reason into that of the senses. The sphere of the astral mind and of the senses are filled with stars to signify the nocturnal condition of their natures. In the sphere of reason, the superior and the inferior are reconciled, reason in the mortal man corresponding to illumined understanding in the spiritual man. The divine tree in man, obverse, from Law's Figures of Jacob Boehm. A tree with its roots in the heart rises from the mirror of the deity through the sphere of the understanding to branch forth in the sphere of the senses. The roots and trunk of this tree represent the branches of the tree are the separate parts of the divine constitution and may be likened to the individuality, and the leaves, because of their ephemeral nature, correspond to the personality, which partakes of none of the permanence of its divine source. In the same manner, races, nations, tribes, religions, states, communities, and cities were viewed as composite entities, each made up of varying numbers of individual units. Every community has an individuality which is the sum of the individual attitudes of its inhabitants. Every religion is an individual whose body is made up of a hierarchy and vast host of individual worshippers. The organization of any religion represents its physical body and its individual members, the cell life making up this organism. Accordingly, religions, races, and communities, like individuals, pass through Shakespeare's 7 Ages, or the life of man is a standard by which the perpetuity of all things is estimated. According to the secret doctrine, man, through the gradual refinement of his vehicles and the ever-increasing sensitiveness resulting from that refinement, is gradually overcoming the limitations of matter and is untangling himself from his mortal coil. When humanity has completed its physical evolution, the empty shell of materiality left behind will be used by other life waves as stepping stones to their own liberation. The trend of man's evolutionary growth is ever toward his own essential selfhood. At the point of deepest materialism, therefore, man is at the greatest distance from himself. According to the mystery teachings, not all the spiritual nature of man incarnates in matter. The spirit of man is diagrammatically shown as an equilateral triangle with one point downward. This lower point, which is one-third of the spiritual nature, but in comparison to the dignity of the other two, is much less than a third, descends into the illusion of material existence for a brief space of time. That which never clothes itself in the sheath of matter is the hermetic anthropos, the overman, analogous to the cyclops or guardian daemon of the Greeks, the angel of Jacob Boehm, and the oversoul of Emerson. That unity, that oversoul within which every man's particular being is contained and made one with all other. At birth, only a third part of the divine nature of man temporarily dissociates itself from its own immortality and takes upon itself the dream of physical birth and existence, animating with its own celestial enthusiasm a vehicle composed of material elements, part of and bound to the material sphere. At death, this incarnated part awakens from the dream of physical existence and reunites itself once more with its eternal condition. This periodical descent of spirit into matter is termed the wheel of life and death, and the principles involved are treated at length by the philosophers under the subject of metempsychosis. By initiation into the mysteries and a certain process known as operative theology, this law of birth and death is transcended, and during the course of physical existence, that part of the spirit which is asleep in form is awakened without the intervention of death, the inevitable initiator, and is consciously reunited with the anthropos, or the overshadowing substance of itself. This is at once the primary purpose and consummate achievement of the mysteries, that man shall become aware of and consciously be reunited with the divine source of himself without tasting of physical dissolution. The Hiramic Legend. When Solomon, the beloved of God, builder of the everlasting house and grand master of the lodge of Jerusalem, ascended the throne of his father David, he consecrated his life to the erection of a temple to God and a palace for the kings of Israel. David's faithful friend, Hiram, king of Tyre, hearing that a son of David sat upon the throne of Israel, sent messages of congratulations and offers of assistance to the new ruler. In his History of the Jews, Josephus mentions that copies of the letters passing between the two kings were then to be seen both at Jerusalem and at Tyre. Despite Hiram's lack of appreciation for the 20 cities of Galilee which Solomon presented to him upon the completion of the temple, the two monarchs remained the best of friends. Both were famous for their wit and wisdom, and when they exchanged letters, each devised puzzling questions to test the mental ingenuity of the other. Solomon made an agreement with Hiram of Tyre, promising vast amounts of barley, wheat, corn, wine, and oil as wages for the masons and carpenters from Tyre, who were to assist the Jews in the erection of the temple. Hiram also supplied cedars and other fine trees, which were made into rafts and floated down the sea to Joppa, whence they were taken inland by Solomon's workmen to the temple site. Because of his great love for Solomon, Hiram of Tyre sent also the Grand Master of the Dionysiac architects, Hiram Abith, a widow's son, who had no equal among the craftsmen of the earth. Hiram is described as being a Tyrian by birth, but of Israelitish descent, and a second Bezaleel, honored by his king with the title of father. The Freemason's Pocket Companion, published in 1771, describes Hiram as the most cunning, skillful, and curious workman that ever lived, whose abilities were not confined to building alone, but extended to all kinds of work, whether in gold, silver, brass, or iron, whether in linen, tapestry, or embroidery, whether considered as an architect, statuary, founder, or designer, separately or together, he equally excelled. From his designs and under his direction, all the rich and splendid furniture of the temple and its several appendages were begun, carried on, and finished. Solomon appointed him, in his absence, to fill the chair as Deputy Grand Master. Senior Grand Warden, Master of Work, and General Overseer of all artists, as well those whom David had formerly procured from Tyre and Sidon, as those Hiram should now send. Modern Masonic writers differ as to the accuracy of the last sentence. Although an immense amount of labor was involved in its construction, Solomon's Temple, in the words of George Oliver, was only a small building and very inferior in point of size to some of our churches. The number of buildings contiguous to it and the vast treasure of gold and precious stones used in its construction concentrated a great amount of wealth within the temple area. In the midst of the temple stood the Holy of Holies, sometimes called the Oracle. It was an exact cube, each dimension being 20 cubits, and exemplified the influence of Egyptian symbolism. The buildings of the temple group were ornamented with 1,453 columns of Parian marble, magnificently sculptured, and 2,906 pilasters decorated with capitals. There was a broad porch facing the east, and the Sanctum Sanctorum was upon the west. According to tradition, the various buildings and courtyards could hold in all 300,000 persons. Both the sanctuary and the Holy of Holies were entirely lined with solid gold plates encrusted with jewels. King Solomon began the building of the temple in the 4th year of his reign on what would be, according to modern calculation, the 21st day of April, and finished it in the 11th year of his reign on the 23rd day of October. The temple was begun in the 480th year after the children of Israel had passed the Red Sea. Part of the labor of construction included the building of an artificial foundation on the brow of Mount Moriah. These stones for the temple were hoisted from quarries directly beneath Mount Moriah and were trued before being brought to the surface. The brass and golden ornaments for the temple were cast in molds in the clay ground between Succoth and Zeradatha, and the wooden parts were all finished before they reached the temple site. The building was put together, consequently, without sound and without instruments, all its parts fitting exactly, without the hammer of contention, the axe of division, or any tool of mischief. Anderson's much discussed Constitutions of the Freemasons, published in London in 1723 and reprinted by Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia in 1734, thus describes the division of the laborers engaged in the building of the everlasting house. But Dagon's temple and the finest structures of Tyre and Sidon could not be compared with the eternal God's temple at Jerusalem. There were employed about it no less than 3,600 princes or master masons to conduct the work according to Solomon's directions, with 80,000 hewers of stone in the mountain, or fellow craftsmen, and 70,000 laborers. In all, 153,600, besides the levy under Adoniram, to work in the mountains of Lebanon by turns with the Sidonians, as such, 30,000, being in all 183,600. Daniel Sickles gives 3,300 overseers instead of 3,600, and lists the 3 grand masters separately. The same author estimates the cost of the temple at nearly 4,000 millions of dollars. The Masonic legend of the building of Solomon's temple does not, in every particular, parallel the scriptural version, especially in those proportions relating to Hiram Abiff. According to the biblical account, this master workman returned to his own country. In the Masonic allegory, he is foully murdered. On this point, A. E. Waite, in his New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, makes the following explanatory comment. The legend of the master builder is the great allegory of Masonry. It happens that his figurative story is grounded on the fact of a personality mentioned in Holy Scripture, but this historical background is of the accidents and not the essence. The significance is in the allegory and not in any point of history which may lie behind it. A Masonic apron with symbolic figures. From an early hand-painted Masonic apron. While the mystic symbolism of Freemasonry decrees that the apron shall be a simple square of white lambskin with appropriate flap, Masonic aprons are frequently decorated with curious and impressive figures. When silk, cotton, or linen is worn, writes Albert Pike, the symbolism is lost, Nor is one clothed who blots, defaces, and desecrates the white surface with ornamentation. To Mars, the ancient plane of cosmic energy, the Atlantean and Chaldean stargazers assigned Aries as a diurnal throne and Scorpio as a nocturnal throne. Those not raised to spiritual life by initiation are described as dead from the sting of a scorpion, for they wander in the night side of divine power. Through the mystery of the Paschal Lamb, or the attainment of the Golden Fleece, these souls are raised into the constructive day power of Mars and Aries, the symbol of the Creator. When worn over the area related to the animal passions, the pure lambskin signifies the regeneration of the procreative forces and their consecration to the service of the deity. The size of the apron, exclusive of the flap, makes it the symbol of salvation, for the mysteries declare that it must consist of 144 square inches. The apron shown above contains a wealth of symbolism: the beehive, emblematic of the Masonic Lodge itself, the trowel, the mallet, and the trestle board, the rough and true ashlars, the pyramids and hills of Lebanon, the pillars, the temple, and the checkerboard floor, and the blazing star and tools of the craft. The center of the apron is occupied by the compass and square, representative of the macrocosm and the microcosm, and alternately black and white serpent of astral light. Below is an acacia branch with 7 sprigs, signifying the life centers of the superior and inferior man. The skull and crossbones are a continual reminder that the spiritual nature attains liberation only after the philosophical death of man's sensuous personality. Hiram, as master of the builders, divided his workmen into 3 groups, which were termed entered apprentices, fellow craftsmen, and master masons. To each division he gave certain passwords and signs by which their respective excellence could be quickly determined. While all were classified according to their merits, some were dissatisfied, for they desired a more exalted position than they were capable of filling. At last, 3 fellow craftsmen, more daring than their companions, determined to force Hiram to reveal them the password of the master's degree. Knowing that Hiram always went into the unfinished sanctum sanctorum at high noon to pray, these ruffians, whose names were Jubela, Jubelo, and Jubelum, lay in wait for him, one at each of the main gates of the temple. Hiram, about to leave the temple by the south gate, was suddenly confronted by Jubela, armed with a 24-inch gauge. Upon Hiram's refusal to reveal the master's word, the ruffian struck him in the throat with the rule, and the wounded master then hastened to the west gate, where Jubelo, armed with a square, awaited him and made a similar demand. Again, Hiram was silent, and the second assassin struck him on the breast with a square. Hiram thereupon staggered to the east gate, only to be met there by Jubelum, armed with a maul. When Hiram refused the master's word, Jubelum struck the master between the eyes with the mallet, and Hiram fell dead. The body of Hiram was buried by the murderers over the brow of Mount Moriah, and a sprig of acacia placed upon the grave. The murderers then sought to escape punishment for their crime by embarking for Ethiopia, but the port was closed. All 3 were finally captured, and, after admitting their guilt, were duly executed. Parties of 3 were sent out by King Solomon, and one of these groups discovered the newly made grave marked by the evergreen sprig. After the entered apprentices and the fellow craftsmen had failed to resurrect their master from the dead, he was finally raised by the master mason with the strong grip of a lion's paw. To the initiated builder, the name Hiram Abith signifies my father, the universal spirit, 1 in essence, 3 in aspect. Thus the murdered master is a Titan god, whose mystery is celebrated throughout the world. Among the manuscripts of Dr. Sigismund Bastrom, the initiated Rosicrucian, appears the following extract from von Welling concerning the true philosophic nature of the Masonic Hiram. The original word, Hiram, is a radical word consisting of 3 consonants, Cheth, Resh, and Mem. Chet signifies Shama, the sun's light, i.e., the universal, invisible, cold fire of nature attracted by the sun, manifested into light and sent down to us, every planetary body belonging to the solar system. Resh signifies Ruach, i.e., spirit, air, wind, as being the vehicle which conveys and collects the light into numberless foci, wherein the solar rays of light are agitated by a circular motion and manifested in heat and burning fire. Or mem signifies mahim, water, humidity, but rather the mother of water, i.e., radical humidity, or a particular kind of condensed air. These three constitute the universal agent or fire of nature in one word, Hiram, not Hiram. Albert Pike mentions several forms of the name Hiram: Hiram, Kuram, and Kurom, the latter ending in the sacred Hindu monosyllable Om, which may also be extracted from the names of the three murderers. Pike further relates the three ruffians to a triad of stars in the constellation of Libra, and also calls attention to the fact that the Chaldean god Baal, metamorphosed into a demon by the Jews, appears in the name of each of the murderers: Jubela, Jubelo, and Jubela. To interpret the Hiramic legend requires familiarity with both the Pythagorean and Kabbalistic systems of numbers and letters, and also the philosophic and astronomic cycles of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Brahmins. For example, consider the number 33. The first temple of Solomon stood for 33 years in its pristine splendor. At the end of that time, it was pillaged by the Egyptian king Shishak, and finally, 588 BC, it was completely destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, and the people of Jerusalem were led into captivity to Babylon. See General History of Freemasonry by Robert McCoy. Also, King David ruled for 33 years in Jerusalem. The Masonic order is divided into 33 symbolic degrees. There are 33 segments in the human spinal column, and Jesus was crucified in the 33rd year of his life. The efforts made to discover the origin of the Hiramic legend show that while the legend in its present form is comparatively modern, its underlying principles run back to the remotest antiquity. It is generally admitted by modern Masonic scholars that the story of the martyred Hiram is based upon the Egyptian rites of Osiris, whose death and resurrection figuratively portrayed the spiritual death of man and his regeneration through initiation into the mysteries. Hiram is also identified with Hermes through the inscription on the Emerald Table. From these associations, it is evident that Hiram is to be considered as a prototype of humanity. In fact, he is Plato's idea, or archetype, of man. As Adam, after the fall, symbolizes the idea of human degeneration, so Hiram, through his resurrection, symbolizes the idea of human regeneration. On the 19th day of March, 1314, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, was burned on a pyre erected upon that point of the islet of the Seine at Paris, where afterwards was erected the statue of King Henry IV. See The Indian Religions by Hargrave Jennings. It is mentioned as a tradition in some of the accounts of the burning, writes Jennings, that Molay, ere he expired, summoned Clement, the Pope who had pronounced the bull of abolition against the order and had condemned the Grand Master to the flames, to appear, within 40 days, before the Supreme Eternal Judge, and Philip, the King, to the same awful tribunal within the space of a year. Both predictions were fulfilled. The close relationship between Freemasonry and the original Knights Templars has caused the story of Hiram to be linked with the martyrdom of Jacques de Molay. According to this interpretation, the three ruffians who cruelly slew their master at the gates of the temple because he refused to reveal the secrets of his order represent the Pope, the King, and the executioners. De Molay died maintaining his innocence and refusing to disclose the philosophical and magical arcana of the Templars. Those who have sought to identify Hiram with the murdered King Charles I conceived the Hiramic legend to have been invented for that purpose by Elias Ashmole, a mystic philosopher who was probably a member of the Rosicrucian fraternity. Charles was dethroned in 1647 and died on the block in 1649, leaving the Royalist Party leaderless. An attempt has been made to relate the term the sons of the widow, an appellation frequently applied to members of the Masonic order, to this incident in English history, for by the murder of her king, England became a widow, and all Englishmen widows' sons. To the mystic Christian Mason, Hiram represents the Christ who in 3 days, or degrees, raised the temple of his body from its earthly sepulchre His three murderers were Caesar's agent, the state, the Sanhedrin, the church, and the incited populace, the mob. Thus considered, haram becomes the higher nature of man, and the murderers are ignorance, superstition, and fear. The indwelling Christ can give expression to himself in this world only through man's thoughts, feelings, and actions. Right thinking, right feeling, and right action. These are three gates through which the Christ power passes into the material world, there to labor in the erection of the temple of universal brotherhood. Ignorance, superstition, and fear are three ruffians, through whose agencies the spirit of good is murdered, and a false kingdom, controlled by wrong thinking, wrong feeling, and wrong action, established in its stead. In the material universe, evil appears ever victorious. In this sense, writes Daniel Sickles, the myth of the Tyrian is perpetually repeated in the history of human affairs. Orpheus was murdered, and his body thrown into the Hebrus. Socrates was made to drink the hemlock, and, in all ages, we have seen evil temporarily triumphant, and virtue and truth calumniated, persecuted, crucified, and slain. But eternal justice marches surely and swiftly through the world. The Typhons, the children of darkness, the plotters of crime, all the infinitely varied forms of evil are swept into oblivion, and truth and virtue, for a time laid low, come forth, clothed with diviner majesty and crowned with everlasting glory. See General Ayman Rezan. If, as there is ample reason to suspect, the modern Freemasonic order was profoundly influenced by, if it is not an actual outgrowth of, Francis Bacon's secret society, its symbolism is undoubtedly permeated with Bacon's two great ideals, universal education and universal democracy. The deadly enemies of universal education are ignorance, superstition, and fear, by which the human soul is held in bondage to the lowest part of its own constitution. The errant enemies of universal democracy have ever been the crown, the tiara, and the torch. Thus, Haram symbolizes that ideal state of spiritual, intellectual, and physical emancipation which has ever been sacrificed upon the altar of human selfishness. Haram is the beautifier of the eternal house. Modern utilitarianism, however, sacrifices the beautiful for the practical, in the same breath declaring the obvious lie that selfishness, hatred, and discord are practical. Dr. Orville Ward Owen found a considerable part of the first 32 degrees of Freemasonic ritualism hidden in the text of the first Shakespeare folio. Masonic emblems are to be observed also upon the title pages of nearly every book published by Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon considered himself as a living sacrifice upon the altar of human need. He was obviously cut down in the midst of his labors, and no student of his New Atlantis can fail to recognize the Masonic symbolism contained therein. According to the observations of Joseph Fortin Newton, the Temple of Solomon described by Bacon in that utopian romance was not a house at all, but the name of an ideal state. Is it not true that the Temple of Freemasonry is also emblematic of a condition of society? While, as before stated, the principles of the Hiramic legend are of the greatest antiquity, it is not impossible that its present form may be based upon incidents in the life of Lord Bacon, who passed through the philosophic death and was raised in Germany. The emblematic hand of the mysteries, from Montfaucon's Antiquities. A hand covered with numerous symbols was extended to the neophytes when they entered into the Temple of Wisdom. An understanding of the embossed upon the surface of the hand brought with it divine power and regeneration. Therefore, by means of these symbolic hands, the candidate was said to be raised from the dead. In an old manuscript appears the statement that the Freemasonic order was formed by alchemists and hermetic philosophers who had banded themselves together to protect their secrets against the infamous methods used by avaricious persons to wring from them the secret of gold making. The fact that the Hiramic legend contains an alchemical formula gives credence to this story. Thus, the building of Solomon's temple represents the consummation of the magnum opus, which cannot be realized without the assistance of Haram, the universal agent. The Masonic mysteries teach the initiate how to prepare within his own soul a miraculous powder of projection, by which it is possible for him to transmute the base lump of human ignorance perversion, and discord into an ingot of spiritual and philosophic gold. Sufficient similarity exists between the Masonic Haram and the Kundalini of Hindu mysticism to warrant the assumption that Haram may be considered a symbol also of the spirit fire moving through the sixth ventricle of the spinal column. The exact science of human regeneration is the lost key of Masonry, for when the spirit fire is lifted up through the 33 degrees or segments of the spinal column and enters into the dome chamber of the human skull, it finally passes into the pituitary body, Isis, where it invokes Ra, the pineal gland, and demands the sacred name. Operative Masonry, in the fullest meaning of that term, signifies the process by which the Eye of Horus is opened. E. A. Wallace Budge has noted that in some of the papyri illustrating the entrance of the souls of the dead into the judgment hall of Osiris, the deceased person has a pine cone attached to the crown of his head. The Greek mystics also carried a symbolic staff, the upper end being in the form of a pine cone, which was called the thyrsus of Bacchus. In the human brain, there is a tiny gland called the pineal body, which is the sacred eye of the ancients and corresponds to the third eye of the Cyclops. Little is known concerning the function of the pineal body, which Descartes suggested, more wisely than he knew, might be the abode of the spirit of man. As its name signifies, the pineal gland is the sacred pine cone in man, the eye single, which cannot be opened until Haram, the spirit fire, is raised through the sacred seals, which are called the seven churches in Asia. There is an oriental painting which shows 3 sunbursts. One sunburst covers the head, in the midst of which sits Brahma with 4 heads, his body a mysterious dark color. The second sunburst, which covers the heart, solar plexus, and upper abdominal region, shows Vishnu sitting in the blossom of the lotus on a couch formed of the coils of the serpent of cosmic motion, its 7 hooded head forming a canopy over the god. The third sunburst is over the generative system, in the midst of which sits Shiva, his body a grayish white, and the Ganges River flowing out of the crown of his head. This painting was the work of a Hindu mystic who spent many years subtly concealing great philosophical principles within these figures. The Christian legends could be related also to the human body of the same method as the Oriental, for the arcane meanings hidden in the teachings of both schools are identical. As applied to Masonry, the 3 sunbursts represent the gates of the temple at which Haram was struck, there being no gate in the north because the sun never shines from the northern angle of the heavens. The north is the body of the physical because of its relation to ice, or crystallized water, and to the body, crystallized spirit. In man, the light shines toward the north, but never from it, because the light has no light of its own, but shines with the reflected glory of the divine life particles concealed within the physical substance. For this reason, the moon is accepted as the symbol of man's physical nature. Haram is the mysterious, fiery, airy water which must be raised through the 3 grand centers, symbolized by the ladder with 3 rungs, and the sunburst flowers mentioned in the description of the Hindu painting. It must also pass upward by means of the ladder of 7 rungs, the 7 plexuses proximate to the spine. The 9 segments of the sacrum and coccyx are pierced by 10 foramina, through which pass the roots of the tree of life. 9 is the sacred number of man, and in the symbolism of the sacrum and coccyx, a great mystery is concealed. That part of the body from the kidneys downwards was termed by the early Kabbalists the land of Egypt, into which the children of Israel were taken during the captivity. Out of Egypt, Moses, the illuminated mind, as his name implies, led the tribes of Israel, the 12 faculties, by raising the brazen serpent in the wilderness upon the symbol of the Tau cross. Not only Haram, but the godmen of nearly every pagan mystery ritual are personifications of the spirit fire in the human spinal cord. The astronomical aspect of the Haramic legend must not be overlooked. The tragedy of Haram is enacted annually by the sun during its passage through the signs of the zodiac. From the journey of the sun through the 12 signs, writes Albert Pike, come the legend of the 12 labors of Hercules and the incarnations of Vishnu and Buddha. Hence came the legend of the murder of Kurum, representative of the sun, by the 3 fellow crafts, symbols of the winter signs: Capricornus, Aquarius, and Pisces, who assailed him at the three gates of heaven and slew him at the winter solstice. Hence the search for him by the 9 fellow crafts, the other 9 signs, his finding, burial, and resurrection. See Morals and Dogma. Other authors consider Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius as the 3 murderers of the sun, inasmuch as Osiris was murdered by Typhon, to whom were assigned the 30 degrees of the constellation of Scorpio. In the Christian mysteries also, Judas signifies the scorpion, and the 30 pieces of silver for which he betrayed his Lord represent the number of degrees in that sign. Having been struck by Libra, the state, Scorpio, the church, and Sagittarius, the mob, the sun, Taran, is secretly home through the darkness by the signs of Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, and buried over the brow of a hill, the vernal equinox. Capricorn has for its symbol an old man with a scythe in his hand. This is Father Time, a wayfarer, who is symbolized in Masonry as straightening out the ringlets of a young girl's hair. If the Weeping Virgin be considered a symbol of Virgo, and Father Time with his scythe a symbol of Capricorn, then the interval of 90 degrees between these 2 signs will be found to correspond to that occupied by the 3 murderers. Esoterically, the urn containing the ashes of Haram represents the human heart. Saturn, the old man who lives at the North Pole and brings with him to the children of men a sprig of evergreen, the Christmas tree, is familiar to the little folks under the name of Santa Claus, for he brings each winter the gift of a new year. The martyred sun is discovered by Aries, a fellow craftsman, and at the vernal equinox the process of raising him begins. This is finally accomplished by the line of Judah, who in ancient times occupied the position of the keystone of the royal arch of heaven. The precession of the equinoxes causes various signs to play the role of the murderers of the sun during the different ages of the world, but the principle involved remains unchanged, such as the cosmic story of Haram, the universal benefactor, the fiery architect of the divine house, who carries with him to the grave that lost word which, when spoken, raises all life to power and glory. According to Christian mysticism, when the lost word is found, it is discovered in a stable, surrounded by beasts and marked by a star. After the sun leaves Leo, writes Robert Hewitt Brown, the days begin to grow unequivocally shorter as the sun declines toward the autumnal equinox, to be again slain by the 3 autumnal months, lie dead through the 3 winter ones, and be raised again by the 3 vernal ones. Each year the great tragedy is repeated, and the glorious resurrection takes place. See Stellar Theology and Masonic Astronomy. Haram is termed dead because in the average individual the cosmic creative forces are limited in their manifestation to purely physical and correspondingly materialistic expression. Obsessed by his belief in the reality and permanence of physical existence, man does not correlate the material universe with the blank north wall of the temple. So the physical world may be termed the winter solstice of the spirit. Reaching the winter solstice, the sun apparently stands still for 3 days, and then, rolling away the stone of winter, begins its triumphal march north towards the summer solstice. The condition of ignorance may be likened to the winter solstice of philosophy, spiritual understanding to the summer solstice. From this point of view, initiation into the mysteries becomes the vernal equinox of the spirit, at which time the Haram in man crosses from the realm of mortality into that of eternal life. The autumnal equinox is analogous to the mythological fall of man, at which time the human spirit descended into the realms of Hades by being immersed in the illusion of terrestrial existence. Diana of Ephesus, from Montfaucon's Antiquities. Crowned with a triple tower-like tiara, and her form adorned with symbolic creatures representative of her spiritual powers, Diana stood for the source of that imperishable doctrine which, flowing from the bosom of the great multi-Mamiya, is the spiritual food of those aspiring men and women who have consecrated their lives to the contemplation of reality. As the physical body of man receives its nutriment from the great Earth Mother, so the spiritual nature of man is fed from the never-failing fountains of truth, pouring outward from the invisible worlds. In an essay on the beautiful, Plotinus describes the refining effect of beauty upon the unfolding consciousness of man. Commissioned to decorate the everlasting house, Haram Abith is the embodiment of the beautifying principle. Beauty is essential to the natural unfoldment of the human soul. The mysteries held that man, in part at least, was the product of his environment. Therefore, they considered it imperative that every person be surrounded by objects which would evoke the highest and noblest sentiments. They proved that it was possible to produce beauty in life by surrounding life with beauty. They discovered that symmetrical bodies were built by souls continuously in the presence of symmetrical bodies, that noble thoughts were produced by minds surrounded by examples of mental nobility. Conversely, if a man were forced to look upon an ignoble or asymmetrical housed within him a sense of ignobility, which would provoke him to commit ignoble deeds. If an ill-proportioned building were erected, in the midst of a city there would be ill-proportioned children born in that community, and men and women, gazing upon the asymmetrical structure, would live inharmonious lives. Thoughtful men of antiquity realized that their great philosophers were the natural products of the aesthetic ideals of architecture, music, and art, established as the standards of the cultural systems of the time. The substitution of the discord of the fantastic for the harmony of the beautiful constitutes one of the great tragedies of every civilization. Not only were the savior gods of the ancient world beautiful, but each performed a ministry of beauty, seeking to effect man's regeneration by arousing within him love of the beautiful. A renaissance of the golden age of fable can be made possible only by the elevation of beauty to its rightful dignity as the all-pervading, idealizing quality in the religious, ethical, sociological, scientific, and political departments of life. The Dionysiac architects were consecrated to the raising of their master spirit, cosmic beauty, from the sepulchre of material ignorance and selfishness by erecting buildings which were such perfect exemplars of symmetry and majesty that they were actually magical formulae by which was evoked the spirit of the martyred beautifier entombed within a materialist world. In the Masonic mysteries, the triune spirit of man, the light delta, is symbolized by the three grand masters of the Lodge of Jerusalem. As God is the pervading principle of the three worlds, in each of which he manifests as an active principle, so the spirit of man, partaking of the nature of divinity, dwells upon three planes of being: the supreme, the superior, and the inferior spheres of the Pythagoreans. At the gate of the inferior sphere, the underworld or dwelling place of mortal creatures, stands the guardian of Hades, the three-headed dog, Cerberus, who is analogous to the three murderers of the Haramic legend. According to this symbolic interpretation of the triune spirit, Haram is the third or incarnating part, the master builder who through all ages erects living temples of flesh and blood as shrines of the Most High. Haram comes forth as a flower and is cut down. He dies at the gates of matter. He is buried in the elements of creation. But, like Thor, he swings his mighty hammer in the fields of space, sets the primordial atoms in motion, and establishes order out of chaos. As the potentiality of cosmic power within each human soul, Haram lies waiting for man by the elaborate ritualism of life to transmute potentiality into divine potency. As the sense perceptions of the individual increase, however, man gains ever greater control over his various parts, and the spirit of life within gradually attains freedom. The three murderers represent the laws of the inferior world: birth, growth, and decay, whichever frustrate the plan of the builder. To the average individual, physical birth actually signifies the death of Haram, and physical death the resurrection of Haram. To the initiate, however, the resurrection of the spiritual nature is accomplished without the intervention of physical death. The curious symbols found in the base of Cleopatra's Needle, now standing in Central Park, New York, were interpreted as being of first Masonic significance by S. A. Zola, 33rd degree, past Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Egypt. Mason's marks and symbols are to be found on the stones of numerous public buildings, not only in England and on the continent, but also in Asia. In his Indian Mason's marks of the Mughal dynasty, A. Gorham describes scores of markings appearing on the walls of buildings, such as the Taj Mahal, the Jama Masjid, and that famous Masonic structure, the Qutb Minar. According to those who regard Masonry as an outgrowth of the secret society of architects and builders, which for thousands of years formed a caste of master craftsmen, Hiram Abiff was the Tyrian Grand Master of a worldwide organization of artisans, with headquarters in Tyre. Their philosophy consisted of incorporating into the measurements and ornamentation of temples, palaces, mausoleums, fortresses, and other public buildings their knowledge of the laws controlling the universe. Every initiated workman was given a hieroglyphic with which he marked the stones he trewed, to show all posterity that he thus dedicated to the supreme architect of the universe each perfected product of his labor. Concerning Mason's marks, Robert Freak Gould writes, "It is very remarkable that these marks are to be found in all countries, in the chambers of the Great Pyramid at Giza, on the underground walls of Jerusalem, in Herculaneum and Pompeii, on Roman walls and Grecian temples, in Hindustan, Mexico, Peru, Asia Minor, as well as on the great ruins of England, France, Germany, Scotland, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. See A Concise History of Freemasonry." From this viewpoint, the story of Hiram may well represent the incorporation of the divine secrets of architecture into the actual parts and dimensions of earthly buildings. The 3 degrees of the craft bury the Grand Master, the great Arcanum, in the actual structure they erect, after first having killed him with the builder's tools by reducing the dimensionless spirit of cosmic beauty to the limitations of concrete form. These abstract ideals of architecture can be resurrected, however, by the master mason who, by meditating upon the structure, releases therefrom the divine principles of architectonic philosophy incorporated or buried within it. Thus, the physical building is actually the tomb or embodiment of the creative ideal, of which its material dimensions are but the shadow. Moreover, the Hiramic legend may be considered to embody the vicissitudes of philosophy itself. As institutions for the dissemination of ethical culture, the pagan mysteries were the architects of civilization. Their power and dignity were personified in Hiram Abiff, the master builder, but they eventually fell a victim to the onslaughts of that recurrent trio of state, church, and mob. They were desecrated by the state, jealous of their wealth and power, by the early church, fearful of their wisdom, and by the rabble or soldiery incited by both state and church. As Hiram, when raised from his grave, whispers the master mason's word, which was lost through his untimely death, so according to the tenets of philosophy, the reestablishment or resurrection of the ancient mysteries will result in the rediscovery of that secret teaching, without which civilization must continue in a state of spiritual confusion and uncertainty. When the mob governs, man is ruled by ignorance. When the church governs, he is ruled by superstition. And when the state governs, he is ruled by fear. Before men can live together in harmony and understanding, ignorance must be transmuted into wisdom, superstition into an illumined faith, and fear into love. Despite statements to the contrary, Masonry is a religion seeking to unite God and man by elevating its initiates to that level of consciousness whereon they can behold with clarified vision the workings of the great architect of the universe. From age to age, the vision of a perfect civilization is preserved as the ideal for mankind. In the midst of that civilization shall stand a mighty university wherein both the sacred and secular sciences concerning the mysteries of life will be freely taught to all who will assume the philosophic life. Here creed and dogma will have no place. The superficial will be removed, and only the essential be preserved. The world will be ruled by its most illumined minds, and each will occupy the position for which he is most admirably fitted. The great university will be divided into grades, admission to which will be through preliminary tests or initiations. Here mankind will be instructed in the most sacred, the most secret, and the most enduring of all mysteries, symbolism. Here the initiate will be taught that every visible object, every abstract thought, every emotional reaction is but the symbol of an eternal principle. Here mankind will learn that Haram, or truth, lies buried in every atom of cosmos, that every form is a symbol and every symbol the tomb of an eternal verity. Through education, spiritual, mental, moral, and physical, man will learn to release living truths from their lifeless coverings. The perfect government of the earth must be patterned eventually after that divine government by which the universe is ordered. In that day, when perfect order is reestablished, with peace universal and good triumphant, men will no longer seek for happiness, for they shall find it welling up within themselves. Dead hopes, dead aspirations, dead virtues shall rise from their graves, and the spirit of beauty and goodness repeatedly slain by ignorant men shall again be the master of work. Then shall sages sit upon the seats of the mighty, and the gods walk with men. The Pythagorean theory of music and color. Harmony is a state recognized by great philosophers as the immediate prerequisite of beauty. A compound is termed beautiful only when its parts are in harmonious combination. The world is called beautiful, and its creator is designated the good, because good perforce must act in conformity with its own nature, and good acting according to its own nature is harmony, because the good which it accomplishes is harmonious with the good which it is. Beauty, therefore, is harmony manifesting its own intrinsic nature in the world of form. The universe is made up of successive gradations of good, these gradations ascending from matter, which is the least degree of good, to spirit, which is the greatest degree of good. In man, his superior nature is the summum bonum. It therefore follows that his highest nature most readily cognizes good, because the good external to him in the world is in harmonic ratio with the good present in his soul. What man terms evil is therefore in common with matter, merely the least degree of its own opposite. The least degree of good presupposes likewise the least degree of harmony and beauty. Thus, deformity, or evil, is really the least harmonious combination of elements naturally harmonic as individual units. Deformity is unnatural, for the sum of all things being the good, it is natural that all things should partake of the good and be arranged in combinations that are harmonious. Harmony is the manifesting expression of the will of the eternal good. The philosophy of music. It is highly probable that the Greek initiates gained their knowledge of the philosophic and therapeutic aspects of music from the Egyptians, who in turn considered Hermes the founder of the art. According to one legend, this god constructed the first lyre by stretching strings across the concavity of a turtle shell. Both Isis and Osiris were patrons of music and poetry. Plato, in describing the antiquity of these arts among the Egyptians, declared that songs and poetry had existed in Egypt for at least 10,000 years, and that these were of such an exalted and inspiring nature that only gods or godlike men could have composed them. In the mysteries, the lyre was regarded as the secret symbol of the human constitution, the body of the instrument representing the physical form, the strings, the nerves, and the musician, the spirit. Playing upon the nerves, the spirit thus created the harmonies of normal functioning, which, however, became discords if the nature of man were defiled. While the early Chinese, Hindus, Persians, Egyptians, Israelites, and Greeks employed both vocal and instrumental music in their religious ceremonials, also to complement their poetry and drama, it remained for Pythagoras to raise the art to its true dignity by demonstrating its mathematical foundation. Although it is said that he himself was not a musician, Pythagoras is now generally credited with the discovery of the diatonic scale. Having first learned the divine theory of music from the priests of the various mysteries into which he had been accepted, Pythagoras pondered for several years upon the laws governing consonance and dissonance. How he actually solved the problem is unknown, but the following explanation has been invented. One day, while meditating upon the problem of harmony, Pythagoras chanced to pass a brazier's shop, where workmen were pounding out a piece of metal upon an anvil. By noting the variances in pitch between the sounds made by large hammers and those made by smaller implements, and carefully estimating the harmonies and discords resulting from combinations of these sounds, he gained his first clue to the musical intervals of the diatonic scale. He entered the shop, and after carefully examining the tools and making mental note of their weights, returned to his own house and constructed an arm of wood so that it, like composition, size, and weight. To the first of these he attached a 12-pound weight, to the second a 9-pound weight, to the third an 8-pound weight, and to the fourth a 6-pound weight. These different weights corresponded to the sizes of the brazier's hammers. Pythagoras thereupon discovered that the first and fourth strings, when sounded together, produced the harmonic interval of the octave, for doubling the weight has the same effect as halving the string. The tension of the first string being twice that of the fourth string, their ratio was said to be 2 to 1, or duple. By similar experimentation, he ascertained that the first and third string produced the harmony of the diapente, or the interval of the fifth. The tension of the first string being half again as much as that of the third string, their ratio was said to be 3 to 2, or sesquialter. Likewise, the second and fourth strings, having the same ratio as the first and third strings, yielded a diapente harmony. Continuing his investigation, Pythagoras discovered that the first and second strings produced the harmony of the diatessaron, or the interval of the third, and the tension of the first string being a third greater than that of the second string, their ratio was said to be 4 to 3, or sesquitercion. The third and fourth strings, having the same ratio as the first and second strings, produced another harmony of the diatessaron. According to Iamblichus, the second and third strings had the ratio of 8 to 9, or epogdoin. The key to harmonic ratios is hidden in the famous Pythagorean tetractys, or pyramid of dots. The tetractys is made up of the first four numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which, in their proportions, reveal the intervals of the octave, the diapente, and the diatessaron. While the law of harmonic intervals as set forth above is true, it has been subsequently proved that hammers striking metal in the manner described will not produce the various tones ascribed to them. In all probability, therefore, Pythagoras actually worked out his theory of harmony from the monochord, a contrivance consisting of a single string stretched between two pegs and supplied with movable frets. Pythagoras, music was one of the dependencies of the divine science of mathematics, and its harmonies were inflexibly controlled by mathematical proportions. The Pythagoreans averred that mathematics demonstrated the exact method by which the good established and maintained its universe. Number, therefore, preceded harmony, since it was the immutable law that governs all harmonic proportions. After discovering these harmonic ratios, Pythagoras gradually initiated his disciples into this, the supreme arcanum of his mysteries. He divided the multitudinous parts of creation into a vast number of planes or spheres, to each of which he assigned a tone, a harmonic interval, a number, a name, a color, and a form. He then proceeded to prove the accuracy of his deductions by demonstrating them upon the different planes of intelligence and substance, ranging from the most abstract logical premise to the most concrete geometrical solid. From the common agreement of these diversified methods of proof, he established the indisputable existence of certain natural laws. The intervals and harmonies of the spheres. From Stanley's The History of Philosophy. In the Pythagorean concept of the music of the spheres, the interval between the earth and the sphere of the fixed stars was considered to be a diapason, the most perfect harmonic interval. The allowing arrangement is most generally accepted for the musical intervals of the planets between the earth and the sphere of the fixed stars. The sphere of the earth to the sphere of the moon, 1 tone. From the sphere of the moon to that of Mercury, 1/2 tone. From Mercury to Venus, 1/2. From Venus to the Sun, 1 1/2 tones. From the Sun to Mars, 1 tone. From Mars to Jupiter, 1/2 tone. From Jupiter to Saturn, 1/2 tone. From Saturn to the fixed stars, 1/2 tone. The sum of these intervals equals the 6 whole tones of the octave. Having once established music as an exact science, Pythagoras applied his newly found law of harmonic intervals to all the phenomena of nature, even going so far as to demonstrate the harmonic relationship of the planets, constellations, and elements to each other. A notable example of modern corroboration of ancient philosophical reaching is that of the progression of the elements according to harmonic ratios. While making a list of the elements in the ascending order of their atomic weights, John A. Newlands discovered at every eighth element a distinct repetition of properties. This discovery is known as the law of octaves in modern chemistry. The consonances of the mundane monochord, from Flood's De Musica Mundana. This diagrammatic sector represents the major gradations of energy and substance between elemental earth and absolute unconditioned force. Beginning with the superior, the 15 graduated spheres descended in the following order: limitless and eternal life, the superior, the middle, and the inferior, Empyrean, the 7 planets, and the 4 elements. Energy is symbolized by Flood as a pyramid with its base on the concave surface of the superior Empyrean, and substance as another pyramid with its base upon the convex surface of the sphere, not planet, of Earth. These pyramids demonstrate the relative proportions of energy and substance entering into the composition of the 15 planes of being. It will be noted that the ascending pyramid of substance touches but does not pierce the 15th sphere, that of limitless and eternal life. Likewise, the descending pyramid of energy touches but does not pierce the first sphere, the grossest condition of substance. The plane of the sun is denominated the sphere of equality, for here neither energy nor substance predominate. The mundane monochord consists of a hypothetical string stretched from the base of the pyramid of energy to the base of the pyramid of substance. Since they held that harmony must be determined not by the sense perceptions, but by reason and mathematics, the Pythagoreans called themselves canonics, as distinguished from musicians of the harmonic school, who asserted taste and instinct to be the true normative principles of harmony. Recognizing, however, the profound effect of music upon the senses and emotions, Pythagoras did not hesitate to influence the mind and body with what he termed musical medicine. Pythagoras evinced such a marked preference for stringed instruments that he even went so far as to warn his disciples against allowing their ears to be defiled by the sounds of flutes or cymbals. He further declared that the soul could be purified from its irrational influences by solemn songs sung to the accompaniment of the lyre. In his investigation of the therapeutic value of harmonics, Pythagoras discovered that the 7 modes, or keys, of the Greek system of music had the power to incite or allay the various emotions. It is related that while observing the stars one night, he encountered a young man befuddled with strong drink and mad with jealousy, who was piling faggots about his mistress's door with the intention of burning the house. The frenzy of the youth was accentuated by a flutist a short distance away who was playing a tune in the stirring Phrygian mode. Pythagoras induced the musician to change his air to the slow and rhythmic spondaic mode, whereupon the intoxicated youth immediately became composed, and, gathering up his bundles of wood, returned quietly to his own home. There is also an account of how Empedocles, a disciple of Pythagoras, by quickly changing the mode of a musical composition he was playing, saved the life of his host, Anchitus, when the latter was threatened with death by the sword of one whose father he had condemned to public execution. It is also known that Aesculapius, the Greek physician, cured sciatica and other diseases of the nerves by blowing a loud trumpet in the presence of the patient. Pythagoras cured many ailments of the spirit, soul, and body by having certain specially prepared musical compositions played in the presence of the sufferer, or by personally reciting short selections from such early poets as Hesiod and Homer. In his university at Crotona, it was customary for the Pythagoreans to open and to close each day with songs, those in the morning calculated to clear the mind from sleep and inspire it to the activities of the coming day, and those in the evening of a mode soothing, relaxing, and conducive to rest. At the vernal equinox, Pythagoras caused his disciples to gather in a circle around one of their number, who led them in a song and played their accompaniment upon a lyre. The therapeutic music of Pythagoras is described by Iamblichus thus: and there are certain melodies devised as remedies against the passions of the soul, and also against despondency and lamentation, which Pythagoras invented as things that afford the greatest assistance in these maladies. And again, he employed other melodies against rage and anger, and against every aberration of the soul. There is also another kind of modulation invented as a remedy against desires. See the life of Pythagoras. It is probable that the Pythagoreans recognized a connection between the 7 Greek modes and the planets. As an example, Pliny declares that Saturn moves in the Dorian mode and Jupiter in the Phrygian mode. It is also apparent that the temperaments are key to the various modes, and the passions likewise. Thus, anger, which is a fiery passion, may be accentuated by a fiery mode, or its power neutralized by a watery mode. The far-reaching effect exercised by music upon the culture of the Greeks is thus summed up by Emil Naumann. Plato depreciated the notion that music was intended solely to create cheerful and agreeable emotions, maintaining rather that it should inculcate a love of all that is noble and hatred of all that is mean, and that nothing could more strongly influence man's innermost feelings than melody and rhythm. Firmly convinced of this, he agreed with Damon of Athens, the musical instructor of Socrates, that the introduction of a new picture of a whole nation, and that it was not possible to alter a key without shaking the very foundations of the state. Plato affirmed that music which ennobled the mind was of a far higher kind than that which merely appealed to the senses, and he strongly insisted that it was the paramount duty of the legislature to suppress all music of an effeminate and lascivious character, and to encourage only that which was pure and dignified, that bold and stirring melodies were for men, gentle and soothing ones for women. From this, it is evident that music played a considerable part in the education of the Greek youth. The greatest care was also to be taken in the selection of instrumental music, because the absence of words rendered its signification doubtful, and it was difficult to foresee whether it would exercise upon the people a benign or baneful influence. Popular taste, being always tickled by sensuous and meretricious effects, was to be treated with deserved contempt. See the history of music. Even today, martial music is used with telling effect in times of war, and religious music, while no longer developed in accordance with the ancient theory, still profoundly influences the emotion of the laity. The music of the spheres. The most sublime but least known of all the Pythagorean speculations was that of sidereal harmonics. It was said that of all men only Pythagoras heard the music of the spheres. Apparently, the Chaldeans were the first people to conceive of the heavenly bodies joining in a cosmic chant as they moved in stately manner across the sky. Job describes a time when the stars of the morning sang together, and in The Merchant of Venice, the author of the Shakespearean plays writes, "There is not the smallest orb which thou beholdest, but in his motion like an angel sings." So little remains, however, of the Pythagorean system of celestial music that it is only possible to approximate his actual theory. Pythagoras conceived the universe to be an immense monochord, with its single string connected at its upper end to absolute spirit, and at its lower end to absolute matter. In other words, a chord stretched between heaven and earth. Counting inward from the circumference of the heavens, Pythagoras, according to some authorities, divided the universe into 9 parts, according to others into 12 parts. The 12-fold system was as follows. The first division was called the Empyrean, or the sphere of the fixed stars, and was the dwelling place of the immortals. The second to 12th divisions were, in order, the spheres of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon, and fire, air, water, and earth. This arrangement of the 7 planets, the Sun and Moon being regarded as planets in the old astronomy, is identical with the candlestick symbolism of the Jews. The Sun in the center as the main stem, with 3 planets on either side of it. The names given by the Pythagoreans to the various notes of the diatonic scale were, according to Macrobius, derived from an estimation of the velocity and magnitude of the planetary bodies. Each of these gigantic spheres, as it rushed endlessly through space, was believed to sound a certain tone caused by its continuous displacement of the ethereal diffusion. As these tones were a manifestation of divine order and motion, it must necessarily follow that they partook of the harmony of their own source. The assertion that the planets in their revolutions round the Earth uttered certain sounds differing according to their respective magnitude, celerity, and local distance was commonly made by the Greeks. Thus, Saturn, the farthest planet, was said to give the gravest note, while the Moon, which is the nearest, gave the sharpest. These sounds of the seven planets and the sphere of the fixed stars, together with that above us and Thicthan, are the nine muses, and their joint symphony is called Mnemosyne. See the canon. This quotation contains an obscure reference to the ninefold division of the universe previously mentioned. The mundane monochord with its proportions and intervals. Flood's De Musica Mundana. In this chart is set forth a summary of Flood's theory of universal music. The interval between the element of earth and the highest heaven is considered as a double octave, thus showing the two extremes of existence to be in disdiapason harmony. It signifies that the highest heaven, the sun, and the earth have the same time, the difference being in pitch. The sun is the lower octave of the highest heaven, and the earth the lower octave of the sun. The lower octave comprises that part of the universe in which substance predominates over energy. Its harmonies, therefore, are more gross than those of the higher octaves. If struck in the more spiritual part, writes Flood, the monochord will give eternal life. If in the more material part, transitory life. It will be noted that certain elements, planets, and celestial spheres sustain a harmonic ratio to each other. Flood advanced this as a key to the sympathies and antipathies existing between the various departments of nature. The Greek initiates also recognized a fundamental relationship between the individual heavens or spheres of these seven planets and the seven sacred vowels. The first heaven uttered the sound of the sacred vowel A, alpha. The second heaven, the sacred vowel E, epsilon. The third, H, eta. The fourth, I, iota. The fifth, O, omicron. The sixth, Y, epsilon. And the seventh heaven, the sacred vowel, omega. When these seven heavens sing together, they produce a perfect harmony which ascends as an everlasting praise to the throne of the Creator. See Irenaeus's Against Heresies. Although not so stated, it is probable that the planetary heavens are to be considered as ascending in the Pythagorean order, beginning with the sphere of the moon, which would be the first heaven. Many early instruments had seven strings, and it is generally conceded that Pythagoras was the one who added the eighth string to the lyre of Terpander. The seven strings were always related both to their correspondences in the human body and to the planets. The names of God were also conceived to be formed from combinations of the seven planetary harmonies. The Egyptians confined their sacred songs to the seven primary sounds, forbidding any others to be uttered in their temples. One of their hymns contained the following invocation: the seven sounding tones praise thee, the great God, the ceaseless working Father of the whole universe. In another, the deity describes himself thus: I am the great indestructible lyre of the whole world, attuning the songs of the heavens. See Naumann's History of Music. The Pythagoreans believed that everything which existed had a voice, and that all creatures were eternally singing the praise of the Creator. Man fails to hear these divine melodies because his soul is enmeshed in the illusion of material existence. When he liberates himself from the bondage of the lower world with its sense limitations, the music of the spheres will again be audible as it was in the Golden Age. Harmony recognizes harmony, and when the human soul regains its true estate, it will not only hear the celestial choir, but also join with it in an everlasting anthem of praise to that eternal good, controlling the infinite number of parts and conditions of being. The Greek mysteries included in their doctrines a magnificent concept of the relationship existing between music and form. The elements of architecture, for example, were considered as comparable to musical modes and notes, or as having a musical counterpart. Consequently, when a building was erected in which a number of these elements were combined, the structure was then likened to a musical chord, which was harmonic only when it fully satisfied the mathematical requirements of harmonic intervals. The realization of this analogy between sound and form led Goethe to declare that architecture is crystallized music. In constructing their temples of initiation, the early priests frequently demonstrated their superior knowledge of the principles underlying the phenomena known as vibration. A considerable part of the mystery rituals consisted of invocations and intonements, for which purpose special sound chambers were constructed. A word whispered in one of these apartments was so intensified that the reverberations made the entire building sway and be filled with a deafening roar. The very wood and stone used in the erection of these sacred buildings eventually became so thoroughly permeated with the sound vibrations of the religious ceremonies that when struck, they would reproduce the same tones thus repeatedly impressed into their substances by the rituals. Every element in nature has its individual keynote. If these elements are combined into a composite structure, the result is a chord that, if sounded, will disintegrate the compound into its integral parts. Likewise, each individual has a keynote that, if sounded, will destroy him. The allegory of the walls of Jericho falling when the trumpets of Israel were sounded is undoubtedly intended to set forth the arcane significance of individual keynote or vibration. The philosophy of color. Light, writes Edwin D. Babbitt, reveals the glories of the external world, and yet is the most glorious of them all. It gives beauty, reveals beauty, and is itself most beautiful. It is the analyzer, the truth teller, and the exposer of shams, for it shows things as they are. Its infinite streams measure off the universe and flow into our telescopes from stars which are quintillions of miles distant. On the other hand, it descends to objects inconceivably small and reveals through the microscope objects 50 millions of times less than can be seen by the naked eye. Like all other fine forces, its movement is wonderfully soft, yet penetrating and powerful. Without its vivifying influence, vegetable, animal, and human life must immediately perish from the earth, and general ruin take place. We shall do well, then, to consider this potential and beautiful principle of light and its component colors. For the more deeply we penetrate into its inner laws, the more will it present itself as a marvelous storehouse of power to vitalize, heal, refine, and delight mankind. See the principles of light and color. Since light is the basic physical manifestation of life, bathing all creation in its radiance, it is highly important to realize, in part at least, the subtle nature of this divine substance. That which is called light is actually a rate of vibration, causing certain reactions upon the optic nerve. You realize how they are walled in by the limitations of the sense perceptions. Not only is there a great deal more to light than anyone has ever seen, but there are also unknown forms of light which no optical equipment will ever register. There are unnumbered colors which cannot be seen, as well as sounds which cannot be heard, odors which cannot be smelled, flavors which cannot be tasted, and substances which cannot be felt. Man is thus surrounded by a supersensible universe of which he knows nothing, because the centers of sense perception within himself have not been developed sufficiently to respond to the subtler rates of vibration of which that universe is composed. Among both civilized and savage peoples, color has been accepted as a natural language in which to couch their religious and philosophical doctrines. The ancient city of Ecbatana, as described by Herodotus, its 7 walls colored according to the 7 planets, revealed the knowledge of this subject possessed by the Persian Magi. The famous ziggurat, or astronomical tower of the god Nebo at Borsippa, ascended in 7 great steps or stages, each step being painted in the key color of one of the planetary bodies. See Lenormand's Chaldean Magic. It is thus evident that the Babylonians were familiar with the concept of the spectrum and its relation to the 7 creative gods or powers. In India, one of the Mughal emperors caused a fountain to be made with 7 levels, the water pouring down the sides through specially arranged channels, changed color as it descended, passing sequentially through all shades of the spectrum. In Tibet, color is employed by the native artists to express various moods. L. Austin Waddell, writing of northern Buddhist art, notes that in Tibetan mythology, white and yellow complexions usually typify mild moods, while the red, blue, and black belong to fierce forms, though sometimes light blue, as indicating the sky, means merely celestial. Generally, the gods are pictured white, goblins red, and devils black, like their European relative. See the Buddhism of Tibet. The theory of elemental music, from Flood's De Musica Mundana. In this diagram, two interpenetrating pyramids are again employed, one of which represents fire and the other earth. It is demonstrated according to the law of elemental harmony that fire does not enter into the composition of earth, nor earth into the composition of fire. The figures on the chart disclose the harmonic relationships existing between the four primary elements, according to both Flood and the Pythagoreans. Earth consists of 4 parts of its own nature, water of 3 parts of earth, and 1 part of fire. The sphere of equality is a hypothetical point where there is an equilibrium of 2 parts of earth and 2 parts of fire. Air is composed of 3 parts of fire and 1 part of earth. Fire of 4 parts of its own nature. Thus, earth and water bear to each other the ratio of 4:3, or the diatessaron harmony, and water and the sphere of equality the ratio of 3:2, or the diapente harmony. Fire and air also bear to each other the ratio of 4:3, the diatessaron harmony, and air and the sphere of equality the ratio of 3:2, the diapente harmony. As the sum of the diatessaron and the diapente equals a diapason, or octave, it is evident that both the sphere of fire and the sphere of earth are in diapason harmony with the sphere of equality, and also that fire and earth are in disdiapason harmony with each other. In Meno, Plato, speaking through Socrates, describes color as an effluence of form, commensurate with sight and sensible. In Theaetetus, he discourses more at length on the subject thus: let us carry out the principle which has just been affirmed, that nothing is self-existent, and then we shall see that every color, white, black, and every other color, arises out of the eye meeting the appropriate motion, and that what we term the substance of each color is neither the active nor the passive element, but something which passes between them, and is peculiar to each percipient. Are you certain that the several colors appear to every animal, say a dog, as they appear to you? In the Pythagorean Tetractys, the supreme symbol of universal forces and processes, are set forth the theories of the Greeks concerning color in music. The first 3 dots represent the threefold white light, which is the Godhead, containing potentially all sound and color. The remaining 7 dots are the colors of the spectrum and the notes of the musical scale. The colors and tones are the active creative powers which, emanating from the first cause, establish the universe. The 7 are divided into 2 groups, one containing 3 powers and the other 4, a relationship also shown in the Tetractys. The higher group, that of 3, becomes the spiritual nature of the created universe. The lower group, that of 4, manifests as the irrational sphere or inferior world. In the mysteries, the 7 logi, or creative lords, are shown as streams of force issuing from the mouth of the Eternal One. This signifies the spectrum being extracted from the white light of the supreme deity. The 7 creators or fabricators of the inferior spheres were called by the Jews the Elohim. By the Egyptians they were referred to as the builders, sometimes as the governors, and are depicted with great knives in their hands, with which they carved the universe from its primordial substance. Worship of the planets is based upon their acceptation as the cosmic embodiments of the 7 creative attributes of God. The lords of the planets were described as dwelling within the body of the sun, for the true nature of the sun, being analogous to the white light, contains the seeds of all the tone and color potencies which it manifests. There are numerous arbitrary arrangements setting forth the mutual relationships of the planets, the colors, and the musical notes. The most satisfactory system is that based upon the law of the octave. The sense of hearing has a much wider scope than that of sight, for whereas the ear can register from 9 to 11 octaves of sound, the eye is restricted to the cognition of but 7 fundamental color tones, or one tone short of the octave. Red, when posited as the lowest color tone in the scale of chromatics, thus corresponds to do, the first note of the musical scale. Continuing the analogy, orange corresponds to re, yellow to mi, green to fa, blue to sol, indigo to la, and violet to si. The 8th color tone necessary to complete the scale should be the higher octave of red, the first color tone. The accuracy of the above arrangement is attested by 2 striking facts. 1. The 3 fundamental notes of the musical scale, the first, the third, and the fifth, correspond with the 3 primary colors, red, yellow, and blue. 2. The 7th, and least perfect, note of the musical scale corresponds with purple, the least perfect tone of the color scale. In the Principles of Light and Color, Edwin D. Babbitt confirms the correspondence of the color and musical notes. As C is at the bottom of the musical scale and made with the coarsest waves of air, so is red at the bottom of the chromatic scale and made with the coarsest waves of luminous ether. As the musical note B, the 7th note of the scale, requires 45 vibrations of air every time the note C at the lower end of the scale requires 24, or but little over half as many, so does extreme violet require about 300 trillions of vibrations of ether in a second, while extreme red requires only about 450 trillions, which also are but little more than half as many. When one musical octave is finished, another one commences and progresses, with just twice as many vibrations as were used in the first octave, and so the same notes are repeated on a finer scale. In the same way, when the scale of colors visible to the ordinary eye is completed in the violet, another octave of finer, invisible colors, with just twice as many vibrations, will commence and progress on precisely the same law. When the colors are related to the 12 signs of the zodiac, they are arranged as the spokes of a wheel. To Aries is assigned pure red, to Taurus red-orange, to Gemini pure orange, to Cancer orange-yellow, to Leo pure yellow, to Virgo yellow-green, to Libra pure green, to Scorpio green-blue, to Sagittarius pure blue, to Capricorn blue-violet, to Aquarius pure violet, and to Pisces violet-red. In expounding the Eastern system of esoteric philosophy, H.P. Blavatsky relates the colors to the septenary constitution of man and the 7 states of matter as follows. Violet, Chaya, or etheric double, ether. Indigo, higher manas, or spiritual intelligence, critical state called air. Blue, auric envelope, steam or vapor. Green, lower manas, or animal soul, critical state. Yellow, Buddhai, or spiritual soul, water. Orange, prana, or life principle of animal life. Ice. This arrangement of the colors of the spectrum and the musical notes of the octave necessitates a different grouping of the planets in order to preserve their proper tone and color analogies. Thus Do becomes Mars, Re the Sun, Mi Mercury, Fa Saturn, Sol Jupiter, La Venus, Si the Moon. See the ES instructions. The 4 elements and their consonantal intervals. From Flood's De Musica Mundana. In this diagram, Flood has divided each of the 4 primary elements into 3 subdivisions. The first division of each element is the grossest, partaking somewhat of the substance directly inferior to itself, except in the case of the earth, which has no state inferior to itself. The second division consists of the element in its relatively pure state, while the third division is that condition wherein the element partakes somewhat of the substance immediately superior to itself. For example, the lowest division of the element of water is sedimentary, as it contains earth substance in solution. The second division represents water in its most common state, salty, as in the case of the ocean, and the third division is water in its purest state, free from salt. The harmonic interval assigned to the lowest division of each element is 1 tone, to the central division also a tone, but to the higher division, a half-tone because it partakes of the division immediately above it. Flood emphasizes the fact that as the elements ascend in series of 2.5 tones, the diatessaron is the dominating harmonic interval of the elements. Fishes, insects, animals, reptiles, and birds. Part 1. The creatures inhabiting the water, air, and earth were held in veneration by all races of antiquity. Realizing that visible bodies are only symbols of invisible forces, the ancients worshipped the divine power through the lower kingdoms of nature, because those less evolved and more simply constituted creatures responded most readily to the creative impulses of the gods. The sages of old studied living things to a point of realization that God is most perfectly understood through a knowledge of his supreme handiwork, animate and inanimate nature. Every existing creature manifests some aspect of the intelligence or power of the Eternal One, who can never be known save through a study and appreciation of his numbered but inconceivable parts. When a creature is chosen, therefore, to symbolize to the concrete human mind some concealed abstract principle, it is because its characteristics demonstrate this invisible principle in its visible action. Fishes, insects, animals, reptiles, and birds appear in the religious symbolism of nearly all nations because the forms and habits of these creatures and the media in which they exist closely relate them to the various generative and germinative powers of nature, which were considered prima facie evidence of divine omnipresence. The early philosophers and scientists, realizing that all life has its fishes are most prolific, makes the simile still more apt. While the early priests may not have possessed the instruments necessary to analyze the spermatozoon, they concluded by deduction that it resembled a fish. Fishes were sacred to the Greeks and Romans, being connected with the worship of Aphrodite, or Venus. An interesting survival of pagan ritualism is found in the custom of eating fish on Friday. Freya, in whose honor the day was named, was the Scandinavian Venus, and this day was sacred among many nations to the goddess of beauty and fecundity. This analogy further links the fish with the procreative mystery. Friday is also sacred to the followers of the Prophet Muhammad. The word nun means both fish and growth, and as Inman says, the Jews were led to victory by the son of the fish, whose other names were Joshua and Jesus, the Savior. Nun is still the name of a female devotee of the Christian faith. Among early Christians, 3 fishes were used to symbolize the Trinity, and the fish is also one of the 8 sacred symbols of the great Buddha. It is also significant that the dolphin should be sacred to both Apollo, the solar savior, and Neptune. It was believed that this fish carried shipwrecked sailors to heaven on its back. The dolphin was accepted by the early Christians as an emblem of Christ, because the pagans had viewed this beautiful creature as a friend and benefactor of man. The heir to the throne of France, the Dauphin, may have secured his title from this ancient pagan symbol of the divine preservative power. The first advocates of Christianity likened converts to fishes, who at that time of baptism returned again into the sea of Christ. First incarnation, or Matsya avatar of Vishnu, from Picard's religious ceremonials. The fish has often been associated with the world saviors. Vishnu, the Hindu redeemer who takes upon himself 10 forms for the redemption of the universe, was expelled from the mouth of a fish in his first incarnation. Isis, while nursing the infant Horus, is often shown with a fish on her headdress. Oannes, the Chaldean savior, borrowed from the Brahmins, is depicted with the head and body of a fish, from which his human form protrudes at various points. Jesus was often symbolized by a fish. He told his disciples that they should become fishers of men. The sign of the fish was also the first monogram of the Christians. The mysterious Greek name of Jesus means a fish. The fish was accepted as a symbol of the Christ by a number of early canonized church fathers. St. Augustine likened the Christ to a fish that had been broiled, and it was also pointed out that the flesh of that fish was the food of righteous and holy men. Primitive peoples believed the sea and land were inhabited by strange creatures, and early books on zoology contain curious illustrations of composite beasts, reptiles, and fishes which did in the ancient initiatory rituals of the Persian, Greek, and Egyptian mysteries. The priests disguised themselves as composite creatures, thereby symbolizing different aspects of human consciousness. They used birds and reptiles as emblems of their various deities, often creating forms of grotesque appearance and assigning to them imaginary traits, habits, and places of domicile, all of which were symbolic of certain spiritual and transcendental truths, thus concealed from the profane. The phoenix made its nest of incense and flames. The unicorn had the body of a horse, the feet of an elephant, and the tail of a wild boar. The upper half of the centaur's body was human, and the lower half equine. The pelican of the Hermetists fed its young from its own breast, and to this bird were assigned other mysterious attributes which could have been true only allegorically. Though regarded by many writers of the Middle Ages as actual living creatures, none of these, the pelican excepted, ever existed outside the symbolism of the mysteries. Possibly they originated in rumors of animals then little known. In the temple, however, they became a reality, for there they signified the manifold characteristics of man's nature. The manticora had certain points in common with the hyena. The unicorn may have been the single-horned rhinoceros. To the student of the secret wisdom, these composite animals and birds simply represent various forces working in the invisible worlds. This is a point which nearly all writers on the subject of medieval monsters seem to have overlooked. See Vlissus Aldrovandi's Monstrorum Historia, 1642, and Physica Curiosa by P. Gaspar Sciotto, 1697. The Manticora, from Redgrove's Bygone Beliefs. The most remarkable of allegorical creatures was the Manticora, which Ctesias describes as having a flame-colored body, lion-like in shape, 3 rows of teeth, a human head and ears, blue eyes, and a tail ending in a series of spikes and stings, thorny and scorpion-like, and a voice which sounded like the blare of trumpets. This synthetic quadruped ambled into medieval works on natural history, but, though seriously considered, had never been seen, because it inhabited inaccessible regions and consequently was difficult to locate. There are also legends to the effect that long before the appearance of human beings, there existed a race or species of composite creatures which was destroyed by the gods. The Temple of Antiquity preserved their own historical records and possessed information concerning the prehistoric world that has never been revealed to the uninitiated. According to these records, the human race evolved from a species of creature that partook somewhat of the nature of an amphibian, for at that time primitive man had the gills of a fish and was partly covered with scales. To a limited degree, the human embryo demonstrates the possibility of such a condition. As a result of the theory of man's origin in water, the fish was looked upon as the progenitor of the human family. This gave rise to the ichthyology of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, and Brahmins. The American Indians believe that the waters of lakes, rivers, and oceans are inhabited by a mysterious people, the Water Indians. The fish has been used as an emblem of damnation, but among the Chinese it typified contentment and good fortune, and fishes appear on many of their coins. When Typhon, or Set, the evil genius, had divided the body of the god Osiris into 14 parts, he cast one part into the Nile River, where, according to Plutarch, it was devoured by 3 fishes, the Lepididus, probably the Lepidosiren, the Phagris, and the Oxorhynchus, a form of pike. For this reason, the Egyptians would not eat the flesh of these fishes, believing that to do so would be to devour the body of their god. When used as a symbol of evil, the fish represented the earth, man's lower nature, and the tomb, the sepulchre of the mysteries. Thus was Jonah 3 days in the belly of the great fish, as Christ was 3 days in the tomb. Several early church fathers believed that the whale which swallowed Jonah was the symbol of God the Father, who, when the hapless prophet was thrown overboard, accepted Jonah into his own nature until a place of safety was reached. The story of Jonah is really a legend of initiation into the mysteries, and the great fish represents the darkness of ignorance which engulfs man when he is thrown over the side of the ship, or is born into the sea, or life. The custom of building ships in the form of fishes or birds, common in ancient times, could give rise to the story, and mayhap Jonah was merely picked up by another vessel and carried into port, the pattern of the ship causing it to be called a great fish. Veritatis simplex oratio est. More probably, the whale of Jonah is based upon the pagan mythological creature, Hippocampus, part horse and part dolphin, for the early Christian statues and carvings show the composite creature, and not a true whale. It is reasonable to suppose that the mysterious sea serpents, which according to the Mayan and Toltec legends brought the gods to Mexico, were Viking or Chaldean ships, built in the shape of composite sea monsters or dragons. H.P. Blavatsky advances the theory that the word Cetus, the great whale, is derived from Keto, a name for the fish god Dagon, and that Jonah was actually confined in a cell hollowed out in the body of a gigantic statue of Dagon, after he had been captured by the Phoenician sailors and carried to one of their cities. There is no doubt a great mystery in the gigantic form of Cetus, which is still preserved as a constellation. According to many scattered fragments extant, man's lower nature was symbolized by a tremendous, awkward creature resembling a great sea serpent or dragon called Leviathan. All symbols having serpentine form or motion signified the solar energy in one of its many forms. This great creature of the sea therefore represents the solar life force imprisoned in water and also the divine energy coursing through the body of man, where, until transmuted, it manifests itself as a writhing, twisting monster, man's greeds, passions, and lusts. Among the symbols of Christ as the Savior of man are a number relating to the mystery of his divine nature concealed within the personality of the lowly Jesus. The Gnostics divided the nature of the Christian Redeemer into two parts, the one Jesus, a mortal man, the other, Christos, a personification of Nous, the principle of cosmic mind. Nous, the greater, was for the period of 3 years, using the fleshly garment of the mortal man, Jesus. In order to illustrate this point and still conceal it from the ignorant, many strange and often repulsive creatures were used, whose rough exteriors concealed magnificent organisms. Keneally, in his notes on the Book of Enoch, observes, why the caterpillar was a symbol of the Messiah is evident, because under a lowly, creeping, and wholly terrestrial aspect, he conceals the beautiful butterfly form, with its radiant wings, emulating in its varied colors the rainbow, the serpent, the salmon, the scarab, the peacock, and the dying dolphin. Insects. In 1609, Henry Conrad's Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae was published. Eliphas Levi declared that within its pages are concealed all the great secrets of magical philosophy. A remarkable plate in this work shows the Hermetic sciences being attacked by the bigoted and ignorant pedagogues of the 17th century. In order to express his complete contempt for his slanderers, Conrad made out of each a composite beast, adding donkey ears to one and a false tail to another. He reserved the upper part of the picture for certain petty backbiters, whom he gave appropriate forms. The air was filled with strange creatures, great dragonflies, winged frogs, birds with human heads, and other weird forms which defy description, heaping venom, gossip, spite, slander, and other forms of persecution upon the secret arcanum of the wise. The drawing indicated that their attacks were ineffectual. Poisonous insects were often used to symbolize the deadly power of the human tongue. Insects of all kinds were also considered emblematic of the nature spirits and daemons, for both were believed to inhabit the atmosphere. Medieval drawings showing magicians in the act of invoking spirits often portray the mysterious power of the other world, which the conjurer has exercised, as appearing to him in composite part insect forms. The early philosophers apparently held the opinion that the disease which swept through communities in the form of plagues were actually living creatures, but instead of considering a number of tiny germs, they viewed the entire plague as one individuality and gave it a hideous shape to symbolize its destructiveness. The fact that plagues came in the air caused an insect or a bird to be used as their symbol. Beautiful symmetrical forms were assigned to all natural benevolent conditions or powers, but to unnatural or malevolent powers were assigned contorted and abnormal figures. The evil one was either hideously deformed or else of the nature of certain despised animals. A popular superstition during the Middle Ages held that the devil had the feet of a rooster, while the Egyptians assigned to Typhon, or devil, the body of a hog. The habits of the insects were carefully studied. Therefore, the ant was looked upon as emblematic of industry and foresight, as it stored up supplies for the winter and also had strength to move objects many times its own weight. The locusts, which swept down in clouds and in some parts of Africa and Asia obscured the sun and destroyed every green thing, were considered fit emblems of passion, disease, hate, and strife. For these emotions destroy all that is good in the soul of man and leave a barren desert behind them. In the folklore of various nations, certain insects are given special significance, but the ones which have received worldwide veneration and consideration are the scarab, the king of the insect kingdom, the scorpion, the great betrayer, the butterfly, the emblem of metamorphosis, and the bee, the symbol of industry. The Egyptian scarab is one of the most remarkable symbolic figures ever conceived by the mind of man. It was evolved by the erudition of the priestcraft from a simple insect, which, because of its peculiar habits and appearance, properly symbolized the strength of the body, the resurrection of the soul, and the eternal and incomprehensible creator in his aspect as Lord of the Sun. E.A. Wallace Budge says, in effect, of the worship of the scarab by the Egyptians, yet another view held in primitive times was that the sky was a vast meadow over which a huge beetle crawled, pushing the disk of the sun before him. This beetle was the sky god, and arguing from the example of the beetle, Scarabaeus sacer, which was observed to roll along with its hind legs a ball that was believed to contain its eggs, the early Egyptians thought that the ball of the sky god contained his egg, and that the sun was his offspring. Thanks, however, to the investigations of the eminent entomologist Monsieur J.H. Fabre, we now know that the ball which the Scarabaeus sacer rolls along contains not its eggs, but dung that is to serve as food for its egg, which it lays in a carefully prepared place. Royal Egyptian Scarab, from Hall's Catalogue of Egyptian Scarabs, etc., in the British Museum. The flat underside of a scarab usually bears an inscription relating to the dynasty during which it was cut. These scarabs were sometimes used as seals. Some were cut from ordinary or precious stones. Others were made of clay, baked and glazed. Occasionally, the stone scarabs were also glazed. The majority of the small scarabs are pierced as though originally used as beads. Some are so hard that they will cut glass. In the picture above, A shows top and side views of the scarab, and B, the undersurface with the name of Men-Ka-Ra within the central cartouche. Initiates of the Egyptian mysteries were sometimes called scarabs. Again, lions and panthers. The scarab was the emissary of the sun, symbolizing light, truth, and regeneration. Stone scarabs, called heart scarabs, about 3 inches long, were placed in the heart cavity of the dead when that organ was removed to be embalmed separately as part of the process of mummifying. Some maintain that these stone beetles were merely wrapped in the winding cloths at the time of preparing the body for eternal preservation. The following passage concerning this appears in the great Egyptian Book of Initiation, the Book of the Dead. And behold, thou shalt make a scarab of green stone, which shall be placed in the breast of a man, and it shall perform for him the opening of the mouth. The funeral rites of many nations bear a striking resemblance to the initiatory ceremonies of their mysteries. Ra, the god of the sun, had 3 important aspects. As the creator of the universe, he was symbolized by the head of a scarab and was called Khepra, which signified the resurrection of the soul and a new life at the end of the mortal span. The mummy cases of the Egyptian dead were nearly always ornamented with scarabs. Usually one of these beetles, with outspread wings, was painted on the mummy case directly over the breast of the dead. The finding of such great numbers of small stone scarabs indicates that they were a favorite article of adornment among the Egyptians. Because of its relationship to the sun, the scarab symbolized the divine part of man's nature. The fact that its beautiful wings were concealed under its glossy shell typified the winged soul of man hidden within its earthly sheath. The Egyptian soldiers were given the scarab as their special symbol because the ancients believed that these creatures were all of the male sex, and consequently appropriate emblems of virility, strength, and courage. Plutarch noted the fact that the scarab rolled its peculiar ball of dung backwards, while the insect itself faced the opposite direction. This made it an especially fitting symbol for the sun, because this orb, according to Egyptian astronomy, was rolling from west to east, although apparently moving in the opposite direction. An Egyptian allegory states that the sunrise is caused by the scarab unfolding its wings, which stretch out as glorious colors on each side of its body, the solar globe, and that when it folds its wings under its dark shell at sunset, night follows. Khepera, the scarab-headed aspect of Ra, is often symbolized riding through the sea of the sky in a wonderful ship called the Boat of the Sun. The scorpion is the symbol of both wisdom and self-destruction. It was called by the Egyptians the creature accursed. The time of year when the sun entered the sign of Scorpio marked the beginning of the rulership of Typhon. When the 12 signs of the zodiac were used to represent the 12 apostles, although the reverse is true, the scorpion was assigned to Judas Iscariot, the betrayer. The scorpion stings with its tail, and for this reason it has been called a backbiter, a false and deceitful thing. Calmet, in his Dictionary of the Bible, declares the scorpion to be a fit emblem of the wicked and the symbol of persecution. The dry winds of Egypt are said to be produced by Typhon, who imparts to the sand the blistering heat of the infernal world and the sting of the scorpion. This insect was also the symbol of the spinal fire, which, according to the Egyptian mysteries, destroyed man when it was permitted to gather at the base of his spine, the tail of the scorpion. The red star, Antares, in the back of the celestial scorpion, was considered the worst light in the heavens. Kalb al-Karab, or the heart of the scorpion, was called by the ancients the lieutenant or deputy of Mars. See footnote to Ptolemy's Tetrabiblos. Antares was believed to impair the eyesight, often causing blindness if it rose over the horizon when a child was born. This may refer again to the sandstorm, which was capable of blinding unwary travelers. The scorpion was also the symbol of wisdom, for the fire which it controlled was capable of illuminating as well as consuming. Initiation into the greater mysteries among the pagans was said to take place only in the sign of the scorpion. In the Papyrus of Ani, the Book of the Dead, the deceased likens his soul to a scorpion, saying, "I am a swallow. I am that scorpion, the daughter of Ra." Elizabeth Goldsmith, in her treatise on sex symbolism, states that the scorpions were a symbol of Sel, the Egyptian goddess of writing, and also were revered by the Babylonians and Assyrians as guardians of the gateway of the sun. 7 scorpions were said to have accompanied Isis when she searched for the remains of Osiris scattered by Set, or Typhon. The Scorpion Talisman. From Paracelsus's Archidoxis Magica. The scorpion often appears upon the talismans and charms of the Middle Ages. This hieroglyphic arachnida was supposed to have the power of curing disease. The scorpion shown above was composed of several metals and was made under certain planetary configurations. Paracelsus advised that it be worn by those suffering from any derangement of the reproductive system. In his Chaldean account of the Genesis, George Smith, copying from the cuneiform cylinders, in describing the wanderings of the hero Idzdubar, or Nimrod, throws some light on the scorpion god who guards the sun. The tablet which he translated is not perfect, but the meaning is fairly clear. Who each day guard the rising sun. Their crown was at the lattice of heaven. Under hell their feet were placed the spinal column. The scorpion man guarded the gate, burning with terribleness. Their appearance was like death. The might of his fear shook the forest. At the rising of the sun and the setting of the sun, they guarded the sun. Izdubar saw them, and fear and terror came into his face. Among the early Latins, there was a machine of war called the scorpion. It was used for firing arrows and probably obtained its name from a long beam resembling a scorpion's tail, which flew up to hurl the arrows. The missiles discharged by this machine were also called scorpions. The butterfly, under the name of Psyche, a beautiful maiden with wings of opalescent light, symbolizes the human soul because of the stages it passes through in order to unfold its power of flight. The three divisions through which the butterfly passes in its unfoldment resemble closely the 3 degrees of the mystery school, which degrees are regarded as consummating the unfoldment of man by giving him emblematic wings by which he may soar to the skies. Unregenerate man, ignorant and helpless, is symbolized by the stage between ovum and larva. The disciple, seeking truth and dwelling in meditation, by the second stage, from larva to pupa, at which time the insect enters its chrysalis, the tomb of the mysteries. The third stage, from pupa to imago, wherein the perfect butterfly comes forth, typifies the unfolded, enlightened soul of the initiate rising from the tomb of his baser nature. Night moths typify the secret wisdom because they are hard to discover and are concealed by the darkness or ignorance. Some are emblems of death, as Acherontia atropus, the death's head moth, which has a marking on its body somewhat like a human skull. The death watch beetle, which was believed to give warning of approaching death by a peculiar ticking sound, is another instance of insects involved in human affairs. Opinions differ concerning the spider. Its shape makes it an appropriate emblem of the nerve plexus and ganglia of the human body. Some Europeans consider it extremely bad luck to kill a spider, possibly because it is looked upon as an emissary of the evil one, whom no person desires to offend. There is a mystery concerning all poisonous creatures, especially insects. Paracelsus taught that the spider was the medium for a powerful but evil force which the black magicians used in their nefarious undertakings. Certain plants, minerals, and animals have been sacred among all the nations of the earth because of their peculiar sensitiveness to the astral fire, a mysterious agency in nature which the scientific world has contacted through its manifestations as electricity and magnetism. Lodestone and radium in the mineral world and various parasitic growths in the plant kingdom are strangely susceptible to this cosmic electric fire or universal life force. The magicians of the Middle Ages surrounded themselves with such creatures as bats, spiders, cats, snakes, and monkeys because they were able to appropriate the life forces of these species and use them to the attainment of their own ends. Some ancient schools of wisdom taught that all poisonous insects and reptiles are germinated out of the evil nature of man, and that when intelligent human beings no longer breed hate in their own souls, there will be no more ferocious animals, loathsome diseases, or poisonous plants and insects. Among the American Indians is the legend of a spider man whose web connected the heaven worlds with the earth. The secret schools of India symbolize certain of the gods who labored with the universe during its making as connecting the realms of light with those of darkness by means of webs. Therefore, the builders of the cosmic system, who held the embryonic universe together with threads of invisible force, were sometimes referred to as the spider gods, and their ruler was designated the Great Spider. The beehive is found in masonry as a reminder that in diligence and labor for a common good, true happiness and prosperity are found. The bee is a symbol of wisdom, for as this tiny insect collects pollen from the flowers, so men may extract wisdom from the experiences of daily life. The bee is sacred to the goddess Venus, and according to mystics, is one of the several forms of life which came to the earth from the planet Venus millions of years ago. Wheat and bananas are said to be of similar origin. This is the reason why the origin of these 3 forms of life cannot be traced. The fact that bees are ruled by queens is one reason why this insect is considered a sacred feminine symbol. The fleur de lis, floor at Saint Denis Basilica. The bee was used as a symbol of royalty by the immortal Charlemagne, and it is probable that the fleur de lis, or lily of France, is merely a conventionalized bee and not a flower. There is an ancient Greek legend to the effect that the 9 muses occasionally assumed the form of bees. In India, the god Prana, the personification of the universal life force, is sometimes shown surrounded by a circle of bees. Because of its importance in pollinizing flowers, the bee is the accepted symbol of the generative power. At one time, the bee was the emblem of the French kings. The rulers of France wore robes embroidered with bees, and the canopies of their thrones were decorated with gigantic figures of these insects. The fly symbolizes the tormentor because of the annoyance it causes to animals. The Chaldean god Baal was often called Baal Zebul, or the god of the dwelling place. The word Zebub, or Zabab, means a fly, and Baal Zebul became Baal Zebub, or Beelzebub, a word which was loosely translated to mean Jupiter's fly. The fly was looked upon as a form of the divine power because of its ability to destroy decaying substances and thus promote health. The fly may have obtained its name Zebub from its peculiar buzzing or humming. Inman believes that Baalzebub, which the Jews ridiculed as my lord of flies, really means my lord who hums or murmurs. Inman recalls the singing Memnon on the Egyptian desert, a tremendous figure with an Aeolian harp on the top of its head. When the wind blows strongly, this great statue sighs or hums. The Jews changed Baal-zebub into Beelzebub and made him their prince of devils by interpreting daemon as demon. Naudeus, in defending Virgil from accusations of sorcery, attempted a wholesale denial of the miracles supposedly performed by Virgil and produced enough evidence to convict the poet on all counts. Among other strange fears, Virgil fashioned a fly out of brass, and after certain mysterious ceremonies, placed it over one of the gates of Naples. As a result, no flies entered the city for more than 8 years. Reptiles. The serpent was chosen as the head of the reptilian family. Serpent worship in some form has permeated nearly all parts of the earth. The serpent mounds of the American Indian, the carved stone snakes of Central and South America, the hooded cobras of India, Python, the great snake of the Greeks, the sacred serpents of the Druids, the Midgard snake of Scandinavia, the Nagas of Burma, Siam, and Cambodia, the brazen serpent of the Jews, the mystic serpent of Orpheus, the snakes at the oracle of Delphi twining themselves around the tripod upon which the Pythian priestess sat, the tripod itself being in the form of twisted serpents, the sacred serpents preserved in the Egyptian temples, the uraeus coiled upon the foreheads of the pharaohs and priests. All these bear witness to the universal veneration in which the snake was held. In the ancient mysteries, the serpent entwining a staff was the symbol of the physician. The serpent-wound staff of Hermes remains the emblem of the medical profession. Among nearly all these ancient peoples, the serpent was accepted as the symbol of wisdom or salvation. The antipathy which Christendom feels towards the snake is based upon the little understood allegory of the Garden of Eden. The serpent is true to the principle of wisdom, for it tempts man to the knowledge of himself. Therefore, the knowledge of self resulted from man's disobedience to the demiurgus, Jehovah. How the serpent came to be in the garden of the Lord after God had declared that all creatures which he had made during the 6 days of creation were good has not been satisfactorily answered by the interpreters of Scripture. The tree that grows in the midst of the garden is now the spinal fire. The knowledge of the use of that spinal fire is the gift of the great serpent. Notwithstanding statements to the contrary, the serpent is the symbol and prototype of the universal Savior, who redeems the worlds by giving creation the knowledge of itself and the realization of good and evil. If this be not so, why did Moses raise a brazen serpent upon a cross in the wilderness, that all who looked upon it might be saved from the sting of the lesser snakes? Was not the brazen serpent a prophecy of the crucified man to come? The serpent be only a thing of evil, why did Christ instruct his disciples to be as wise as serpents? The uraeus, from Kircher's Oedipus Aegypticus. The spinal cord was symbolized by a snake, and the serpent coiled upon the foreheads of the Egyptian initiates represented the divine fire which had crawled serpent-like up the tree of life. The accepted theory that the serpent is evil cannot be substantiated. It has long been viewed as the emblem of immortality. It is the symbol of reincarnation, or metempsychosis, because it annually sheds its skin, reappearing, as it were, in a new body. There is an ancient superstition to the effect that snakes never die except by violence, and that if uninjured, they would live forever. It was also believed that snakes swallowed themselves, and this resulted in their being considered emblematic of the Supreme Creator, who periodically reabsorbed his universe back into himself. In Isis Unveiled, H.P. Blavatsky makes this significant statement concerning the origin of serpent worship. Before our globe had become egg-shaped or round, there was a long trail of cosmic dust or fire mist, moving and writhing like a serpent. This, say the explanations, was the Spirit of God moving on the chaos until its breath had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail in its mouth, emblem of eternity in its spiritual and of our world in its physical sense. The seven-headed snake represents the supreme deity manifesting through his Elohim, or seven spirits, by whose aid he established his universe. The coils of the snake have been used by the pagans to symbolize the motion and also the orbits of the celestial bodies, and it is probable that the symbol of the serpent twisted around the egg, which was common to many of the ancient mystery schools, represented both the apparent motion of the sun around the earth and the bands of astral light, or the great magical agent, which move about the planet incessantly. Electricity was commonly symbolized by the serpent because of its motion. Electricity passing between the poles of a spark gap is serpentine in its motion. Force projected through atmosphere was called the Great Snake. Being symbolic of universal force, the serpent was emblematic of both good and evil. Force can tear down as rapidly as it can build up. The serpent with its tail in its mouth is the symbol of eternity, for in this position, the body of the reptile has neither beginning nor end. The head and tail represent the positive and negative poles of the cosmic life circuit. The initiates of the mysteries were often referred to as serpents, and their wisdom was considered analogous to the divinely inspired power of the snake. There is no doubt that the title winged serpents, the seraphim, was given to one of the invisible hierarchies that labored with the earth during its early formation. There is a legend that in the beginning of the world, winged serpents reigned upon the earth. These were probably the demigods which antedate the historical civilization of every nation. The symbolic relationship between the sun and the serpent found literal witness in the fact that life remains in the snake until sunset, even though it be cut into a dozen parts. The Hopi Indians considered the serpent to be in close communication with the earth spirit. Therefore, at the time of their annual snake dance, they send their prayers to the earth spirit by first specially sanctifying large numbers of these reptiles, and then liberating them to return to the earth with the prayers of the tribe. The great rapidity of motion manifested by lizards has caused them to be associated with Mercury, the messenger of the gods, whose winged feet traveled infinite distances almost instantaneously. A point which must not be overlooked in connection with reptiles and symbolism is clearly brought out by the eminent scholar Dr. H.E. Santee in his Anatomy of the Brain and Spinal Cord. In reptiles, there are two pineal bodies, an anterior and a posterior, of which the posterior remains undeveloped, but the anterior forms a rudimentary cyclopean eye. In the Hateria, a New Zealand lizard, it projects through the parietal foramen and presents an imperfect lens and retina, and, in its long stalk, nerve fibers. Crocodiles were regarded by the Egyptians both as symbols of Typhon and emblems of the supreme deity, of the latter because while underwater the crocodile is capable of seeing, Plutarch asserts, though its eyes are covered by a thin membrane. The Egyptians declared that no matter how far away the crocodile laid its eggs, the Nile would reach up to them in its next inundation, this reptile being endowed with a mysterious sense capable of making known the extent of the flood months before it took place. There were two kinds of crocodiles. The larger and more ferocious was hated by the Egyptians, for they likened it to the nature of Typhon, their destroying demon. Typhon waited to devour all who failed to pass the judgment of the dead, which rite took place in the Hall of Justice between the earth and the Elysian fields. Anthony Todd Thompson thus describes the good treatment accorded the smaller and tamer crocodiles, which the Egyptians accepted as personifications of good. They were fed daily and occasionally had mulled wine poured down their throats. Their ears were ornamented with rings of gold and precious stones, and their forefeet adorned with bracelets. Good and evil contending for the universal egg. From Maurice's Indian Antiquities. Both Mithras The Persian Redeemer and Serapis, the Egyptian god of the earth, are symbolized by serpents coiled about their bodies. This remarkable drawing shows the good and evil principles of Persia, Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, contending for the egg of the earth, with each trying to wrench from the teeth of the other. To the Chinese, the turtle was a symbol of longevity. At a temple in Singapore, a number of sacred turtles are kept, their age recorded by carvings on their shells. The American Indians used the ridge down the back of the turtle shell as a symbol of the great divide between life and death. The turtle is a symbol of wisdom because it retires into itself and is its own protection. It is also a phallic symbol, as its relation to long life would signify. The Hindus symbolize the universe as being supported on the backs of four great elephants, who, in turn, are standing upon an immense turtle, which is crawling continually through chaos. The Egyptian Sphinx, the Greek centaur, and the Assyrian man-bull have much in common. All are composite creatures combining human and animal members. In the mysteries, all signify the composite nature of man, and subtly refer to the hierarchies of the celestial beings that have charge of the destiny of mankind. These hierarchies are the 12 holy animals, now known as constellations, star groups which are merely symbols of impersonal spiritual impulses. Chiron, the centaur, teaching the sons of men, symbolizes the intelligences of the constellation of Sagittarius, who were the custodians of the secret doctrine, while, geocentrically, the sun was passing through the sign of Gemini. The 5-footed Assyrian man-bull with the wings of an eagle and the head of a man is a reminder that the invisible nature of man has the wings of a god, the head of a man, and the body of a beast. The same concept was expressed through the Sphinx, that armed guardian of the mysteries, who, crouching at the gate of the temple, denied entrance to the profane. Thus placed between man and his divine possibilities, the Sphinx also represented the secret doctrine itself. Children's fairy stories abound with descriptions of symbolic monsters, for nearly all such tales are based upon the ancient mystic folklore. Fishes, insects, animals, reptiles, and birds. Part 2. As appropriate emblems of various human and divine attributes, birds were included in religious and philosophic symbolism, that of pagans and of Christians alike. Cruelty was signified by the buzzard, courage by the eagle, self-sacrifice by the pelican, and pride by the peacock. The ability of birds to leave the earth and fly aloft toward the source of light has resulted in their being associated with aspiration, purity, and beauty. Wings were therefore often added to various terrene creatures in an effort to suggest transcendency. Because their habitat was among the branches of the sacred trees in the hearts of ancient forests, birds were also regarded as the appointed messengers of the tree spirits and nature gods dwelling in these consecrated groves, and through their clear notes the gods themselves were said to speak. Many myths have been fabricated to explain the brilliant plumage of birds. A familiar example is the story of Juno's peacock, in whose tail feathers were placed the eyes of Argus. Numerous American birds and the origin of the various colors of feathers. The Navajos declared that when all living things climbed to the stalk of a bamboo to escape the flood, the wild turkey was on the lowest branch and his tail feathers trailed in the water, hence the color was all washed out. Gravitation, which is a law in the material world, is the impulse toward the center of materiality. Levitation, which is a law in the spiritual world, is the impulse toward the center of spirituality. Seeming to be capable of neutralizing the effect of gravity, the bird was said to partake of a nature superior to other terrestrial creation. Others, because of their sustaining power, came to be accepted as symbols of divinity, courage, and accomplishment. A notable example is the dignity attached to the eagle feathers by the American Indians, among whom they are insignia of merit. Angels have been invested with wings because, like birds, they were considered to be the intermediaries between the gods and men, and to inhabit the air or middle kingdom betwixt heaven and earth. As the dome of the heavens was likened to a skull in the Gothic mysteries, so the birds which flew across the sky were regarded as thoughts of the deity. For this reason, Odin's two messenger ravens were called Hugin and Munyin, thought and memory. Among the Greeks and Romans, the eagle was the appointed bird of Jupiter, and consequently signified the swiftly moving forces of the demiurgus. Hence it was looked upon as the mundane lord of the birds, in contradistinction to the phoenix, which was symbolic of the celestial ruler. The eagle typified the sun in its material phase, and also the immutable demiurgic law beneath which all mortal creatures must bend. The eagle was also the hermetic symbol of sulfur, and signified the mysterious fire of Scorpio, the most profoundly significant sign of the zodiac, and the gate of the great mystery. Being one of the three symbols of Scorpio, the eagle, like the goad of Mendes, the infernal fire of the scorpion, was transmuted into the spiritual light fire of the gods. Among certain American Indian tribes, the thunderbird is held in peculiar esteem. This divine creature is said to live above the clouds. The flapping of its wings causes the rumbling which accompanies storms, while the flashes from its eyes are the lightning. Birds were used to signify the vital breath, and among the Egyptians, mysterious hawk-like birds with human heads, and carrying in their claws the symbols of immortality, are often shown hovering as emblems of the liberated soul over the mummified bodies of the dead. In Egypt, the hawk was the sacred symbol of the sun, and Ra, Osiris, and Horus are often depicted with the heads of hawks. The cock or rooster was a symbol of Kashmala, Cadmilus, in the Samothracian mysteries, and is also a phallic symbol sacred to the sun. It was accepted by the Greeks as the emblem of Ares, or Mars, and typified watchfulness and defense. When placed in the center of a weather vane, it signifies the sun in the midst of the four corners of creation. The Greeks sacrificed a rooster to the gods at the time of entering the Eleusinian mysteries. Sir Francis Bacon is supposed to have died as the result of stuffing a fowl with snow. May this not signify Bacon's initiation into the pagan mysteries which still existed in his day? Both the peacock and the ibis were objects of veneration because they destroyed the poisonous reptiles, which were popularly regarded as the emissaries of the infernal gods. Because of the myriad of eyes in its tail feathers, the peacock was accepted as the symbol of wisdom, and on account of its general appearance, it was often confused with the fabled phoenix of the mysteries. There is a curious belief that the flesh of the peacock will not putrefy, even though kept for a considerable time. As an outgrowth of this belief, the peacock became the emblem of immortality, because the spiritual nature of man, like the flesh of this bird, is incorruptible. The Egyptians paid divine honors to the ibis, and it was a cardinal crime to kill one, even by accident. It was asserted that the ibis could live only in Egypt, and that if transported to a foreign country, it would die of grief. The Egyptians declared this bird to be the preserver of crops, and especially worthy of veneration, because it drove out the winged serpents of Libya, which the wind blew into Egypt. The ibis was sacred to Thoth, and when its head and neck were tucked under its wing, its body closely resembled a human heart. See Montfaucon's Antiquities. The black and white ibis was sacred to the moon, but a symbol of the detested Typhon. Nocturnal birds were appropriate symbols of both sorcery and the secret divine sciences. Sorcery because black magic cannot function in the light of truth or day, and is powerful only when surrounded by ignorance or night. And the divine sciences because those possessing the arcana are able to see through the darkness of ignorance and materiality. Owls and bats were consequently often associated with either witchcraft or wisdom. The goose was an emblem of the first primitive substance, or condition from which and within which the worlds were fashioned. In the mysteries, the universe was likened to an egg which the cosmic goose had laid in space. Because of its blackness, the crow was the symbol of chaos, or the chaotic darkness preceding the light of creation. The grace and purity of the swan were emblematic of the spiritual grace and purity of the initiate. This bird also represented the mysteries which unfolded these qualities in humanity. This explains the allegories of the gods, the secret wisdom, incarnating in the body of a swan, the initiate. Being scavengers, the vulture, the buzzard, and the condor signified that form of divine power which, by disposing of refuse or other matter dangerous to the life and health of humanity, cleanses and purifies the lower spheres. These birds were therefore adopted as symbols of the disintegrative processes which accomplish good while apparently destroying, and by some religions have been mistakenly regarded as evil. Birds such as the parrot and raven were accorded veneration because, being able to mimic the human voice, they were looked upon as links between the human and animal kingdoms. The dove, accepted by Christianity as the emblem of the Holy Ghost, is an extremely ancient and highly revered pagan yonic emblem. In many of the ancient mysteries, it represented the third person of the creative triad, or the fabricator of the world. As the lower worlds were brought into existence through a generative process, so the dove has been associated with those deities identified with the procreative functions. It is sacred to Astarte, Sibyl, Isis, Venus, Juno, Mylida, and Aphrodite. On account of its gentleness and devotion to its young, the dove was looked upon as the embodiment of the maternal instinct. The dove is also an emblem of wisdom, for it represents the power and order by which the lower worlds are maintained. It has long been accepted as a messenger of the divine will. It signifies the activity of God. The name dove has been given to oracles and to prophets. The true name of the dove was Iona, or Ionis, and it was a very sacred emblem, and, at one time, almost universally received. It was adopted by the Hebrews, and the mystic dove was regarded as a symbol from the days of Noah by all those who were of the Church of God. The prophet sent to Nineveh as God's messenger was called Jonah, or the dove, our Lord's forerunner. The Baptist was called in Greek by the name of Ionis, and so was the apostle of love, the author of the fourth gospel and of the apocalypse, named Ioannis. Bryant's analysis of ancient mythology. In Masonry, the dove is the symbol of purity and innocence. It is significant that in the pagan mysteries, the dove of Venus was crucified upon the four spokes of a great wheel, thus foreshadowing the mystery of the crucified Lord of Love. Although Muhammad drove the doves from the temple at Mecca, occasionally he is depicted with a dove sitting upon his shoulder as the symbol of divine inspiration. In ancient times, the effigies of doves were placed upon the heads of scepters to signify that those bearing them were overshadowed by divine prerogative. In medieval art, the dove frequently was pictured as an emblem of divine benediction. The Phoenix. Clement, one of the ante-Nicene fathers, describes in the 1st century after Christ the peculiar nature and habits of the phoenix in this wise. There is a certain bird which is called a phoenix. This is the only one of its kind and lives 500 years. And when the time of its dissolution draws near, that it must die, it builds itself a nest of frankincense and myrrh and other spices, into which, when the time is fulfilled, it enters and dies. But as the flesh decays, a certain kind of worm is produced, which, being nourished by the juices of the dead bird, brings forth feathers. Then, when it has acquired strength, it takes up that nest in which are the bones of its parent, and bearing these, it passes from the land of Arabia into Egypt, to the city called Heliopolis. And, in open day, flying in the sight of all men, it places them on the altar of the sun, and having done this, hastens back to its former abode. The priests then inspect the registers of the dates, and find that it has returned exactly as the 500th year it was completed. The Phoenix on its nest of flames, from Lycosthenes Prodigiorum ac Ostentorum Chronicle. The Phoenix is the most celebrated of all the symbolic creatures fabricated by the ancient mysteries for the purpose of concealing the great truths of esoteric philosophy. Though modern scholars of natural history declare the existence of the phoenix to be purely mythical, Pliny describes the capture of one of these birds and its exhibition in the Roman Forum during the reign of the Emperor Claudius. Although admitting that he had not seen the phoenix bird, there being only one alive at a time, Herodotus amplifies a bit the description given by Clement. They tell a story of what this bird does, which does not seem to me to be credible, that he comes all the way from Arabia and brings the parent bird, all plastered with myrrh, to the temple of the sun, and there buries the body. In order to bring him, they say, he first forms a ball of myrrh as big as he finds that he can carry. Then he hollows out the ball and puts his parent inside, after which he covers over the opening with fresh myrrh, and the ball is then of exactly the same weight as the first. So he brings it to Egypt, plastered over, as I have said, and deposits it in the temple of the sun. Such is the story they tell of the doings of this bird. Both Herodotus and Pliny noted the general resemblance in shape between the phoenix and the eagle, a point which the reader should carefully consider, for it is reasonably certain that the modern Masonic eagle was originally a phoenix. The body of the phoenix is described as having been covered with glossy purple feathers, while its long tail feathers were alternately blue and red. Its head was light in color, and about its neck was a circlet of golden plumage. At the back of its head, the phoenix had a peculiar tuft of feathers, a fact quite evident, although it has been overlooked by most writers and symbolists. The phoenix was regarded as sacred to the sun, and the length of its life, 500 to 1,000 years, was taken as a standard for measuring the motion of the heavenly bodies, and also the cycles of time used in the mysteries to designate the periods of existence. The diet of the bird was unknown. Some writers declare that it subsisted upon the atmosphere, others that it ate at rare intervals, but never in the presence of man. Modern Masons should realize the special Masonic significance of the phoenix, for the bird is described as using sprigs of acacia in the manufacture of its nest. The phoenix, which is the mythological Persian roc, and an astrological significance. In all probability, the phoenix was the swan of the Greeks, the eagle of the Romans, and the peacock of the Far East. To the ancient mystics, the phoenix was a most appropriate symbol of the immortality of the human soul, for just as the phoenix was reborn out of its own dead self 7 times 7, so again and again the spiritual nature of man rises triumphant from his dead physical body. Medieval Hermetists regarded the phoenix as a symbol of the accomplishment of alchemical transmutation, a process equivalent to human regeneration. The name phoenix was also given to one of the secret alchemical formula. The familiar pelican of the Rose-Croix degree, feeding its young from its own breast, is in reality a phoenix, a fact which can be confirmed by an examination of the head of the bird. The ungainly lower part of the pelican's beak is entirely missing, the head of the phoenix being far more like that of an eagle than of a pelican. In the mysteries, it was customary to refer to initiates as phoenixes, or men who had been born again. For just as physical birth gives man consciousness in the physical world, so the neophyte, after 9 degrees in the womb of the mysteries, was born into a consciousness of the spiritual world. This is the mystery of initiation to which Christ referred when he said, "Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God." John 3:3. The phoenix is a fitting symbol of this spiritual truth. European mysticism was not dead at the time the United States of America was founded. The hand of the mysteries controlled in the establishment of the new government, for the signature of the mysteries may still be seen on the Great Seal of the United States of America. Careful analysis of the seal discloses a mass of occult and Masonic symbols, chief among them the so-called American eagle, a bird which Benjamin Franklin declared unworthy to be chosen as the emblem of a great, powerful, and progressive people. Here again, only the student of symbolism can see through the subterfuge and realize that the American eagle upon the Great Seal is but a conventionalized phoenix, a fact plainly discernible from an examination of the original seal. In his sketch of The History of the Seal of the United States, Gallard Hunt unwittingly brings forward much material to substantiate the belief that the original seal carried the phoenix bird on its obverse surface and the Great Pyramid of Giza upon its reverse surface. In a colored sketch submitted as a design for the Great Seal by William Barton in 1782, an actual phoenix appears sitting upon a nest of flames. This itself demonstrates a tendency towards the use of this emblematic bird. If anyone doubts the presence of Masonic and occult influences at the time the Great Seal was designed, he should give due consideration to the comments of Professor Charles Eliot Norton of Harvard, who wrote concerning the unfinished pyramid and the all-seeing eye which adorned the reverse of the seal, as follows. The The device adopted by Congress is practically incapable of effective treatment. It can hardly, however artistically treated by the designer, look otherwise than as a dull emblem of a Masonic fraternity, the history of the seal of the United States. The obverse and reverse of the Great Seal of the United States of America, from Hunt's History of the Seal of the United States. The significance of the mystical number 13, which frequently appears upon the Great Seal of the United States, is not limited to the number of the original colonies. The sacred emblem of the ancient initiates, here composed of 13 stars, also appears above the head of the eagle. The motto, E Pluribus Unum, contains 13 letters, as does also the inscription, Annuit Keptis. The eagle clutches in its right talon a branch bearing 13 leaves and 13 berries, and in its left a sheaf of 13 arrows. The face of the pyramid, exclusive of the panel containing the date, consists of 72 stones arranged in 13 rows. Phoenix or eagle, which? On the left is the bird's head from the first Great Seal of the United States, 1782, and on the right, the Great Seal of 1902. When the first Great Seal was actually cut, the bird represented upon it was very different from the eagle which now appears. The neck was much longer, and the tuft of feathers at the upper back part of the head was quite noticeable. The beak bore little resemblance to that of the eagle, and the entire bird was much thinner and its wings shorter. It requires very little imagination to trace in this first so-called eagle the mythological phoenix of antiquity. What is more, there is every reason why a phoenix bird should be used to represent a new country rising out of an old, while, as Benjamin Franklin caustically noted, the eagle was not a bird of good moral character. An Egyptian Phoenix. From Wilkinson's Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians. The Egyptians occasionally represented the phoenix as having the body of a man and the wings of a bird. This biform creature had a tuft of feathers upon its head, and its arms were upraised in an attitude of prayer. As the phoenix was the symbol of regeneration, the tuft of feathers on the back of its head might well symbolize the activity of the pineal gland, or third eye, the occult function of which was apparently well understood by the ancient priestcraft. The eagles of Napoleon and Caesar and the zodiacal eagle of Scorpio are really phoenixes, for the latter bird, not the eagle, is the symbol of spiritual victory and achievement. Masonry will be in a position to solve many of the secrets of its esoteric doctrine when it realizes that both its single and double-headed eagles are phoenixes, and that to all initiates and philosophers, the phoenix is the symbol of the transmutation and regeneration of the creative energy, commonly called the accomplishment of the great work. The double-headed phoenix is the prototype of an androgynous man, for according to the secret teachings, there will come a time when the human body will have two spinal cords, by means of which vibratory equilibrium will be maintained in the body. Not only were many of the founders of the United States government Masons, but they received aid from a secret and august body existing in Europe, which helped them to establish this country for a peculiar and particular purpose known only to the initiated few. The Great Seal is the signature of this exalted body, unseen and for the most part unknown, and the unfinished pyramid upon its reverse side is a trestle board setting forth symbolically the task to the accomplishment of which the United States government was dedicated from the day of its inception. Animals. The lion is the king of the animal family, and, like the head of each kingdom, is sacred to the sun, whose rays are symbolized by the lion's shaggy mane. The allegories perpetuated by the mysteries, such as the one to the effect that the lion opens the secret book, signify that the solar power opens the seed pods, releasing the spiritual life within. There was also a curious belief among the ancients that the lion sleeps with his eyes open, and for this reason the animal was chosen as a symbol of vigilance. The figure of a lion placed on either side of doors and gateways is an emblem of divine guardianship. King Solomon was often symbolized as a lion. For ages, the feline family has been regarded with peculiar veneration. In several of the mysteries, most notably the Egyptian, The priests wore the skin of lions, tigers, panthers, pumas, or leopards. Hercules and Samson, both solar symbols, slew the lion of the constellation of Leo and robed themselves in his skin, thus signifying that they represented the sun itself when at the summit of the celestial arch. At Bubastis in Egypt was the temple of the famous goddess Bast, the cat deity of the Ptolemies. The Egyptians paid homage to the cat, especially when its fur was of 3 shades or its eyes of different colors. To the priests, the cat was symbolic of the magnetic forces of nature, and they surrounded themselves with these animals for the sake of the astral fire which emanated from their bodies. The cat was also a symbol of eternity, for when it sleeps, it curls up into a ball with its head and tail touching. Among the Greeks and Latins, the cat was sacred to the goddess Diana. The Buddhists of India invested the cat with special significance, but for a different reason. The cat was the only animal absent at the death of the great Buddha, because it had stopped on the way to chase a mouse. That the symbol of the lower astral forces should not be present at the liberation of Buddha is significant. Regarding the cat, Herodotus says, "Whenever a fire breaks out, cats are agitated with a kind of divine motion, which they that keep them observe, neglecting the fire. The cats, however, in spite of their care, break from them, leaping even over the heads of their keepers to throw themselves into the fire. The Egyptians then make great mourning for their death. If a cat dies a natural death in a house, all they of that house shave their eyebrows. If a dog, they shave the head and all the body. They used to embalm their dead cats and carry them to Bubastis to be interred in a sacred house." Montfaucon's Antiquities. The most important of all symbolic animals was the apis, or Egyptian bull of Memphis, which was regarded as the sacred vehicle for the transmigration of the soul of the god Osiris. It was declared that apis was conceived by a bolt of lightning, and the ceremony attendant upon its selection and consecration was one of the most impressive in Egyptian ritualism. The apis had to be marked in a certain manner. Herodotus states that the bull must be black with a square white spot on his forehead, the form of an eagle, probably a vulture, on his back, a beetle upon or under his tongue, and the hair of his tail lying 2 ways. Other writers declare that the sacred bull was marked with 29 sacred symbols. His body was spotted, and upon his right side was a white mark in the form of a crescent. After its sanctification, the apis was kept in a stable adjacent to the temple and led in processionals through the streets of the city upon certain solemn occasions. It was a popular belief among the Egyptians that any child upon whom the bull breathed would be taken either to the river Nile or to a sacred fountain, authorities differ on this point, and drowned amidst the lamentations of the populace. The mourning and wailing for his death continued until the new apis was found, when it was declared that Osiris had reincarnated, whereupon rejoicing took the place of grief. The sacred bull, or apis, from Kircher's Sphinx Mystagoga. The importance of the bull as the symbol of the sun at the vernal equinox is discussed in the chapter on the zodiac and its signs. The bull and the ox are ancient emblems of the element of earth, consequently of the planet itself. They also signify the animal nature of man, and for this reason were sacrificed upon the altars of such ancient mysteries as the Jewish and Druidic. Plutarch wrote, "The apis ought to be regarded by us as a fair and beautiful image of the soul of Osiris. Osiris represents the spiritual nature of the lower world, which is murdered and distributed throughout the substance of the physical spheres. Apis is the emblem of the material world, within which is the spiritual nature, Osiris. The apis is also the symbol of the exoteric or profane doctrine, in contradistinction to the esoteric or divine teachings represented by the uraeus worn upon the foreheads of the priests. From this is derived the mythological allegory of Serapis, who in a certain sense is not only the composite figure of Osiris and the lower world in which he is incarnated, but also of the mysteries, which are the terrestrial bodies containing the secret teachings, or the spiritual soul. The worship of the bull was not confined to Egypt, but was prevalent in many nations of the ancient world. In India, Nandi, the sacred white bull of Siva, is still the object of much veneration, and both the Persians and the Jews accepted the bull as an important religious symbol. The Assyrians, Phoenicians, Chaldeans, and even the Greeks reverenced this animal, and Jupiter turned himself into a white bull to abduct Europa. The bull was a powerful phallic emblem signifying the paternal creative power of the demiurgus. At his death, he was frequently mummified and buried with the pomp and dignity of a god in a specially prepared sarcophagus. Excavations in the Serapeum at Memphis have uncovered tombs of more than 60 of these sacred animals. As the sign rising over the horizon at the vernal equinox constitutes the starry body for the annual incarnation of the sun, the bull not only was the celestial symbol of the solar man, but, because the vernal equinox took place in the constellation of Taurus, was called the breaker or opener of the year. For this reason, in astronomical symbolism, the bull is often shown breaking the annular egg with his horns. The apis further signifies that the god mind is incarnated in the body of a beast, and therefore that the physical beast form is the sacred vehicle of divinity. Man's lower personality is the apis in which Osiris incarnates. The result of the combination is the creation of Sorapis, Serapis, the material soul as ruler of the irrational material body and involved therein. After a certain period, which is determined by the square of 5 or 25 years, the body of the apis is destroyed and the soul liberated by the water which drowns the material life. This was indicative of the washing away of the material nature by the baptismal waters of divine light and truth. The drowning of the apis is the symbol of death. The resurrection of Osiris in the new bull is the symbol of eternal renovation. The white bull was also symbolically sacred as the appointed emblem of the initiates, signifying the spiritualized material bodies of both man and nature. When the vernal equinox no longer occurred in the sign of Taurus, the sun god incarnated in the constellation of Aries, and the ram then became the vehicle of the solar power. Thus, the sun rising in the sign of the celestial lamb triumphs over the symbolic serpent of darkness. The lamb is a familiar emblem of purity because of its gentleness and the whiteness of its wool. In many of the pagan mysteries, it signified the universal Savior, and in Christianity, it is the favorite symbol of Christ. Early church paintings show a lamb standing upon a little hill, and from its feet pour 4 streams of living water, signifying the 4 Gospels. The blood of the lamb is the solar life pouring into the world through the sign of Aries. The goat is both a phallic symbol and also an emblem of courage or aspiration because of its sure-footedness and ability to scale the loftiest peaks. To the alchemists, the goat's head was the symbol of sulfur. The practice among the ancient Jews of choosing a scapegoat upon which to heap the sins of mankind is merely an allegorical depiction of the Sun Man, who is the scapegoat of the world, and upon whom are cast the sins of the 12 houses, or tribes, of the celestial universe. Truth is the divine lamb, worshipped throughout pagandom, and slain for the sins of the world. And since the dawn of time, the savior gods of all religions have been personifications of this truth. The golden fleece, sought by Jason and his Argonauts, is the celestial lamb, the spiritual and intellectual, also typified by the golden fleece, the wool of the divine life, the rays of the sun of truth. Suidas declares the golden fleece to have been in reality a book written upon skin, which contained the formulae for the production of gold by means of chemistry. The mysteries were institutions erected for the transmutation of base ignorance into precious illumination. The dragon of ignorance was the terrible creature set to guard the golden fleece, and represents the darkness of the old year which battles with the sun at the time of its equinoctial passage. Deer were sacred in the Bacchic mysteries of the Greeks. The Bacchantes were often clothed in fawn skins. Deer were associated with the worship of the moon goddess, and the Bacchic orgies were usually conducted at night. The grace and speed of this animal caused it to be accepted as the proper symbol of aesthetic abandon. Deer were objects of veneration with many nations. In Japan, Herds of them are still maintained in connection with the temples. The wolf is usually associated with the principle of evil because of the mournful discordance of its howl and the viciousness of its nature. In Scandinavian mythology, the Fenris wolf was one of the sons of Loki, the infernal god of the fires. With the temple of Asgard in flames about them, the gods under the command of Odin fought their last great battle against the chaotic forces of evil. With frothing jowls, the Fenris wolf devoured Odin, the father of the gods, and thus destroyed the Odinic universe. Here, the Fenris wolf represents those mindless powers of nature that overthrew the primitive creation. The unicorn, or Monoceros, was a most curious creation of the ancient initiates. It is described by Thomas Bormann as a beast, which, though doubted of by many writers, yet is by others thus described. He has but one horn, and that an exceedingly rich one, growing out of the middle of his forehead. His head resembles a hart's, his feet an elephant's, his tail a boar's, and the rest of his body a horse's. The horn is about 1.5 feet in length. His voice is like the lowing of an ox. His mane and hair are of a yellowish color. His horn is as hard as iron, and as rough as any file, twisted or curled like a flaming sword, very straight, sharp, and everywhere black, excepting the point. Great virtues are attributed to it, in expelling of poison and curing of several diseases. He is not a beast of prey. See Redgrove's Bygone Beliefs. While the unicorn is mentioned several times in Scripture, no proof has yet been discovered of its existence. There are a number of drinking horns in various museums, presumably fashioned from its spike. It is reasonably certain, however, that these drinking vessels were really made either from the tusks of some large mammal or the horn of a rhinoceros. J.P. Lundy believes that the horn of the unicorn symbolizes the hem of salvation mentioned by Saint through Christ. Medieval Christian mystics employed the unicorn as an emblem of Christ, and this creature must therefore signify the spiritual life in man. The single horn of the unicorn may represent the pineal gland, or third eye, which is the spiritual cognition center in the brain. The unicorn was adopted by the mysteries as a symbol of the illumined spiritual nature of the initiate, the horn with which it defends itself, being the flaming sword of the spiritual doctrine against which nothing can prevail. In the Book of Lamb's Spring, a rare hermetic tract, appears an engraving showing a deer and a unicorn standing together in a wood. The picture is accompanied by the following text. The sages say truly that two animals are in this forest, one glorious, beautiful, and swift, a great and strong deer, the other a unicorn. If we apply the parable of our art, we shall call the forest the body. The unicorn will be the spirit at all times. The deer desires no other name but that of the soul. He that knows how to tame and master them by art, to couple them together, and to lead them in and out of the form, may justly be called a master. The Egyptian devil Typhon was often symbolized by the Set monster, whose identity is obscure. It has a queer snout-like nose and pointed ears, and may have been a conventional hyena. The Set monster lived in the sandstorms and wandered about the world promulgating evil. The Egyptians related the howling of the desert winds with the moaning cry of the hyena. Thus, when in the depths of the night the hyena sent forth its doleful wail, it sounded like the last despairing cry of a lost soul in the clutches of Typhon. Among the duties of this evil creature was that of protecting the Egyptian dead against grave robbers. Among other symbols of Typhon was the hippopotamus, sacred to the god Mars, because Mars was enthroned in the sign of Scorpio, the house of Typhon. The ass was also sacred to this Egyptian demon. Jesus riding into Jerusalem upon the back of an ass has the same significance as Hermes standing upon the prostrate form of Typhon. The early Christians were accused of worshipping the head of an ass. A most curious animal symbol is the hog, or sow, sacred to Diana, and frequently employed in the mysteries as an emblem of the occult art. The wild boar which gored Attis shows the use of man before the rational soul entered into it. Therefore, it typifies the irrational man. By some, the monkey is looked upon as a species not ensouled by the spiritual hierarchies. by others as a fallen state wherein man has been deprived of his divine nature through degeneracy. The ancients, though evolutionists, did not trace man's ascent through the monkey. The monkey they considered as having separated itself from the main stem of progress. The monkey was occasionally employed as a symbol of learning. Cynocephalus, the dog-headed ape, was the Egyptian hieroglyphic of writing and was closely associated with Thoth. Cynocephalus is symbolic of the moon and Thoth of the planet Mercury. Because of the ancient belief that the moon followed Mercury about the heavens, the dog ape was described as the faithful companion of Thoth. The dog, because of its faithfulness, denotes the relationship which should exist between disciple and master, or between the initiate and his god. The shepherd dog was a type of the priestcraft. The dog's ability to sense and follow unseen persons for miles symbolized the transcendental power by which the philosopher follows the thread of truth through the labyrinth of earthly error. The dog is also a symbol of Mercury. The dog star, Sirius, or Sothis, was sacred to the Egyptians because it presaged the annual inundations of the Nile. Thoth, the god-headed, from Lenoir's La Franche Maconieri. Araurus, or Thoth, one of the five immortals, protected the infant Horus from the wrath of Typhon after the murder of Osiris. He also revised the ancient Egyptian calendar by increasing the year from 360 days to 365. Thoth Hermes was called the dog-headed because of his faithfulness and integrity. He is shown crowned with a solar nimbus, carrying in one hand the crux ansata, the symbol of eternal life, and in the other a serpent-wound staff, symbolic of his dignity as counselor of the gods. As a beast of burden, the horse was the symbol of the body of man forced to sustain the weight of his spiritual constitution. Conversely, it also typified the spiritual nature of man, forced to maintain the burden of the material personality. Chiron, the centaur, mentor of Achilles, represents the primitive creation which was the progenitor and instructor of mankind, as described by Berossus. The winged horse and the magic carpet both symbolize the secret doctrine and the spiritualized body of man. The wooden horse of Troy, secreting an army for the capture of the city, represents man's body, concealing within it those infinite potentialities which will later come forth and conquer his environment. Again, like Noah's Ark, it represents the spiritual nature of man as containing a host of latent potentialities, which subsequently become active. The siege of Troy is a symbolic account of the abduction of the human soul, Helena, by the personality, Paris, and its final redemption, through persevering struggle, by the secret doctrine, the Greek army under the command of Agamemnon. Aeneas and the Harpies, from Virgil's Aeneid, Dryden's translation. Among the mythological creatures of the mysteries were the Harpies, projections into material substance of beings existing in the invisible world of nature. They were described by the Greeks as being composite with the heads of maidens and the bodies of birds. The wings of the Harpies were composed of metal, and their flight was accompanied by a terrible clanging noise. During his wanderings, Aeneas, the Trojan hero, landed on the island of the Harpies, where he and his followers vainly battled with these monsters. One of the Harpies perched upon a cliff, and there prophesied to Aeneid that his attack upon them would bring dire calamity to the Trojans. Flowers, plants, fruits, and trees. The Yoni and Phallus were worshipped by nearly all ancient peoples as appropriate symbols of God's creative power. The Garden of Eden, the Ark, the Gate of the Temple, the Veil of the Mysteries, the Vesica Pisces or oval nimbus, and the Holy Grail are important Ionic symbols. The pyramid, the obelisk, the cone, the candle, the tower, the Celtic monolith, the spire, the campanile, the maypole, and the sacred spear are symbolic of the phallus. In treating the subject of priapic worship, too many modern authors judge pagan standards by their own and wallow in the mire of self-created vulgarity. The Eleusinian Mysteries, the greatest of all the ancient secret societies, established one of the highest known standards of morality and ethics, and those criticizing their use of phallic symbols should ponder the trenchant words of King Edward III.
Oh no! Fuck! Where's Garfield? They fucking got him! Oh, no, they didn't. Okay. Nightmare. Nightmare. And nightmare. Sorry, Garfield. Ugh. Way to wake your dad up. That's called a bad drink. Holy shit. My bad. Bad drink. Terrifying dreams. They're always about someone getting Garfield. How'd they get on my wrist? My bad. That was a nightmare. Freaked me out. Four, 5, 3. Favorite number. You ready, Garfield? My fucking bad. Never do that. No, you're alright. You're alright. You're probably safe in here by yourself mostly. But you freaked me out, dude. Because we're training. You disappeared several times. Ugh. Typically, you don't find them again. Everybody, huh? Yeah, oops, my bad. Nightmares. No, every fucking night. Cannot lose Garfield. Freaky nightmares. Now you be good, son. You right? I'm alright now. Barely. Stay out of bedroom. God damn it. Why, you guys think you're funny? You think you're funny? Do you? These hypnotists. And criminals. You alright? You alright? I'm not. Don't want it. You're like, you good? Crazy dreams. A lot of them. Nope, and nope. However, yeah, they love to fuck with me all night long sometimes. I told you. Told you. You guys like to fuck with me that much. Some people do. But that shit, guys, I do. You can tell. Still. I think you can like live humans. Yeah, I know they are. God damn it. Freaked me out, dude. So, Garfield, I'm sorry. No, every dream I have, I'm chasing around looking for Garfield. Sometimes literally killing people in the dreams, doing it. So, I didn't last night lose Garfield. But I woke up really thinking I did. Badly. Holy shit. Good morning, America. I'm so loud all the time. Can't help it. That's where I'll go at some point. Soon. Basically, have to. They said it's just living behind me. Basically, it forced me into a corner. But they train their dogs to kill me, it seems like. Huh. So why not? What are we waking me up, Garfield? He's right there. No, he's basically right there. I didn't see him. It's like, whoa, and whoa. I'm never okay. I have a lot of nightmares. You. I like them off my wrist. See, that thing's fishy still. Is it fishy still? No, he's tied in. How'd you get off? What? Yes. Stop fucking with me, guys. How do you do that? No, exactly. I guess I'll do it the next time. I can't wake up at fucking 5 in the morning freaking out. Every fucking day. No, dude, I'm tired of it. I know you're my neighbor. I've met you before. You're the old man I met before. You're very guilty. No, because you're a hypnotist. No, I remember during Hell Week, dude. We're not crazy. You're literally standing in the middle of the street, reversing everything I said. One of you guys was. Yeah, someone was. And now you do this thing, right? I can hear your tone, right? It's like this. Agree with them on certain things and then question them. Agree with them on certain things and question them. And then whispering Garfield's ear too. All day long. I can hear that too. Mostly. But it's a different frequency, huh? Right, so I don't hear it as well, huh? So I can't reverse everything you said. But when I catch you guys, which I basically already have because you put something fucking in my house. A couple of things. I don't know where my ID is now. I don't know where it is. It was in my house. And it's gone now. You take it? Well, how can you do this part? With technology. Right. They broke in my house. Yeah, you did. Someone did. You gotta fucking did. Dude, I don't put dead rats in my fridge. Who did? The other neighbor did. Cool. I doubt it. The fact that I'm having this conversation right now tells me a lot. No, not really. This is coming from somewhere else. Clearly. You can tell. Almost. You got messages from people. It almost was. You improved everything. You proved everything. So that's similar situations happened before, except for I could not find Garfield again for days. Bill Garfield. The reason you're not allowed in that bedroom. So I knocked over that thing. I gotta pick it up now. Fucking A. I have nightmares, dude, and we have to leave soon. You know, we go somewhere, and you're getting off my wrist, and I'm having those kind of dreams at night.
Getting a degree is important to me because because I feel like I'm setting myself up for future success. The more I can learn and grow as a person and an athlete, the better and more well-rounded I'll be in whatever field I go into next. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
All right. You. I want to go back to bed. Ready? Man. You can tell they're fucking with you, huh? Big time. I mean, you can absolutely tell they're fucking with the guy.
Passing the hues and objects of
Every
the world,
fucking day.
fields of art and learning,
Synchronicity.
pleasure, sense,
Fucking with him.
to glean eidolon.
Synchronicity. Fucking
Ever
with
the
him.
mutable, ever materials changing, crumbling, recohering.
You know, so many synchronicities coming from that
Ever
fucking
the
direction. Right over there.
The factories divine, issuing eidolons. The old urge, based on the ancient
That doesn't make sense anymore.
pinnacles, low, newer, higher pinnacles. From science and the modern, still impelled the old urge.
No, it doesn't.
Thy body permanent.
I've been doing this for 6 months, dude.
Lurking there within thy body. The only purport of the form thou art, the real I, myself, an image, an eidolon. Adolescent.
Did you get a teleporter? Remember Christmas? Remember those guys came into my house? You remember when those people came in my house? In their suits? Yeah, every night I have dreams about chasing Garfield down. Across, like fighting for him against rich people. Weird fucking dreams. And they're always rich. Pretty much. Can you hear him? Yeah, I hear him. I just know they tried to do this before. Get Garfield from me. They've tried to before. It was a big fucking deal. To me, it was. And Garfield, too. Maybe.
Can be understood as a period of plasticity and indeterminacy. As children, we are, in a sense, clouds of possibility which contain all the possible forms which we could eventually come to take, all of the futures which we could possibly live out, all of the beliefs which we could possibly hold,
Holy
and
shit.
habits which we could possibly develop. We are a kind of clay, as it were, which will eventually come to be sculpted and hardened by the kiln that is the life world which we will be required to navigate and orient ourselves towards as we mature. Maturation, conversely, can be understood as a process of solidification and delimitation. As our youth plays itself out, decisions are made, habits are formed, and beliefs become engraved within our minds. The diffuse, nebulous clouds of possibility which we were as children come to be chiseled down into definite patterns of behavior, patterns of thought.
So now I have dreams about the same people. I have dreams about those people.
To be and expectations about
getting Garfield from me. And me getting Garfield back.
At least in one of its various aspects.
By fighting
a process by which distributions of possibility collapse into definite moments of actuality. Each moment of actuality has a definition and determinacy which potentialities lack.
No, every night.
The specificity of a
I have dreams about some of these people over here taking my cat from me. And me having to fight to get him back. So my bad. That's all I can say. I apologize. I'm so fucking loud. Can't stand it. The hypnotists I'm fucking with. And I know it. And they really don't like me. Someone is. And I can hear them in my head right now. Just the questions they're asking, it's not like an evil spirit. No, it's clearly hypnosis. And now I can hear him saying, yeah, they know what they're doing. And you better be good. Good, Garfield. If we have to go anywhere. See, how did you get in time from like this? I don't understand. A little bit of a concern of mine. But he's still alive. They haven't got to my house yet. You're thinking about it, though. That's what they do. Sometimes, here and there. Oh, there's people been in my house. My ID's gone. My ID disappeared. Several of my things did. My shoes did. Yeah, my good shoes. All my good shoes disappeared. And all my good shoes are gone. Randomly. My ID. So I didn't buy tobacco, but I did anyways. Well, it was on my table. I didn't move it. It's not as bad as my dad says. No, the counter's dirty and the table's dirty. That's about it. No, it's not some fucking like total pigsty in here. That's what the guy does. Can't stand me. I can't stand me either. So do I. So do we. So does he. So does he, and so does he. So, how likely go? At some point soon. Usually how it goes. Usually a bit of both. Now a bit of crazy and not crazy. It's a hard one to figure out sometimes. Especially when you don't want to be crazy. But you know it's fucking weird. What's going on with you? You're like, okay. This is they're doing to shut down my spiritual gifts, clearly. Try and hypnotize me and think I'm crazy. That's what they do. They're not gonna shut me down though, guys. You're not gonna be put in a hospital. No, you can try. It's not gonna work. Well, I jumped up and freaked out for a second. Nightmares. No, I can hear them working basically all night. Basically all night. There we go. Fine. Been a minute. But yeah, occasionally. No. I need stanchiate. Not that time, though. I didn't actually get him that time. I found him. Yes, yeah, we do. Yeah, they have. He knows it. Garfield does. See, part of it's some hypnosis I underwent. See, that's definitely true, huh? Yeah. The hypnosis part.
Incision, which is cut into the possible so as to carve out the actual. In another sense,
That
time
makes sense.
can also be understood as the inertia or momentum of that which has achieved such determinate rigidity. Solid things are those
You got it,
which
fine.
resist transformation. Objects in motion will stay in motion unless
Yep.
the determinacy
Them,
of
over
that
there.
motion comes into conflict with the
Yeah, I kind of knew
determinacy
that.
of another object's motion through collision.
It's an L
In
shape.
other words, the actualities which are carved out of potentiality by the processions of time strive to maintain their structure. This
The great hunt begins. Right. Pom, 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 got it. Putty seal.
This ontological inertia is a crucial condition for the possibility of biological life and human life in particular. Biological morphology depends upon the fact that atoms and molecules behave in more or less predictable ways.
Superstructures depend upon stable and reliable substructures. Castles and temples can be erected upon stone, but not upon mud, Venice, Italy notwithstanding. Likewise, human life worlds and individual human beings
No, Garfield, we gotta move
require
soon.
a psychological and ethological substructure, which is also more or less
Oh, we gotta get out of here soon, Garfield.
fixed and therefore predictable
No, dude.
in order to facilitate the flourishing of human existence. Human societies are much better able to sustain and further themselves when the processes of life are repetitive and therefore reliable. Repetition might seem uninteresting, but rapid and unpredictable change can be immensely catastrophic. Societies which manage to survive and thrive are therefore always societies which, to varying degrees, emphasize conformity with regards to certain practices, social norms, beliefs, art forms, and ideas.
Which people will not
Within the
believe.
individuation process of the individual human psyche, such a conservatism can also be seen to take hold as individuals mature from adolescence into adulthood. The habits, beliefs, and expectations which we develop throughout the maturation process come to rigidify, often becoming highly resistant to transformation. Teaching old dogs new tricks isn't easy, and human beings aren't all that different. The human psyche needs to be constituted by stable structures which condition a stable relationship to the world under most circumstances. When such stable structures come to break down, this can be
Taran
experienced
Miller.
as anxiety, paranoia, or pain.
Who are these guys?
Looking at these dynamics in an archetypal
Some of these
we
ghosts,
can see
man.
that
I don't know these
within the
people.
collective unconscious,
I do know these people
these
well, though, huh?
processes of concretion, solidification, stabilization, and inertia are represented by the figure of Saturn or Kronos.
It's like the people
Within
see in your dreams
Hellenic
sometimes, maybe.
mythology, Hesiod and Ovid speak
What, these
of
ghost
the
people? No.
golden age of Saturn, a time
The people who see
before
my
the
dreams
development
are
of
my
human
neighbors,
civilization, in which human beings lived in a state
And they're
of
evil in my
harmonious
dreams.
unity with the natural world, a time before
I'm taking on your
human
demons.
civilization had divided itself from nature through transformations.
And
brought
since no one
about by
talks to me, I assume that
technology,
they're evil.
architecture, and social
Pretty much.
complexification. The valorization.
So I have
of
crazy
Saturn
dreams
seems
about everybody.
quite sensible
And
from
since
the
I don't talk to
perspective
anybody,
of pre-modern
I assume that they're all
culture.
evil.
Unexpected rapid change would have typically
And then the
been
trees and the
cataclysmic for
bugs
pre-modern societies. Drastic transformations
and
of
the
social
fish
structures
will often
or
possess me.
environmental
So I'm looking
conditions
over at you, I'm
would
like,
have
you
been
fucking eat me, and I know it.
devastating for agrarian peoples whose lives depended upon the regular processions of natural cycles. When the present was like the past,
Exactly.
that typically conditioned peace, growth, and abundance. When the present ruptured the patterns which had previously held fast, this typically conditioned starvation, war, and social upheavals. And yet, the inertia of time can itself be a pathologically constrictive, limiting, and suffocating force. Blind adherence to the habits and norms of the past will always fail to accord with the relentless evolutionary flux of nature. The human societies themselves transformed over the course of the cosmologies of human cultures increasingly came to resituate this Saturnian power.
Is it still the get a dog thing, guys?
Archetypal personas. When we look to the various mythical cosmologies of human cultures throughout time and
No,
space,
I'm not going to get a dog.
we see that one of the most significant
I'm not going to replace
features
Garfield and
which
get a dog.
distinguish such world conceptions.
That's
is
what they really
the
want me to
nature
do.
of the deities
Some people.
which are regarded as most central
I'm like, nope.
within these cosmologies.
Not happening.
The golden age of Hesiod
He's a good boy.
and Ovid refers to a human life world within which
No, I have nightmares, so I freak out if he's not there in the morning.
regarded as central, as the grandfather king of the gods.
No, it's pretty,
This
yeah,
centrality
pretty intense ones,
correlates with
turns out.
an apex
I remember
within
typically no,
an
not always.
implied hierarchy of value. Deities are themselves, in a sense,
Nightmares, they're typically just stressful.
Of nature, which human beings believe
No, I'm running around Mount Shasta City
into accordance
or in the
with,
woods around there
which they must cultivate and
looking for
facilitate
Garfield.
in order to ensure prosperity.
We're chasing
and
them around.
survival. The
We're looking for Big
cosmological
George.
centrality of Saturn thus implies a life world in which Saturnian conservatism was regarded as the central value, which all other values were oriented in relation
And literally having to kill people in the process
ensuring that
of getting them
the
back.
present remained in accordance with
Which I don't
the
want
past
to do.
was understood as the highest concern.
He's
of
like,
some
no.
people. Yet human societies and human consciousness came to evolve.
Like, Dad, I just wanted to go under
And
the.
through
I just
this
wanted to go under the
process,
cupboard
Saturn came to
or
be
the
almost
dresser.
universally
Why is that bad?
displaced by
Well, Garfield, it's bad because
Zeus,
if we're in the woods
Jupiter, Perkunas,
and you do that, then
sedentary agrarian
when we're sleeping,
civilization certainly
then you could be eaten.
stability, but even
No, if
more
we're in the woods and you did that, then
relied
you could be eaten.
upon
They're not going to eat me.
abundance,
They could eat you.
wealth and prosperity.
Let's say a dog sneaking around.
Characteristics of the
Right over there.
archetypal monarchical
And we're in the
father
woods.
rather than grandfather. We can see this transformation play out within, for example, the evolution of
Let's say
burial
humans
practices.
hanging out right there and we're in the woods.
Within Neolithic archaeology,
And you're that valuable.
such as Jericho
And they know it.
and Catalhoya, we find no specialized locations for the resting places of dead bodies separately from the world of the living.
No, the rare animal
The
trade.
dead were instead buried near houses or
Garfield's
even
with a lot of
under
money.
floors of houses themselves.
He has a very specific
beneath
pattern.
Fireplaces or
With a lot of money.
beds, for example. These Neolithic peoples also retained
Somehow I
the
know it.
skulls of certain deceased ancestors.
Even if you can't find it.
Skulls which were covered in plaster, which was then decorated with paint and shells to depict facial features.
Anymore.
Although these practices might seem to us as bizarre or even perverse, what these practices represent is the fact that for such Neolithic peoples, there was not yet any clear demarcation between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The past remained very much.
But they had a timeline for me
and attended
that I
to
changed.
the needs of the dead through offerings. Is
On
of
Kronos.
fundamental significance within
Dot
societies which are characterized by such ancestor worship, as we can see in extant cultures which retain similar practices. It is not until near the end of the Neolithic period, around 3000
And then they had me
BC,
hypnotized to
that
put
we
in a
see
bunch
the
of
first
information.
organized burial site, which clearly
was that?
delineates the resting places of the dead from the world of the living. One of the earliest known examples of such a true cemetery is the Karameikos cemetery of what is today modern Athens. We can understand the Karameikos cemetery as an early representation of a Greek spirit, which would definitively center itself within the realm of waking, Jovian, present-oriented consciousness and away from the dreamlike, and past-oriented
watching
consciousness of the Neolithic,
Mostly still.
in which the present was not yet clearly disentangled
I have a
from
phone now.
the
You guys can
lands
watch
of
another
the
too.
past and of the dead. Similarly, we can see that in ancient Mesopotamia,
Where are you?
rituals had come to develop which were intended to ensure that the dead did not re-emerge
Pretty sure I've met
within
some
the
of you.
world of the living as phantoms. While Neolithic practices seem to be
Some of you haven't met
toward
yet.
maintaining the presence of the dead within the world of the living, Mesopotamian civilization has been oriented specifically towards ensuring that the dead remained in the other world and out of the living world. As we would expect throughout the development of Mesopotamian civilization, we also see a gradual supplanting of the Saturnian deity Enlil by the Jovian deity Marduk. The most striking expression of the Saturnian phase of human consciousness is seen within the practice of child sacrifice. Typically, this practice was conducted in times of intense hardship or cataclysm.
Anyone come in the neighborhood?
That is, times of rapid and
Did they this time?
unexpected change, and involved the ritual.
Remember last time Garfield disappeared?
Of a male
Like
child,
4 or 5 cars pulled in here.
the solar future being offered to appease the Saturnian past.
So that actually happened.
By ensure a return.
No, his
to
cat disappeared.
stability and normalcy.
And like 4 or 5 cars
Such practices can be
pulled
found
into the neighborhood
throughout
one time.
ancient texts, all of
More than
which
one time.
Explicitly correlate these sacrifices
That happened a few times.
with the worship of Saturn. Plato tells us, quote,
That's a lot of what it is.
"Thus, for instance, human sacrifice is not legal but unholy, whereas the Carthaginians perform it as
And
a
those
thing
trickster
they
trees.
account holy and legal, and that too when some of them sacrifice even their own sons to Kronos.
Trickster
As
trees.
I dare say you yourself have heard. Another account
They
be
can
found
be.
in the writings of Philo of Byblos. Quote, among ancient peoples in critically dangerous situations, it was customary for the rulers of a city or nation.
Some of them really want me to go
rather
see them
than
again.
lose everyone, to
Like, well, the
provide
cat's gotta come with me,
dearest
guys.
of their children as a propitiatory
And they're like, fuck, I know.
sacrifice to the avenging
But he doesn't
deity.
want to, really. I'm like,
The
too
children
bad.
thus given up were slaughtered according to a secret ritual.
He'll get over it.
Now Kronos, whom the Phoenicians call El, who was in their land and who was later divinized after his death as the star of Kronos, had an only son
No.
by a local bride named
No, you're getting
Anubis.
trained, dude.
Even now,
You can't go
among
hide
the
under stuff.
Phoenicians, the only
Because,
son is
say we're in
given
someone
his
else's
name.
house, even.
When war's gravest dangers grip
Say we're in
the
someone
land,
else's house.
Kronos
We're out in the
dressed
woods.
his son in royal attire, prepared an altar, and sacrificed him. End quote.
You know how much you're worth.
Likewise tells us that such practices survived within certain North African cultures even to late antiquity. Quote, in Africa,
Look at him.
infants used to be sacrificed to Saturn.
He's
and
too
quite
damn smart.
openly, down to the
But he's an asshole.
proconsulate of Tiberius, who took the priests themselves
But he loves me.
and on the
And I love
very
him.
trees of their temple, under
Garfield
whose shadow
does.
their crimes
I know
had
you
been
do.
committed, hung them alive.
I love you.
Votive offerings
Come
on
here.
crosses. To this
Come
day,
here.
that holy crime persists in secret. End quote.
Are you stuck? You got stuck
Despite
again?
the near universal
Well, you're done.
transformation of cosmologies and values, which came to exalt Jupiter
What did I say
rather
about
than
not theory,
Kronos
Garfield?
as the chief deity, some societies
You go
nonetheless
backwards.
maintained the centrality of Saturnian inertia and conservatism.
Here.
Within the ancient Mediterranean world, the vestiges of this Saturnian past were maintained most strikingly by the Phoenician peoples. Within the Hebrew Bible, the Israelites are commanded not to enact the child sacrifice rituals, which were still practiced by the Canaanites, a Phoenician culture. Similarly, the ancient Romans condemned the Carthaginians, another Phoenician culture,
How you doing,
for
George?
continuing this practice of ritual sacrifice. The Punic Wars and Hebrew conquest of Canaan can thus be seen as conflicts within which Mediterranean cultures took a definitive stand against the Saturnian culture forms which had previously dominated the region. The future would no longer be sacrificed to the demands of the past, and the realm of the dead would come to be regarded as a dark abode of twittering souls, which was to be definitively distinguished from the realm of the living. Saturn would no longer be allowed to devour his children without a fight. In polar contrast with the archetype of Saturnian concreteness and inertia stands the archetype of combustion, metamorphosis, rupture, liberation, and unexpected upheavals. Within modern astrological scholarship, this archetype has been identified as that embodied by the planet Uranus. Uranus is the jester, the coyote, Prometheus, Anansi the spider, and the monkey king Sun Wukong.
Right.
As Saturnian dynamics
Sun
solidify
Wukong.
and perpetuate rigid foundational structures
Anansi the spider.
of institutions, norms, architectural edifices, and traditional practices, Uranian dynamics are those by which tensions, contradictions, or imbalances are released or resolved through explosive transformation. Within the works of Carl Jung, we can see this Uranian archetype identified as the archetypal trickster, a figure which, in various forms of manifestation, comes to appear within the worlds of myths, dreams, superordinary experiences, and autobiographical narratives.
Uranus,
Moreover,
autobiographical
Jung saw
narratives,
that manifestations of the trickster
myths,
tend
dreams.
to perform certain specific roles within these narratives. As we've already examined, the human psyche tends to solidify in many ways
Today.
through the process of maturation. The
Uranus is the trickster.
indeterminacy and plasticity of adolescence
Heaven can be.
comes to rigidify into stable patterns
Coyote.
of thought, belief, and behavior.
It's the
such
Iranian
that the
archetype.
individual human being comes to assume a stable orientation towards the world which
The
it
Promethean
must
archetype,
navigate.
even.
Yet such solidification can itself become detrimental to the
Yonkian
process of
archetype.
individuation. The achievement of stable patterns is not itself the goal of human psychological development, but rather only one mode of activity by which the human organism comes to realize itself
In a way, yeah.
within the more encompassing process of individuation.
Some people, even the
The
Luciferian
process by
archetype.
which the psyche strives to transform itself
But not that
so as
Luciferian
to
archetype,
actualize
the other one.
the self-ideal or soul,
Like from that dumb
which
show.
serves as the center of developmental gravity within the human psyche. As such, rigid structures of belief, expectation, behavior, and
Yeah, it's
thought
kind of the
can
motherfucker
come
is.
to be barriers to the process of individuation. These
Turns out.
barriers serve to secure,
No, he's a lot more like the devil from the
stabilize,
show,
and therefore
in the movies.
protect the human organism,
And the way he works
therefore
sometimes.
The human ego often comes to identify itself with these rigid structures. We come to believe
And you're like, dude, I
ourselves
didn't
to
sign up for this
actually
shit.
be
And
the
he's like, dude,
patterns
too
which
bad.
have come to form
Judge
within
it.
us. And thus our egos tend to become highly
Like, well,
resistant to
my ego was
transformations
completely
of
fine.
these structures. The breakdown of these
Okay,
structures is a process which we find to be immensely unsettling,
Adam.
anxiety-inducing, and even traumatic. And therefore, such transformation is a process which the human ego very rarely undertakes of its own volition. It is here then that we see the psychical role which comes to be played by the Uranian trickster archetype. The trickster subverts expectations, uses humor to deflate that which is overly severe or stoic, and in general acts to shatter the solid architectures formed by the processes of Saturnian concretion so as to reintroduce liquidity or plasticity, which can then come to be reformed in accordance with the furthering of the individuation process. Looking back to the Punic Wars and the Israelite conquest of the Canaanites, we can see that these conflicts both occurred during the final centuries before the Common Era. Historians place the Israelite conquest of Canaan around the 2nd or 1st centuries BC, while the Punic Wars took place between 264 and 146 BC. The city of Rome is believed to have been founded sometime during the 8th century BC, thus beginning the narrative arc which culminates in the Punic War. Looking back from the Israelite conquest of Canaan, we can trace the origins of the Israelite people back to the 9th century BC. Although the exact historical origins of the Israelite peoples remain subject of debate among scholars. With these timeframes in mind, we can then see that the narrative arcs of the Roman and Israelite peoples, culminating in the Canaanite and Punic Wars, approximately correlate with what the German philosopher and psychiatrist Karl Jaspers referred to as the Axial Age, which Jaspers places between the 9th and 4th centuries BC. The Axial Age was a period in which various novel forms of human religiosity developed, which were distinctly universalistic in character. This Axial Age saw the birth of Chinese Taoism, pre-Socratic and Platonic philosophy in Greece, Buddhism in India, Zoroastrianism in Persia, and many other forms of spirituality which radically departed from the tribalistic or nationalistic forms of spirituality which had prevailed throughout most human cultures up to that point. Previously dominant forms of spirituality tended to be rooted in the tribal, national, or ethnic of human beings. Gods tended to be associated with a particular tribe or nation, and there was very little indication of a sense of human spirituality as a universal which transcended such parochial distinctions. Axial Age religions, conversely, tended to regard the human subject as a transcendental category and therefore developed forms of spirituality which pertain to human existence as such, rather than to the members of particular groups.
Like some of these people's
Once again, we
egos
can see
stick
this
around,
transformation as one in which the continuity and conservatism of the past are subverted by novel developments of human consciousness.
You know what I mean? Like
this
a connect with God.
Transformation of spirituality was one through which the blood in one's veins, quite literally one's inheritance from the ancestral past, came to be regarded as less fundamental to one's spiritual constitution than one's consciousness as such. Within the Israelite Canaanite Wars and the Punic Wars, we seem to see conflicts within which the last vestiges of purely Saturnian culture forms made their final stand against the cultures which would come to shape the future of human civilization. Given that we can clearly see the polar dynamism of Saturn and Uranus within these narrative currents, one would expect to find manifestations of the Uranian trickster archetype within these histories, and that is precisely what we find. Within the mythological history of the Israelite peoples, of course, we see numerous accounts of supernormal encounters with spiritual beings, perhaps most strikingly among them being the depictions of seraphim, cherubim, and ophanim found in the books of Isaiah and Ezekiel. Similarly, the Roman historian Livy tells us that prior to the outbreak of the Punic Wars, the Roman people experienced a plethora of supernormal phenomena and omens. Animals gave birth to deformed or two-headed offspring. Wolves were seen wandering the streets.
No, not necessarily just because it's
sacred fires burned with unnatural brightness and like statues of deities were seen to shed tears of blood. Meteor showers and other unusual celestial phenomena were seen in the sky.
A little bit.
What these various supernormal occurrences seem to represent, I would argue, are manifestations of processes through which the collective psyche of humanity was coming to a climax in its breakaway from the Saturn-centric cultures and cosmologies of previous epochs.
I was just younger.
With this understanding of the interplay of Saturnian and Uranian psychical processes in mind, we will next be using this understanding to address a modern form of supernormal phenomena, which has recently seen an intense resurgence of popular interest. A phenomenon which has come to be variously known as the alien UFO or UAP phenomenon. All right, guys. So before moving forward with this, I do want to make a quick announcement. So last month we started a kind of trial run for hosting a couple of webinar courses.
I know what you do.
Website formscapes.org, and it has been a blast. On
I know the guy.
We've
I know
been
he does.
doing John
Jesus
Getzer,
Christ.
the ever-present origin, and on Saturdays we have been going through Alfred North Whitehead's process and reality, and those have been
No,
great.
check it out. Do
So,
it too.
beginning on May 4th, we're going to be starting 4 new webinar courses as well, and we're going to be beginning the Philosophy of Freedom by
Yeah,
Rudolf
the Prophet too, guys.
Steiner. We're going to be doing the Phenomenon of Man by Teilhard de Chardin. We're going to be doing the Question Concerning Technology
Muhammad.
and Other Essays by Martin Heidegger.
And all the ones that came
And
after
we're going
him.
to be doing the Reflexive Universe by
And all the ones that came
Harper
before him.
and Young. So, if you guys might be interested in that, you should totally check out our website. We will have a link in
And
the
it's cool
description, of course, as
the
well
way
as on the main
that they can help you out.
page. And the general idea here is
We're
to
supposed to be
address
one of
topics,
them one day.
authors, thinkers, ideas,
But you're a
which
late bloomer.
are really interesting and really important, but which you're probably not going to come across very
They might drive
much
you nuts
within
for a little while.
standard academic education within a university or community college or anything like that. So I really want to try and make these ideas accessible to people. And so that's what we're trying to do here. If you're interested
All
in
these
that,
big
you should
egos
totally check
competing
it
for
out.
space in here.
If you want to sign up for the
But they're
classes,
super wise men.
one session
Super
at a
enlightened, so it's
time,
not like
you can
that,
do
but like
that.
almost
So if you
sometimes.
like it or not, if you like to sign up for the entire class, then you can do that as well, and you'll get a $20 off discount for that. So with no further ado, back to the video. Thanks, guys. Although we can see
Almost
numerous precursors of the
Muhammad.
UFO
It's like almost
phenomenon, which
those guys
extend
pretty much.
well
Like, I
into
knew
the
that.
early modern, medieval, and even classical eras. It was during the mid-20th century
But he was
that
a
the
late bloomer,
UFO
too.
phenomenon truly came to prominence as
Think
a
about it.
significant focus of widespread interest. Following World War II, UFO
Islam's a huge
encounters were
religion.
to be
It's bigger than
increasingly widespread. Between 1947 and 1969, Project
Tell me it was
Blue
that
Book
big of a
accounted
religion,
some
and the guy wasn't
12,000
powerful.
UFO events in the United States
And a super
alone.
good man.
Between the years 2000 and 2023, the National UFO Reporting Center
Something like
received
Islam's
over
right,
112,000 UFO sighting reports. Given the sheer ubiquity of UFO encounters, many professional
That's why I
and
set my weed
amateur
on the Koran.
researchers have attempted to investigate the phenomenon over the course of the
Absorbing
many
it.
decades which have elapsed since reports of these occurrences rose to prominence within popular awareness.
The Quran.
Throughout much of the 20th century, 2 primary theories held sway as to the nature of the entities which were said to have been encountered during these events. The first theory held that these occurrences could be explained in terms of secretive terrestrial aerospace technologies. It was speculated that military agencies of the United States or other powerful state bureaucracies had developed advanced technologies such as
they have
anti-gravity
stuff
or
like this back then?
electromagnetic propulsion technologies, and that UFO sightings were actually reports of encounters with the experimental aerospace vehicles which had been secretively developed through the implementation of such technologies. The second theory
You knew it.
proposed that these sightings were in fact encounters with extraterrestrial or even
Some people just knew it.
hyperterrestrial beings, non-human
this
biological
guy.
organisms which had come to
When he wrote
Earth
that
from
book, he didn't
elsewhere
write
in
it.
the cosmos, or which
No, he spoke
resided unseen within the deep ocean or even in
No, he just went out in the
underground
woods.
habitations.
Not the woods, the
The
desert.
problem with both of these theories, however, is that
For a long
both possibilities required that
Okay.
investigators ignore
Came
enormous
back.
amounts of evidence which
Like, dude,
suggested
I met
that the
him.
phenomenon was in fact
All of them.
much stranger than either theory would imply. Carl Jung himself weighed in
I
on
saw
this
so much, I
issue,
saw everything.
stating, quote, "In spite of all
Saw everything.
observations I know of, there is
I know it
no
all.
certainty about their very nature. On the other side, there is an overwhelming
then,
material
when you were,
pointing to their
you know,
legendary
respect
or
for merchant,
mythological
pretty much.
aspect. As a matter
The
of
big
fact,
family.
the psychological aspect is
Take it
so
different.
impressive that one almost must
No idea.
regret
Me.
that the UFOs seem to be real after all. I followed up the literature as much as possible, and it looks to me as if something were seen and even confirmed by radar, but nobody knows exactly what is seen. End quote. As Jung observes in the above quotation, the UFO phenomenon seems to pose us with a paradox. On the one hand, the phenomenon seems to express many characteristics which we would associate with definitively physical entities.
Like some of us
Objects are reported to be seen by multiple witnesses simultaneously. Aerial objects are reportedly detected by radar.
Even if they call you a
Some
Buddha
instances
instead.
involve reports of debris or other physical artifacts being left behind following the events. And some reports even
What's up,
claim
Garfield?
physical injuries to have been incurred by witnesses. These facts would seem to lend credence to
And he's that smart
technological
already.
explanations of the phenomenon. Yet simultaneously, many
He's fine.
such instances, if not most,
He thinks I'm crazy.
also express characteristics which seem to be definitively mythical, surreal, psychological, or even simply absurd. Although some ufologists have preferred to dismiss these features as simply being artifacts of human misperception or psychological frailty, some of the most
But he knows
serious
I'm not
and
totally, 'cause he knows people
scientifically
come in the house.
rigorous researchers who have addressed the UFO phenomenon have found themselves forced to take such accounts quite seriously, and as such to disqualify purely technological
But it's like,
explanations
Dad, I'm immortal.
of the phenomenon.
I can't die
Beginning
either.
in the 1960s, the
I don't
American
care. You can't go
astrophysicist
either.
Joseph Allen Hynek and the French astronomer and computer scientist
Yeah, I'm not worried
Jacques
that you
Vallée
can't die, Garfield.
pioneered the
And that you always get away in
scientific
your mind.
study of the UFO phenomenon. Unlike many amateur ufologists and enthusiasts,
In certain
Hynek
dreams,
and Vallée
I got you
were
back,
both
and there's two of them.
professional academics who aspire to initiate a serious and rigorous scientific investigation into the nature of the UFO phenomenon. And the research they would conduct over the course of their
Might have been what
decades-long
happened this morning.
ufology careers would prove to be immensely
That's what-
influential
that's the
in
dreams
both
I have.
destigmatizing
They
the
capture
field of ufology
And I
itself, as well as
reinstantiate them somehow.
providing invaluable insights and data pertaining to UFO encounters.
And that's the
For
dreams I have.
numerous reasons, both Vallée and Hynek
Someone
would come to
captures
abandon
Garfield.
purely technological
I
theories,
reinstantiate him.
whether terrestrial or extraterrestrial, as legitimately
And then I have to
plausible
go get him again.
explanations for the UFO phenomenon. Although such explanations resonated most intensely with the popular
So that's what
imagination
happened
of
this
the
morning.
20th
At
century,
first.
an imagination
But his
which has
thing's
since
still on.
come to be deeply influenced by both science fiction media as well as very real advances in aerospace technologies, Hynek and Vallée found that upon examining the actual patterns found within accounts of UFO encounters, these technological explanations simply could not accord with the actual phenomenon to be explained. In 1973, Hynek stated, quote, "A few good sightings a year over the
reinstantiation.
world would bolster the
When you
extraterrestrial hypothesis,
Rebuild something
but
with your
many
mind.
thousands every year
Ground
from
up.
remote regions of space. And to what purpose? To scare us by stopping
Brick by
cars
brick.
and disturbing animals and puzzling us with their seemingly pointless antics?" End quote. In theorizing about what might actually be able to explain the evidence at hand, Hynek would come to make reference to the
Told you,
hermetic
it
notion
matters.
of the astral plane, thus suggesting the possibility that the UFO phenomenon might originate
Anyways.
from non-corporeal constituents of the world. Hynek would also compare UFO encounters with poltergeist phenomena, and would emphasize patterns of correlation between UFO encounters and paranormal or parapsychological occurrences. Vallée would similarly note the strikingly supernormal qualities which UFO reports tended to be characterized by, and he would go on to extend his study to include accounts of supernormal experiences which had occurred before the advent of 20th century aerospace technology.
I don't care how much I.
In doing so,
enjoy it
Vallée
sometimes.
seemed to
You
find
don't get me.
repetitions of what appeared to be the exact same phenomenon occurring over the course
It's marijuana.
of many centuries. Although these encounters seem to share in the same fundamental morphology as experiences, The entities encountered within such experiences seem to be of a distinctly mercurial, protean nature, altering their presentation in accordance with the state of the popular imagination which prevailed within a given historical zeitgeist. The anomalous entities encountered during the early 20th century, prior to the development of heavier-than-air flight technologies, appeared within Zeppelins, while those encountered during the 19th or 18th centuries appeared within hot air balloons. Such entities often claim to hail from the planets Venus or Mars, until astronomers came to see that those planets were inhospitable to human life. Following such discoveries, anomalous entities instead began claiming to have arrived from distant solar systems. Tracing these patterns even further into the past, Vallée came to see that within the pre-modern world, such encounters involved entities which were identified as fairies, angels, jinn, or elemental beings such as nymphs, sylphs, or gnomes. Given the patently psychical and mythical nature of such encounters, it may be tempting to simply regard these accounts as folk tales rather than genuine experiences. In reality, however, such an explanation is no more in accordance with the evidence at hand than the previously addressed technological theories. As previously noted, just as frequently as we find traces of mythical and psychical aspects within these phenomena, we also find the signatures of physicality and intersubjectivity. One researcher who has drawn attention to the patently physical attributes of UFO occurrences has been Stanford University biologist Gary Nolan. Much like Vallée and Hynek, Dr. Nolan's immensely substantial academic resume stands in rather stark contrast with the stereotypical caricature of the typical ufologist as an eccentric amateur. Nolan holds some 300 research articles and 40 United States patents to his name. His research has received funding from 8 major biotechnology companies. One notable research initiative which Nolan has undertaken within the field of ufology has been the isotopic analysis of metallic debris materials which have been recovered from alleged UFO encounters. Each species of atom can be found in a number of possible variations or isotopes, which possess the same number of electrons and protons and thus the same physical and chemical properties in most regards, but a different number of neutrons. Out of approximately a dozen alleged debris samples, Nolan's analysis found that 2 of those samples consisted of isotope distributions, which are not found in nature. As far as we know, the isotope distributions found in these metals could only have been created through a very intentional and highly expensive industrial process. Moreover, there are no known technological reasons why these isotope ratios would be desirable at all. Different isotopes are sometimes radioactive, and such radioactivity can play a crucial role in certain technologies such as nuclear, radiographic, and radiometric devices. Stable isotopes, however, tend to behave in the exact same manner for technological purposes. Therefore, if these debris materials do indeed derive from some physical craft, then whatever technologies made use of such artificial isotope ratios must be technologies which are unknown to the general public and mainstream science. Numerous accounts of UFO experiences also involve detection by radar systems as well as multiple simultaneous visual sightings of the same phenomenon, including visual confirmations by highly trained and credible military personnel. Occurrences which certainly should not be so consistently documented if the UFO phenomenon was simply a matter of folkloric tales, urban legends, or misidentifications of mundane military aircraft. One could, of course, argue that all the physical evidence can be accounted for in terms of hoaxes or state-sponsored misinformation campaigns, possibilities which are certainly the case in at least some instances. But given the sheer volume and diversity of such accounts, at this point, an attempt to explain the physicality of the UFO phenomenon in terms of hoaxes and misinformation would require postulating a preposterously titanic global conspiracy, which would take us well outside the bounds of what seems genuinely plausible. In January 2024,
No, see, there's some
the
lifetimes, I'm
philosopher
pretty
and
sure.
computer scientist Bernardo
I'm chasing Garfield
Castro
around for
published
years.
an article titled UAPs and Non-Human Intelligence in an attempt
Okay,
to
not this
address
one.
the seemingly self-contradictory
No, I'm just gonna get
nature
involved
of the
beforehand.
UFO phenomenon, which appears to somehow be equal parts folklore, supranormal psychology, and supranormal aerospace technology. Following Jung, Hynek, and
Before it gets too out of
Ballet,
control.
Kastrup addresses quite rightly the psychical and folkloric nature of the phenomenon, while also addressing the physical aspects, which have likewise become increasingly difficult to simply dismiss.
Nope.
Kastrup writes, quote, "The phenomenon does
Okay.
not seem to make any distinction between physical and psychological effects. It produces both, as if they were mere facets of one and the same causative mechanism. The boundaries we draw between